Rain fell incessantly, drumming softly upon the cobblestone streets of Konoha, sending up fine splashes of water. Tsunade stood beneath the Hokage rock, allowing the rain to drench her crimson hair, her white battle robe clinging to her form, accentuating her alluring curves. Her proud bosom rose and fell with each breath, as if harboring an endless sorrow to it had been. 2 weeks Cat Date had vanished for 2 weeks. Since that brutal battle, he had not returned. Tsunade clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deep in her flesh. Yet she felt no pain. Her heart had been consumed by a greater anguish. Tsunade. A gentle voice resonated from behind her. Uchiha Rin held a black oil paper umbrella, stepping closer to Tsunade. You have been standing here for quite some time. You will catch a chill. Uchiha Rin gently enveloped Tsunade in his embrace, attempting to dispel the cold that clung to her. Tsunade did not resist. She leaned weakly against his chest, allowing silent tears to cascade down her cheeks. Date he might. Tsunade choked on her words, unable to articulate a complete thought. Not possible. Tsunade. Uchiha Rin tenderly stroked her hair, his voice a soothing balm. Cat Date is an elite jonin of Konoha. He must still be alive, merely trapped somewhere. Thank you, Rin. Tsunade lifted her gaze, meeting Uchiha Rin's handsome visage, a wave of gratitude swelling within her. Throughout these 2 weeks, he had remained by her side, offering comfort and encouragement. The conflict is not yet over. Jiraiya and the others are still on missions. Without you, I truly would not know how to cope. Her voice was hoarse, yet imbued with genuine emotion. Uchiha Rin gazed into her sorrow-laden emerald eyes, a ripple of empathy coursing through him. He reached out, delicately wiping away the tears that marred her face. The moment his fingertips brushed her smooth skin, a spark of electric sensation coursed through him. Tsunade shivered slightly, realizing their closeness was perhaps too intimate. Instinctively, she sought to withdraw. I will check on the injured ninjas. She hastily found an excuse, turning away from Uchiha Rin's embrace. Watching her retreating figure, Uchiha Rin's lips curled into a bitter smile. Just a little more. He tightened his fist, a flicker of frustration igniting within him. The rain continued to fall. Uchiha Rin gazed at Tsunade's departing silhouette, the smile on his lips gradually fading. 50 to a cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. The conquest rate has reached 50? Uchiha Rin murmured to himself, tinged with dissatisfaction. Still too little. He clenched his fists, his gaze sharpening to in truth he was not of this world. He hailed from Blue Star, a traveler. Upon arriving in the Naruto universe, he became the elder brother of Uchiha Shisui. He had also awakened the strongest ninja system that, as the name suggests, the purpose of this system was to achieve supremacy. He could earn rewards by eliminating or conquering other ninjas. Killing would yield random rewards of varying strengths, while conquering would provide superior rewards, as killing was undeniably easier than subjugation. In the years since his arrival, Uchiha Rin had thrived amidst bloodshed. Now, he possessed strength nearing that of a Kage. However, this was far from enough. After all, in the waning days of the Naruto saga, even cage-level power could not contend with the extraordinary system. Open the panel. Uchiha Rin silently commanded. A pale blue screen materialized before his eyes. Host: Uchiha Rin. Age: 18. Level: Elite Jonin. Strength: 90. Speed: 95. Chakra: 100. Ninjutsu: Mastery in Fire Release, Mastery in Lightning Release, Mastery in Jinjutsu. Bloodline Limit: Sharingan 3 Tomo. Current Conquest Target Conquest Value: 50 Tsunade. 100 Conquest Grants Perfect would release Bloodline Limit. Current Target for Elimination Kill Value: 80 Cat Date. Skill Points: 10. Items: Explosive Tags X100, Shurikens X100, Kunai X100. Uchiha Rin's gaze lingered on the kill value for a moment. It seems I must first eliminate Cat Date to fully conquer Tsunade. Alas, if only the rewards from killing were not so random. Otherwise, I might as well eliminate Tsunade directly. He shook his head, releasing a resigned sigh, his fists tightening, a glimmer of cold determination flashing in his eyes. Raindrops dripped through the ventilation ducts of the underground laboratory, pooling on the floor to form small puddles that reflected the harsh white light, creating an atmosphere of chilling desolation. Cat Date was firmly bound within a massive glass tank, murky liquid engulfing him up to his chest, cold and piercing. He struggled desperately, yet it was all in vain, his silent fury manifesting in muted roars. His bare torso bore numerous bruises, remnants of the cruel experiments he had endured. Creak! The heavy iron door creaked open. The jarring sound of metal scraping echoed throughout the vast laboratory. Cat Date abruptly lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes fixating on the entrance. Uchiha Rin entered with steady strides, his black hair cascading over his shoulders in the dim light. His handsome features appeared shrouded in frost, his dark eyes glinting with a chilling light. Mm. Upon seeing Uchiha Rin, Cat Date thrashed with renewed vigor. He yearned to voice his questions, but was muffled, only able to emit indistinct growls. His eyes widened, blood vessels bulging, as if they might burst. Uchiha Rin approached the tank, looking down at Cat Date from his elevated position, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Do not waste your strength, Cat Date." Uchiha Rin's voice was low and frigid, laced with a hint of mockery. "Tsunade has been searching for you for quite some time." He paused, a note of pity creeping into his tone. "She is heartbroken, you know? She thought you had." At the mention of Tsunade, Cat Date struggled even more fiercely, exerting all his might to break free from his bonds, only to futilely writhe, causing the liquid within the tank to slosh violently, splattering water everywhere. "Rest assured, I will take good care of her." Uchiha Rin observed Cat Date's frantic movements, an icy glint flashing in his eyes. He extended a hand, gently caressing Cat Date's cheek, his tone unervingly gentle. "Just be at ease, I will handle the rest." Cat Date glared fiercely at Uchiha Rin, his eyes brimming with rage and despair. He longed to scream, to curse, yet all that escaped him were silent wails. His heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, the suffocating sensation darkening his vision. The shadow of death loomed closer, and in despair, Cat Date shut his eyes. Uchiha Rin's kunai glinted ominously, a flash of cold light slicing through the air. Cat Date scarcely had time to emit a sound before he completely lost consciousness. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully killing Cat Date. Random rewards dispatched. Rewards granted. Taijutsu advanced. Chakra increased by 50. Acquired special ninjutsu. Spirit transformation technique. The system's notification echoed in Uchiha Rin's mind as he felt the surge of chakra and newfound power within him, the smile on his lips growing ever brighter. On the other side of Konoha village, Tsunade was indulging in a warm bath. The soothing water cascaded down her fair skin, washing away her weariness. With her eyes closed, visions of Kato Dan incessantly surfaced in her mind. "Dan, where are you? What has happened to you?" A sense of worry and unease enveloped Tsunade's heart. Suddenly, a fleeting image crossed her thoughts. It was Uchiha Sasuke. His resolute gaze, gentle words, and the constant presence that surrounded her stirred her emotions. Tsunade's heart inexplicably raced, and a faint blush graced her cheeks. She abruptly opened her eyes, placing a hand over her chest as her proud bosom heaved with excitement. "What am I thinking? How could I feel this way toward Sasuke?" A wave of shame and self-reproach washed over Tsunade. She vigorously shook her head, attempting to cast aside these intrusive thoughts. "Dan is still waiting for me. How can I harbor such feelings at this moment?" Taking a deep breath, she compelled herself to regain her composure. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed, jolting Tsunade back to reality. Startled, she instinctively glanced towards the door. Who could it be? Could it be Dan returning? Her heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. Hastily, she grabbed a bathrobe and draped it over herself in a flurry. "Who is it?" Tsunade's voice trembled slightly, tinged with a hint of panic. "Tsunade, it's me, Uchiha Sasuke," came a deep and magnetic voice from outside. It is Uchiha Sasuke. A whirlwind of emotions surged within Tsunade. She inhaled deeply, striving to quell her restless feelings. "Just a moment," she replied, striving for a calm tone. Approaching the mirror, she tidied her disheveled hair and gently patted her flushed cheeks. Once assured she had regained her composure, Tsunade took another deep breath and opened the door. With a soft creak, the door slowly swung open, revealing Uchiha Sasuke standing at the threshold, his gaze fixed upon Tsunade. She was clad in a sheer bathrobe, her fair skin subtly visible, while her damp golden hair cascaded loosely over her shoulders. Water droplets trickled from the tips of her hair, dancing upon her delicate collarbone. The neckline of her robe was slightly ajar, exposing a generous expanse of alabaster skin, and her voluptuous curves hinted at an alluring silhouette. Her slender waist and elongated legs exuded the charm of a mature woman. Sasuke's gaze momentarily faltered, and he unconsciously swallowed hard. Tsunade, noticing his lingering eyes, felt a surge of shyness. Instinctively, she tightened her bathrobe to shield her exposed skin. "Sasuke, is something the matter?" Her voice was slightly hoarse, laced with an almost imperceptible tremor. Suddenly, she found herself unable to meet Sasuke's gaze, her eyes darting elsewhere. Uchiha Sasuke finally snapped back to reality, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. He cleared his throat, attempting to mask his momentary lapse. "It's about this, Tsunade. Dan has been found." "Where's Dan?" Kushina, disregarding everything else, grasped Uchiha Ling's arm with urgency, her voice laced with a tremor and an unmistakable yearning. Uchiha Ling met her gaze, a flicker of intricate emotion passing through his eyes. Slowly, he lowered his head, evading her stare, and spoke with a heavy heart. "Kushina, you must hold on." "What are you saying?" Kushina's heart plummeted, an ominous premonition surging within her. "He has already." Uchiha Ling's voice dwindled, as if the words were too painful to utter. "Already what? Speak." Kushina's emotions flared, and she vigorously shook Uchiha Ling's shoulders. "He is already dead." Uchiha Ling finally managed to articulate, his voice thick with emotion. "Impossible. This cannot be." Kushina released her grip weakly, retreating until her back met the wall. His body was found outside the village. Uchiha Ling's words struck Kushina's heart like a heavy blow. Her complexion drained of color, her eyes losing focus. She appeared as a marionette bereft of its soul. "No, this cannot be true." Kushina crumpled to the ground, murmuring to herself in a barely audible whisper. Uchiha Ling, quick to act, caught her faltering form. "Kushina." He gently patted her cheek, attempting to rouse her. However, she remained unresponsive, her eyes tightly shut, her breaths faint. She had succumbed to unconsciousness. Uchiha Ling carefully lifted her and laid her upon the bed. Gazing at her pale visage, a tumult of emotions swirled within him. He reached out, tenderly caressing her silky golden hair, which still held a hint of moisture and exuded a delicate fragrance. His gaze traced down her cheek and rested upon her porcelain neck, her skin as delicate as fine jade, seemingly breakable. A strange sensation stirred within Uchiha Ling, and he felt compelled to explore further. Yet, at that moment, he abruptly withdrew his hand, a flicker of internal conflict flashing in his eyes. No, it is not the time. To act recklessly before achieving full mastery could lead to disastrous consequences. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. After a moment, Kushina slowly opened her eyes, her vision falling upon the somewhat desolate silhouette of Uchiha Ling, who stood with his back to her, seemingly adjusting his attire. His deep voice reached her ears. "You are awake. Change your clothes. I will accompany you to bid farewell to Dan." Tears instantly blurred Kushina's vision. Dan, he truly. She bit her lip tightly, stifling a sob, yet tears continued to cascade down her cheeks. "Are you all right?" Kushina's voice trembled as she struggled to speak. Uchiha Ling hesitated, slowly turning to face her, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. "I am fine. You need not worry about me." Kushina was rendered speechless, suddenly realizing the profound bond that Uchiha Ling shared with Dan. In this moment, he too must be engulfed in sorrow. Yet, despite this, he maintained a facade of composure before himself, a display of strength that stirred a warm current within Tsunade's heart. "Ling, thank you," Tsunade said, her voice trembling, as her fondness for Uchiha Ling deepened once more. "We are comrades, are we not?" Uchiha Ling replied with a gentle smile, his gaze brimming with resolve. Ding! The system's voice echoed in Uchiha Ling's mind, announcing an increase in Tsunade's conquest value to 70, igniting a spark of joy within him. It seemed that the goal was drawing nearer. "Let us go. We must not keep Dan waiting too long," Uchiha Ling softly remarked, extending his hand to assist Tsunade. However, at that moment, a sudden, urgent knock resounded at the door. Bang! 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 Almost immediately, a steady voice called from outside. "The third Hokage urgently summons you." Tsunade and Uchiha Ling exchanged glances, each perceiving a hint of confusion in the other's eyes. They quickly composed themselves and stepped outside. Awaiting them were two ENBU ninjas. Standing with respect. What does the Hokage require? Uchiha Ling inquired. Regarding the suspicious circumstances surrounding Dan Kato's demise, the Hokage requests your immediate presence for discussion. One of the ANBU ninjas responded gravely. A jolt of alarm surged through Uchiha Ling, a flicker of cold light glimmering in his eyes. Had they been discovered? Tsunade and Uchiha Ling were escorted to the Hokage's office. The atmosphere in the office was thick with gravity, as the third Hokage sat behind his desk, brow furrowed and bearing an air of exhaustion. Hokage-sama, how did Dan meet his end? Tsunade's voice quivered, filled with sorrow and confusion. The third Hokage sighed deeply, gesturing towards a serious-looking middle-aged man wearing glasses beside him. Haichi, please elucidate. Yes, Hokage-sama. Yamamoto Haichi adjusted his glasses, his tone steady. Initially, we believed Dan Kato was slain by a ninja from the Land of Rain, but, he paused, casting a glance at Tsunade and Uchiha Ling, his tone growing somber. Through the use of mind-reading techniques, we discovered that all of Dan's memories had been completely erased. What? Tsunade gasped in disbelief, covering her mouth in shock. Uchiha Ling furrowed his brow, thoughts racing through his mind. Is it an illusion technique? He asked, his gaze sharp as it fixed on Yamamoto Haichi. It is highly likely, Yamamoto Haichi nodded, and it is an exceptionally powerful genjutsu, capable of erasing memories entirely. Such a technique. He hesitated again, his tone laden with significance. The Uchiha clan should be quite familiar with it. No? A chill coursed through Uchiha Ling, a wave of coldness surging from his feet to the crown of his head. He abruptly stood, his voice icy. In that case, it may be best for me to take my leave. With that, he turned to depart, only to be halted by Tsunade's firm grip. Ling. Tsunade grasped his arm tightly, her tone resolute as she addressed the third Hokage, Hokage-sama. I firmly believe that Ling is absolutely innocent. He has been with me these past few days. A warmth spread through Uchiha Ling's heart as he turned to Tsunade, his expression complex. The third Hokage called out to Uchiha Ling, Ling, please do not rush to leave just yet. His gaze was piercing as he fixed his eyes on Uchiha Ling, his tone steady and powerful. The fact that I have summoned you signifies my unwavering trust in you. Uchiha Ling remained silent for a moment, ultimately choosing to return to his seat. He understood that now was not the time to sever ties with Konoha. He required additional time to augment his strength. Haichi, do you have any further discoveries? The third Hokage turned to Yamashiro Haichi, a hint of anxiety lacing his voice. Haichi shook his head, his tone heavy. There are no additional findings at this moment, but he adjusted his glasses again, his gaze sharpening. I have an unsettling premonition. This matter may not be as straightforward as it seems. Over the past few months, numerous ninjas have inexplicably vanished from the village. I initially presumed they had gone missing due to the ongoing Great Ninja War, but now, it appears otherwise. Haichi, be forthright with me, the third Hokage urged, extinguishing his pipe, his tone somber. Do you suspect that there are rogue ninjas within the village? Yamashiro Haichi remained silent, merely adjusting his glasses as a glint of cold light flashed across the lenses. He cast a meaningful glance at Uchiha Ling, a look that seemed to penetrate all facades. Uchiha Ling inhaled deeply, abruptly standing up, a suppressed fury evident in his voice. Hokage-sama, the Uchiha clan has safeguarded Konoha for generations, ensuring the village's security. We would never engage in such treachery. He stepped forward, his gaze fierce, enunciating each word. I shall uncover the truth behind this matter and vindicate the Uchiha clan. With that, Uchiha Ling turned to leave, his long black hair slicing through the air in a sharp arc. His voice resonated from the doorway, unwaveringly resolute. Until the truth is revealed, I will ensure that no member of the Uchiha clan steps beyond the village's borders. Ling. Tsunade abruptly stood, intent on pursuing him, but was halted by the third Hokage. Tsunade, he sighed deeply, weariness etched in his eyes. Let him go. Tsunade slumped back into her chair, her hands tightly clasped together, knuckles whitening. She yearned to convey her belief in Uchiha Ling, to express her unyielding faith in the Uchiha clan, yet the words eluded her. As Uchiha Ling's figure vanished from the doorway, Tsunade felt an emptiness within her, as if something significant was gradually slipping away. She lifted her gaze to the overcast sky outside, large raindrops pounding against the window, creating a cacophony that mirrored her tumultuous emotions. Uchiha Ling strode briskly through the rain, allowing the frigid droplets to drench his clothing. The words of Yamashiro Haichi echoing incessantly in his mind, filled with anger and unease. Indeed, those who frequently walk by the river cannot avoid getting their shoes wet. He now required a scapegoat, someone who could divert Konoha's attention while allowing him to remain uninvolved. Suddenly, a name flashed through his mind like lightning. Uchiha Ling abruptly halted, a chilling smile curving his lips. Orochimaru. Inside the Hokage's office, Haichi, the third Hokage, forcefully struck his pipe against the table, sending sparks flying. Speak honestly. Do you doubt the Uchiha clan or Uchiha Ling? Yamashiro Hai remained silent, the reflection in his glasses growing increasingly frigid. The third Hokage rose abruptly, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. We both know who Uchiha Ling is. If he were to defect, then loyalty itself would become a mere illusion. However, the esteemed Hokage, Yamashiro Hai, adjusted his glasses, his tone laborious. That kind of genjutsu can only... Enough. Tsunade slammed her hand on the table, interrupting Hai's words. She stood, her gaze fixed on him, her anger radiating as if it could engulf him. You may doubt anyone, but not Uchiha Ling. Tsunade's chest heaved, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Who has been by my side searching for Dan? Who has consoled and encouraged me? It is Uchiha Ling. Her voice echoed through the room, unwavering in its conviction. He shares the closest bond with Dan. He desires Dan's survival more than anyone. Tsunade's voice faltered, tears welling in her eyes as she abruptly turned and stumbled toward the door, leaving behind her resolute declaration lingering in the air. I will personally apprehend the murderer. For Dan, and for Ling. Yamashiro Hai watched Tsunade's retreating figure, opening his mouth to speak, but ultimately remaining silent. Hokage-sama, I know I should not doubt Uchiha Ling. He has indeed accomplished much, remaining loyal to the village and to you, and his reputation is impeccable. He is also a good friend of both Dan and Tsunade. Hai's voice was hoarse as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Yet, you are aware that his Sharingan has reached the level of 3 tomo. Uchiha clan members with 3 tomo often exhibit peculiarities. He should not be so flawless. Enough of this. The third Hokage sighed, cutting off Hai's words. Hokage-sama. Some matters are better believed than dismissed. Hai's tone grew urgent. The third Hokage took a deep drag from his pipe, lost in thought for what felt like an eternity. When he finally spoke, his voice was laden with weariness. Hai, are you truly certain that only members of the Uchiha clan can wield such genjutsu? Hai's expression turned grave. I cannot be certain, but those Uchiha who have awakened their 3 tomo Sharingan can undoubtedly manipulate it with ease. The third Hokage fell silent, the room enveloped in an oppressive stillness. Hokage-sama, I implore you. Yamashiro Hai inhaled deeply, his tone resolute. Send the Anbu to covertly monitor Uchiha Ling. If I have indeed misjudged him, I am prepared to apologize personally. His voice was decisive, devoid of hesitation. The third Hokage regarded Yamashiro Hai intently before finally nodding, his tone weary. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. In a certain underground laboratory of the Hidden Leaf Village, the atmosphere was cold and damp, filled with the nauseating stench of blood mingled with disinfectant. Under the ghastly glow of the pale lights, an array of bizarre and grotesque experimental apparatuses exuded a chilling luminescence, instilling a sense of dread. At the heart of the laboratory loomed a colossal tank, its murky contents obscured, with indistinct shapes rolling within. Orochimaru stood before the tank, his pallid visage tinged with a sickly flush, and a frenzied light flickered in his ashen serpent-like eyes. Clad in an oversized white robe, embroidered with a vividly lifelike black serpent, its forked tongue poised as if ready to spring to life, he emanated an unsettling aura. Please, end my suffering. A faint, hoarse plea emanated from within the tank, a voice steeped in despair. Oblivious, Orochimaru allowed a cruel smirk to dance upon his lips, his slender fingers tapping rhythmically on the tank, producing a crisp sound. What a delightful melody, he mused, his voice raspy and deep, akin to a serpent's hiss. He slowly crouched, peering through the turbid liquid at the tortured ninja within, his gaze rife with mockery and amusement. The ninja was a mere shadow of his former self, bloodied and misshapen, his skin rotting, with the stark white of exposed bones marred by savage bite marks. Do you understand? I am conducting research on a forbidden technique, one that grants immortality. Orochimaru's voice dripped with temptation, akin to a devil's whisper. And you, my dear subject, should feel honored. Suddenly, The laboratory's door was flung open with a resounding crash. Orochimaru's brow furrowed as he spun around. "Who dares?" he inquired, his tone laced with a hint of menace. What met his gaze was the mocking smile of Uchiha Ling. "Long time no see, Orochimaru." Uchiha Ling sauntered into the lab, his demeanor casual, as if visiting an old friend. Orochimaru's pupils constricted sharply, a tempest of turmoil rising within him. How did he discover this place? This secret laboratory should have remained concealed from all but him. More shocking was the figure slumped over Uchiha Ling's shoulder, a member of the Umbu. A chill raced up Orochimaru's spine, a sense of foreboding settling in. What were Uchiha Ling's intentions? "You shouldn't be here." Orochimaru finally regained his composure, his voice low and gravelly, tinged with icy hostility. Uchiha Ling turned, regarding Orochimaru with a mocking glint in his eyes, his smile dripping with derision. "No need to be so agitated. I haven't breathed a word about this place. I simply wish to discuss a collaboration." "A collaboration?" Orochimaru's eyes flickered with suspicion as he probed. "What do you propose?" "Quite simple. I want you to betray Konoha," Uchiha Ling stated flatly, his tone brooking no dissent. "In return, I shall grant you your freedom." Orochimaru fell into silence, his serpentine eyes fixed intently on Uchiha Ling, attempting to glean some insight from his expression. After a brief moment, a sardonic smile spread across his face, brimming with scorn and derision. "Indeed, it is you. The recent spate of ninja disappearances is undoubtedly your handiwork. It seems my suspicions were not unfounded. You orchestrated my defection from Konoha, intending for me to bear the blame, did you? Knowing too much can be perilous." Uchiha Ling's lips curled into a slight smirk, his gaze glinting with a hint of menace. Orochimaru flicked his crimson tongue, a chill flickering in his serpentine eyes. The two stood on the precipice of confrontation, exchanging glances for a fleeting moment. Suddenly, Orochimaru's form flickered, transforming into a blur as he lunged toward Uchiha Ling. "This is something I should have conveyed to you. I find myself in need of an Uchiha for my experiments." A fierce gust of wind rushed forth, prompting Uchiha Ling to steal his gaze as his Sharingan activated, the crimson orb swirling with two tomo. "You seek to capture me for experimentation? You are far from ready." Uchiha Ling scoffed, retreating swiftly to evade Orochimaru's strike. Undeterred by his miss, Orochimaru formed hand seals, summoning serpents that writhed towards Uchiha Ling. In rapid succession, Uchiha Ling formed his own hand seals, exclaiming, "Fire style, great fireball technique." A colossal fireball erupted from his mouth, engulfing the oncoming serpents entirely. The battle was poised to erupt. As the flames subsided, Orochimaru's figure appeared like a specter behind Uchiha Ling, his pale limbs coiling around him like a venomous serpent, sending a chill through his heart. "Futile, you little Uchiha," Orochimaru's chilling voice echoed in his ear, laced with an eerie triumph. "As long as I do not meet your gaze, your illusions are powerless against me." With that, Orochimaru closed his eyes, his crimson tongue flickering as he sensed his surroundings. Though ensnared, Uchiha Ling exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, a mocking smile graced his lips. "Who told you I lack illusions?" The seemingly innocuous statement struck Orochimaru like a heavy blow. Before he could react, an anomalous surge of chakra enveloped him. Within Uchiha Ling's crimson eyes, the tomo spun rapidly, coalescing into an uncanny three-tomo Sharingan. Orochimaru blinked, the scenery around him warping instantaneously. The once dim laboratory vanished, replaced by an expanse of blood-red wasteland. The sky was stained a shocking crimson, the ground fissured, emanating a nauseating stench of decay. Countless mangled corpses lay strewn about, their blood pooling into rivers that snaked across the desolate terrain. "What is this place?" A surge of inexplicable dread washed over Orochimaru. "Welcome to my world." Uchiha Ling's frigid voice resonated, akin to a judgment from the depths of hell. No sooner had he spoken than a multitude of skeletal figures emerged from the blood-soaked ground, transforming into skeletal soldiers armed with sharp blades, surging toward Orochimaru. "Damn it!" Orochimaru's countenance darkened as he swiftly formed hand seals, spewing forth streams of venom that corroded the advancing skeleton soldiers to naught. However, the sheer multitude of these skeletal warriors proved overwhelming, relentless in their assault. Weary and beleaguered, Orochimaru began to bear multiple wounds upon his body. "It is over, Orochimaru," intoned Uchiha Ling, his voice echoing with the finality of death, imbued with an undeniable gravitas. No sooner had the words left his lips than the ground beneath Orochimaru fissured, and a colossal skeletal hand emerged from the depths, seizing him with an iron grip. No. Orochimaru struggled desperately, but to no avail. The skeletal hand hoisted him aloft before crashing him down to the earth. A thunderous roar erupted as Orochimaru's body slammed into the ground, sending a cloud of dust spiraling into the air. Coughing violently, he expelled a mouthful of blood, his entire skeleton feeling as though it had been shattered, a searing pain coursing through him. He attempted to rise, but found himself utterly immobilized. You have lost, Orochimaru. Decide, life or death. Uchiha Ling's towering figure materialized before him, casting a gaze upon him as one might regard an insignificant insect. I concede. Orochimaru finally lowered his proud head, struggling to utter the 3 words. Observing this, Uchiha Ling deactivated the illusion. The surroundings instantly reverted to their former state, the laboratory retaining its dark, damp ambience. Orochimaru lay prostrate on the ground, gasping for air, drenched in cold sweat. He had never envisioned such a complete defeat. Struggling to rise, every bone in his body felt as though it had been dislocated, the pain making him grit his teeth. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, he cast a gaze filled with resentment and unwillingness towards Uchiha Ling. He understood that he had suffered a thorough humiliation today, utterly vanquished. This young Uchiha possessed a terrifying strength, rendering even one of the legendary Sannin like him powerless. What stung even more was the indignity of being forced to bow and plead for mercy. This feeling of humiliation was akin to a searing iron hook, branding a deep mark upon his heart, igniting a desire to rend Uchiha Ling into pieces. Yet, he recognized that the time for vengeance was not yet ripe. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the fury that surged within him and turned away, each step towards the laboratory door weighed down by an immense burden. He knew that with each step, he was sealing his fate. The higher echelons of Konoha would not believe he had no role in the death of Kato Dan, and Uchiha Ling would not spare him, the harbinger of truth. From this moment forth, he would be branded a rogue ninja, a pariah loathed by all. Contemplating this, Orochimaru's pace faltered, a flicker of pain and conflict crossing his eyes. His experiments remained unfulfilled, and fleeing the village at this juncture was far from prudent. He was truly unwilling. However, he was acutely aware that he had no choice left. To remain was to face death. To flee might afford him a sliver of survival. With eyes closed, he inhaled deeply. Orochimaru, no longer hesitating, strode purposefully towards the laboratory's entrance, swiftly vanishing into the enveloping darkness. Uchiha Ling remained rooted in place, watching the departing figure of Orochimaru, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his gaze. Once Orochimaru had distanced himself, he slowly rolled up his sleeves, revealing his defined forearms. Extending his arm, one could observe a crimson Sharingan gradually closing, its enigmatic patterns slowly rotating before ultimately disappearing into the abyss of his dark pupils. He sighed, a shiver of trepidation coursing through him as he gently wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead. Truly, Orochimaru's reputation was well-deserved, he murmured softly to himself, his tone tinged with a hint of fear. He had presumed that, with the advantages of being a time traveler and the aid of his system, he could easily handle Orochimaru. Yet, reality dealt him a heavy blow. The strength of Orochimaru surpassed his wildest imaginings. Were it not for the Mangekyou Sharingan, a powerful trump card acquired through system rewards, he might have indeed met his end today. Fortunately, he had managed to scare him off. Uchiha Ling closed his eyes, striving to calm the tumultuous storm within his heart. After a moment, he approached the unconscious Umbu member on the ground, crouching beside him with a smirk, muttering, "Just one final step remains." With his left hand, he pried open the other's eyes, the 3 tomo of the Sharingan spinning rapidly. Suddenly, the ninja before him jolted upright, rigid and alert. "Tell me, who are you? What have you experienced?" Uchiha Ling's voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. "I am an elite member of the 3rd Hokage's direct Umbu, named Xiang. I was ordered to track Uchiha Ling. Uchiha Ling has discovered Orochimaru's secret laboratory. Orochimaru admits to having killed comrades from our village for his ninjutsu experiments. Orochimaru confesses to having murdered Kato Dan. Orochimaru has injured Uchiha Ling. Orochimaru, a traitor." A glimmer of pride flickered in Uchiha Ling's eyes as he gently waved his hand, causing the Umbu ninja to collapse to the ground like a marionette with severed strings. Succumbing to unconsciousness, surveying the area, Uchiha Ling swiftly began to cleanse the scene, meticulously erasing the bloodstains from the floor and incinerating the serpent skin left behind by Orochimaru. As he watched the flames consume the pale serpent skin, a trace of irony flashed in his eyes. Orochimaru, your ambition and obsession have ultimately led to your own demise. After nearly an hour of labor, Uchiha Ling finally exhaled in relief. Wiping the sweat from his brow, his gaze fell upon the unconscious Umbu. A glint of determination igniting within his eyes. It is your time to shine. With a cold chuckle, Uchiha Ling approached the Umbu's side, mercilessly delivering a kick to his abdomen. Ugh! The Umbu ninja groaned, jolting awake in pain. Lord Uchiha, are you unscathed? He hastily rose, looking anxiously at Uchiha Ling. What of that traitor Orochimaru? Did he harm you? Feigning weakness, Uchiha Ling leaned against the wall, his complexion as pale as parchment. I am fine. The traitor injured me and fled. You must pursue him. Understood. The Umbu responded without hesitation, turning to leave. Wait. Uchiha Ling called out to him, her voice tinged with hesitation. What is it, Lord Uchiha? The Umbu turned, puzzled. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Ling cast a complex gaze upon him. This matter likely harbors deeper implications. Do not make it public yet. Let us proceed directly to the Hokage. Understood, the Umbu replied respectfully, assisting Uchiha Ling as they hastened toward the Hokage's office. Leaning against the Umbu's shoulder, a barely perceptible cold smile played at the corners of Uchiha Ling's lips. Everything was unfolding as planned. Soon, the duo arrived at the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama, it's urgent. The Umbu rushed in, disregarding formalities, and placed Uchiha Ling before the Hokage. Ling, what has happened? Tsunade's heart tightened at the sight of Uchiha Ling's pale visage, prompting her to step forward and support him. Uchiha Ling, enduring the pain coursing through him, spoke weakly. Hokage-sama, Orochimaru has defected. What? The third Hokage stood abruptly, disbelief etched across his face as he turned to Uchiha Ling. You say Orochimaru has defected? How could this be? It is my inadequacy. The Umbu knelt, regret heavy in his tone. While shadowing Lord Uchiha, I inadvertently uncovered Orochimaru's secret. He even confessed to having murdered Kato Dan. The Umbu recounted the facts as he had perceived them. What? Tsunade's pupils dilated, her fingers digging into her palm, nails nearly embedding in flesh. That scoundrel Orochimaru. I shall personally slay him. Tsunade, remain calm. The third Hokage commanded, his gaze shifting to Uchiha Ling, eyes filled with complexity. Ling, please recount the details of this incident. Nodding, Uchiha Ling began to narrate the events in detail. As he reached the part where Orochimaru confessed to Kato Dan's murder, Tsunade could no longer contain herself. Tears cascaded down her cheeks. She grasped Uchiha Ling's hand tightly, her sobs overwhelming. Ling, thank goodness you are unharmed. Uchiha Ling gently patted the back of her hand, offering a soothing glance. I am sorry, Tsunade. It is my failure. His voice was low, laced with guilt. No, it is not your fault. Tsunade shook her head, tears continuing to flow unabated. It is Orochimaru. That wretched Orochimaru. I despise him. I must be the one to end him. The third Hokage furrowed his brow, casting a sweeping glance over the two, a flicker of complexity crossing his features. Enough, Tsunade. Do not be so agitated. He placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, his tone resolute. In the name of the Hokage, I vow to bring Orochimaru to justice and avenge Kato Dan. Tsunade looked up, her tear-filled eyes searching the third Hokage's face, murmuring, Hokage-sama. The third Hokage smiled faintly, his gaze unwavering. I swear by the will of fire. He then turned to Uchiha Ling, his tone solemn. Now, go tend to your wounds. Leave the rest to me. Uchiha Ling bowed respectfully, but as darkness overtook his vision, he feigned collapse. Ling, Tsunade exclaimed in alarm, rushing to support him. Konoha Village Hospital. Tsunade let her radiant golden hair cascade around her shoulders as she slightly bent over the hospital bed of Uchiha Ling. She grasped his hand tightly, their fingers intertwined, warmth melding together. Uchiha Ling lay on the bed, his complexion pale, his forehead wrapped in layers of bandages. As if sensing the warmth from her touch, he slowly opened his eyes. He stirred his dry lips, releasing a low murmur. Ling, you're awake. Tsunade exclaimed as she abruptly raised her head, her eyes sparkling with joy, glistening with unshed tears. Tsunade Uchiha Ling managed a faint smile, though a flicker of satisfaction danced in his gaze. His plan had succeeded. Where am I? He feigned confusion, glancing around the room, his brows furrowing at the sharp scent of antiseptic. "The hospital," Tsunade replied softly, her voice tinged with unmasked sorrow. She reached out, gently caressing Uchiha Ling's pale cheek, her fingertips trembling slightly. "You've been unconscious for a day and a night. What about Orochimaru?" Uchiha Ling's voice was hoarse, a flicker of rage igniting in his eyes. "That traitor escaped." Tsunade bit her lip, her expression dimming. "But rest assured, the third Hokage has dispatched individuals to hunt him down with all their might. He will be brought to justice." Her tone was resolute, a comfort to Uchiha Ling, but also a balm for her own heart. "Is that so?" Uchiha Ling lowered his gaze, his long eyelashes casting a small shadow beneath his eyes. "I'm sorry, Tsunade. I couldn't save Dan." "Fool, how could this possibly be your fault?" Tsunade tightened her grip on Uchiha Ling's hand, tears welling in her eyes. "It was Orochimaru, that bastard, who caused Dan's death. It was all him." Her teeth clenched, tears streaming down her cheeks. "How infuriating. If only I had been there. I would ensure that traitor Orochimaru pays with his blood for his sins." Uchiha Ling gazed at Tsunade with a heart full of compassion, momentarily at a loss for words to console her. "Don't cry, Tsunade." He sighed softly, reaching out to wipe away the tears from her face. "Though Dan has passed, his spirit endures." Uchiha Ling locked his gaze with hers, his eyes filled with determination. Tsunade, her eyes reddened, stared at Uchiha Ling in a trance, tears seemingly frozen at the corners of her eyes. She had never seen Uchiha Ling like this, resolute, courageous, and brimming with a sense of justice. At that moment, he seemed to radiate a dazzling light, making it impossible for her to look away. A warm current surged in her heart, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. It was then she realized how close they were, so near that they could feel each other's breaths, so close that they could see reflections of themselves in each other's eyes. Tsunade's heartbeat quickened, her breaths becoming slightly erratic. She averted her gaze in a fluster, wishing to mask her embarrassment. However, Uchiha Ling gently lifted her chin with his hand. "Tsunade, your eyes are truly beautiful." He smiled softly, his voice deep and alluring, reminiscent of the serene lakes at dusk. Tsunade's ears flushed crimson, her neck warming with a delicate blush. "You charm her." She shot a reproachful glance at Uchiha Ling and gently pried his hand away. "I shall fetch you a glass of water," she said, rising in a flurry and hastening towards the door. Her long legs were subtly visible beneath the white coat, and her graceful figure swayed alluringly. Uchiha Ling gazed intently at Tsunade's retreating silhouette, his eyes ablaze with desire. The system's notification chimed again. "Ding. Congratulations, host. Tsunade's affection for you has risen to 80. You are but a step away from conquering her heart." A smirk crept upon Uchiha Ling's lips, a glimmer of triumph flashing in his eyes. His plan was unfolding splendidly. Just then, the door to the ward swung open. The third Hokage entered with measured strides. "Ling, how is your injury?" he inquired with concern. His gaze fixed upon Uchiha Ling. "Hokage-sama," Uchiha Ling replied, sitting up and respectfully bowing. "I am no longer in dire straits, thanks to Tsunade's exceptional medical skills." "That is good to hear," the third Hokage acknowledged, his expression turning grave. "Ling, I have several questions regarding Orochimaru." "Please, Hokage-sama," Uchiha Ling responded, his demeanor unwavering, though a sense of caution brewed within. "How did you discover Orochimaru's secret laboratory?" The third Hokage's gaze was piercing, locking onto Uchiha Ling's eyes. Unfazed, Uchiha Ling replied calmly. "While training outside the village one day, I inadvertently spotted several suspicious figures. Acting on instinct, I stealthily followed them and unexpectedly stumbled upon Orochimaru's hidden laboratory." "I see." The third Hokage nodded slowly, his brow furrowing. "Did Orochimaru reveal why he chose to defect?" Uchiha Ling shook his head, a look of regret crossing his face. "He did not state it outright, but I suspect he felt that his crimes were on the verge of exposure, prompting his flight. After all, a man as deranged as he would never acquiesce to capture." Uchiha Ling's words were laced with indignation, as if he held deep contempt for Orochimaru's actions. The third Hokage scrutinized Uchiha Ling with increasing gravity. "Ling, did Orochimaru confess to the murder of Kato Dan?" "Indeed, Hokage-sama," Uchiha Ling asserted, his gaze resolute and his tone unwavering. "Orochimaru claimed that Kato was too principled to be of use to him, thus he eliminated him to prevent future complications." At this, Uchiha Ling's fists clenched involuntarily, veins bulging. That madman, for the sake of his own ambitions, would spare not even his comrades. It is utterly abhorrent. The third Hokage sighed deeply, weariness etched upon his face. Yamashiro Aoi hurried into the hospital, bowing to Uchiha Ling in apology. I am sorry, Lord Uchiha. I wrongfully suspected you. His voice was laden with remorse, yet a flicker of doubt lingered in his eyes. Uchiha Ling felt a jolt within, but maintained a composed exterior, smiling gently as he waved a hand. It is of no consequence. This matter is indeed shrouded in ambiguity, and it is only natural for Lord Yamashiro to harbor concerns. Yamashiro Aoi fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing his words. Lord Uchiha, to be candid, I had my doubts about you. He adjusted his glasses, his gaze sharp. However, it appears I have been overly cautious. Uchiha Ling inwardly sighed in relief, the curve of his lips deepening. Yamashiro Gai spoke heavily. We all act for the sake of Konoha. What reason is there for doubt? Yamashiro Gai nodded slightly, but did not elaborate further. He turned and left the infirmary, making his way to the third Hokage, whispering softly. Lord Hokage, I have something to report. The third Hokage raised an eyebrow, indicating for him to continue. Yamashiro Gai spoke gravely. I have accessed the memories of the ninja corpse from Orochimaru's laboratory. Orochimaru is indeed conducting human experiments, but he paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts. The manner of Kato's death does not appear to align with Orochimaru's methods. Moreover, Orochimaru has never excelled in Genjutsu. The third Hokage furrowed his brow, his gaze profound. Are you suggesting that Ling is a suspect? Yamashiro Gai shook his head, yet his tone betrayed hesitation. I cannot say for certain, as the evidence is insufficient. However, Uchiha Ling's Sharingan. The third Hokage pondered deeply, slowly exhaling a breath of frustration. Do not send anyone to follow Uchiha Ling for now. His voice was low, imbued with an air of infinite weariness. The village has just endured a defection. I would rather not face a second. If it turns out that this entire situation is merely a misunderstanding, it could inadvertently drive Ling away. Yamashiro Gai understood the implication. Bowing respectfully as he took his leave, Uchiha Ling reclined on the hospital bed, his eyes dark and inscrutable. He seemed to have anticipated the conversation between the third Hokage and Yamashiro Gai. Ah, so they still do not trust me? He scoffed, a hint of mockery flickering in his eyes. Very well, I never expected to deceive them for long. Uchiha Ling slowly rose, casting his gaze out the window. The sky was an azure expanse, clouds light and airy. He inhaled deeply, his expression transforming into one of unwavering resolve. It is time. I must hasten my actions. Uchiha Ling strode purposefully out of the infirmary, just as Tsunade returned with a cup of warm water, colliding with him. Ling, where are you going? She inquired. Concern etched across her face. Uchiha Ling paused momentarily, then smiled gently. I'm fine, just stepping out for a bit of fresh air. He ruffled her hair playfully, his tone light. Worry not. With your medical skills, I am in good hands. Tsunade blushed, pushing his hand away, yet her eyes betrayed her joy. Stop being so cheeky and go rest. Uchiha Ling merely smiled in silence, casting a profound glance at Tsunade that seemed to encompass 1,000 unspoken words. He turned to leave, his back displaying an unprecedented resolve. Tsunade gazed at his retreating figure, an inexplicable wave of unease washing over her. Uchiha Ling did not return to the infirmary. Instead, he exited the hospital. He strolled through the streets of Konoha, observing the villagers bustling about, a sardonic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. How naive. How easily you trust me, he muttered to himself, his tone laced with disdain. Or perhaps, you are merely feigning ignorance? Uchiha Ling wandered aimlessly, his mind swirling with thoughts. The system's voice resonated once more, interrupting his reverie. Ding. The system has detected a chakra response from a ninja 100 meters ahead. The host should proceed with caution. Uchiha Ling paused, his gaze sharpening with intensity. He scanned his surroundings and swiftly pinpointed the target. Beneath the distant shade of the trees, a figure flickered in and out of visibility. Oh, so it is an operative from the Umbu? Uchiha Ling feigned ignorance and continued his composed stride. The Umbu ninja, seeing this, ceased to conceal himself and confidently revealed his presence. Good day, Lord Uchiha, he greeted respectfully, though his tone carried a hint of inquiry. Might I ask where you are headed? Your body has only just recovered. You must take care to rest. Uchiha Ling raised an eyebrow, offering an innocent smile. Nothing urgent. I merely seek a moment of respite. After lying down all day, one's bones feel as though they might rust. The Umbu appeared somewhat skeptical, yet chose not to press further, bowing slightly. I shall not disturb you any longer, Lord Uchiha. Please take care. He bowed and swiftly disappeared into the shadows of the trees. Uchiha Ling watched him depart, a flicker of ruthlessness crossing his eyes. Humph, it seems that old fox, Yuuhi, is unwilling to relent. He snorted coldly but paid it no mind, casually making his way towards the village outskirts. Before long, Uchiha Ling had exited the village. Arriving deep within a desolate forest, he surveyed his surroundings, confirming that no one was tailing him, and finally felt at ease. Sitting cross-legged, Uchiha Ling began to gather chakra, forming hand seals. The tragic image of Kato Dan's demise flashed through his mind, a pang of sorrow piercing his heart. Dan, I am sorry. I deceived you, he murmured, his voice low and mournful. But I had no choice. I must do this. Uchiha Ling closed his eyes, allowing tears to cascade down his cheeks. He reminisced about the moments shared with Kato Dan, the guilt within him intensifying. How long had it been since they had been the closest of friends? When had it turned into this? Uchiha Ling sighed deeply, raising a hand to wipe away the tears at the corners of his eyes. It is all the fault of this cruel world. He growled through gritted teeth, his voice laced with resentment. I never wished to harm anyone. But Uchiha Ling clenched his fists, knuckles turning white. To survive, to become stronger, I must do this. He abruptly opened his eyes, the three tomos spinning wildly. I shall shatter the shackles of this world. I will become the strongest ninja. A glint of madness sparkled in Uchiha Ling's eyes as a deranged smile curled upon his lips. He immersed himself fully in his training, sweat quickly soaking his garments. Oblivious to everything else, Uchiha Ling relentlessly urged his chakra, as if intent on burning himself out. At that moment, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! The host's chakra has reached its limit. Please refrain from overexerting oneself to avoid falling into madness. Uchiha Ling appeared deaf to the warning, continuing on his chosen path. The system was compelled to forcibly sever his chakra output. Uchiha Ling staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground. He gasped for breath, his complexion as pale as parchment. Sweat trickled from the tips of his hair, splattering onto the ground and raising tiny clouds of dust. Uchiha Ling gazed at his trembling hands, suddenly bursting into a haunting and mournful laughter that echoed through the desolate forest, lingering in the air. What am I truly doing? He shook his head in self-mockery. His eyes filled with confusion. What price have I paid for this elusive power? Uchiha Ling despondently sank to the ground, tilting his head to the vast sky. If only I had never crossed into this world, he murmured, regret saturating his voice. Then, Dan would not have perished, and Tsunade would not be heartbroken. And I would not have to bear such a burden of sin. He closed his eyes, allowing tears to stream freely down his cheeks. Within his mind flashed countless memories. The trusting smile of Kato Dan, Tsunade's concerned gaze, the weary figure of the third Hokage, and Orochimaru's final, defiant roar. Suddenly, Uchiha Ling opened his eyes wide, a flicker of resolve crossing his expression. No, I cannot afford to regret. He slowly rose, brushing the dust from his clothes. Since he had chosen this path, he must continue forward. Taking a deep breath, his gaze regained its determination. He set forth towards the direction of Konoha, the dense forest behind him falling into an eerie silence, with only the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind. As Uchiha Ling's silhouette faded into the distance, he abruptly halted upon returning to Konoha. He keenly sensed that he was being watched from the shadows, and not by just one person. A smirk crept across his lips, his eyes glinting with amusement. Ah, it seems the old man, the third Hokage, can no longer contain himself. He feigned nonchalance as he continued walking. Yet his mind raced with calculations. Now was not the time to act. He required more time to solidify his strength. Moreover, he had not yet fully won over Tsunade. A reckless exposure could jeopardize all his efforts. Uchiha Ling narrowed his eyes, his gaze deepening with contemplation. He needed an opportunity, one that would dispel the third Hokage's doubts entirely. Suddenly, a bold idea sparked in Uchiha Ling's mind. A wicked smile curled at the corners of his mouth, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. He quickened his pace towards the Hokage's office. Just outside, he fortuitously encountered Tsunade emerging from within. Ling, what brings you here? Tsunade inquired, her expression a mixture of surprise and skepticism. Uchiha Ling smiled casually, his tone light. I happened to be passing by and thought I would report to the Hokage about recent developments. By the way, Tsunade, he suddenly lowered his voice, his demeanor growing serious. What are your thoughts on Orochimaru? Tsunade's eyes instantly darkened, her lips pressing into a thin line. "I loathe him," she replied, her voice low yet brimming with anger. "I swear, I will personally end that traitor." Uchiha Ling gently placed a reassuring hand on Tsunade's shoulder, offering her a comforting gaze. "Do not rush. Opportunities will always arise," he remarked with profound significance, a flicker of an elusive emotion passing through his eyes. Perhaps it would come to fruition soon. Tsunade cast him a puzzled glance. Yet before she could voice her inquiry, she saw Uchiha Ling wave at her and swiftly enter the Hokage's office. She stood there, momentarily frozen, a tumult of indescribable feelings swelling within her. What was Uchiha Ling plotting? Why was he so resolute? Confounded, Tsunade could only shake her head and depart. Days later, a piece of news exploded in Konoha like thunder. The whereabouts of Orochimaru had been discovered in the Sound Village. The Sound Village, a neutral territory beyond the 5 great nations, had long been a haven for various outlaws. When the news reached the Hokage's office, the third Hokage's expression turned grave, his eyes narrowing slightly. It seemed that Orochimaru had indeed defected. He sighed deeply, fatigue etched across his brow. "Summon Uchiha Ling and Tsunade, and also inform Jiraiya to join us." Before long, Uchiha Ling and Tsunade arrived at the Hokage's office. "Hokage-sama," they greeted, bowing respectfully, their demeanor solemn. The third Hokage nodded lightly and got straight to the point. "We have located Orochimaru's hideout. It is in the Sound Village." "What?" Tsunade exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock, her clenched fists trembling slightly. "I will capture him myself and avenge my fallen comrades." Uchiha Ling remained silent, a flicker of enigmatic light glimmering in his eyes. "You two will set out for the Sound Village immediately," the third Hokage commanded, his gaze piercing. "However, to be cautious. I will also send Jiraiya with you." "Understood," Tsunade and Uchiha Ling replied in unison, turning to leave. "Wait," the third Hokage suddenly interjected, his voice low and serious. "Although Orochimaru has confirmed his status as a rogue ninja, he was once my disciple." He paused, seemingly weighing his words. "If you can capture him alive, do your utmost to refrain from killing him." Tsunade was taken aback, then let out a cold laugh. "Hokage-sama, forgive my candor, but sparing someone like Orochimaru is tantamount to nurturing a tiger at your doorstep." Her voice was chilling, filled with venomous hatred. "I shall have my revenge." The third Hokage was momentarily stunned, then he shook his head with a wry smile. "Very well, you may deliberate this matter yourselves." Exchanging resolute glances, Uchiha Ling and Tsunade took their leave. They soon met up with Jiraiya, and the trio set forth toward the Sound Village. Along the way, Tsunade was deep in thought, her brow furrowed. Observing her distress, Uchiha Ling gently placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "Do not fret, with me by your side, Orochimaru will not escape again." His voice was soft yet unwavering, imbued with a compelling charm. Tsunade lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Uchiha Ling's deep, ink-black orbs, and miraculously, her anxiety began to dissipate. She nodded gently, a faint smile gracing her lips. "With you here, I feel at ease." Uchiha Ling was momentarily taken aback. Then a smile broke upon his face as well. The two exchanged smiles, as if the world around them had faded away, leaving only each other. However, this tender atmosphere was abruptly shattered by Jiraiya's teasing voice. "Oh, you little lovebirds, don't forget our mission." His tone was frivolous, yet his gaze held a deeper significance. Tsunade's cheeks flushed instantly, and she hurriedly averted her eyes from Uchiha Ling. "What nonsense are you spouting? We are not a couple." Enraged and embarrassed, she shot Jiraiya a glare and hastily moved forward. Uchiha Ling could only smile helplessly and shrugged at Jiraiya. Yet Jiraiya wore a mischievous grin as he leaned closer to Uchiha Ling and whispered, "Be careful, that temper of Tsunade's is not to be trifled with." With a hearty laugh, he dashed after her, leaving Uchiha Ling standing there in a daze. Uchiha Ling rubbed his nose, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. How could he not be aware of Tsunade's temperament? Yet, how could he ever reveal his true feelings to her? After all, if she were to discover the unsavory thoughts he harbored, it would surely lead to trouble. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Uchiha Ling's expression darkened. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to gather his spirits, and quickened his pace to catch up. The trio trudged onward, finally arriving at the outskirts of the Sound Ninja Village. As they surveyed their surroundings, they found themselves encircled by desolate mountains and strewn with gravel, devoid of any trace of greenery. An indescribable, eerie aura permeated the air, causing a chill to run down their spines. What an ominous place, Jiraiya murmured, his brow furrowed. Uchiha Ling scanned the area, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. It was only fitting that Orochimaru would hide in such a wretched locale. He scoffed, his tone indifferent. After all, someone like him only deserved to lurk in such a ghastly place. Tsunade clenched her fists, her eyes ablaze with fury. Let us go. We must drag that traitor out today, no matter what. The three exchanged resolute glances, and they set forth towards the Sound Ninja village. However, at that moment, a surge of powerful chakra suddenly emanated from deep within the village. Jiraiya halted abruptly, his expression grave. Be careful, we have enemies. No sooner had he spoken than several shadows leapt from all directions, surrounding the trio completely. Oh, aren't these the ninjas from Konoha? The leading ninja chuckled ominously, his eyes glinting with malice beneath his mask. What brings you to the Sound Ninja village? Looking for death, perhaps? Humph. Tsunade retorted coldly, refusing to back down. We are here to capture the traitor Orochimaru, so you best not stand in our way. The ninja paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. So, you're enemies of Lord Orochimaru. Well, we certainly can't let you leave. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding ninjas sprang into action, an array of shurikens and kunai whistling towards them. Seeking death, Tsunade shouted angrily, launching a powerful punch. With a thunderous crash, the ground beneath her erupted as countless fragments of stone were sent flying. The shurikens transformed into mere dust amidst the fierce winds of combat. Even the Sound Ninjas were thrown to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths. Such formidable strength. The enemy's countenance shifted in alarm, yet they remained undeterred. Charge! Commanded the leading ninja, forming a hand seal. A surge of immense chakra swept forth, enveloping the three in an instant. Is this sound ninjutsu? Jiraiya's pupils constricted in shock. This is bad. Quick, evade. Uchiha Ling reacted swiftly, pulling Tsunade aside and retreating rapidly. Jiraiya hastily summoned Sage Chakra, forming a protective layer around himself. The cacophony of sound waves grew increasingly piercing, causing the trio to wince even from a distance. The Sound Ninjas, emboldened by the battle, coordinated seamlessly, forcing the three to retreat further. Damn it! Tsunade gritted her teeth, fury blazing in her eyes, just as she prepared to strike again. Uchiha Ling suddenly stopped her. Calm down, Tsunade. His expression was grave as he activated his Sharingan, scanning their surroundings. These Sound Ninjas are merely a diversion. Orochimaru must be within the village. Tsunade's eyes widened in immediate understanding. You mean, precisely. Uchiha Ling smirked coldly, the three tomos spinning wildly. He is stalling for time, giving Orochimaru a chance to escape. Bastard. Tsunade trembled with rage, itching to charge into the village. Don't act rashly, Jiraiya admonished, his tone exceedingly serious. Any reckless move would play right into the enemy's hands. Tsunade took a deep breath, suppressing her burning anger. Then what should we do? We can't just let Orochimaru slip away. After a moment of contemplation, Jiraiya's gaze shifted to Uchiha Ling Shaoling. Your Sharingan should be able to pinpoint Orochimaru's location, right? Uchiha Ling nodded, activating his Sharingan to peer deep into the village. Moments later, he gasped in surprise. I found him. Orochimaru is underground in the village center. What? Tsunade exclaimed, quickly turning to Uchiha Ling. But these Sound Ninjas, leave them to Jiraiya and me. Uchiha Ling interrupted firmly. You take advantage of the chaos to infiltrate the village and capture Orochimaru. But, Tsunade hesitated, her gaze shifting between Uchiha Ling and Jiraiya. Don't worry. We'll ensure your safety. Jiraiya grinned, giving her a thumbs up. All right. Tsunade gritted her teeth, clenching her fists. Be careful. She cast a lingering glance at Uchiha Ling before dashing toward the village. Uchiha Ling watched her depart, a subtle smile flickering at the corners of his mouth. Jiraiya noticed and raised an eyebrow. Hey, didn't he expect you to act so swiftly? He teased, his gaze laden with meaning. Uchiha Ling's expression stiffened as he deflected the comment. Stop joking. Let us deal with these guys quickly. Jiraiya laughed heartily, yet a hint of suspicion flickered in his eyes. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss with Uchiha Ling. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he could not pinpoint the source of his unease. Beware. Jiraiya's thoughts were abruptly interrupted by Uchiha Ling's sharp warning. Suddenly, dozens of colossal serpents emerged from unknown depths, charging towards the two. How dare you provoke a sage? You wretched minions of Orochimaru. Jiraiya scoffed disdainfully, forming a hand seal and placing his palms before his chest. Sage Art, Mayaboka Mountain. With a thunderous roar, Jiraiya's physique expanded dramatically, muscles bulging, towering like a giant. In the next instant, he leaped into the air, his arms slicing through the air like whips, striking the serpents with ferocity. Crunch, crunch. The massive serpent heads were sent flying, blood staining the earth crimson. Uchiha Ling was equally unyielding, the three Tomo in his Sharingan spinning wildly. Amaterasu, black flames of hell materialized from thin air, incinerating everything in their vicinity. The serpent horde emitted anguished cries, transforming into charred remains. Truly formidable. One cannot deny the prowess of such a powerful ocular technique, Jiraiya mused, his admiration for the Sharingan intensifying. Enough with the pleasantries. We must hasten to Tsunade. Uchiha Ling's brow furrowed, evidently troubled about Tsunade's safety. Jiraiya nodded, suddenly catching a glimpse of a fleeting green figure. Who goes there? He called out warily, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Yet, the figure vanished like a gust of wind, leaving behind chaos and endless questions. Was that truly Jiraiya-senpai? Uchiha Ling queried, a flicker of uncertainty flashing in his eyes. Jiraiya, lost in thought, took a moment to regain his composure. No, it's nothing. Perhaps I merely imagined it. Uchiha Ling nodded, choosing not to pursue the topic further. The two quickened their pace, making their way deeper into the village. As they raced through the woods outside the village, an unspoken understanding fostered silence between them. Uchiha Ling's brows were tightly knit, his gaze sharp and predatory. A daring thought began to blossom within him. If he could seize this opportunity to eliminate Jiraiya, then he cast a furtive glance at Jiraiya, envisioning countless scenarios of his demise. Regrettably, he understood that with his current strength, such an act was beyond his capabilities. After all, Jiraiya-senpai was one of the legendary Sannin, his power unfathomable. To kill him would likely require external assistance. Using another's blade to strike. Now that is a clever notion, Uchiha Ling mused inwardly, a cold smirk gracing his lips as his gaze shifted forward. Tsunade's graceful silhouette flickered into view, causing his eyes to sharpen. If he could leverage this opportunity to draw closer to Tsunade and elevate his conquest level. With this thought, a subtle smile crept across Uchiha Ling's face, a glimmer of pride illuminating his eyes. Everything was unfolding according to his meticulous plans. Suddenly, the path ahead became treacherous, the trees thinned, and jagged rocks emerged. Be careful. The terrain here is complex. Do not let your guard down, Jiraiya warned, his tone grave. Uchiha Ling nodded in acknowledgement, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Whoosh! A flurry of shurikens suddenly flew from the left, aimed directly at Uchiha Ling's heart. His expression shifted, reacting with lightning speed to evade the onslaught. Clang! Clang! The shuriken grazed his collar, striking the rocky wall behind him and igniting a shower of sparks. An enemy attack. Jiraiya bellowed, swiftly forming hand signs. In the next moment, a colossal mire surged from beneath his feet, spreading outward. Hiss! As the mire advanced, countless shurikens fell from the enemy's hands, swallowed by the sludge. Dark figures flickered, landing on the branches surrounding the trio. Leaf ninjas? A deep voice resonated, the speaker's face obscured by a wide-brimmed hat, rendering their features indistinguishable. However, their tattered raincoats unmistakably identified them as ninjas from the village hidden in the rain. Tsunade let out a cold chuckle, cracking her knuckles with anticipation. So, it's a traitorous rain ninja, just what I needed for some exercise. Before her words faded, she leaped into the air, delivering a powerful punch toward the leading rain ninja. Boom! The force of her strike shattered trees and sent debris flying. The rain ninja, taken aback, hastily formed the hand signs for water release. Splash! A wall of water erupted from the ground, barely managing to withstand Tsunade's onslaught. She scoffed, executing a graceful flip and landing firmly on the ground. Is this all you've got? Truly disappointing. A smirk graced her lips, though her eyes sparkled with battle intent. Suddenly, a menacing aura approached from behind. The cold edge of a blade pressed against Tsunade's neck, threatening to sever her throat with the slightest exertion. Don't make any sudden moves, or else, a chilling voice whispered, laced with deadly intent. Tsunade paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Splash! Her form suddenly transformed into a puddle of water, drenching the rain ninja who attempted the ambush. What? The rain ninja's expression changed drastically as he retreated hastily. Yet, behind him, a pale hand had already reached out. Snap! 5 fingers clamped down on the back of his head, Tsunade's voice echoed in his ear, tinged with mockery. Such tricks are futile against me. As her words fell, she twisted her wrist, slamming the rain ninja into the ground. Boom! The earth caved in, creating a massive crater as dust billowed into the air. The surrounding rain ninjas changed color at the sight. Truly monstrous strength. That woman is dangerous. Everyone, be cautious. Tsunade dusted off her hands, casting a disdainful glance at the group of rain ninjas. Uchiha Ling, Jiraiya, I leave these insignificant pests to you. I shall confront their leader. With that, she vanished, charging towards the rain ninja who had narrowly evaded her earlier strike. Uchiha Ling, taken aback, gained a newfound respect for Tsunade's prowess. As expected of the Senju clan's heir, her strength is indeed formidable. His gaze sharpened, and his Sharingan activated. The three tomos spun rapidly in his eyes, casting a black-red hue reminiscent of fleeting shadows. Fire release, great fireball technique. He unleashed a massive fireball towards the rain ninjas. Boom! The fireball erupted, unleashing a scorching wave that swiftly engulfed several rain ninjas. A chorus of screams erupted, the unfortunate rain ninjas writhing in agony as they were seared. Uchiha Ling smirked coldly, his gaze growing increasingly fierce. As he was about to strike again, a rain ninja suddenly emerged from nowhere, thrusting a kunai directly at Uchiha Ling's back. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as the kunai was deflected by an iron needle. Jiraiya appeared beside Uchiha Ling, a cold smirk on his face. Attacking my companion from behind. You seek death. With a swift motion, he sent the assailant flying. Uchiha Ling glanced at Jiraiya, a flicker of complexity flashing in his eyes. Though he appeared carefree, he was remarkably reliable in a crisis. Ling felt an unsettling suspicion from Jiraiya towards him, a thought that filled him with anxiety. The consequences of Jiraiya discovering his plans would be disastrous. While Uchiha Ling was lost in contemplation, the surrounding battle intensified. The rain ninjas were numerous and skilled. Even Uchiha Ling and Jiraiya found themselves increasingly challenged. Blades clashed and sparks flew. The fierce wind howled, stirring up clouds of dust. Jiraiya panted heavily, veins bulging on his forehead. A moment's lapse resulted in a cut on his arm, crimson blood trickling down and staining the ground. Yet, he remained oblivious, fully focused on confronting the enemies before him. Uchiha Ling fared little better. The strain of using the Sharingan was taking its toll, his complexion growing pale. Bloodshot veins visible in his once vibrant red pupils. Damn it, how many enemies are there? At this rate, his stamina would eventually give out. The situation on Tsunade's side appeared equally dire. The formidable leader she faced was keeping her occupied single-handedly. Uchiha Ling's gaze sharpened, worry flickering in his eyes. Just then, a rain ninja seized an opening, slamming a palm against Uchiha Ling's chest. Ugh! Ling grunted, stumbling backward. He crashed heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. The Sharingan flickered and faded, returning to its original black. The rain ninja, witnessing this, chuckled sinisterly, kunai glinting with lethal intent. Foolish enough to think you could escape. Die! He leaped high, aiming for Uchiha Ling's heart. In that critical moment, a green figure darted like lightning. Bang! The kunai struck against a hard shell, sending sparks flying. The rain ninja's eyes widened in shock, unable to comprehend the identity of the newcomer. Yuuhi, the figure was clad in black armor, resembling a colossal rhinoceros beetle. However, as he removed his mask, the rain ninja's expression turned ashen. Yuuhi, a subordinate of Lord Orochimaru, Kabuto. Chapter 7. Kabuto chuckled leisurely, his round glasses reflecting a chilling light. So, you are from the Akatsuki group. Lord Orochimaru did not send you to provoke the ninjas of Konoha. His tone was mild, yet it carried an unsettling aura. The rain ninja gulped, stepping back in dread. I am sorry. We did not know they were ninjas from Konoha. He stammered. Fear etched in his eyes. Kabuto shrugged and kicked the rain ninja away. Scram, and don't let me see you again. His gaze swept across the battlefield, and he coldly declared, cease your actions at once. Should you continue, do not blame me for being unmerciful. The rain ninjas, upon hearing this, instantly fell silent, fully aware that despite their numbers, they were in the presence of Orochimaru's formidable reputation. Offending such a powerful figure could indeed jeopardize their lives. Reluctantly, they sheathed their weapons and dispersed. Shortly after, only 3 from Konoha remained on the field. Thank you for your assistance, Jiraiya said, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, cautiously eyeing Kabuto. Kabuto smiled faintly, adjusting his glasses. It was but a trifling effort. I have awaited your arrival on the orders of Lord Orochimaru. Uchiha Rin narrowed his eyes and rose from the ground. Where is that traitor Orochimaru? Take us to him at once. Kabuto shook his head, his tone sincere. I regret to inform you that Lord Orochimaru has instructed me not to escort anyone to his hiding place. You, Tsunade, filled with anger, moved to confront him. But Jiraiya intervened, holding her back. Do not act rashly. Since Orochimaru has sent someone to greet us, there must be ulterior motives at play. He turned to Kabuto. Speaking in a low voice, what message do you bring? Kabuto produced a letter from his robe, offering it respectfully with both hands. This is a personal letter from Lord Orochimaru. I kindly ask you to peruse it. Jiraiya accepted the letter and, upon opening it, his expression changed dramatically. The letter read, To my esteemed teacher, the third Hokage. I, your unworthy disciple, have strayed from the path, and I deeply regret my actions. The path of the demon is fraught with difficulty, and it is not my desire to oppose you. The past events were driven by the demands of research, not by any ill intentions. Now, I wander far and wide in search of a new life. I implore you to show mercy and refrain from pursuing me. I shall soon descend beneath the Hokage rock to offer my apologies and accept my punishment. I hope for your understanding of my momentary folly. Your disciple, Orochimaru. Jiraiya sighed, rubbing his temples. It seems Orochimaru wishes to shed his former self and start anew. He turned to Kabuto, his tone grave. Tell me honestly, where is Orochimaru? Kabuto, with a look of helplessness, spread his hands. I genuinely do not know. Lord Orochimaru only instructed me to deliver this message and did not disclose his whereabouts. Jiraiya fixed his unwavering gaze on Kabuto, searching for any sign of deceit. However, Kabuto remained as inscrutable as a still pond, betraying no emotion. Since Orochimaru has stated such, it would be unwise for us to press further. Jiraiya ultimately conceded, a hint of resignation in his voice. Uchiha Rin and Tsunade stared in disbelief, unable to fathom how easily Jiraiya seemed to let Orochimaru off the hook. As they discussed Orochimaru, Uchiha Rin pondered deeply. In that moment, he sensed Jiraiya's subtle scrutiny directed at him, causing alarm bells to ring in his mind. Could it be that Jiraiya had begun to suspect him? Uchiha Rin feigned calmness, maintaining a composed exterior while turmoil churned within. He recognized the astuteness of Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Should he fully suspect him, the consequences would be dire. However, with Orochimaru's imminent betrayal and his precarious situation, he found himself in a dilemma. Unless, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Uchiha Ling's eyes as he fixated on Jiraiya's retreating figure, his lips curling into a faint, sinister smile. Unless he could seize this opportunity to eliminate this thorn in his side. Just as Uchiha Ling was plotting in secret, the group had already resumed their journey towards the Sound Ninja Village. The atmosphere was heavy with tension, and all three were lost in thought. Tsunade was evidently still engulfed in sorrow over the news of Kato Dan's demise, her brows furrowed, lips pressed tightly together, her eyes filled with grief. Meanwhile, Jiraiya and Uchiha Ling, though maintaining a facade of normalcy, were both experiencing tumultuous emotions within. One was pondering the true nature of Uchiha Ling, while the other sought an opportunity to dispose of Jiraiya. Thus, the group traversed for most of the day, and as the sun began to set, they finally emerged from the forest's embrace. However, what awaited them was a desolate and barren landscape. Before them lay an expansive wasteland, the earth cracked and littered with stones and sand. A few withered trees stood in the wind, their bark charred, long devoid of life. In the distance, jagged mountains loomed, resembling a fearsome beast lying in wait. Is this truly the Sound Ninja Village? Tsunade questioned, bewildered, surveying the surroundings in disbelief that this was a ninja village. Uchiha Ling frowned slightly, activating his Sharingan to scan the area, before stating, the Sound Ninja Village is nestled within these mountains. We must hasten. Jiraiya nodded, taking the lead. Uchiha Ling intended to follow, but Tsunade grasped his wrist. What is it? He queried, puzzled by her actions. Tsunade hesitated, her gaze filled with complexity, struggling to articulate her thoughts, yet ultimately swallowing the words that lingered on the tip of her tongue. Finally, she simply shook her head and released her hold. It's nothing. Let us proceed, she declared, striding forward to quickly catch up with Jiraiya. Uchiha Ling stood frozen in place, a sense of unease tightening in his chest. Ding. Tsunade's conquest value has decreased by 5. The system's notification echoed in his mind, untimely. Uchiha Ling's expression darkened instantly. It seemed that Tsunade had begun to harbor doubts about him after witnessing that scene. He clenched his fists, fury igniting in his eyes. It was all that old fool Jiraiya's fault for harboring ill will towards him before Tsunade. No, he must quickly win Tsunade over to solidify his standing in her heart. With this thought, Uchiha Ling hastened to catch up. The group wove through the mountains, the terrain gradually ascending, the air becoming increasingly thin. Tsunade was already panting, and even Jiraiya had beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Only Uchiha Ling, aided by his chakra, maintained a light step. Jiraiya glanced sideways, silently astonished. A mere Jonin could unleash such formidable chakra. It was truly extraordinary. There is movement ahead. Uchiha Ling suddenly alerted them. As his words fell, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air. Be careful. Jiraiya swiftly yanked Tsunade aside and rolled on the ground, narrowly evading several feathered shurikens. Clang, clang. Uchiha Ling unsheathed his kunai, weaving a shimmering veil of silver before him, deflecting all incoming projectiles. Who goes there? Jiraiya barked, casting a vigilant glance around. Heh, who would have thought it would be a ninja from Konoha? A sinister voice echoed from the depths of the forest, and soon, a dozen figures materialized. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a sallow complexion and sunken eyes. He narrowed his gaze, scrutinizing the three before him, a flicker of greed flashing in his eyes. Is that really Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin? What a rare find indeed. He licked his cracked lips, letting out a raspy laugh. And a beautiful woman too. What a fortunate day for me. Silence. Tsunade reprimanded sharply, delivering a powerful punch towards him. The force of her strike caused the ground to cave in, sending debris flying. The man's pupils constricted as he swiftly dodged. What immense strength. It seems I must employ some tactics. He commanded his subordinates, who surged forward to assault the trio. Uchiha Ling scoffed, his Sharingan spinning wildly, and in an instant, he felled 3 assailants. Jiraiya was equally formidable, unleashing gusts of wind with his palms, leaving a path of devastation in his wake. Tsunade struck down one foe after another, as though a divine being had descended. In mere moments, over a dozen Rain ninjas lay defeated. The leader's expression darkened, and with a cold snort, he formed a hand seal. Do not think this victory is yours, he declared. Prepare to face my wrath. He joined his hands, chakra surging within him as it gathered at his fingertips. In the next moment, a colossal water prison enveloped the three, binding them tightly. Tsunade struggled, but found herself utterly immobilized. Damn it, it's the water prison technique. Jiraiya cursed, equally trapped. Uchiha Ling felt a heaviness in his heart. The man's strength exceeded his expectations. The man laughed triumphantly, inching closer to the water prison. You are utterly foolish. Today, I shall claim your lives. He drew a kunai, malice glimmering in his eyes. Yet Uchiha Ling suddenly opened his eyes wide, his Sharingan hidden beneath his hair spinning into a mesmerizing kaleidoscope. Amaterasu, he uttered, and black flames erupted spontaneously, consuming the water prison in an instant. The man let out a scream, his form engulfed by the inferno. When the flames subsided, naught remained of him. Jiraiya and Tsunade stared in disbelief at Uchiha Ling. Is this the secret technique of the Uchiha clan? Jiraiya murmured, his heart racing with astonishment. To wield such a powerful ninjutsu under these circumstances, Uchiha Ling was indeed no ordinary individual. Tsunade's expression mirrored his amazement, a complex glimmer in her eyes. Uchiha Ling himself was taken aback. The previous move had been almost instinctive. He had not anticipated that Amaterasu could be so potent, capable of instantaneously dissolving the water prison. We must move. Orochimaru has likely sensed our arrival, he announced, breaking the silence. Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged glances before finally nodding in agreement. The trio set forth once more, soon arriving at a secluded valley. However, the place was desolate, devoid of any sign of Orochimaru. What could have happened? Shouldn't Orochimaru be here? Tsunade asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Uchiha Ling pondered for a moment before replying. Perhaps we have arrived a moment too late. Orochimaru may have already departed. Jiraiya suddenly interjected, listen, what is that commotion outside? The three fell silent, and indeed, they could hear a cacophony of voices echoing faintly from beyond the valley. Let us go investigate. They hastily exited the valley, heading toward the source of the noise. What lay before them was astonishing. In a vast square, thousands had gathered, men, women, and children alike, each kneeling in reverence toward a statue at the center. "O great Yamada no Orochi, we thank you for saving us. We shall serve you for eternity." The chants of the crowd surged and ebbed, reverberating through the valley with deafening intensity. "What is happening?" Tsunade exclaimed, her expression one of sheer disbelief. "Yamada no Orochi? Isn't that Orochimaru's summoning beast?" Uchiha Ling murmured, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. Jiraiya's expression turned grave as he began to recount the tale. Months prior, the Sound Ninja village had been besieged by a dreadful plague, claiming countless lives. Just as despair threatened to engulf the village, a colossal white serpent appeared, proclaiming itself to be Yamada no Orochi, capable of curing the affliction. Indeed, with the serpent's assistance, the plague was swiftly brought under control. Consequently, the villagers began to venerate the serpent as a deity. So, Orochimaru is exploiting this opportunity to win the hearts of the people and establish his own power? Uchiha Ling contemplated thoughtfully. Jiraiya nodded, his eyes gleaming with insight. Indeed, Orochimaru's stratagem is akin to using a feather to lift a mountain. He is truly a cunning and treacherous individual. Tsunade spat through clenched teeth. Yet, Uchiha Ling felt a quiet relief. It appeared that Orochimaru was no longer in the Sound Ninja village, which spared him considerable trouble. However, upon further reflection, he realized that having finally traced Orochimaru's whereabouts, it would be a pity to let him slip away so easily. With this thought, a plan began to form in his mind. "I suspect this Yamada no Orochi may not be as simple as it seems." Uchiha Ling feigned contemplation. "Could it be that Orochimaru has deliberately released this smokescreen to obscure our vision?" "That is indeed a possibility," Jiraiya concurred with a nod. Tsunade, too, appeared contemplative, a glimmer of uncertainty in her beautiful eyes. "What shall we do now?" Uchiha Ling's lips curled into a knowing smile. "Perhaps we should infiltrate the village and lie in wait to capture this serpent, compelling it to reveal Orochimaru's whereabouts." Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged glances before ultimately nodding in agreement. "Let us proceed as you suggest." The trio slipped into the depths of the Sound Ninja village, moving like phantoms along the shadows of the buildings. Jiraiya's brow was furrowed, his keen gaze scanning the environment, absorbing every detail. He spoke in a hushed tone, his voice laced with caution. "There are many hidden sentries here. The layout is intricate, making it easy to defend yet difficult to attack. Such facilities cannot be established in a short span of time." Uchiha Ling nodded, his eyes glimmering with a cold light as he concurred. "It seems that Orochimaru's defection from Konoha was premeditated. He has evidently been clandestinely amassing his own power." Tsunade listened intently to their conversation, her gaze betraying a tumultuous array of emotions. She surveyed her surroundings, grappling with the unsettling realization that this former comrade had orchestrated such treachery in secret. Were the years they had shared, the life and death trials they had endured together, mere illusions? Clenching her fists tightly, Tsunade's chakra began to fluctuate erratically due to her overwhelming fury, threatening to erupt at any moment. Uchiha Ling keenly sensed Tsunade's emotional turmoil and swiftly moved closer, gently yet firmly embracing her shoulders. "Tsunade, please, remain calm. Anger will not resolve our predicament." His voice was deep and resolute. "We must maintain our composure. Once we confront Orochimaru, the truth will emerge." Tsunade felt the warmth of Uchiha Ling's embrace and inhaled his unique scent, gradually calming the fire within her. Her cheeks flushed involuntarily, yet amidst the tension, she refrained from pushing him away immediately. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to steady her emotions before slowly extricating herself from his hold. "You are right. I must not allow my anger to cloud my judgment." Although Tsunade's voice trembled slightly, it was evidently steadier now. "That scoundrel Orochimaru shall not escape my wrath." Observing the intimate exchange between Uchiha Ling and Tsunade, Jiraiya thoughtfully stroked his chin, a glimmer of contemplation illuminating his profound gaze. "I sense a formidable surge of chakra beneath us. If my instincts are correct, it must be Orochimaru's summoning beast stirring in the depths." Jiraiya's voice broke the brief silence, his tone deliberate. Uchiha Ling nodded in agreement, clearly attuned to the unusual chakra fluctuations, affirming that they were indeed on the right path. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, the calmness of his gaze transforming as the blood-red tomo began to manifest, shimmering with an enchanting and eerie radiance. "Found it." A spark of clarity ignited in Uchiha Ling's eyes as he pointed toward a nearby statue. Behind it lay a concealed entrance, the gateway leading underground. The three exchanged knowing glances and nodded in unison before swiftly and nimbly descending through the opening. As they entered, a chill and damp air enveloped them, mingling with a pungent scent that caused them to frown in distaste. As they ventured deeper underground, the space ahead gradually expanded. Suddenly, a massive serpentine creature came into view, coiled upon the ground and occupying a significant portion of the cavern. It was none other than the embodiment of the eight-headed serpent, Yamada no Orochi, Orochimaru's summoning beast. Indeed, it is Orochimaru's summoning beast, Yamada no Orochi. Jiraiya gazed at the familiar colossal serpent with astonishment, realizing that it must possess knowledge of Orochimaru's whereabouts. Uchiha Ling exchanged a glance with Jiraiya, then spoke in a low tone. Now that we have located the great serpent, we have a chance to find Orochimaru. Our next step is to extract his whereabouts from the mouth of this beast. Tsunade, upon witnessing the colossal form of the great serpent, felt her anger intensify. Without a moment's hesitation, she unleashed her formidable strength, dashing towards the serpent like a bolt of lightning. With a heavy footfall, she crushed a nearby rock, which shattered beneath her weight with a resounding crack. Utilizing the force of the impact, Tsunade soared into the air, landing directly before the serpent's massive purple head. Orochimaru! She bellowed, her voice laced with fury. Her fists clenched tightly, chakra surging within. She concentrated all her might and delivered a powerful blow to the serpent's skull. The cavern resonated with a tremendous bang as her strike drove the serpent's immense head deep into the earth, leaving a vast crater in its wake. In quick succession, Tsunade lifted her foot again, channeling her entire strength to her toes before slamming it down. Painful heaven's foot, she shouted, unleashing a terrifying force. The serpent's head, along with a portion of its body, was forcibly driven into the ground, causing the entire cavern to tremble as if it were on the verge of collapse. Uchiha Ling and Jiraiya stood to the side, witnessing Tsunade's reckless display, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. They feared that a moment's miscalculation could lead to their demise in this subterranean lair. At this moment, Tsunade was entirely consumed by rage, rendering her unable to restrain herself. Fortunately, the great serpent's thick hide proved resilient. Despite enduring Tsunade's fierce blows, it appeared to sustain no mortal injury. It struggled to free its head from the earth, shaking its enormous body and roaring, "Hiss! Who dares disturb my rest?" The serpent's roar echoed throughout the cavern, making the ears of the three resonate with a dull thrum. Yet, Tsunade stood unafraid before the serpent, her desire to obliterate it palpable. "Great serpent, look closely at who I am." She glared defiantly, unwavering in her confrontation. The serpent, however, did not respond to her provocation. Its massive tail lashed out like a steel whip, descending with tremendous force towards Tsunade. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Ling sensed the imminent danger and felt his heart race. He vanished from his spot, appearing beside Tsunade with remarkable speed, grasping her in a princess carry. He leapt just in time to evade the serpent's lethal strike. In Ling's arms, Tsunade felt an overwhelming sense of security. The sensation of being protected compelled her to clutch Ling's garment tightly, as if wishing to anchor herself further. Jiraiya, observing the serpent's arrogance and its refusal to engage with them, felt a surge of fury rise within him. "If that is the case, then we shall subdue it first," he declared, invoking Earth Release, Yellow Spring Marsh. With a low command from Jiraiya, the once dark rocky ground suddenly transformed into a soft, damp expanse, instantly becoming a vast swamp. The enormous form of Manda began to sink into this unexpected transformation, drawn downward by an invisible force. However, Manda remained unperturbed. To it, this mere swamp was nothing more than a trivial mud pit, posing no genuine threat. It let out a thunderous roar, its colossal body writhing and struggling in the mire, attempting to break free from its constraints. With a tremendous effort, Manda indeed surged forth from the swamp, its muddy form appearing even more ferocious. It entirely disregarded Jiraiya, its gaze fixated on Uchiha Ling, for Orochimaru had expressly instructed it to pay special attention to the members of the Uchiha clan. Seeking death. Observing this, Uchiha Ling sneered coldly. The three-tomo Sharingan in his eyes began to rotate slowly, a vast power brewing within. Cradling Tsunade with one hand, he swiftly formed hand seals with the other. In an instant, he unleashed a potent genjutsu through his Sharingan. Manda's fierce charge abruptly halted midair, its massive body seemingly frozen in time. Moments later, it plummeted to the ground like a small mountain, a resounding crash echoing throughout the cavern. Truly, the Uchiha clan was formidable. A mere Jinjutsu effortlessly subdued Manda. Jiraiya's voice was laced with astonishment. Even he knew that capturing such a powerful summoning beast would require considerable effort. Yet, Uchiha Ling did not respond to Jiraiya's praise. Gently, he set Tsunade down. His tone filled with concern as he inquired, "Are you all right? Are you injured?" His gaze meticulously scanned Tsunade, anxious not to overlook any trace of harm. Tsunade softly pushed aside Uchiha Ling's supportive hand and shook her head. She was not so fragile as to be brought low by such circumstances, yet at that moment, Ling's concern warmed her heart. Ding! Tsunade's conquest value increased to 80. The system's voice resonated in Uchiha Ling's mind, filling him with quiet joy. It seemed his efforts were not in vain. Tsunade's fondness for him was steadily increasing. Casually glancing at Jiraiya, a flicker of coldness passed through his eyes. If it weren't for Jiraiya's suspicions, Tsunade's conquest value might have already surpassed 90. This incited a hint of murderous intent toward Jiraiya. Until he completely conquered Tsunade, he could not afford to show too many flaws and must tread carefully. Where could Orochimaru be? Jiraiya appeared oblivious to the subtle shift in Uchiha Ling, stepping forward to kick Manda forcefully. Manda merely shook its head weakly in response. The three of them furrowed their brows in unison upon hearing this reply. As Orochimaru's summoning beast, how could Manda possibly be unaware of its master's whereabouts? There was surely something amiss. Jiraiya and Tsunade turned to Uchiha Ling, eager to hear his thoughts. After all, it was Uchiha Ling who ensnared the serpent, Manda, with his Jinjutsu, and he might uncover further clues from this. Within the realm of illusion, truth remains unmasked. A glint of resolve flickered in Uchiha Ling's eyes as he pondered momentarily before coldly proposing. Since this serpent has lost its value, let us slay it. Weakening Orochimaru's power constitutes a measure of vengeance. Jiraiya remained lost in thought, while Tsunade was already poised to strike down Manda. A fierce blaze of fury surged within her. Only through bloodshed could she find a semblance of calm. However, just as she was about to unleash her attack, a sudden explosion of smoke enveloped Manda. In the swirling mist, Manda's form grew indistinct and ultimately vanished before the trio. As the smoke dissipated, only a piece of parchment inscribed with writing remained on the ground. This scene left the three in astonishment, clearly indicating that Orochimaru had summoned Manda away. Uchiha Ling was the first to step forward and retrieve the parchment, revealing it bore Orochimaru's handwriting. He swiftly scanned its contents before passing it to Tsunade and Jiraiya. The message was clear: Manda is still of use to me. He cannot perish here. Ling, safeguard those eyes for me. One day, I shall come to reclaim them. Upon reading the note, Uchiha Ling inhaled deeply. This marked a formal declaration of war from Orochimaru. And though the pressure intensified, he felt little fear. He understood that having triumphed over Orochimaru once, he could do so again. The next encounter would herald Orochimaru's demise. What rewards might the system bestow upon him for vanquishing Orochimaru? Meanwhile, Tsunade, consumed by rage after reading the message, struck the ground with a powerful fist, shattering it into fragments, along with the paper in her grasp. That scoundrel, Orochimaru. He dares to covet Ling's eyes. Tsunade seethed, her voice resonating with boundless fury and hatred. I will not allow him to succeed. Ling, I will protect you. Together we shall confront Orochimaru. This endeavor had not succeeded in capturing Orochimaru, rendering the entire mission seemingly futile. Apart from exposing Orochimaru as the dark shadow behind the Sound Ninja village, they had garnered little else of value. Jiraiya and Tsunade walked side by side, both bearing somber expressions, weighed down by their thoughts. During the lengthy journey home, the trio chose silence. After a full day of arduous travel, they finally returned from the ominous Sound Ninja village to the familiar confines of Konoha. Without pausing, they made their way directly to the Hokage's office, eager to report the mission's outcome to the third Hokage. Standing before the third Hokage, Uchiha Ling spoke with a steady and powerful voice, succinctly recounting the entirety of the mission. As he narrated, the third Hokage's brow furrowed gradually, his gaze growing profound. Thus unfolded the tale. Upon concluding his report, Uchiha Ling observed the third Hokage nod slowly, before his attention shifted to Jiraiya, seemingly seeking confirmation. Jiraiya met the gaze of the third Hokage, nodding affirmatively to confirm that Uchiha Rin's report was entirely consistent with the actual events of the mission. The third Hokage inhaled deeply from his pipe, slowly exhaling a series of smoke rings, his face etched with gravity. It was unexpected that Orochimaru had long harbored intentions of betrayal. He murmured softly to himself, seemingly chastising his own inability to detect it sooner. Thanks to Rin's discovery of Orochimaru's clandestine laboratory, Konoha could have avoided further casualties. With a heavy sigh, the third Hokage gently tapped his pipe, shaking off the ash. Tsunade observed him, her eyes filled with concern. "Teacher, this is not your fault. Even those of us who spent every day with him failed to perceive his ambitions. As Hokage, your responsibilities are immense, and it is unreasonable to expect you to be aware of everything." Yet, the third Hokage merely shook his head with a bitter smile. "Regardless, I am both Hokage and his teacher, and I failed to recognize and prevent this in time. This is my dereliction of duty." His tone was imbued with self-reproach and regret. Suddenly, he lifted his head sharply, his gaze resolute, and decisively issued an order to Yamamoto. Immediately announced to the outside world that Orochimaru is a traitor to Konoha. In that moment, he once again embodied the authority and decisiveness expected of a Hokage. The third Hokage did not elaborate on the pursuit of Orochimaru as his former teacher. He was acutely aware of Orochimaru's formidable strength, which would be challenging for a standard Jonin team to confront. Breaking the brief silence, Jiraiya's eyes shone with determination, as if he had already devised a comprehensive plan. "Leave Orochimaru to me," he volunteered, his voice carrying an undeniable conviction. "I will bring him back." The third Hokage nodded slightly, fully trusting in Jiraiya's abilities and their bond. "I shall accompany you." Tsunade's voice suddenly pierced the air, her chest heaving with anger. "I must avenge my fallen comrades." Uchiha Rin looked at Tsunade with concern, extending his hand to gently grasp hers. He could feel the chill and tremor in her palm. At this moment, Tsunade was far from the formidable kunoichi who would later endure multiple ninja world wars. She was merely a 20-year-old girl with limited battlefield experience. "Tsunade, you need to calm down," Uchiha Rin spoke softly, attempting to soothe her. "Right now, you are not his equal." He held her hand tightly, trying to convey his thoughts to her. Tsunade opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say more, but Uchiha Rin gently shook his head, interrupting her. "Trust Lord Jiraiya," he urged. "With his strength, bringing back Orochimaru is more than feasible." His gaze turned to Jiraiya, filled with admiration. However, deep within Uchiha Rin's heart lay a more complex emotion. Jiraiya harbored suspicions about him, yet lacked evidence. And what of Uchiha Rin? Had he not also contemplated the notion of ending Jiraiya's life? Yet, executing such a silent act within the confines of Konoha seemed an almost insurmountable task. However, once one departs from the village, the situation changes entirely. These thoughts flashed through Uchiha Ling's mind, yet he maintained a serene and gentle smile upon his face. He released Tsunade's hand and, with unwavering resolve, turned his gaze towards the third Hokage and Jiraiya, declaring, "I shall fully support Lord Jiraiya's mission." After a moment of contemplation, the third Hokage replied, "Then let Jiraiya undertake the task of bringing back the rogue ninja Orochimaru. As for you, Ling and Tsunade, you both shall remain active within the village for now. During these tumultuous times, Konoha cannot afford to lose any more personnel." Understood. Upon leaving the Hokage building, Jiraiya prepared to embark on his quest to find Orochimaru. His mind burdened with numerous questions. Until he confronted Orochimaru, these inquiries would likely remain unresolved. Uchiha Ling took Tsunade's hand, escorting her back to her residence in silence. Observing her tall, graceful figure, with lines both smooth and elegant, Ling was overwhelmed by an indescribable emotion. She resembled a delicate lotus, pure and unconventional, stirring an undeniable affection within him. He swallowed hard, inhaling deeply in an attempt to calm his racing heart. He yearned to disclose his innermost thoughts to Tsunade at that very moment. However, when the words lingered on his lips, he faltered, uncertain of how to begin. "Tsunade," Uchiha Ling called softly, his voice imbued with boundless tenderness. Tsunade turned, her clear eyes reflecting Ling's image. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, it was as if a gentle autumn breeze swept through, awakening an unspoken sentiment within both their hearts. Gathering his courage, Ling stepped forward and gently enveloped Tsunade in his embrace, speaking earnestly, "You must remain strong, no matter what transpires in the future. do not stray from my side." His voice trembled slightly, betraying his fear of her departure. Moved by Ling's gesture, Tsunade felt the warmth and steadfastness of his embrace. A corner of her heart seemed to awaken, compelling her to reach out and hold Ling tightly, responding softly, "Ling, I will always be by your side." Upon hearing Tsunade's reply, a wave of warmth surged within Ling, prompting him to tighten his hold as if to meld her into his very being. The two remained locked in a heartfelt embrace before Tsunade's doorstep, savoring the quiet intimacy of the moment. At that instant, their souls seemed intertwined, as though they could sense each other's heartbeat and breath. Conquest value with Tsunade has risen to 95. The system's voice interjected inopportunely. As he watched Tsunade enter her home, Ling stared at the door for a lingering moment. It appeared that the final 5 points would require him to deal with the perpetrator who had slain Kato Dan. Contemplating this, Ling's gaze grew increasingly frigid. Orochimaru. In the next breath, Ling abruptly turned his head to focus on a shadowy figure beckoning him from the street corner. Approaching the figure with caution, he discovered that the individual wore an Umbu fox mask. "Did the Hokage summon me for something?" Uchiha Ling inquired, perplexed, as they had just departed from the Hokage's office. "Uchiha Ling, Lord Danzo requests your presence." Beneath the guise of a fox mask, a voice emerged that Uchiha Ling had never encountered before. The Roots operative. As the shadow of Konoha, Shimura Danzo had always been the person Uchiha Ling regarded with utmost vigilance, without exception. Danzo was a cunning old fox. Although he had not yet fully transformed into the embodiment of darkness within the shinobi world as he had during the Third Great Ninja War, his scheming nature was sufficient to keep Uchiha Ling on high alert. In Danzo's presence, it was likely that his innermost thoughts would be discerned. "Lead the way." Uchiha Ling replied indifferently. Despite his reluctance to confront Danzo directly, to decline would only serve to confirm his own guilt. The Root Ninja nodded and leaped onto the rooftops, guiding him onward. Following in the wake of this Root operative, Uchiha Ling found himself in a forest beyond the village's borders. A barrier? Uchiha Ling sensed he had crossed some form of protective boundary. "Fear not. This is merely a standard barrier to prevent prying eyes." A somber voice emerged from the shadows of the trees. Shimura Danzo stepped forth from behind the trunk, facing Uchiha Ling directly. At that moment, he was not yet bound in bandages, nor had he received the transplant of Uchiha Shisui's eye into his right socket. "Lord Danzo." Uchiha Ling feigned excitement, as if encountering a high-ranking official within the village. "You may withdraw," Danzo commanded. And Uchiha Ling felt at least 5 ninjas depart one after another from the vicinity. "Uchiha Ling, what are your thoughts on Orochimaru?" Danzo's piercing gaze fixed intently on Uchiha Ling, awaiting his response. A sudden tightening gripped Uchiha Ling's heart. He sensed an undercurrent of tension enveloping the air. Although his antagonistic relationship with Orochimaru was well known, Danzo had deliberately summoned him to inquire, underscoring the peculiarity of the situation. "Orochimaru is a traitor to the village." Uchiha Ling spoke through gritted teeth, his eyes ablaze with contempt for Orochimaru. "How dare he conduct inhumane experiments on our villagers in secret? Such acts are utterly unforgivable." He donned a mask of rage, exclaiming, "I would relish the opportunity to slay him myself, to avenge our fallen." Danzo regarded Uchiha Ling with a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. He nodded slowly and, in a low voice, remarked, "Orochimaru's defection has cost Konoha yet another elite jonin. This matter cannot be overlooked by Hokage Hiruzen." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Ling felt a jolt of alarm but quickly regained his composure, defending the third Hokage. Lord Hokage is burdened with countless responsibilities. Given Orochimaru's cunning nature, it is only natural he was not detected immediately. After speaking, he perceptibly noticed a shift in Danzo's demeanor and swiftly altered the subject to criticize the Umbu. However, the Umbu is indeed incompetent. They allow villagers to vanish repeatedly without taking any action. Danzo, upon hearing this, slightly shook his head, his expression mirroring dissatisfaction. The Umbu under Hiruzen's leadership indeed seemed somewhat ineffectual. Such a department would be better managed by an old hand like himself. As he spoke, he moved closer to Uchiha Ling, placing a hand on his shoulder and inviting him to take a seat on a nearby chair. Tuanzong gazed intently into Uchiha Ling's eyes and suddenly inquired, "What is your perspective on the will of fire?" A flicker of awareness stirred within Uchiha Ling. He comprehended that Tuanzang's arrival was not merely to address the issue of Orochimaru's defection. Although that matter was grave, Tuanzong, as a senior figure of Konoha, would not personally seek him out for such a reason. Indeed, the true purpose of Tuanzong's visit had now revealed itself. He steadied his breath, striving to appear as calm as possible. Tuanzong's gaze was sharp as that of a hawk, seemingly capable of penetrating the depths of one's soul. Uchiha Ling understood that a careless response on his part could lead him down the perilous path once trodden by Uchiha Shisui. Although Shisui had not yet come into existence at this moment, the narrative he had witnessed in his past life lingered hauntingly in his mind. The idea of sacrificing oneself to illuminate the future for the next generation. Uchiha Ling inhaled deeply, as if infused with fervent passion. His eyes sparkled with an intense glow, and his voice resonated with fervor. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Tuanzong's eyes, and he patted Uchiha Ling's shoulder with force, as if to convey both trust and expectation. The sacrifices of our generation are made for your new one. Tuanzong's voice, deep and powerful, echoed like the solemn beats of a drum, reverberating in Uchiha Ling's heart. Seeing you thrive would bring comfort to both teacher Tobarama and Senjikuin. Uchiha Ling nodded, his gaze resolute, even though he did not entirely align with Tuanzong's sentiments. His expression and demeanor conveyed his determination perfectly, as if signaling his resolve to Tuanzong. Lord Second Hokage and Senior Senju are indeed our paragons, he articulated, his words brimming with reverence and aspiration. Tuanzong scrutinized his eyes, seemingly attempting to decipher something within. That gaze felt akin to two blazing flames, striving to pierce the core of Uchiha Ling's being. Under such fervent scrutiny, Uchiha Ling felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head, yet he remained composed, revealing no signs of vulnerability. At last, Tuanzong spoke. Uchiha Ling, your talent and awareness inspire hope within me. I wish to extend an invitation for you to join the Root. There lies the realm where you can truly shine. The prospect of joining Root was untenable. He would not permit himself to be ensnared by another. Uchiha Ling gently shook his head, meeting Tuanzong's gaze squarely. Elder Tuanzong, I sincerely appreciate your invitation. However, I am currently serving in the guard, and thus I fear I cannot join Root. Furthermore, clan leader Fugaku would not permit such a move, as it could disrupt the delicate balance between the village and the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Tuanzong's features. Yet he did not press further. In that case, I shall not compel you, he sighed, continuing, however, as long as you are willing. The doors of Root shall remain eternally open to you. Uchiha Ling bowed deeply to Tuanzong, and then turned to leave. He could feel Tuanzong's gaze following him closely until he exited the woods. It seemed that Tuanzong had not yet relinquished his desire to infiltrate the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Ling murmured to himself, a hint of barely perceptible concern etched upon his brow. At this moment, one's circumstances bear a striking resemblance to that of the future Itachi Uchiha, having become a prime target for Danzo's relentless recruitment efforts. Should he acquiesce to Danzo, he would inevitably become the clandestine thorn embedded within the Uchiha clan. Upon returning to the Uchiha compound, Uchiha Ling's steps felt unusually heavy. The recent days had been marked by arduous journeys and fierce battles, and even with the prowess of an elite jonin, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed. Before he could even settle down to rest, he keenly sensed the presence of someone standing outside the door. The distinctive chakra fluctuations enabled him to instantly discern the identity of the visitor. Come in, he murmured softly, his tone laced with a hint of resignation. The paper door was gently pushed open, revealing a young Uchiha clan member whose face radiated a brilliant smile. As expected of you, Lingji, I was detected the moment I arrived. Uchiha Ling removed his vest, inquiring, Fugaku-sama, what brings you to me? Uchiha Fugaku let out a soft sigh, his brow furrowed, burdened by the immense pressure the village was currently facing due to Orochimaru's affairs. Lingji, could you elaborate on the circumstances at hand? Uchiha Ling nodded slightly, pushing a cup of tea toward Fugaku, and began to recount the entire sequence of events in detail. This is how it stands. Human experimentation? Betrayal? Uchiha Fugaku gasped in astonishment. Though he had been vaguely aware of the situation, the intricate details were entirely new to him. He anxiously cradled the cup of tea, sipping it as he murmured, truly a tumultuous time. With so many strong individuals absent from the village, what shall we do next? Noticing the tone of urgency in Ling's voice, Fugaku responded, is there more happening? Uchiha Fugaku set down his cup, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Lingji, are you unaware? The Hidden Rain village has declared war on the Land of Iron, launching a massive invasion. It is said that the Land of Iron is on the brink of collapse. He eagerly shared this latest tidbit of news, seemingly eager to witness the shock on Uchiha Ling's face. However, Ling's reaction was unexpectedly composed. Upon hearing the news, Uchiha Ling merely paused momentarily, his action stiffening for just an instant. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, as if the revelation had not significantly impacted him. The rain has begun its expansion, indicating that the Second Great Ninja War is imminent, Uchiha Ling contemplated. With his current strength, self-preservation was not a concern. The real question was how to extract greater benefits from the unfolding chaos. Observing that Uchiha Ling displayed little surprise or interest, Uchiha Fugaku felt a tinge of curiosity. "Aren't you intrigued, Lingji?" Uchiha Ling offered a slight smile, shaking his head. "Rather than concern myself with such news, I would prefer to devote this time to my own advancement. As I understand it, Fugaku-sama, you have yet to awaken your Mangekyou Sharingan, correct?" As he spoke, he gently activated his own Sharingan. The mesmerizing three-tomo fixated intently upon the youthful boy before him. Should one perish on the battlefield, it would indeed bring shame upon the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback by Uchiha Rin's words and gaze. He ran his fingers through his dark hair, attempting to divert the conversation with a light-hearted chuckle. "I just remembered, Mikoto seems to have summoned me. I must be on my way." With that, he stood up, preparing to leave. However, Uchiha Rin had no intention of letting him escape, swiftly using a body flicker technique to block Fugaku's path. Drawing a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, he cast a penetrating gaze at the averted-eyed Uchiha Fugaku. "Fugaku clan leader," he remarked, "evading training is not a commendable habit. Come, let us commence our training." Fugaku, gritting his teeth, followed Uchiha Rin to the courtyard. The name Uchiha Rin resonated with greater renown within the Uchiha clan than that of its leader. His prowess required no embellishment. Even the typically haughty and obstinate elders were compelled to regard him with newfound respect, as he was undeniably the preeminent figure of the Uchiha. The three-tomo in Uchiha Rin's eyes began to rotate slowly. He casually warned Fugaku, "If you do not take this seriously, it could cost you your life." His words exuded an air of imperious authority. Taking a deep breath, Fugaku activated his double-tomo Sharingan, its cold light glistening fiercely. He did not flinch. Instead, he bravely met Rin's gaze. He was no ordinary foe. Suddenly, Fugaku made his move. With a speed that was nearly imperceptible, he launched an attack on Rin. The kunai in his hand shot forth like a bolt of lightning, aimed directly at Rin's eyes, swift and ruthless. Simultaneously, his hands flew through hand seals. And with a fierce shout, a massive fireball erupted from his mouth, hurtling towards Rin. Fire release, great fireball technique. Unfazed, Uchiha Rin deftly deflected Fugaku's kunai with a flick of his own. His movements were clean and precise, devoid of any superfluous action. Almost simultaneously, he began forming hand seals. Fire release, dragon fire technique. The fire dragon that erupted from his mouth roared forth with such intensity that it completely engulfed Fugaku's great fireball technique. The dragon, fierce and ravenous, lunged at Fugaku as if intent on consuming him in its blazing inferno. Clang, clang. The sharp sound of metal clashing pierced the silence, akin to arrows shattering the stillness, suddenly emanating from Uchiha Rin's right side. Simultaneously, Uchiha Fugaku's figure materialized like a specter on his left. Instantly alert, Rin gripped his kunai tightly, bracing for an encounter with Fugaku on the left. However, his peripheral vision caught a glimmer of cold light on the right, a shuriken spinning rapidly in his direction. A flicker of surprise crossed Uchiha Rin's eyes, yet his reflexes were astonishingly swift. With a flick of his wrist, the kunai flew from his hand like an arrow released from its bow, accurately striking down the incoming shuriken. In that moment, he found himself unarmed yet unflinching, advancing towards Uchiha Fugaku. Their gazes clashed fiercely in the air, as if sparks might ignite from their intensity. Boom! At that critical juncture, Uchiha Rin's agility was on full display. With a swift motion, he forcefully deflected the kunai from Fugaku's grasp, his speed leaving onlookers in awe. Almost instantaneously, he closed the distance, delivering a powerful elbow strike directly to Fugaku's chest. A successful hit. The figure of Uchiha Fugaku leaped from above, only for the shadow before Uchiha Ling to dissolve into a cloud of white mist. It was merely a shadow clone. A faint smile graced Uchiha Ling's lips as he remarked, "An admirable tactic, But alas, it pales in comparison to absolute strength. With a decisive stomp, he struck the ground, sending deep fissures rippling through the earth. Harnessing the momentum of his strike, he soared into the air, delivering a fierce kick aimed at Fugaku's face. The force behind the kick was formidable. With a cry of anguish, Uchiha Fugaku was sent flying, crashing heavily against the rooftop. He rolled several times before coming to a halt, wincing as he cradled his rapidly swelling cheek. "Ling, that kick nearly ruined my looks," Fugaku complained, his expression one of distress. Uchiha Ling gracefully leapt onto the rooftop, hands on his hips, gazing down at Fugaku with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "If you must place blame, direct it at the glaring flaws in your defense. Remember, Fugaku, in a true battle, you would not be met with my foot, but with a deadly kunai." Though he chastised Fugaku on the surface, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Uchiha Ling's eyes. He had to concede that Fugaku's strategy had been quite ingenious. It was merely the timing that had faltered. Had those 3 attacks been executed simultaneously, even he would have found himself in a precarious situation. Sighing, Uchiha Fugaku expressed his disappointment. "I thought my shuriken manipulation technique would give you a run for your money, Ling, but it was easily countered." Understanding Fugaku's sentiments, Uchiha Ling extended his hand, smiling warmly. "Rise, Fugaku. Failure is inconsequential. What matters is your growth. As the clan leader of the Uchiha, you cannot afford to be weak." Gratitude illuminated Fugaku's face as he grasped Ling's hand, using it for support to stand, brushing off the dust clinging to his attire. He chuckled, a mixture of admiration and pride in his voice. "That's because you are just too strong, Ling. In my eyes, with your prowess, you are not far from the legendary Madara." To be compared to Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Ling was momentarily taken aback. The gulf in strength between himself and Madara remained vast, particularly since he had yet to awaken his Sharingan. If he were to face Madara, he feared he would be swiftly defeated. He shook his head slightly, a bittersweet smile forming. "There remains a significant disparity between my abilities and those of the illustrious Madara." "How great is that disparity?" Uchiha Fugaku inquired with curiosity. Having been born after the legendary figures Madara and Hashirama had already passed, he lacked a first-hand understanding of their formidable powers. Uchiha Ling pondered for a moment, reluctant to dampen Fugaku's enthusiasm. He thus explained in a more tactful manner, "It is somewhat akin to the disparity in strength between you and the third Hokage." He extended his hand, gesturing to illustrate a rough range, attempting to help Fugaku grasp the concept more intuitively. After a brief sojourn at Uchiha Ling's residence, Uchiha Fugaku finally rose to depart. Just before crossing the threshold, he instinctively rubbed his cheek, where a conspicuous red mark lingered. How could he possibly explain this to Mikoto? "Just tell her the truth," Uchiha Ling proposed. Uchiha Fugaku became instantly agitated, exclaiming, "That is out of the question. If Mikoto discovers that you easily bested me, where would I hide my face?" Uchiha Ling stood at the door, watching Fugaku's retreating figure until it vanished from view. He then turned and returned indoors, lying on his bed, inhaling deeply as he activated his system panel. Host, Uchiha Ling, age, 18 years, rank, elite Jonin, strength, 90, speed, 95, chakra, 150, ninjutsu, mastery in fire style, mastery in lightning style, mastery in illusions, advanced taijutsu. Spirit transformation technique, bloodline limit, Sharingan, 3 tomo. Current conquest target conquest value, 95, Tsunade. Achieving 100 grants the perfect with style bloodline limit. Current hunt target kill value, none. Skill points, 10. Items, 100 explosive tags, 100 shuriken, 100 kunai. He furrowed his brow, noting that the strength values had remained stagnant for quite some time. Of late, the village patrols had grown increasingly stringent, hindering his ability to assassinate fellow ninjas for the acquisition of kill points as he once did. His gaze lingered on the system panel, ultimately fixating on the conquest of Tsunade. This appeared to be his sole viable path to enhancing his power at present. Yet, the progress of 5 remained elusive, resembling an insurmountable chasm. Was it possible that Tsunade was still haunted by the death of Kato Dan? He muttered to himself, a flicker of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Or perhaps, I must first eliminate Orochimaru? At the mere thought of Orochimaru, Uchiha Ling's eyes narrowed, a murderous intent nearly spilling forth. With the advantage of intelligence, defeating Orochimaru was not insurmountable. However, completely vanquishing this cunning and formidable adversary would certainly be a formidable challenge. especially considering that Orochimaru possessed considerable information about him. The effectiveness of Jinjutsu might prove difficult to replicate. His thoughts drifted towards the impending Second Shinobi World War. If he could eliminate several powerful foes during this conflict, his strength would undoubtedly experience a significant surge. Perhaps he could seize this opportunity to ascend to the level of a Kage. He mentally compiled a list of names, those that represented strength within the shinobi world, and served as stepping stones towards higher realms. As the first rays of morning sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains and graced Uchiha Ling's face, he slowly opened his eyes. Upon awakening, he felt a certain stiffness throughout his body, prompting him to stretch widely, his bones cracking with a satisfying sound. This slumber had been the most restful and comfortable he had experienced in recent times. Temporarily relinquishing all burdens to Orochimaru, he felt an unprecedented sense of ease. No longer did he have to worry about the Umbu visiting in the dead of night, nor did he need to tread carefully to conceal his secrets. As long as he eliminated Orochimaru, everyone privy to these matters would vanish. The Sound Village, he murmured to himself. Orochimaru would undoubtedly return, for it was a village capable of providing ample resources and combat strength. He would not relinquish it easily. When that time came, he merely had to wait in ambush at the Sound Village, anticipating Orochimaru's inevitable entrapment. With this thought, Uchiha Ling's spirits soared. He rose to his feet, donned his everyday Haori, and prepared to venture out. He resolved to check on Tsunade's condition first, as she was a pivotal element in his plans. Simultaneously, he sought to inquire about any recent assassination missions, perhaps even enhancing his strength before the impending conflict. Blood red pepper. A furious roar shattered the tranquility of the street. Uchiha Ling looked up to see a group of children surrounding a girl clad in red, their faces etched with anger and arrogance. Behind them stood a young man adorned with a ninja headband, his gaze cold and unwavering. The girl at the center, her fiery red hair ablaze, surveyed the scene with fearless eyes. Uchiha Ling regarded her with a sense of familiarity as a name flashed through his mind. Kushina Uzumaki? Cousin, it was she who attacked us, asserted a chubby boy at the forefront, tugging angrily at the sleeve of the Chunin beside him, pointing at Kushina with a loud voice. His expression bore traces of grievance and resentment. The Chunin furrowed his brow, incredulity washing over him as he regarded Kushina. Her? A girl? Murmurs of agreement arose from the surrounding children, their eyes fixated on Kushina, tinged with a mix of hatred and fear. The Chunin glanced at his cousin, overwhelmed by the expectant look in his eyes, feeling a surge of frustration. He had initially believed his cousin was being bullied by graduated genin, only to discover that the adversary was merely a seemingly frail girl, likely of the same graduating class as his cousin. Are you telling me that so many of you were bested by a girl? The Chunin's tone carried a hint of reproach and helplessness as he regarded Kushina, a flicker of surprise and admiration crossing his features. Standing amidst the crowd, Kushina remained unyielding. The Chunin attempted to speak, but was interrupted by Kushina's vigilant gaze. Do you wish to fight? I shall not fear you. Kushina fixed her unwavering stare on the man towering over her, her eyes shimmering with indomitable spirit, akin to a lioness poised to strike. Internally, she scoffed, recognizing that the reinforcements sought by these fools were equally ineffectual. She could sense that the amount of chakra within this man was less than a tenth of her own, and yet he was a Chunin. How absurd. I am not a Chunin attempting to explain, but Kushina has already charged forward with a punch, her fist akin to a cannonball, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, aimed directly at the Chunin's face. The Chunin's reaction was swift. He retreated with a deft step, skillfully increasing the distance between himself and Kushina. While he managed to evade harm, his cousin, standing beside him, did not escape unscathed. Kushina, seizing the moment, delivered a powerful kick that struck her cousin's abdomen. With a cry of anguish, he clutched his stomach and writhed on the ground, his face pale as a sheet. Witnessing his cousin's injury, the Chunin's gaze turned sharp and resolute. He instinctively reached for his ninja tools but ultimately decided against it, opting instead for unarmed combat against Kushina. Kushina's assault was relentless, akin to a tempest, leaving the Chunin no respite. Her fists and feet fell upon him like a torrential downpour, yet the Chunin was no novice. Drawing upon his extensive combat experience, he adeptly countered Kushina's onslaught. However, even the most steadfast can falter. A swift spinning kick from Kushina connected with the Chunin's head, causing him to stagger. In response, he managed to land a punch on her abdomen, a blow that was undeniably forceful. Kushina clutched her stomach, her expression reflecting the pain. For the impact was indeed significant. As she gazed upon the Chunin, he began forming hand seals, an ominous premonition rising within her. Earth style, earth wall. His fingers moved rapidly, each gesture seemingly heralding the end of Kushina's life. Clutching her abdomen tightly, her complexion turned ghostly pale, her eyes losing focus. Each cell in her body trembling as the pain rendered her nearly breathless. The shadow of death loomed like a colossal beast, encircling Kushina from all sides. The profound darkness and terror pierced her to the core, akin to icy needles burrowing deep into her marrow. She felt as if her very life force was ebbing away, each second steeped in boundless despair. Was her life truly coming to an end? So many aspirations remained unfulfilled. Slowly, she closed her eyes, an overwhelming sense of helplessness washing over her. Enough. To employ ninjutsu against a mere child is utterly excessive. Suddenly, a gentle voice emerged, akin to a spring breeze, shattering the tense and frigid atmosphere. In a daze, Uzumaki Kushina reopened her eyes to see a handsome man with black hair standing protectively before her. Clad in a Uchiha fan-patterned haori, he faced away from the sunlight, resembling a savior descended from the heavens. The blinding rays illuminated him from behind, enveloping him in a golden halo, rendering Kushina unable to discern his features clearly. Yet, even obscured, she could feel the overwhelming strength and confidence radiating from him. Uchiha Ling seized the Chunin's hand, which was in the midst of forming seals, with a grip so powerful that the Chunin could not move. His icy gaze pierced through the Chunin like a sword, as if he could see into the depths of his soul. As a Chunin, resorting to ninjutsu against a student who hadn't even graduated from the ninja academy? Uchiha Ling's tone was laced with sarcasm and disdain. Upon noticing the fan emblem adorning Uchiha Ling, the Chunin's heart instantly sank. I had no intention of fighting. It was she who struck first before I could finish my words, he hastily explained, his voice tinged with a sense of helplessness and trepidation. Cousin, are you not going to avenge us? Upon hearing his cousin's explanation, the younger relative was taken aback, his voice rising in a weeping tone. The Chunin, incensed by this, stepped forward and seized the younger one's ear, sternly reprimanding him. How can so many of you be bested by a single girl? Clearly, your training has been insufficient. Off you go to train. At his words, the crowd dispersed in haste, not daring to linger. The Chunin turned to Uchiha Ling and sincerely apologized. I truly apologize. I shall ensure they receive a proper lesson. With that, he turned away, his silhouette reflecting a hint of desolation. After watching the Chunin depart, Uchiha Ling gradually crouched down to meet Uzumaki Kushina at eye level. Are you all right? He inquired gently. Uzumaki Kushina's admiration for him surged, her confidence increasing to a score of 10. Gazing at the man before her, the fears and regrets that had clouded her heart dissipated in an instant. She felt an unprecedented sense of safety and warmth. I'm fine, just a slight ache in my abdomen, she replied softly, tenderly rubbing her belly, and then bashfully grasped Uchiha Ling's hand, using his support to rise slowly. Feigning ignorance, Uchiha Ling smiled and asked, So, what exactly transpired? His words were imbued with genuine concern, a conversational approach that swiftly bridged the gap between strangers. They mocked my hair at school, so I unceremoniously taught them a lesson. Kushina recounted this astonishing fact with ease, as if discussing an ordinary event, a playful smirk dancing on her lips. Humph, those fellows. Calling for help when they can't win a fight. So spineless. The Uzumaki clan's remarkable resilience soon manifested, as Kushina felt the abdominal discomfort fade away. She gently patted her dress, tidying her somewhat disheveled appearance. Uchiha Ling glanced up at the sky and then extended an invitation to Kushina. It's still early. Would you care to join me for breakfast? My treat. Upon hearing this, a flicker of hesitation crossed Kushina's face. She lowered her head, mumbling softly, You saved me. How can I allow you to treat me to a meal again? Observing her bashful demeanor, Uchiha Ling found it amusing. If it were Naruto, he would undoubtedly be more forthright. He extended his hand, his smile radiant as the sun. We are all part of Konohagakure. It is only natural for us to help one another. After a moment's hesitation, Kushina finally took hold of Uchiha Ling's hand. So warm, she thought. At the moment their hands touched, her heart leaped as if something profound was awakening within her. It was a strange yet wondrous sensation, akin to tender spring buds quietly blossoming in her heart. She looked up at Uchiha Ling, and found his gaze gently fixed upon her, causing her heart to race even faster. As he gently clasped the soft hand of Kushina Uzumaki, a glimmer of insight danced in the eyes of Uchiha Ling. Realizing that a second worthy target for conquest had emerged. Current target conquest value, 10, Uzumaki Kushina. Achieving 100% conquest value grants the perfect physique of the Uzumaki clan and advanced sealing techniques. With the morning light cascading down, the streets gradually came to life. Walking side by side, Uchiha Ling sensed Kushina's initial timidity. Her small hand trembled slightly within his grasp. However, as time passed, that shyness quietly dissipated amidst their laughter, her words becoming more abundant and her demeanor increasingly relaxed. Through their light-hearted conversation, Uchiha Ling learned that Kushina was still a student at the Ninja Academy, yet to step beyond its gates. When discussing Minato Namikaze, a flicker of confusion crossed her eyes. In her mind, he remained merely a yellow-haired, somewhat foolish and peculiar classmate, leaving little impression. At this moment, the shadow of the Cloud Village kidnapping incident had yet to loom over them. Their fates were not yet intertwined in a complex tapestry. Big brother, why are you interested in that Minato Namikaze? Kushina's curiosity ignited as she tilted her head, gazing at Uchiha Ling with her clear eyes, awaiting his response. To her, Minato was just one among many diligent students at the academy, lacking anything particularly noteworthy. She had encountered him a few times on the road. His vitality and resilience were hard to overlook. Uchiha Ling smiled slightly, his expression imbued with unspoken depth. Upon hearing his words, Kushina pouted lightly, dismissively remarking, P.S. just a bookworm. Uchiha Ling's gaze towards the Uzumaki girl was filled with complex emotions, though he masked them skillfully, concealing them from her perception. Big brother, are you from the Uchiha clan? I know a girl from the Uchiha clan too, named Makoto. Kushina, racking her brain, finally found a topic to continue their conversation. Makoto, Uchiha Ling thought, recalling the sweet-smiling girl who often trailed behind Fugaku. Mentioning her brought an involuntary warmth to his smile. She is indeed a remarkable child, he replied. As it happened, Makoto was his cousin, and this familial connection had gradually fostered a closer bond with Fugaku. She blinked her brown eyes, curiously asking, Big brother, are you already a jonin? As she spoke, she swallowed her noodles, gazing at Uchiha Ling with eager anticipation. Yes, Uchiha Ling nodded with a smile. Kushina pondered for a moment before exclaiming, That's impressive. I want to become a jonin too, and then become Hokage. Her eyes sparkled with radiant enthusiasm, as if she could already envision her future self. After breakfast, Kushina hurried off to her classes at the Ninja Academy. Before departing, she cheerfully waved goodbye to Uchiha Ling, exclaiming, See you. Big brother, thank you so much today. With a smile gracing his features, Uchiha Ling waved back at Kushina. As he watched her retreating figure, an inexplicable sentiment surged within him. He harbored a premonition that they would soon meet again. Having satisfied his hunger and thirst, Uchiha Ling approached Tsunade's door with measured steps. He paused for a moment, gathering his thoughts, before gently rapping on the door, the sound echoing through the tranquil morning air. Inside, a faint rustling could be heard, as though someone was hastily tidying up. Is that you, Ling? Oh, just a moment. Tsunade's voice, tinged with a hint of fluster, accompanied the sounds of her disarray. Uchiha Ling stood quietly at the threshold, listening to the clatter within, picturing Tsunade bustling about inside. Before long, the door was flung open, and a wave of potent alcohol aroma washed over him, as if the very air had been imbued with a touch of inebriation. Tsunade stood at the entrance, beads of sweat adorning her brow, her cheeks slightly flushed, and her eyes clouded with a hint of daze. She still wore the jonin vest from the previous day, her hair tousled against her forehead, exuding an aura of nonchalance and languor. Her gaze carried a tinge of apology. I'm sorry, Ling, for keeping you waiting at the door. Her voice, slightly husky, was rendered all the more alluring. This version of Tsunade was a stark contrast to her usual self, imbued with a wild charm, akin to a blooming rose, breathtakingly beautiful. You've been drinking? Uchiha Ling's brows furrowed, his eyes revealing a trace of discontent. Just a little. Tsunade admitted candidly, her fingers playfully tugging at Uchiha Ling's sleeve, ushering him inside. Come in, don't just stand there. Upon entering the room, Uchiha Ling's gaze was immediately drawn to the mountain of empty bottles in the corner, a wave of unease washing over him. He turned to Tsunade, his tone grave as he inquired, Tsunade, what's wrong? His penetrating gaze seemed to seek out the depths of her soul. Tsunade blinked, the alcohol dulling her mind. Huh, I'm fine, she replied, tilting her head in confusion, a smile forced upon her face to mask her inner turmoil, yet her flickering eyes betrayed her. Uchiha Ling astutely noted this subtle shift. He grasped her shoulders firmly, his eyes locking onto hers with electric intensity. Death cannot be reversed. His resolute voice pierced through the air, reaching Tsunade's ears with an urgency. Under his unwavering gaze, Tsunade could no longer evade the truth. She lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper. I know. Her shoulders trembled slightly beneath Uchiha Ling's hands. Seeing Tsunade in such a state filled Uchiha Ling with apprehension. She teetered on the precipice of danger. If this continued, she could plunge into deeper despair, perhaps even become extreme. He could not bear to witness his beloved endure such torment, nor could he allow her to become as extreme as himself. All of this stemmed from his own inadequacies. One extreme soul was enough. Lady Tsunade, shall we embark on a mission together? Uchiha Ling shifted the conversation, extending an invitation to Tsunade. In this moment, Tsunade sought not merely solace, but rather an opportunity to temporarily cast aside her anguish and regain her composure. Let us momentarily cast aside all burdens and immerse ourselves in our task. Once we have grown stronger, we shall avenge those we have lost. Uchiha Ling's gaze was firmly fixed upon Tsunade's countenance. He grasped her shoulders with a grip that inadvertently intensified with urgency. Tsunade lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with confusion and helplessness. She stared at her hands, stained with remnants of alcohol, once filled with strength, now evoking an unprecedented sense of powerlessness and defeat. Do I truly possess the ability to protect all of this? Her voice betrayed profound doubt and insecurity. Of course you do. Uchiha Ling's tone was resolute, leaving no room for dissent. He regarded Tsunade intently, declaring, in my eyes, you are a formidable kunoichi. Encouraged by Uchiha Ling's words, Tsunade's internal turmoil seemed to wane slightly. She nodded, her voice still trembling but now laced with newfound determination. All right, I will request this from my teacher. Allow me a moment of solitude, she added, turning unsteadily toward her bedroom. Uchiha Ling watched her retreating figure with concern, and as her silhouette neared the threshold of the door, he could not restrain himself from calling out, take care and rest well. The unsteady figure paused at the doorway, seemingly acknowledging his concern. The door then closed slowly, sealing away all chaos and clamor from the outside world. Uchiha Ling silently began tidying the room, collecting discarded bottles and kitchen refuse. He cast a final, lingering glance at the now-closed bedroom door before turning to exit the room, gently shutting the door behind him, leaving tranquility and serenity for Tsunade. After tossing the bag of refuse into the distant trash bin, Uchiha Ling set forth on the path to the Hokage office. A gentle breeze caressed him, yet it could not dispel the heavy clouds of uncertainty that lingered in his mind. Suddenly, a mechanical and emotionless voice echoed in his mind. Tsunade's conquest value has decreased by 5. At the sound of this proclamation, his expression nearly faltered, his head swirling with questions. What have I done wrong? Uchiha Ling silently lamented, confusion and indignation surging within him. He believed he had embodied the ideal boyfriend, offering unwavering care and protection. How could her conquest value possibly diminish? Puzzled and unable to fathom the reason, Uchiha Ling entered the Hokage's office, burdened by this significant query. He gently pushed open the door to the Hokage's office, the slight collision of the door with its frame disrupting the room's tranquility. He glanced at the third Hokage, who was engrossed in paperwork, and greeted him softly and respectfully. Good morning, Lord Hokage. The third Hokage lifted his gaze from the mountain of documents, a fleeting look of surprise flickering in his eyes upon recognizing Uchiha Ling. He set down his pen and gently inquired, Ling, having just completed the mission, do you not intend to take a moment to rest? Although Orochimaru had not been successfully captured, the third Hokage still regarded their endeavor as the fulfillment of an S-rank mission. Uchiha Ling shook his head slightly, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips, yet his eyes betrayed no mirth. Lord Hokage, this attempt to apprehend Orochimaru has profoundly illuminated my shortcomings. He spoke slowly, a hint of self-mockery lacing his tone. I may be considered formidable in solitary combat, but when faced with a coordinated assault from the enemy, I find myself utterly powerless. The third Hokage furrowed his brow, sensing the weight behind Uchiha Ling's words. What are your thoughts on this? Uchiha Ling inhaled deeply, determination igniting in his gaze. My squad has been reduced to just me. I wish to undertake some assassination missions. He paused before continuing. This is precisely where my strengths lie, and I require such experiences to enhance my skills and knowledge. In a recent mission, Uchiha Ling was the sole survivor. The entire squad, including the leading Jonin, had perished, leaving him to eliminate the enemy with his awakened three-tomo Sharingan. This was the narrative presented to the outside world. The truth remained that he, Uchiha Ling, had been the one to slay both his comrades and the opposing ninjas. The only one privy to this reality was himself. After a moment of silence, the third Hokage scrutinized Uchiha Ling's face, seemingly searching for clues. Ultimately, it was he who broke the silence, rummaging through the drawer of his desk to retrieve a sealed document pouch. Here, I have a suitable assassination mission for you. He handed the pouch to Uchiha Ling. At that moment, the door swung open, and a tall man with a head of white hair strode in, exuding an aura of resilience and depth. Lord Hokage, you summon me? Shwomo, your timing is impeccable. The third Hokage gestured toward the open document pouch in Uchiha Ling's hands. Take a look at Ling's mission. Uchiha Ling smiled and greeted the newcomer. Good morning, Senior Shwomo. The visitor was none other than Hitaki Shwomo, who would later become a legendary figure in the ninja world as the Konoha White Fang. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement of Uchiha Ling's greeting, then accepted the mission document, his keen eyes swiftly scanning its contents. His brow furrowed and relaxed intermittently, indicating his serious contemplation of the task at hand. Infiltrate the Rain Village, ascertain the current situation, and assassinate Hanzo the Salamander if circumstances permit? Hitaki Shwomo's tone carried a note of skepticism as he raised his gaze to the third Hokage, awaiting further clarification. The third Hokage extinguished his pipe and set it aside, his expression growing grave. Recently, there have been significant military movements in the Rain Village, and they have even launched a large-scale invasion of the Land of Iron. Hanzo's ambitions appear quite formidable. I fear that they may soon pose a threat to the peace of the Land of Fire. Hitaki Shwomo's brow furrowed deeply. After a moment of reflection, he inquired, then why not directly assassinate Hanzo the Salamander? His tone was imbued with a sense of perplexity and confusion. Clearly, the name Hanzo of the Salamander, mentioned in the task, was unfamiliar to him. Uchiha Ling similarly furrowed his brow. Was there truly a character by that name in the storyline of Naruto? The third Hokage sighed softly, his eyes betraying a profound concern. He began to elucidate. Hanzo the Salamander is exceedingly cunning. The difficulty of directly assassinating him is immense. Moreover, as the leader of the Rain Village, his demise would likely plunge the entire village into chaos. Should the rogue ninjas take advantage of this turmoil and invade the Land of Fire, the consequences would be dire. He paused momentarily before continuing. As for Hanzo's aide, he wields considerable influence and orchestrates many affairs from behind the scenes, holding a wealth of military secrets of the Rain Village. One could say he is Hanzo's right hand. Eliminating him would serve as a warning to Hanzo and significantly mitigate the threat posed by the Rain Village to us. The third Hokage, with a frigid tone, had determined the fate of another nation's prominent figure, as if discussing the most mundane of matters. For him, the true concern was not the life or death of Hanzo or his aide, but rather the potential havoc that could ensue in the Land of Rain, as displaced rogue ninjas might flood into the Land of Fire, disrupting its peace. After absorbing the third Hokage's explanation, Hitaki Tsukumo's gaze flickered with understanding. He refrained from saying much more and simply inquired, I comprehend. When shall I depart? The sooner, the better, the third Hokage replied solemnly, before the situation deteriorates further. He then gestured towards Uchiha Ling, who stood beside him. By the way, Ling will be your companion on this mission. Uchiha Ling smiled and extended his hand toward Hitaki Tsukumo, his voice brimming with respect. I look forward to your guidance, Tsukumo-senpai. The afternoon sun filtered through the treetops, casting dappled light upon the entrance of Uchiha Ling's home. There's no need to rush, Tsukumo-senpai. The Land of Rain is not far, Uchiha Ling remarked, somewhat exasperated by the fully armed Hitaki Tsukumo before him. Hitaki Tsukumo resolutely shook his head, his tone revealing an undeniable determination. Speed is of the essence. Intelligence gathering is paramount. We must ensure the Hokage possesses ample information before the situation escalates. Yet, even with sufficient intelligence, the onset of the Second Great Ninja War could not be averted. Having witnessed the unfolding events, Uchiha Ling did not believe that eliminating Hanzo's aide would prevent the war. As long as the conditions were ripe, Whether it was Hanzo or another, the war would inevitably commence. These contemplations remained unvoiced, and he merely nodded in acknowledgement of Tsukumo's words. He turned and returned to his quarters to gather his gear. When he reappeared before Hatake Tsukumo, his demeanor had transformed into one of cold resolve. "Tsukumo-senpai, let us depart." Although the third Hokage had only suggested the possibility of assassinating Hanzo Asade, in Uchiha Ling's mind, the target of this mission had already been marked for death. This journey must yield some rewards. Returning empty-handed is simply unacceptable. Two elite jonin moved as swiftly as the wind, and within less than a day, Uchiha Ling and Hatake Tsukumo had already set foot upon the territory of the Land of Rain. Uchiha Ling raised a hand to wipe the sweat from his brow and gazed up at the blazing sun hanging in the sky, his brow furrowed in concern. Upon hearing the name Land of Rain, he had envisioned a place perpetually drenched in downpours. Yet, given the current weather, could it be that they had taken a wrong turn? Hatake Tsukumo smiled faintly, maintaining a composed stride ahead. Indeed, the Land of Rain often experienced relentless rainfall throughout the year, yet there were also days of clear skies. He pointed into the distance and continued. Though this land is called the Land of Rain, it does not rain incessantly. However, rainy days are indeed more frequent than sunny ones. Upon hearing this, admiration flickered across Uchiha Ling's face. "Senior Tsukumo, your breadth of knowledge is truly impressive. I am in awe." His words were imbued with sincerity, as if he were an ordinary ninja, new to the world and still grappling with many unknowns. He trailed behind Hatake Tsukumo, a glint of concealed ambition shining in his eyes. What rewards might await him should he eliminate Tsukumo here? Perhaps the legacy of the Hatake family's swordsmanship? The thought emerged, but was quickly suppressed. Uchiha Ling gently shook his head. Should his comrades begin to fall inexplicably, suspicion would inevitably arise. Such matters would have to be postponed for another time. "Senior Tsukumo, your path is destined to lead to self-destruction when that time comes. I shall bid you farewell with a gentle blade, and that would hardly be excessive, would it?" His gaze returned to the figure of Hatake Tsukumo, swirling with myriad thoughts. Suddenly, Hatake Tsukumo halted abruptly, his body freezing as if he had become a statue. Uchiha Ling was startled by this unexpected change, a wave of tension washing over him. Cold sweat trickling down his spine. Had Tsukumo sensed the murderous intent lurking deep within his heart? Fortunately, Uchiha Ling's fears did not materialize. Hatake Tsukumo's gaze, sharp as a blade, was fixed intently upon the dense woods ahead, as if he could pierce through the layers of foliage. A squad of ninjas lay ahead. Hatake Tsukumo's voice, deep and resonant, conveyed an aura of reliability. Having spoken, he slowly drew the legendary chakra short blade, known as White Fang, from his back and gracefully leaped into the branches of the towering trees. His movements were swift, akin to a nimble leopard poised to pounce. Uchiha Ling exhaled in relief, the tension in his heart easing somewhat. He quickly activated his Sharingan, the pupils gleaming with an eerie crimson light, and followed Hatake Tsukumo's lead. The two advanced stealthily through the dense foliage. As they drew closer, the ninja squad gradually came into Uchiha Ling's line of sight. 1 elite ninja and 8 lower-ranked ninjas. Hatake Tsukumo instantly assessed their strength distribution. A hint of gravity crossing his features. Uchiha Ling murmured, "They are from the Rain Ninja." His Sharingan remained fixed on the elite ninja opposite them. Would they engage? Uchiha Ling tentatively inquired, a hint of anticipation lacing his voice. Shikaku, after a moment's contemplation, let his gaze wander over the members of their small team, as if weighing the pros and cons of their situation. Ultimately, he reached a decision. They had not been detected, and it was prudent to circumvent the confrontation, prioritizing their mission. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Ling felt a twinge of reluctance, yet he recognized it as the wisest course of action available. He nodded silently and trailed behind Shikaku, both men once more blending into the dense foliage of the forest. However, just as they relinquished the notion of engagement, a shuriken sliced through the air, hurtling towards the tree that concealed them. It pierced the air with a fierce whoosh, embedding itself beside Uchiha Ling and leaving a deep gash in the trunk. They had been discovered. A jolt of alarm surged through both Uchiha Ling and Shikaku. Yet they refrained from revealing themselves, maintaining a heightened state of vigilance in anticipation of the unfolding events. "Who goes there?" A commanding and wary voice boomed. It was the jonin, Yujiri Hayabusa. Clutching several shuriken, his gaze was fixed on the tree, acutely aware of the presence of someone nearby. The remaining 8 ninjas swiftly spread out, forming a combat formation that encircled the tree. Their expressions were taut, their eyes sharp as blades, poised to confront any potential adversary. Is anyone there? One of the genin could not contain himself, breaking the tense silence as he peered at the motionless tree, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his features. Yet, Yujiri Hayabusa dismissed his subordinate's query, relying on his extensive experience and keen intuition to launch several more shuriken. These shuriken seemed to possess a mind of their own, flying directly toward the position where Uchiha Ling and Shikaku had recently been. Astonishingly, they passed through the area as if no one had ever been there. Have they vanished? Yujiri Hayabusa's brow furrowed, refusing to be deceived by this illusion. Years of combat experience told him that the enemy must be concealed nearby, employing some method to obscure their presence. Come out, he commanded sternly. You cannot hide from me, Yujiri Hayabusa. I can already sense your presence. His voice echoed through the woods. Suddenly, a sharp glimmer sliced through the air beneath Yujiri Hayabusa's feet, as if cleaving through the very barrier of the atmosphere. Shikaku emerged from the ground like a specter, his white fangs glinting with a chilling light, aimed directly at Yujiri Hayabusa's spine. Should this strike succeed, the consequences would be dire. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Hidden Technique. Shikaku called out, his figure melding with the soil, elusive and difficult to grasp. The abruptness of the attack startled Yujiri Hayabusa, yet his reflexes as a jonin, honed through years of battle, kicked in. He executed the body flicker technique, evading the lethal strike at an almost impossible angle. Though you conceal yourself well, Yujiri Hayabusa smirked, the shifting scent of the earth has betrayed your position to me. A hint of arrogant mirth danced upon his face, as if proclaiming his triumph. In stark contrast, Hatake Tsukumo's visage remained unperturbed. He gazed intently at Nozuri Hayata, his white fang once more infused with chakra, radiating a dazzling brilliance. He had fully comprehended his adversary's prowess, and now was the moment to decisively vanquish him. Unyielding, Nozuri Hayata swiftly formed hand seals, his cheeks puffing out. Water Release, Water Chaos Wave. He bellowed, unleashing a torrent of ferocious water that surged forth like a wild beast, charging towards Hatake Tsukumo. In the face of this tumultuous onslaught, Tsukumo hesitated not. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. He swiftly completed the seals, raising a formidable earthen barrier before him, a steadfast shield that repelled the raging waters entirely. Realizing his water technique had failed, Nozuri Hayata did not succumb to despair. He promptly shifted his ninjutsu, intent on delivering an even greater surprise to Tsukumo. Water Release, Water Prison Technique. He shouted, as the previously expelled water coalesced into a gigantic sphere, ensnaring Tsukumo, who had taken refuge behind the earthen wall. Tsukumo attempted to strike at the walls of the water prison with his white fang, yet all was in vain. The water prison seemed to possess a life of its own, binding him tightly with no signs of yielding. The ninjas of Konoha are nothing extraordinary. Observing Tsukumo ensnared within the water prison, Nozuri Hayata's face broke into a triumphant grin. Isn't it just a matter of time before we, the Rain Ninjas, effortlessly defeat you? His voice dripped with mockery and provocation. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, with naught but Nozuri Hayata's taunts and the sound of rushing water breaking the stillness. Have all 8 of them been dealt with? Indeed, they have been eliminated, came Uchiha Rin's voice, tinged with a hint of derision. Eagerly, he added, Tsukumo-senpai, why not leave this fellow to me? Upon hearing the voice from behind him, Nozuri Hayata's expression froze in shock. He swiftly turned, revealing 2 Konoha ninjas standing not far behind him. One, a black-haired ninja smeared with blood, was none other than Uchiha Rin. The other, presumably the white-haired ninja previously ensnared in the water prison, had somehow freed himself. A wave of astonishment and confusion washed over Nozuri Hayata. He surveyed his surroundings. The 8 lower ninjas, who had once formed a battle formation, now lay motionless on the ground. How could this be? He recoiled in terror. In the brief span of his combat with Hatake Tsukumo, had his comrades truly dispatched his subordinates? This was inconceivable, seemingly perceiving Nozuri Hayata's bewilderment and fear. Uchiha Rin flashed a bright smile, revealing his gleaming teeth. Your subordinates were quite formidable. I had to exert some effort to prevent them from fleeing. Eliminated the Rain Ninja Crow, acquired Water Release, Water Body Flicker Technique. Eliminated the Rain Ninja Kasa, acquired Water Release, Water Prison Technique. As Uchiha Ling intently gazed at the incessantly popping notifications on the system interface, each fallen adversary promised him greater rewards, causing his smile to grow ever more genuine. Just moments ago, Hatake Tsukumo had devised a tactical maneuver, effectively restraining the opposing Jonin and creating an exquisite opportunity for Uchiha Ling to execute a stealthy assassination. Like a specter, Uchiha Ling glided across the battlefield, swiftly eliminating the lower-ranked shinobi with astonishing speed. Hatake Tsukumo's initial plan had been to position himself on the periphery to deal with any potential escapees, thereby preventing any leaks of information. However, to his surprise, Uchiha Ling's assassination efforts unfolded with remarkable ease, unnoticed by any of the ranged shinobi. This prompted a newfound admiration for his youthful Uchiha comrade. A subtle smile graced Hatake Tsukumo's lips as he shook his head, contemplating the folly of entrusting all tasks to his teammates. "Let me handle this one," he mused. At that moment, the battlefield was left with only Noziri Hayabusa, who gazed in terror at the advancing Hatake Tsukumo, as if the Grim Reaper himself had arrived. Unable to suppress his fear, he stumbled back, desperately seeking to escape this formidable opponent. "You are already trapped," Noziri Hayabusa screamed, his voice laden with despair and resentment. Suddenly, a realization struck him as he glanced at his water prison technique in disbelief. Could it be? Before he could finish his thought, Hatake Tsukumo's figure had swiftly closed the distance, standing before him. "Losing focus in battle is a poor habit," Hatake Tsukumo remarked coldly. "Be more cautious in your next life." In a flash of white light, Noziri Hayabusa's head was severed and sent soaring into the distance, his eyes reflecting the mere fog of the water prison technique. Uchiha Ling watched with a tinge of regret as Noziri Hayabusa's lifeless body crumpled to the ground. The reward for a Jonin's demise would undoubtedly surpass that of 8 lower-ranked shinobi combined, yet he lamented that it would not be his to claim. Senior Tsukumo's body flicker technique is truly remarkable. Had it not been for my Sharingan, I might have struggled to even perceive his movements, Uchiha Ling thought. His gaze filled with admiration for Hatake Tsukumo. His words conveyed a perfectly measured blend of praise and respect, meticulously fashioning the image of a humble junior before him. As the persona of a modest protege endeared itself to Hatake Tsukumo, Uchiha Ling anticipated that his treachery would unfold with greater ease when the time came. Even the typically stoic and reserved Hatake Tsukumo found himself blushing slightly under Uchiha Ling's ongoing and sincere commendations. He cleared his throat to mask his discomfort and nodded in acknowledgement of the praise. "Ling, you are no simpleton either. If it were I attempting to silently dispatch those 8, I would likely have been flustered," Hatake Tsukumo said with a hint of a smile, revealing his appreciation for Uchiha Ling's prowess. Upon hearing this compliment, Uchiha Ling's eyes sparkled with newfound light, as if he had received a validation of sorts. His face blossomed with a radiant smile, a genuine expression of joy and pride emanating from within. This was more than just flattery. It signified that he had begun to earn Hatake Tsukumo's genuine recognition. The two individuals swiftly dealt with the corpses on the battlefield, then cautiously continued their journey towards the village of Rain Ninjas. They grew increasingly vigilant, for the closer they approached Rain Ninja Village, the greater the risk of detection. Uchiha Ling and Hatake Tsukumo moved like specters, silently traversing through the night. Their forms were swift and agile, each movement reminiscent of teleportation, leaving no trace behind. Although the guard patrols of Rain Ninja Village were stringent, they appeared but a mere facade before their exceptional stealth skills. "Senior, it seems our previous movements were discovered solely because that Rain Ninja possessed a unique perception ability," Uchiha Ling whispered, as they encountered a patrol team of Rain Ninjas. Hatake Tsukumo nodded slightly in agreement. "Indeed, we must exercise utmost caution now. We cannot afford to give them any opportunity." Thus, they stealthily advanced through the night, remaining undetected by any Rain Ninja patrols. Uchiha Ling and Hatake Tsukumo entered a seemingly ordinary and within Rain Ninja Village. The interior was dimly lit, and as they approached the front desk, they noticed an elderly man with a head of white hair, engrossed in the account book before him. Hatake Tsukumo cleared his throat gently, breaking the tranquil ambience. The old man looked up, revealing a kind face etched with wrinkles. He adjusted his reading glasses and inquired with a slightly hoarse voice, "Are you two here to stay or to dine? We require 2 rooms, each adorned with a Buddha statue," Hatake Tsukumo replied in a low voice. Upon hearing this, the old man's movements paused momentarily. and he gazed at Hatake Tsukumo with a flash of insight in his eyes, though his face retained its warm smile. This establishment does not feature Buddha statues. Perhaps you have come to the wrong place? Hatake Tsukumo nodded impassively, as if he had anticipated the old man's response. Oh, I must have misremembered. It should be the room with the fox statue. A flicker of understanding crossed the old man's eyes as he slowly stood up, glanced around to ensure no one was observing, then quietly said, "The fox room is indeed available. Please follow me." With that, he turned and proceeded deeper into the inn. Uchiha Ling trailed closely behind Hatake Tsukumo, observing the elderly man's unsteady gait, and could not help but furrow his brow. Is this the intelligence ninja from Konoha embedded in Rain Ninja Village? Why does he exude such an ordinary demeanor? The three traversed through the dim corridor and arrived at a secluded courtyard. The old man halted, pushed open two weathered wooden doors, revealing a room adorned with fox statues. "Please, enter. This is the room you seek," the old man said with a smile. Upon stepping into the room decorated with fox statues, the old man's demeanor shifted dramatically. The previously amiable visage now appeared grave and profound, as if he had transformed into another person, and the atmosphere of the room became palpably tense. "Is there a new mission in the village?" the old man asked, his gaze sharp as he fixed it on Hatake Tsukumo. Hatake Tsukumo did not respond directly. Instead, he countered with a question, "Fox, how much information do you possess regarding the recent developments in Rain Ninja Village?" The fox approached the table and casually picked up a pile of ledgers, skillfully spreading them out before Uchiha Ling and Hatake Tsukumo. The ledgers were densely packed with various information, brimming with intelligence, depending solely on what they required. The fox's tone exuded confidence in his own abilities. Without hesitation, Hatake Tsukumo articulated their needs. They sought to understand the military movements of the Rain Ninja Village, as well as the whereabouts and strengths of Hanzo of the Salamander and Shimada of the Salamander. As he spoke, he revealed a concealed leaf village forehead protector to the fox, reaffirming his identity. The fox nodded and swiftly began to search for relevant information within the ledgers. His fingers glided quickly across the pages, ultimately halting on a particular page, pointing to the assembled information. He stated, "Hanzo of the Salamander is personally leading an assault on the Land of Iron, and currently, the majority of Rain Ninja Village's forces are concentrated there. As for their strengths, my knowledge is somewhat limited. Hanzo appears to excel in the use of poison, and his prowess should not be underestimated. In contrast, information regarding Shimada's capabilities is relatively scarce. He primarily functions as a managerial ninja." Uchiha Ling listened intently, intrigued by how the fox discerned such crucial information from what appeared to be ordinary ledger data. Upon examining the ledgers himself, he could ascertain that the inn had been quite profitable over the past 2 months, but he found no other valuable insights. A special code, perhaps? The fox continued to sift through the ledgers, and after several pages, he paused once more, stating, "Shimada typically resides in the central office building of Rain Ninja Village, where he is actively recruiting wandering ninjas." Hatake Tsukumo and Uchiha Ling exchanged a glance, both recognizing the gravity of the situation reflected in each other's eyes. Clearly, Shimada was orchestrating a significant plan. "If you intend to take action against Shimada," the fox remarked, observing Tsukumo's serious study of Shimada's whereabouts, "there will be an opportune moment in a few days." Hatake Tsukumo lifted his gaze to meet the fox's eyes, subtly nodding for him to continue. 3 days from now, the fox began slowly, an envoy from Mangekyou will visit the Rain Ninja Village for a clandestine meeting deep within the forest surrounding the village. Hatake Tsukumo furrowed his brow, questioning with confusion, "Mangekyou? Why would they choose this moment to visit?" The fox shook his head slightly, expressing helplessness. "I am unaware of the reasons behind this. The intelligence from Mangekyou does not pass through me, nor do I know their specific purpose for this visit. I have heard it is a meeting proposed unilaterally by Mangekyou, deliberately chosen to take place in the forest outside the Rain Ninja Village, which surely carries profound significance." Uchiha Ling's gaze shifted between the two faces, piecing together various possibilities in his mind. He cautiously suggested, his voice tinged with uncertainty, "Perhaps Mangekyou's visit is to form an alliance with the Rain Ninja?" His hypothesis fell like a stone cast into water, stirring ripples in the hearts of the other two in the room. Hatake Tsukumo and the fox locked eyes, both expressing a shared astonishment that was hard to articulate. Taking a deep breath, Hatake Tsukumo's brow furrowed further. If they truly form an alliance, their objective can only be. He paused, seemingly weighing each word carefully. The Leaf Village, Rain Shinobi Village, nestled between the Hidden Leaf and the Hidden Sand, has historically served as a strategic buffer between the two nations. Should this neutral ground sway in favor of either side, it would pose a significant threat to the other. This information must be relayed back to the Hidden Leaf with utmost urgency, declared Kakashi Tsukumo with unwavering resolve. His voice reverberated in the room, tinged with a hint of apprehension. Fortunately, we arrived in time. Had we delayed a few more days, it might have been too late. The fox nodded, his demeanor shifting to one of gravity. Indeed, this matter is of utmost importance. I shall arrange for personnel to transmit this intelligence back to the Hidden Leaf. Uchiha Ling stood quietly in the corner of the room, his gaze shifting between Kakashi Tsukumo and the fox, his expression serene, devoid of any concern. Not to mention the events witnessed in a previous life, where Hanzo the Salamander simultaneously attacked both the Hidden Leaf and the Hidden Sand. Even if the Rain Shinobi and the Hidden Sand truly allied, it would merely pose a minor inconvenience for the Hidden Leaf. Should conflict arise, the Hidden Leaf could easily subdue both the Hidden Sand and the Rain Shinobi. For Uchiha Ling, the larger the scale of war, the greater the expanse of control he could wield. Time passed swiftly, and in a blink, several days had gone by. Kakashi Tsukumo, holding a directive from the Hokage, read with a serious expression, prevent the alliance between the Hidden Sand and the Rain Shinobi at all costs. Upon finishing, he handed the directive to Uchiha Ling. Ling took the directive and swiftly perused its contents. Kakashi Tsukumo then began to outline the current situation. It would take the Hidden Sand another half-day to arrive, while Hanzo the Salamander remained holed up in the Rain Shinobi's administrative building, making it difficult to find an opportunity for assassination. It seems we can only target those from the Hidden Sand now. Uchiha Ling nodded slightly in agreement. For him, it mattered little whether it was the Hidden Sand or the Rain Shinobi. As long as he had the chance to kill, he was satisfied. Kakashi Tsukumo suddenly fell into contemplation, as if considering a bolder plan. As the Hidden Sand forces were about to arrive, Hanzo the Salamander should also emerge from the building. Could we not eliminate him as well after dealing with the Hidden Sand? This notion left Uchiha Ling momentarily stunned. He hadn't anticipated that Kakashi Tsukumo would contemplate turning his attention to the heavily guarded Hanzo immediately after addressing the Hidden Sand. I alone can handle one side, Kakashi Tsukumo asserted with absolute confidence. He then cast a fleeting glance at Uchiha Ling, sighed, and said no more. This left Ling feeling somewhat exasperated. Although he wished to eliminate all enemies, he currently lacked the strength to do so. Senior Tsukumo, Uchiha Ling couldn't help but interject, our mission is to disrupt the alliance. There is no need to eliminate both sides. Uchiha Ling meticulously affixed the explosive tags together, pressing them firmly against one another before embedding them into the trees. He looked up at the cleverly disguised explosive tags and sighed helplessly. If only he could utilize the second Hokage's explosive tag multiplication technique, it would provide additional escape routes. He murmured to himself. Uchiha Ling was making final preparations for the impending battle with the Hidden Sand. Combat was no trivial matter, and those unprepared would find themselves meeting an untimely fate. Even the legendary shinobi, Senju Tobarama, has met his demise in battle. Thus, one can only imagine the fate that awaits me. At the tender age of 18, I have already earned the title of the strongest within the Uchiha clan, a reputation that resonates throughout the entirety of Konohagakure. The last bearer of this esteemed title was Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Ling possesses a profound understanding of his own capabilities. Despite lacking the awakening of the Mangekyou Sharingan, he stands as a paragon among ordinary ninjas. However, when faced with prodigious talents, his advantages become less pronounced. Should the enemy's numbers prevail, he may find himself in dire straits. This mission entails an assault on the Sand Village's envoy, with intelligence indicating their ranks consist of approximately 15 individuals. While this number may seem modest, Mangekyou has long been known for its elite training, and fewer numbers do not equate to diminished combat strength. If Konoha were to field merely 15 ordinary ninjas, they would undoubtedly struggle against the ordinary 15 from the sand. Moreover, it is currently just him and Hitaki Tsukumo. One can only hope that such measures will not be necessary. Uchiha Ling murmurs softly, yet his hands remain deftly at work, meticulously affixing the remaining explosive tags. Should these traps be employed, it would signify that he could no longer confront the enemy alone and would need to rely on these supplementary tactics. Hitaki Tsukumo has already departed to scout the terrain, preparing to utilize his expertise in earth release for a surprise attack. If the enemy fails to detect the ambush, Tsukumo should be able to eliminate 2 or 3 foes at the onset, thereby significantly alleviating the burden of the ensuing confrontation. How might one swiftly approach the enemy, disrupt their formation, and diminish their combat effectiveness? He furrows his brow in contemplation. With a graceful leap, he ascends to the pinnacle of a towering tree. From this vantage point, he can distinctly observe the designated ambush site agreed upon with Tsukumo, a stretch of open land. Narrowing his eyes, he scrutinizes the terrain, silently mapping out his course of action. The area surrounding this land is sparsely populated with trees, making it a vital passage leading to the rendezvous point between Mangekyou and the range shinobi. Uchiha Ling possesses a keen awareness of his stealth capabilities. In prior encounters, it was a Jonin who detected him rather than Hitaki Tsukumo. Should there be formidable sensory ninjas among the enemy ranks, drawing too close would undoubtedly compromise his position. If only he could master the Flying Thunder God technique. A flicker of yearning crosses his gaze. Should he embed a kunai here, he could teleport on cue. The image of Namake's Minato materializes in his mind, yet alas, the current Minato has yet to grasp the art of the Flying Thunder God. Uchiha Ling has contemplated forging a bond with Minato to learn this technique. Should he fail, a shadow of ruthlessness flickers in his eyes. Removing Minato would at least yield an opportunity. After much deliberation, Uchiha Ling finds himself lacking a solid plan, deciding instead to maintain a prudent distance to avoid detection by Mangekyou. He silently prays that Tsukumo-senpai can endure until his arrival. Concealed within the branches of a great tree, he fervently wishes that, even in death, it may be at his own hands. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the direction where they had planned their ambush. Uchiha Ling's eyes immediately gleamed with intensity. His body tensed instantaneously, akin to a poised cheetah ready to pounce. With all his senses honing in on the source of the sound, without a moment's hesitation, he surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, racing towards the noise. Upon traversing the dense forest and arriving at the battlefield, the sight that greeted Uchiha Ling was striking. 2 lifeless bodies lay still upon the ground, while the Sand Village ninjas stood on high alert, bracing for confrontation. In the midst of the encirclement, Hitaki Tsukumo stood solitary, wielding his gleaming white blade with astonishing agility. Weaving through the gaps between attacks, each evasion seemed perilous, yet he narrowly escaped with mere fractions of a second to spare. That hairstyle belongs to the White Fang of Konoha, exclaimed a sand ninja in astonishment. Damn it, how could someone from Konoha appear here? Do they intend to incite war between Konoha and the sand? Another sand ninja bellowed, hastening his hand seals with growing urgency. Hitaki Tsukumo maintained a stoic expression, his eyes cold as ice. Earth release, mud shot. With a furious cry from the sand ninja, the ground began to convulse violently, with earthen spears erupting like bamboo shoots after rain, all aimed directly at Hitaki Tsukumo. He flickered, almost grazing the ground as he bent to evade. But the earth around him seemed alive, transforming into a barrage of sharp earthen spears that sealed off all avenues of retreat. In this moment of impending peril, he inhaled deeply, activating his ninjutsu. Earth release, Earth Dragon hidden technique. His figure gradually faded, as if merging with the very earth itself. However, the sand ninjas were not to be trifled with. To use earth release in front of us sand ninjas is quite presumptuous, scoffed a Jonin, swiftly forming hand seals. Earth release, earth flow. As he struck the ground with a heavy fist, the solid earth instantaneously transformed into a swirling sea of sand. The terrain that Hitaki Tsukumo had once controlled was entirely engulfed, forcing him to emerge helplessly above the surface. At that moment, his resolve only intensified. Gripping his white blade firmly, his dark eyes reflected the silhouettes of several sand ninjas. This time, I fear I may sustain some injuries, he mused inwardly. Yet he felt no inclination to retreat. Like lightning, he charged towards the sand Jonin who posed a threat to his technique. I'll start with you, he growled. The blade's glint slicing through the air, aimed directly at his enemy's head. The sand Jonin, however, showed no fear, swiftly forming hand seals in response. Come at me. His massive black pack erupted, releasing black appendages that danced and reformed in midair, morphing into a colossal spider that stood guard before Hitaki Tsukumo. Puppet technique, Iron Spider. At his command, the enormous spider lunged forward, its sharp limbs aimed at Hitaki Tsukumo. When Uchiha Ling witnessed Wuzong's deployment of the puppet technique, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. The puppet technique, established by the second Kazekage, held undeniable practical value, especially in multi-person battles, where it could wield tremendous influence. He took a deep breath and shouted loudly, "Elder Tsukumo, leave this to me." Upon hearing Uchiha Ling's call, Hatake Tsukumo hesitated for but a moment. His gaze flicked toward Uchiha Ling, and upon witnessing the flicker of battle intent in his eyes, he understood instantly. Without uttering a word, he sprang into action, leaping out of the Iron Spider's attack range with astonishing speed. Simultaneously, Uchiha Ling swiftly entered a state of combat. He fixed his gaze upon the enormous Iron Spider, a hint of a cold smile gracing his lips. The illusion techniques of the Uchiha clan were renowned throughout the land. In confronting puppet techniques, he did not need to engage in direct combat as Tsukumo did. Rather, he could effortlessly dismantle them by employing illusions to disrupt the puppeteer's consciousness. Another one has arrived. It's an Uchiha from Konoha. Upon seeing the blood-red Sharingan in Uchiha Ling's eyes, Kaisaburo felt an involuntary tightening in his chest, hastily averting his gaze. Too fearful to meet Uchiha Ling's eyes. Seizing the chaos wrought by Tsukumo's sudden assault, Uchiha Ling executed a body flicker technique, ghosting into the fray. The shuriken in his hand whistled through the air, tracing a silver arc as it hurtled toward Kaisaburo's head. Yet, just as the shuriken was about to strike its target, it was intercepted with remarkable speed by the swiftly advancing Iron Spider, which acted as a formidable shield, safeguarding Kaisaburo. Even without sight, I can discern your position. Kaisaburo now completely closed his eyes, relying solely on his own senses to navigate the battle, resembling a blind swordsman. Uchiha Ling, undeterred, unleashed the shadow clone technique, allowing a phantom to separate from his body and charge toward Kaisaburo. Meanwhile, his true self concealed his presence, akin to a cunning fox, maneuvering to Kaisaburo's flank. The shadow clone dashed to the Iron Spider's front in an instant, its kunai slicing through the air, creating a shower of sparks and a cacophony of metal clashing. However, this strike inflicted little damage upon the Iron Spider, merely brushing against it like a gentle breeze. The Iron Spider lifted its leg, aiming a vicious stab at the position of the shadow clone, its sharp toe glinting ominously. Seizing the opportunity, Uchiha Ling circled to Kaisaburo's back. Instead of throwing more shuriken, he gripped the kunai in hand and stealthily approached. Kaisaburo, sensing something amiss, suddenly turned toward Uchiha Ling. A glint of cunning flashed across his face, as if he had already seen through Uchiha Ling's stratagem. With his chakra threads pulsating, he commanded the Iron Spider to leap toward Uchiha Ling's location with ferocity. Iron Spider, heavy pressure. Kaisaburo bellowed, and the Iron Spider responded, lunging at Uchiha Ling with the force of a mountain. Uchiha Ling's shadow clone swiftly formed hand seals while simultaneously hurling several shuriken. Fire release, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. The shuriken, imbued with searing flames, whistled toward Kaisaburo. "It's over." Uchiha Ling and Kaisaburo shouted in unison. Under the control of Wuzong, the Iron Spider descended upon Uchiha Ling's form like a mountain. Suddenly, one of its massive claws detached and, with astonishing speed, flew before Wuzong, shielding him from the onslaught of whistling fire shurikens. A resounding thud echoed across the battlefield as the Iron Spider crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Simultaneously, Uchiha Ling's shadow clone dissipated into a wisp of smoke, vanishing without a trace. Nervously, Wuzong scanned his surroundings, attempting to sense Uchiha Ling's chakra once more. It was only when he could no longer detect that formidable chakra fluctuation that he exhaled in relief, his taut nerves finally relaxing. In the presence of such a formidable adversary as the Uchiha clan, he had maintained an acute vigilance and caution. A moment's inattention could lead one into the Uchiha's illusions. "Thank goodness I have always been cautious," Wuzong thought, his hand instinctively brushing against his chest, as if to affirm his survival. Yet, at the very moment he let his guard down, a searing pain suddenly enveloped him. A harsh ripping sound pierced the air as he incredulously glanced down at his chest. A kunai, stained with his own blood, had pierced through him, striking his heart. "When did you believe you were immune to my illusions?" Uchiha Ling's voice suddenly whispered in Wuzong's ear, a mocking tone lacing his words. Withdrawing his hand from Wuzong's chest, Uchiha Ling gazed coldly at him as he began to collapse. There was no trace of pity or sympathy in his eyes, only indifference. "When was it?" Wuzong struggled to utter, his voice faint. He gazed unblinkingly at Uchiha Ling, whose blood-red Sharingan had already answered his inquiry. From the very beginning. You fell prey to my illusion, Uchiha Ling replied coldly. The conflict between ninjas resembled a silent game of chess, in a battle where both sides were evenly matched. Victory often hinged not on strength, but on information, strategy, and the contest of wits. As Uchiha Ling charged towards Wuzong, his Sharingan had already been activated. In that brief moment when Wuzong's gaze met Uchiha Ling's Sharingan, it was sufficient for the latter to initiate his illusion. Prior to that moment, Uchiha Ling had been a considerable distance away, skillfully employing the shadow clone technique in conjunction with his illusion to effectively conceal his true form. Even though Wuzong's stealth was not as adept as that of Kakashi Hatake, he remained oblivious to Uchiha Ling's actual position. Such is the impact of illusions on combat. Just a mere glance sealed Wuzong's fate. As Wuzong fell, a voice resonated in Uchiha Ling's mind. Eliminate Sand Ninja Wuzong, chakra increased by 10, acquire puppet technique, intermediate. He felt an instantaneous surge in his chakra capacity, while a torrent of knowledge regarding the puppet technique flooded into his consciousness. A glimmer of understanding sparked in Uchiha Ling's eyes as he grasped the fundamental principles of the puppet technique. Indeed, the chakra lines form the essence of puppet technique. A modicum of practice will soon enable Uchiha Ling to employ this technique in battle. However, the immediate priority is to eradicate the remaining Sand Shinobi. Cursed be it. Lord Wuzong has been slain by this Uchiha. A Sand Shinobi gazed in disbelief as Uchiha Ling withdrew his hand from Wuzong's chest. Despair etched across his face as he cried out. This battle concluded far too swiftly, too abruptly. Wuzong, who had seemed assured of victory, fell unexpectedly. The surrounding Sand Shinobi were rendered speechless by this unforeseen turn of events. Calm down. We are not without hope. Captain Sho and Lord Baoyang are still with us. As an elite Jonin, Lord Sho will surely subdue this Konoha White Fang. Another Sand Shinobi attempted to soothe his panicked comrade, his words reflecting profound faith in Captain Sho. At this, Uchiha Ling shifted his gaze to the Sand Shinobi engaged in a fierce battle with Hatake Tsukumo. That warrior wielded a large blade, demonstrating a mastery of swordsmanship that rendered him evenly matched with Hatake Tsukumo. How is it possible that someone could contend with Tsukumo in swordplay? Why have I never heard of this ninja named Sho? Such a formidable figure was never mentioned in the original narrative. It appears that beyond the known powerful characters, many formidable figures lurk in the shadows. Intelligence indicates that this delegation comprises 3 Jonin, which leaves 1 more. Uchiha Ling withdrew his gaze and turned to observe a diminutive Sand Shinobi standing at a distance. Instead of hastily attacking this Sand Jonin, Uchiha Ling darted towards the nearest Chunin. His figure flickered like a specter, instantly appearing before the Chunin. Fire release, great fireball technique. Uchiha Ling swiftly gathered flames in his mouth, unleashing a torrent of fire. The Chunin had no time to react, helplessly watching as the inferno surged towards him. In that critical moment, a voice thundered, wind release, gale palm. A violent gust swept in from the side, diverting Uchiha Ling's fireball into the nearby forest. With a resounding boom, flames erupted into the sky, accompanied by a cacophony of explosions. Uchiha Ling's eyes narrowed as he beheld the previously mentioned diminutive Sand Shinobi now positioned beside the Chunin, having intercepted his attack. Your opponent is me. Uchiha Ling suddenly realized that this adversary stared back at him with unwavering courage. A foreboding sensation washed over him, yet retreat was no longer an option. Binding technique, he uttered in a low voice. The tomo in his Sharingan began to rotate slowly, emanating a mysterious and captivating glow. Uchiha Ling activated the binding technique, aiming to immobilize Baoyang's body. To his astonishment, Baoyang's form merely trembled slightly before returning to normal. A flicker of shock crossed Uchiha Ling's eyes. He had never encountered such a phenomenon. Before he could ponder further, Baoyang was already in motion. He extended his hand, firmly catching the kunai still stained with Wuzong's blood that Uchiha Ling had held. Clang! A crisp metallic clang reverberated through the air. Uchiha Ling furrowed his brows, noticing that the palm of Baoyang appeared to possess an unusual hardness, akin to metal. At that moment, the Chunin, sheltered behind Baoyang, surged forth from the side, tightly gripping a handful of sand, which he hurled at Ling with great force. Earth release, iron sand. With the Chunin's shout, the sand transformed into a dense barrage. raining down upon Uchiha Ling like a hailstorm. Startled, Ling immediately prepared to activate the body flicker technique to evade the sudden onslaught. Wind release. Net. Bao Liangyi swiftly wove his hands into a net-like formation. With the infusion of his chakra, an identical net materialized out of thin air, silently unfurling behind Uchiha Ling. Composed of dense wind-based chakra, the net swiftly enveloped Ling's lower half, obstructing his ability to execute the body flicker technique in time. With a piercing sound, the sand, like bullets, struck Ling's legs, instantly staining his trousers with crimson blood. The searing pain compelled him to cry out, his already red Sharingan becoming even more bloodshot. As if on the verge of weeping, his expression turned grotesque and terrifying. Illusionary Hell Technique. Gritting his teeth, Uchiha Ling summoned his remaining strength to unleash a powerful Jinjutsu upon the two adversaries before him. As the illusion took effect, the Chunin and Bao Liangyi appeared frozen in place, their expressions contorted in unspeakable horror, as if enveloped by an invisible terror, experiencing an indescribable fear. Witnessing the success of his Jinjutsu, Uchiha Ling's taut nerves began to relax slightly. He sensed the net that had ensnared him dissipating into the air as his opponents fell victim to the illusion, allowing him to extricate himself from his precarious predicament and regain the initiative in battle. Damn it, why did the binding technique fail? He muttered under his breath, cursing inwardly. Had it not been for the ineffectiveness of the binding technique, he would not have endured such injuries. Although the wounds were not severe and did not damage any bones, they were sufficient to impact his combat prowess. He needed to eliminate this jonin quickly, his gaze fixated on the fear-stricken Bao Liangyi. Just as Uchiha Ling prepared to unleash a devastating fire release technique to incinerate both adversaries, he was suddenly astonished to witness Bao Liangyi and the Chunin simultaneously breaking free from the Jinjutsu. Their eyes regained clarity, as if awakening from a nightmarish slumber. What? Uchiha Ling gasped in disbelief at the unfolding change. His hand, poised to form seals, halted abruptly as he swiftly distanced himself from his foes in anticipation of a potential counterattack. Upon regaining his senses, Bao Liangyi's eyes glinted with a cold, fierce light, and without hesitation, he charged directly at Uchiha Ling, foregoing any ninjutsu. He merely raised his massive fist high, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, and brought it crashing down towards Ling's position with tremendous force. A glimmer of vigilance flickered in Uchiha Ling's eyes. He initially intended to use his kunai to block the swift assault, but the memory of the kunai striking on Bao Liang's hand, with his opponent remaining unscathed, led him to abandon that thought. He swiftly cast a glance at the fierce battle between Kakashi Hatake and Sho, where the two were locked in a relentless exchange, each unable to gain the upper hand. The surrounding Chunin could only observe from the periphery, utterly incapable of intervening in this clash of masters. Recognizing that Kakashi would likely not be defeated in the short term, Uchiha Ling resolved to retreat temporarily in search of a more opportune moment. He gracefully leaped into the dense forest, using the cover of the trees to hastily escape. Before departing, he quickly drew several shuriken and hurled them in various directions. These shuriken collided mid-air, shifting positions and tracing intricate trajectories, ultimately launching an unexpected assault on the Chunin. Should Uchiha Fugaku have been present, he would likely have been astounded, his jaw dropping in disbelief. Uchiha Ling had merely glanced at the shuriken manipulation technique and mastered it, executing it with greater finesse than its original creator. However, Bao Liang's response was equally swift. He adeptly blocked each shuriken's trajectory. The clang of metal resonated through the air as he deflected every single one, none striking their intended target. Observing this, Uchiha Ling chose not to linger, but instead utilized the forest's concealment to hastily retreat. Simultaneously, he could not resist leaving a parting taunt. The woods are rife with ambushes from my Uchiha clan. Your demise is imminent. Upon hearing this, Bao Liang's initial intent to assist his comrades faltered. His gaze, sharp and piercing, followed the direction of Uchiha Ling's escape. This injured Uchiha was merely posturing. If there were indeed an ambush, why did it not materialize from the outset? Sensing the urgent pursuit behind him, Uchiha Ling wore a calm smile. In the dense forest, the two engaged in a chase, weaving swiftly among the tightly packed trees. Despite Uchiha Ling's utmost effort, his injured leg ultimately hindered his speed, and soon he found himself gradually overtaken by Bao Liang. Bao Liang, observing Uchiha Ling halt with his back against a large tree, wore a mocking grin. Why have you stopped running? Where are the ambushes of the Uchiha clan you spoke of? I see none. Uchiha Ling inhaled deeply, his smile growing ever more profound. Because there is no longer any need to flee. Bao Liang raised an eyebrow, his tone dripping with disdain. Oh, so you are prepared to meet your end? Indeed. Uchiha Ling's eyes widened suddenly, the three tomos swirling with a mesmerizing intensity, exuding an imposing aura. It is you who shall perish. Bao Liang was taken aback by Uchiha Ling's abrupt shift in demeanor. An unsettling sensation crept upon him. The expression on this Uchiha's face was anything but that of a person cornered. Cautiously, Bao Liang sprang into action, aiming to subdue Uchiha Ling in one decisive move, wary of any unforeseen eventualities. However, at the very moment he made his move, Uchiha Ling let out a low growl. Explode. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion resonated like a clap of thunder, reverberating throughout the entire forest. Yet, the source of the explosion was not before Uchiha Ling, but rather 100 meters behind Bao Liang. Bao Liang's actions abruptly halted. His sharp fingers, poised before Uchiha Ling, could advance no further. His gaze gradually dimmed, as if he had lost some vital essence. Observing the once vibrant Bao Liang, now devoid of life, Uchiha Ling realized that his suspicions had been confirmed. The figure before him was not the true sand-hidden Jonin, but rather a puppet controlled by that Jonin whom he had always believed to be a Chunin. Had it not been for the speed at which that Chunin had escaped from the illusionary hell technique, Uchiha Ling might have remained oblivious. Even a Jonin would require considerable effort to break free from his Jinjutsu, let alone a mere Chunin. It was truly thanks to the puppet technique, intermediate, unleashed by that Haizabiru. Uchiha Ling smirked coldly, delivering a swift kick that sent the puppet crashing to the ground. Were it not for your helpful ally, I would still be unaware of the approximate control distance limit of the puppet technique. As Bao Liang's puppet collapsed, the system's voice echoed in Uchiha Ling's ears. Eliminated Sand Ninja Bao Liang chakra increased by 10, acquired wind release, beginner, earth release, intermediate. Uchiha Ling cast a dispassionate glance at the motionless puppet, the very thing that had inflicted considerable injury upon him. After hastily bandaging his wounds, he vanished like the wind, swiftly and silently returning to his ambush location. The battle between Hitaki Sakumo and Sho was still raging fiercely, their figures moving with lightning speed. Actions so swift that they dazzled the onlookers. Uchiha Ling's gaze sharpened, seeking an opportunity to intervene. But soon he realized that the pace and rhythm of this confrontation far exceeded his expectations. Should he rashly intervene at this moment, he would likely only disrupt Hitaki Sakumo's fighting tempo. Thus, he turned his attention to the Chunin. A cruel smile crept across his lips, his eyes seemingly catching a glimpse of victory dawning on the horizon, as well as the nourishment for his swift growth. When he reappeared within the sight of the Chunin, their faces instantly paled. This is bad. One of the Chunin exclaimed in terror, Lord Bao Liang, he has fallen into the ambush set by that Uchiha. His voice was filled with fear and disbelief. The perverse smile on Uchiha Ling's face grew ever brighter, as if the madness and obsession of the Uchiha clan were perfectly embodied in him. He glanced at the lingering smoke in the sky and remarked casually, indeed, that fellow has been blown to smithereens. The Chunin gathered together, the leading Chunin sweeping his arm decisively, a resolute expression on his face. Do not think that you alone can contend with us, he shouted, his voice betraying his unwillingness and fury. After continuous battles, your chakra must be running low. Uchiha Ling scoffed disdainfully. Let me show you just how much power I still possess. Suddenly, the lead Chunin spat out a small pebble, swiftly forming hand seals with his hands. Earth release, rock cannon technique. The pebble rapidly swelled in midair, as if infused with life, and in an instant transformed into a colossal boulder, hurtling towards Uchiha Ling like a heavy artillery shell. Uchiha Ling pressed a hand to his forehead, a wild grin illuminating his features. His mesmerizing three-tomo Sharingan shimmered with an enigmatic glow, fixating intently on the Chunin as if peering into the depths of his soul. Indeed, my chakra is running low, he remarked nonchalantly, yet his tone exuded an undeniable confidence. However, you are not the type of trash that can challenge me. Arrogance. The Sand Shinobi felt as though Uchiha Ling had transformed entirely from his earlier demeanor. He radiated an indescribable aura of dominance, showing no hint of cowardice, even in his wounded state. In a flash, Uchiha Ling deftly evaded the impending boulder with his body flicker technique. He promptly retrieved several shuriken from his system space, wielding them with expert precision as they soared towards the Chunin from various angles. Simultaneously, Uchiha Ling's Sharingan unleashed a minuscule Jinjutsu. The Chunin felt a disorienting shimmer before his senses dulled. He gazed into Uchiha Ling's profound eyes, his body momentarily frozen, unable to react in time to avoid the attack. When the Chunin regained his composure, the shuriken were already perilously close. "What?" he exclaimed in terror, but it was too late. Thud, thud, thud. Despite his desperate attempts to evade, 3 shurikens struck him with brutal force. Coughing violently, he spat a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling. "Is this the Jinjutsu of the Uchiha clan?" he asked in agony, no longer daring to meet Uchiha Ling's gaze. It was his first encounter with the Uchiha's illusionary arts, and the unfathomable power instilled a profound fear within him. Uchiha Ling sensed a significant enhancement in his ocular prowess, capable of unleashing Jinjutsu even amidst fierce combat. This newfound power ignited within him an unprecedented thrill and fervor. Was it born from pain? Perhaps, but at this moment, he was uninterested in such contemplations. After all, they were all enemies. Uchiha Ling licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty light. He regarded the onlookers as if they were mere corpses, eagerly anticipating the next battle. With a long, deep breath, Uchiha Ling expelled the tumultuous emotions raging within him. He slowly lowered the still dripping head he held, his vacant gaze shifting towards the tardy Kakashi Hitaki. His expression was deep and frigid, akin to a still pond. As he emotionlessly inquired, "Kakashi-senpai, you arrived late. I have already dealt with them all." The figure of Hitaki Tsukumo gradually emerged from the shadows. His body marred by numerous wounds, his garments stained crimson with blood. Particularly at his chest, the Jonin vest was torn open, blood gushing forth like a meandering stream. His visage bore the marks of fatigue and pain, yet his eyes remained steadfast and resolute. "Have you dealt with that Jonin, Tsukumo-sensei?" Uchiha Rin inquired coldly. Her short blade vibrating in her grip, the blood of its former owner cascading away at the sudden motion. Upon hearing Rin's words, Tsukumo's forward momentum faltered. He furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently on Rin's somewhat unsettling countenance. In his eyes, Rin appeared transformed, exuding a palpable aura of menace. "It is done," Tsukumo replied in a subdued tone, discarding the broken blade to the ground. It was a fragment of the weapon wielded by the Jonin, the severed edge polished as if by a mirror, clearly cleaved by Tsukumo's strike. "That is truly splendid," Rin expressed with a chilling smile, one that conveyed an indescribable eeriness and terror, sending shivers down the spine. "Rin, what has come over you?" Tsukumo could not help but inquire, acutely aware of her peculiar state. "You seem off. Have you fallen prey to an enemy Jinjutsu?" In his recollection, the current Rin starkly contrasted with the rational and curious junior he had known. Rin appeared momentarily taken aback by Tsukumo's question. She glanced down at her blood-soaked self, the stains a mixture of adversarial and her own. In that instant, she awakened to a disquieting realization. During the recent skirmish, she had been possessed by a demon of sorts, efficiently vanquishing all the Sand Shinobi. Throughout the ordeal, she had remained unnaturally alert, her responses even surpassing her usual prowess. Could it be the Sharingan influencing me? Rin pondered with a start, swiftly accessing the system interface. Bloodline limit. Sharingan. Insufficient conditions for 3-tomo evolution. Unbeknownst to her, her Sharingan had seemingly met part of the evolution criteria amidst the fervor of battle. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to quell the tumult within her, turning to face Tsukumo. At that moment, Tsukumo regarded her with a profound gaze, as if awaiting her explanation. "Tsukumo-sensei, I believe this is my first encounter with so many ninja, and it may have led me to become somewhat overwhelmed." Rin managed a strained smile, attempting to account for her previous conduct. Reflecting on the recent conflict, she had even entertained a terrifying notion. Had Tsukumo claimed he had not dealt with that Jonin, but rather allowed the enemy to flee, she might have resorted to attacking him under the pretext of an unfinished mission. This thought filled her with dread. At that juncture, whether she would be the one to end Tsukumo's life or if her existence in the world of Hokage would reach its conclusion remained an uncertainty. Despite appearing severely injured, Hitaki Tsukumo had sensed something amiss and refrained from approaching further. His Sharingan, nearly depleted from the relentless intensity of battle, mirrored the exhaustion that enveloped his body. Should hostilities ensue, the likely casualty would be Uchiha Rin. Hitaki Tsukumo nodded subtly, voicing no doubt regarding Uchiha Rin's explanation. His gaze reflected profound contemplation, as if assessing every nuance of the conflict at hand. Previously, he had heard that Rin excelled in solitary combat. Thus, placing him alone against such a multitude of adversaries seemed an undue burden. He spoke softly, a hint of guilt lacing his tone, as a remorseful expression graced his features. Had he been swifter in dispatching that jonin, Rin would not have had to shoulder such a perilous risk alone. As he continued, his brow furrowed, clearly taken aback by the strength of that jonin. The prowess displayed by Sho was indeed beyond his expectations. It was astonishing that a Suna ninja contingent could deploy such a formidable jonin, a revelation that caught him off guard. Had this mission rested solely upon his shoulders, he might have found himself ensnared in an inextricable predicament. Even with the advantage of a surprise attack, confronting 3 seasoned jonin alongside numerous chunin was no trifling matter. In this regard, Uchiha Rin had undoubtedly saved his life. "Rin, you should rest now," Hatake Tsukumo said gently, concern evident in his eyes. "Leave the subsequent battlefield clean up to me." Uchiha Rin did not hesitate. He simply kicked aside the head at his feet and sat down cross-legged, closing his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, Hatake Tsukumo turned and busied himself, swiftly attending to the corpses and remnants scattered across the battlefield. This confrontation marked the most arduous challenge Uchiha Rin had faced since his arrival in this world. The blood on his face had yet to dry, mingling with sweat and rendering him quite disheveled. Nevertheless, his expression remained remarkably serene, as if he had discovered an inner tranquility following a life-and-death struggle. Reflecting on the battle, Uchiha Rin was overwhelmed with emotion. In past encounters, he had meticulously planned every step, ensuring he never found himself in peril. Yet this time, due to a moment of overconfidence and insufficient intelligence, he had nearly paid the ultimate price. While confronting Kaisaburo, he had felt entirely in control, only to be caught off guard by a simple tactical ruse from Hiyoshi, resulting in his injury. At that moment, he had truly sensed the looming threat of death. If fortune had favored him less, that fatal strike might have found its mark, sealing his fate on the spot. Ultimately, a ninja's battle is, at its core, a contest of information. Uchiha Rin murmured to himself, his voice tinged with profound reflection. Just moments prior, he had uttered this very sentiment. Yet in the blink of an eye, he had nearly succumbed to the perils of inadequate intelligence. However, amidst this tumultuous encounter, he had also garnered an unexpected surprise. His ocular prowess had surged dramatically. He sensed a remarkable enhancement in the potency of his Sharingan, now incomparable to its previous state. Though they share the same form of the 3 Magatama, the powers within them differ immensely. He gradually opened his eyes, excitement shimmering within them. It could be said that fortune had emerged from misfortune. He softly spoke, a faint smile gracing his lips. Now, when he cast the same illusionary technique, its potency might exceed that of before by more than a fold. Moreover, the gains from this experience extended far beyond that. Uchiha Ling's gaze shifted towards the puppet technique displayed on the system panel, an inexplicable thrill surging within him. He took a deep breath, and with a mere thought, invisible strands of chakra gently flowed from his fingertips, akin to nimble sprites, swiftly connecting to the iron spider left behind by Wuzong. As he moved, the once lifeless iron spider seemed to be infused with vitality, slowly crawling before him. A flicker of surprise illuminated Uchiha Ling's eyes as he scrutinized the puppet under his control. Although this puppet technique required a degree of intellect, it demanded little chakra expenditure. He mused to himself, his expression thoughtful. Compared to conventional ninjutsu, it possessed a far broader range of applications. Uchiha Ling fixated on the grotesque iron spider before him. His mind began to contemplate how to integrate the puppet technique into his combat framework, enhancing his combat prowess. The prospect of simultaneously battling while manipulating a puppet posed a considerable challenge for one encountering the technique for the first time. However, this iron spider was truly unsightly. He furrowed his brow, beginning to critique Wuzong's aesthetic sense. Surely, formidable entities must possess an element of beauty, and this iron spider was rather hard on the eyes. He resolved that upon returning to Konoha, he would create a puppet that was both powerful and visually appealing. Hatake Tsukumo busily traversed the forest, meticulously collecting the scattered corpses, ultimately piling them before Uchiha Ling. Sensing Tsukumo's return, Uchiha Ling's heart tightened, hastily instructing the iron spider to stealthily retreat to its original position. His system was an absolute secret, one that must not be disclosed to others. Unaware of any peculiarities, Itachi Tsukumo concentrated his chakra, igniting a roaring inferno of fire release, incinerating all blood and corpses to ashes. Subsequently, he employed earth release, thoroughly overturning the entire scene, ensuring that no trace that could expose Konoha remained. Before finally pausing with satisfaction, the entire ambush process was compact and efficient. In less than half an hour, the Sand Village's envoy to the Rain Ninja Village was entirely annihilated within this forest. 3 elite Jonin and 9 Shunin had thus vanished silently from the world. Uchiha Ling and Itachi Tsukumo did not linger for a moment, hurrying back towards the Rain Ninja Village. Approaching the Fox S stronghold, Uchiha Ling keenly observed a group of ninjas hastily departing the streets. By their demeanor, they appeared to be Rain Ninja heading to greet the Sand Village's delegation. Uchiha Ling remarked quietly. Their timing for the ambush was impeccably executed. Had they been even slightly delayed, they might have encountered them. Itachi Tsukumo also noticed one among the group of ninjas. Casting a few glances at the tall figure, he suddenly whispered in astonishment, "That person is the Salamander Sage." Upon hearing that name, Uchiha Ling was taken aback. They had not anticipated that one of their mission targets, Hanzo of the Salamander, would manifest before them in such a manner. "Shikumo-senpai," Uchiha Ling tentatively inquired. After a moment of silence, Shikumo pondered deeply before slowly shaking his head. "Never mind. There is no opportunity now." The two watched Hanzo's silhouette recede into the distance, their hearts filled with reluctance, yet they could only acquiesce to the present circumstances. Seeing that Shikumo did not act impulsively, Uchiha Ling secretly breathed a sigh of relief. To engage in combat within the Rain Village was fraught with peril. Should they be exposed, the consequences would be dire. At that moment, he had regained his previous composure and rationality. Having just endured a fierce battle, both were utterly exhausted, rendering further execution of their mission implausible in the short term. After relaying the general situation to the Fox, Uchiha Ling and Shikumo resolved to depart with the intelligence they had gathered from the Rain Village. The disappearance of the Mangekyou envoy would undoubtedly provoke further investigation from Mangekyou. Consequently, the Rain Village would certainly respond, and their unfamiliar faces could easily become exposed. Moreover, as they had nearly completed their intelligence gathering, remaining there held little significance. Thus, the two set off on their journey homeward. After 2 days of arduous travel, they finally caught sight of the gates of Konohagakure from a distance. At that moment, the tension within them eased, and a long-lost smile graced Shikumo's face. Upon returning to Konoha, they immediately reported the details of their mission to the third Hokage. The third Hokage listened with rapt attention, nodding in approval at intervals. "As I suspected, Hanzo has grand ambitions," he mused. "The entire land of iron has submitted to him. And even an exceptional warrior like Mifune cannot withstand a formidable ninja like Hanzo." As he spoke, he looked up at Uchiha Ling and Shikumo, satisfaction evident in his gaze. "You both performed admirably this time. Should Mangekyou and the Rain Village form an alliance, Konoha will face immense pressure of war. Your actions have undoubtedly afforded us precious time and opportunity." The third Hokage gently set down his pipe, turning his gaze to Nara Shikaku, his tone grave as he inquired, "Shikaku, what do you perceive Mangekyou's intentions to be?" Nara Shikaku furrowed his brow, recalling the intelligence he had reviewed earlier, his eyes glinting with sharp insight. "The second Kazekage, Shaman, has vigorously promoted a policy of militarization within Mangekyou, resulting in a surge of elite ninjas, nearly doubling their overall numbers." He paused briefly before continuing. "Mangekyou has opted not to invade the Land of Rain, but seeks an alliance instead. Their objective is clearly aimed at us in Konoha." The third Hokage nodded in agreement, his expression serious. "Shikaku, your analysis aligns with my own. Mangekyou has suffered significant losses this time. They will not simply let this matter rest." Nara Shikaku seized upon the third Hokage's sentiments, speaking in a low tone. "Moving forward, it will depend on how Hanzo and Shaman handle this situation. As long as we leave no evidence behind, Mangekyou cannot accuse Konoha of involvement." The third Hokage expressed his satisfaction with Nara Shikaku's analysis, acknowledging his ability to swiftly grasp the essence amidst a plethora of information. He gently patted Shikaku on the shoulder and solemnly remarked, "Shikaku, for the time being, you Ino and Choji shall refrain from undertaking any missions. The current situation is intricate and convoluted, Konoha requires your wisdom to illuminate the path forward. Subsequently, the third turned to Uchiha Rin and Hatake Tsukumo, expressing his concern. You two have also endured much. It would be prudent to return and rest well. The recent missions have taken a toll on you. Recuperate and prepare to fight for the future of Konoha. Yes, replied Uchiha Rin, Hatake Tsukumo, and Nara Shikaku in unison, their faces reflecting resolute determination. Just as Uchiha Rin was about to step out of the Hokage's office, the third suddenly called out to him softly. Rin, wait a moment. His voice was calm and profound, imbued with the warmth characteristic of a mentor. Uchiha Rin halted, turning back to face the third, a hint of confusion in his eyes. The third smiled, a gentle light flickering in his gaze. Tsunade is currently on a mission in the land of hot water. She asked me to convey that you need not worry about her. Upon hearing news of Tsunade, a radiant smile blossomed on Uchiha Rin's weary face, as if all his exhaustion had vanished in that instant. Thank you, Lord Hokage, he sincerely expressed, gratitude resonating in his tone. After exiting the Hokage's office, Uchiha Rin felt a noticeable lightness in his spirit. As time passed, he gradually sensed an unsettling tension enveloping the village. Days swiftly passed, and Uchiha Rin observed an increasing number of ninjas darting across rooftops, their silhouettes appearing particularly busy in the twilight's glow. He couldn't help but furrow his brow, pondering the frequent movements of the Umbu. Standing beneath the eaves, he fixed his gaze on the hurried ninjas, an inexplicable sense of unease swelling within him. He attempted to recall if any significant events were on the horizon, but his mind yielded no clues beyond the Second Great Ninja War. However, based on the intelligence he possessed, it seemed that Hanzo of the Salamander lacked sufficient grounds to instigate a war against Konoha and Mangekyou so soon. Unbeknownst to him, the world outside had reached a pivotal moment of impending upheaval. Danzo's brow was furrowed, his countenance dark as he sensed the incessant passage of Umbu ninjas near the route base. His mood grew increasingly heavy, and he couldn't suppress an exasperated exclamation. What on earth is Hiruzen doing? Does he intend to meddle in my route affairs? Beside him, Oil Girl Ryoma wore a grave expression, reporting in a hushed tone, Lord Danzo, this is already the fourth batch of Umbu passing through today. At this rate, our secret base may soon be discovered. Danzo's heart tightened. He understood the significance of those secret bases, and the consequences of exposure would be dire. Even with his deep ties to Hiruzen, he could scarcely ensure his own absolution. Immediate action was imperative. Danzo decisively commanded, move all critical items from the base at once. We must leave them with no trace. The oil-wielding Ryoma nodded in acknowledgement before swiftly turning to arrange pertinent matters. Danzo, maintaining a somber countenance, felt an inexplicable confusion regarding Orochimaru's defection. He could never fathom why Orochimaru would choose treachery over trivial experiments. Were these merely a handful of test subjects? What could Danzo not procure? Had Orochimaru remained, such research would not require such elaborate machinations, nor would it have drawn the attention of Hizen. Yet now, it was too late to voice any concerns. Hizen had begun to harbor doubts about him, and Danzo needed to devise a means to divert Hizen's scrutiny. Suddenly, a brilliant idea illuminated his mind, and a sinister smile crept upon his lips as he muttered to himself, Hanzo of the Salamander, I must trouble you for a time. Far away in the Hidden Rain village, Hanzo of the Salamander sat in his office, blissfully unaware that the shadowy elements of the hidden leaf had turned their gaze towards him. He was taken aback, staring incredulously at his subordinate, Shindai. As the latter reported, What did you say? The Sand's envoy claims their delegation has mysteriously vanished in the Land of Rain? Fully aware of the gravity of the Sand delegation's disappearance, Hanzo understood that it could not only jeopardize the relationship between the Rain and Sand villages, but also precipitate a cascade of unforeseen consequences. His expression grew grave as he pondered for a moment before resolutely deciding, We must ascertain the truth without delay and provide an explanation to the Sand. Simultaneously, we must bolster the village's defenses, just in case. As the twilight glow bathed the land, the agile Chiyo led a cadre of formidable ninjas across the windswept desert, approaching the periphery of the Hidden Rain village. The attire of these ninjas varied. Some donned form-fitting black garments while others wore long battle cloaks. Yet all exuded an aura of formidable strength. Their icy gazes rendered anyone they encountered as adversaries. Against the backdrop of the setting sun, their figures appeared even more imposing, imbued with an air of lethal intent. Choi furrowed his brow and exclaimed in fury, This is truly an affront. We in the sand have extended our goodwill and alliance. Yet Hanzo of the Salamander shows no gratitude and dares to assault our envoy. This is nothing short of an insult to the sand. Chiyo, at the forefront of the group, bore a tranquil expression, as if no turmoil could disturb her inner peace. Yet, the glint in her eyes revealed a fierce determination. Even she could not suppress her ire upon hearing the news. Chiyo nodded slightly, her gaze unwavering from the entrance of the hidden rain village. Taking a deep breath, she spoke slowly. This mission holds profound significance for us in the sand. Our people must not perish in vain. We must ensure that the entire ninja world understands they will face consequences for their actions. Her words resonated with an icy resolve. As Chiyo's declaration echoed, the entire team surged with a powerful aura. They gripped their ninja tools firmly, their aggressive stares fixed on the hidden rain village. As if channeling all their rage and strength into this impending action, Choi stepped forward, surpassing his mother Chiyo, and declared, "Where is Hanzo? Have him come forth at once." The voice of Chao E resonated across the vast arena as he boldly strode before the assembly of rain shinobi, his piercing gaze locking onto the leading figure. The formidable Yamato, the fish god. In a stern tone, he questioned on behalf of Chiyo. Yamato maintained a smile, though a subtle wariness flickered in his eyes. "My elder brother is currently absent from the village. What brings you here? Please, feel free to express your concerns directly to me." As he spoke, he spread his palms in a gesture of welcome. However, the members of Mangekyou remained immobile, the atmosphere thick with tension. "So, it is you who have taken action against our Mangekyou delegation?" Chao Yi's gaze bore into Yamato, his eyes sharp as a hawk, striving to discern any subtle shifts in the other's expression. Yet Yamato's visage remained as tranquil as still water, betraying no sign of disturbance. "We of Rain Shinobi had intended to warmly host your esteemed delegation, only to be met with an empty table. Though our country may be small, we possess a spirit not to be underestimated." Yamato's voice suddenly intensified, nearly erupting in fury. "You deceived us first. Our willingness to overlook this is a testament to our magnanimity. Yet, you dare to come here seeking retribution." He raised his arm dramatically, calling out with fervor, "Do the people of Rain Shinobi fear the 5 great nations?" The surrounding ninjas responded promptly, their voices merging into a formidable tide, surging forth like a roaring sea. Overwhelming the Mangekyou assembly, Chao Yi's countenance darkened, his eyes ablaze with indignation. The Mangekyou ninjas behind him wore expressions of grim resolve, their clenched fists betraying their inner fury. Had they been facing the Hidden Leaf village, they might have displayed some restraint. Yet, this mere Rain Shinobi village dared to act so brazenly before Mangekyou. A palpable aura of hostility enveloped the air. Although the Mangekyou ninjas remained silent, their gazes spoke volumes. "Jinsuin's 10, Chiyo uttered under her breath. As her words fell, 10 figures clad in white robes, the legendary Jinsuin's 10, materialized before the Mangekyou assembly like phantoms. They stood erect, expressionless, akin to 10 guardian deities, awaiting their next command in serene silence. Chiyo's movements were swift and decisive, as if she had unleashed a Pandora's box. This action served as a signal, igniting the spirits of the Mangekyou ninjas, who hastily summoned their own puppets, preparing for battle as a chilling atmosphere enveloped the scene. Simultaneously, Yamato's demeanor shifted for the first time. The nonchalant expression he had maintained vanished, replaced by a serious countenance. His gaze roamed over the Jinsuin's 10, a sense of awe stirring within him. He had heard tales of these legendary puppets. Chiyo of Mangekyou had once single-handedly captured a city using them, a feat enough to instill fear in anyone. Even the so-called god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, would pale in comparison. Perhaps? Yamato inhaled deeply, acutely aware of his own shortcomings in battle. Facing such formidable adversaries, he could not help but feel a twinge of apprehension. He surveyed his surroundings, his gaze lingering on the hastily gathered band of wandering ninjas, silently praying that among them were some truly formidable individuals. Despite his apprehensions, Yamajiro Shinda did not falter. After all, this was the territory of the Rain Ninja, and he must fight for the honor of his elder brother, Yamajiro Hanzo. Taking a deep breath, he donned his mask, his eyes growing resolute and courageous. He raised his weapon high and proclaimed with a booming voice, "For the Rain Ninja village, charge!" His voice echoed across the battlefield, sounding the clarion call for battle. In response to his rallying cry, the Rain Ninjas rallied. brandishing their weapons and charging forward towards the direction of Mangekyou. Seeking death. Chiyo's lips curled into a cold smirk, her eyes glinting with a fierce, icy light. She stood firm as a mountain, unwavering, yet her hands were a whirlwind of agility, her 10 fingers deftly manipulating chakra threads, orchestrating a symphony of slaughter that commanded the 10 puppets of Kinsan. The Kinsan puppets, having received their orders, surged forth with lightning speed, while the remaining Mangekyou members stood still, merely observing Chiyo's performance. Seeing this, Yamajiro Shinda's ire was ignited. Mangekyou dared to believe that Chiyo alone could dispatch them. He bellowed, "To think you could defeat us with merely 10 puppets is sheer folly. Not even the Kazekage himself could underestimate us so." No sooner had he spoken than the female puppet, Aki, from the Kinsan troop, leapt before Yamajiro Shinda. With remarkable agility, she closed the distance in mere moments, her twin blades gleaming menacingly as they descended towards him. Yamajiro Shinda's eyes narrowed, and in an instant, his body transformed into a puddle of water, evading Aki's strike with a clever water body technique. Almost immediately, he materialized behind her like a phantom, thrusting a kunai towards her head with deadly intent. Clang! The sharp, piercing sound of metal clashing rang out, yet to his astonishment, his strike left Aki unscathed. Alarmed, he realized the puppet's defensive capabilities were astonishingly formidable. Undeterred, Yamajiro Shinda flickered and launched another assault, his ninjutsu constantly shifting. He shouted, "Water style, water chaos wave." Instantly, countless jets of water shot forth like arrows towards Aki. The members of Mangekyou observed the struggle with bated breath, exuding confidence in Chiyo and the Kinsan puppets, even as they faced relentless assaults from the rain ninjas. The Kinsan puppets stood firm, repelling each attack with grace. The battle intensified, with casualties mounting among the rain ninja, while the Kinsan puppets remained seemingly unscathed. At this rate, Chiyo alone could annihilate the entire rain ninja force. Yamajiro Shinda felt a deep sense of urgency, yet was rendered powerless. "Cease this at once." Just as the clash escalated, a deep, resonant voice interrupted the fray. Everyone turned to see a tall figure striding forth. Cloaked in black, with a half-mask obscuring his face, he emanated a formidable aura. It was none other than the legendary figure of Mangekyou, Yamajiro Hanzo. With several powerful strides, he leapt into the heart of the battlefield like a gust of wind, his expression devoid of emotion as he surveyed his surroundings. His gaze, sharp as ice, seemed to penetrate the thoughts of everyone present. The sight before him was grim. The rain ninjas lay gravely wounded, some writhing in agony on the ground, while others had succumbed to silence. This scene ignited an inferno of fury within him. "Is this the way of your land of wind?" The voice of Hanzo the salamander betrayed an unmistakable anger as he inhaled deeply and then exhaled explosively. A dark purple mist erupted from his mouth, swirling like a venomous dragon, wreaking havoc across the battlefield and forcing everyone to retreat. "First, you deceitfully enticed us into an alliance. Then you invaded us by force." His voice echoed across the battlefield, each word laden with accusation and reproach. The people of Mangekyou were compelled to withdraw in fear from the sudden onslaught of toxic fumes, their eyes filled with trepidation. Chiyo's eyes glinted with sarcasm as she sneered. "What a bold declaration of forceful occupation. To hear such words from you, Hanzo the salamander, is nothing short of ironic. Did you not just invade the land of iron?" As she spoke, her hands swiftly formed seals, and the 10 of Kinshimatsu appeared as if summoned, quickly gathering at her side, bracing themselves in a standoff against the venomous Hanzo. Chiyo's voice was as unyielding as iron in a winter gale, cold and resolute. "Hanzo the salamander, we have not come to instigate needless conflict, but rather to uncover the obscured truth. Tell me, where is the delegation from our Mangekyou?" Despite an ominous premonition regarding the fate of her delegation, Chiyo still yearned for a definitive answer from Hanzo. His gaze was as piercing as that of a hawk, and he emphatically denied her. "I, Hanzo the salamander, can unequivocally assure you that I have harmed not a single soul from your Mangekyou. We have never encountered your delegation." "Nonsense," Choji retorted angrily. "Our delegation lost contact upon arriving in your land of wind. They are the elite of our village. Do you dare claim their disappearance has nothing to do with you? Who would believe such a statement?" Beneath Hanzo's mask, his eyes glimmered with a fierce light, his voice resonating as if emanating from the depths of hell. "I say it did not happen, and it did not. If you do not believe me, feel free to investigate." The murderous aura emanating from him was palpable, as if a feral beast had awakened to fixate upon Choji. The chilling pressure nearly suffocated him, causing him to involuntarily take a step back, only to be seized by his mother, Chiyo. "If you will not speak, we shall search the Rain Ninja Village ourselves." Chiyo's tone was unwavering, her stern expression revealing an unassailable resolve. The 10 of Kinshimatsu followed closely behind, adopting a battle stance akin to 10 unsheathed blades, charging toward Hanzo. "Do your worst." Hanzo could no longer contain his pent-up rage. With a roar, he swiftly formed hand seals. Summoning technique. With that exclamation, a thick fog suddenly surged across the battlefield. As the smoke dissipated, a colossal salamander emerged before the crowd, its massive form towering like a hill, instilling a sense of dread. This was Hanzo's summoned beast, the salamander, Jibutsu. The Rain Shinobi, upon witnessing this behemoth, erupted in jubilant shouts, eager to demonstrate their prowess against the Sand Hidden. Hanzo, with a fierce glint in his eyes, struck the creature's head, barking a command. "Release the toxic mist." At his behest, Jibutsu opened its gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of thick, purple poisonous fog that swiftly enveloped nearly the entire Sand-Hidden force. Chiyo, observing the ominous cloud, felt a weight of seriousness descend upon her. As a medical ninja of the Sand Village, she had extensively studied poison techniques, which was part of the reason for her leadership in this mission. Prior to their departure, she had meticulously examined the records concerning Hanzo and his infamous toxins, reputed to be overwhelmingly lethal and dread-inducing. However, lacking concrete samples, she had remained skeptical, believing that those who had fallen to Hanzo merely lacked the means to counter his venomous arts. Unlike them, with her years of research and vast experience, she felt confident in her ability to confront Hanzo's poisons. Yet, faced with this pervasive miasma, an unprecedented pressure enveloped her. The potency and rapid spread of the toxic fog surpassed her expectations. Without an antidote, even her medical ninjutsu would only barely sustain life. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to quell her shock and anxiety. "Everyone, retreat." Chiyo's voice sliced through the battlefield's chaos like a cold blade. Her expression was grave as she glared at Hanzo, who stood atop Jibutsu, his eyes almost aflame with intensity. As she issued commands, she deftly maneuvered her 10 puppets, propelling them towards Hanzo like a torrent of steel. The Sand Village ninjas, upon hearing Chiyo's orders, exchanged glances of astonishment. However, they knew Chiyo's capabilities, especially her unparalleled expertise in poisons. Thus, they hesitated no longer, swiftly retreating like the wind. Yet, in the realm of battle, life and death could hinge on a mere moment. Several sand ninjas, despite their desperate flight, found themselves ensnared by the toxic fog, their faces gradually turning a sickly shade of purple before they collapsed helplessly within the noxious cloud. 3 treasures of the puppet technique. Absorb. Chiyo's voice resonated with determination. Swiftly forming hand seals, she commanded her puppets to unleash a formidable combined technique. 3 puppets stood side by side, each forming different seals, emanating a mysterious power. The toxic mist seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, most of it spiraling into the vortex created by the 3 treasures, then violently expelled back towards the Rain Village like a tempest. In that instant, the entire battlefield trembled. Hanzo, positioned atop the immense Jibutsu, regarded Chiyo with a chilling gaze, fixated on her relentless efforts to safeguard her comrades. Confronted by the advancing toxic mist, a cold smirk graced the corners of his lips. "Jingfu," he commanded softly. The enormous giant salamander, Jingfu, opened its gaping maw, and a formidable suction erupted from within, swiftly drawing in the returning poison, sparing the Rain Shinobi position behind. From his vantage point, Hanzo the salamander gazed down at Chiyo, his voice devoid of warmth. "Even with your efforts to shield them, how long can you truly protect them? My poison is inexhaustible." He feigned intent to command Jingfu to unleash more venomous fumes. Chiyo's body stiffened slightly, a flicker of rage and defiance igniting in her eyes. She shot a fierce glare at Hanzo, her hands rapidly forming seals, directing the 10 shinobi of Nara to plunge into the noxious haze and retrieve the fallen sand shinobi one by one. "Hanzo the salamander." Chiyo spat through clenched teeth. "You will pay for this. The Sand Village will not let you escape." With a decisive wave of her hand, the sand shinobi retreated in bitterness, their figures vanishing swiftly from the battlefield, leaving behind a scene of devastation and the echo of Hanzo's indifferent laughter reverberating through the air. The sand has retreated. One range shinobi exclaimed loudly, his voice betraying an unmistakable thrill. They have been defeated. Another range shinobi brandished his weapon, a victorious smile illuminating his face. As if in that moment, they were the true masters of the battlefield. Long live the range shinobi. More joined in the chorus of jubilation, their voices merging into a tremendous wave of sound that resonated above the battlefield. At that moment, they felt an unprecedented sense of glory and pride. Long live Lord Hanzo. The range shinobi turned their gazes towards Hanzo, who stood proudly atop Jingfu, their eyes filled with admiration and reverence. Yet, Hanzo did not share in their exuberance. His brow furrowed, his gaze fixed intensely on the retreating figure of Chiyo. That woman, upon their first encounter with his toxic mist, had swiftly devised a countermeasure, and her puppets remained wholly unaffected by his poison. This realization enveloped him with an unfamiliar weight of pressure. This victory did not signify the complete downfall of the sand. Rather, they might rise again, and next time, they could prove to be even more formidable. The foundation of the 5 great nations was not something the Land of Rain could simply trifle with. Nonetheless, Hanzo turned to face the jubilant range shinobi, slightly raising his weapon in salute. At this gesture, the range shinobi erupted into even more fervent cheers. Oblivious to the fierce clash between the Land of Rain and the Land of Sand, and unaware that Uchiha Ling, returning in defeat from the sand, was wholly engrossed in mastering his newly acquired puppet technique. His eyes sparkled with fervor. Before him stood a puppet, a mirror image of himself, with dark hair and crimson eyes, resembling a reflection in a glass. This puppet was custom-made by Uchiha Ling, each detail meticulously crafted, appearing as if it were his twin brother, vibrant and lifelike. Though costly, the materials were of the highest quality, and he believed it would become his invaluable ally. Regarding the integration of puppet techniques into his combat style, Uchiha Ling had devised a meticulous plan. On the battlefield, the formidable Jinjutsu of the Uchiha clan served as a veil, while the puppets drew the enemy's fire, becoming the focal point of their attention. Meanwhile, he could conceal himself in the shadows, observing with calm precision, awaiting the fleeting opportunity to strike. Prior to the awakening of his kaleidoscope Sharingan, he was confident that, armed solely with this technique, he could defeat half of the elite ninja in the realm. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to refine his mastery of puppet manipulation to an exceptional level. Although the system had imparted the essence of the puppet arts to him, practical application required continual honing and familiarity. He strolled to the banks of a nearby stream in the Hidden Leaf Village, where the water was crystal clear, glimmering under the sun. He seated himself upon a large rock, a favored spot of the future Naruto for fishing. Subsequently, he retrieved a puppet that closely resembled himself from the system's space, a crucial element in his strategy of surprise. In a critical moment, he would summon this puppet from the system, catching his adversaries off guard without the need for hand seals. Gazing at the puppet, soon to be his formidable ally on the battlefield, he softly declared, "From this day forth, you shall be known as Uchiha Sora." Shadow clone technique. Uchiha Ling exclaimed, swiftly forming hand seals, and in an instant, a perfect replica of himself appeared beside him. He intended for his shadow clone to engage in combat with Uchiha Sora, thus honing his puppet skills through real combat scenarios. Only in the crucible of intense confrontation could he truly test and elevate his proficiency in puppet manipulation. With preparations complete, the shadow clone nodded slightly, and in the blink of an eye, vanished, leaving only an afterimage in its wake. Simultaneously, Uchiha Ling adeptly maneuvered Uchiha Sora, swiftly executing a kick backward in an attempt to intercept the suddenly vanished shadow clone. Clang! The sharp sound of metal clashing resonated in the air. The shadow clone reappeared above and to the side of Uchiha Sora, a kunai gleaming menacingly in its grasp, slicing through the air with precision towards the puppet's neck. The swiftness of the action was breathtaking. Maintaining a combat stance, the shadow clone remarked coolly, "The battle is over." Uchiha Ling nodded, a glint of approval and introspection crossing his eyes. He stated solemnly, "The puppet's speed is indeed somewhat lacking. Even with an accurate perception of the opponent's position, it cannot respond swiftly enough." Once more, he bellowed, his fighting spirit ignited. The shadow clone and Uchiha Ling's controlled puppet clashed again in fierce battle. They exchanged blows in numerous rounds, each concluding with the shadow clone's victory. However, as the skirmishes progressed, it became increasingly challenging for the shadow clone to secure an effortless win. Particularly, as Uchiha Ling grew more adept with the puppet arts, Uchiha Sora's movements became increasingly fluid, making it difficult to discern that it was merely a puppet. After the combat, Uchiha Ling panted heavily, yet his eyes sparkled with exhilaration. He gazed at the lifelike puppet beside him, genuinely exclaiming, "This investment was indeed worthwhile. This meticulously crafted puppet exceeds all expectations." "Three Lin brothers?" A crisp and familiar voice suddenly interrupted Uchiha Lin's contemplation. He looked up to see Uzumaki Kushina standing on the opposite bank of the river. Gazing in bewilderment at the three identical figures of herself, her clear, large eyes filled with confusion and curiosity. A warm smile spread across Uchiha Lin's face as a thought crossed his mind. He waved his hand enthusiastically, greeting her, "Kushina, it's been a long time." As he spoke, he willed his shadow clones to dissipate, leaving only a wisp of faint smoke behind. "Is that the shadow clone technique?" Kushina pondered, her gaze fixed on the vanishing smoke, her curiosity piqued by this legendary ninjutsu. She had heard of its renown, but never had the opportunity to learn it herself. Uchiha Lin nodded, smiling as he explained, "Indeed, that is the shadow clone technique." After a brief pause, he inquired with curiosity, "Kushina, what brings you here?" "I'm here to train," Kushina replied, rolling up her sleeves to reveal her arms as white as jade, her face radiating determination. "Training? Are you honing some ninjutsu?" Uchiha Lin asked, intrigued. To him, if it were merely training, there would be no need to come here. The training grounds at the Ninja Academy would suffice. Kushina hesitated for a moment, seemingly weighing whether to share her purpose with Uchiha Lin. However, in her heart, Brother Lin was not a stranger. So she nodded and softly said, "It's the four-symbol seal that Granny Mito is teaching me." Granny Mito. Uchiha Lin raised an eyebrow, as if he had heard an astonishing name. "Yes, Granny Mito said I need to master the four-symbol seal as soon as possible, but I'm not sure why." Kushina replied, tilting her head and displaying a hint of confusion. She seemed unaware of the profound significance behind this ninjutsu. Uchiha Lin looked at the innocent Kushina, who was oblivious to the challenges and hardships that awaited her, and felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. This adorable girl was about to face immense trials, yet he could not shoulder much of the burden for her. The Jinchuriki. Kushina stood shyly before Uchiha Lin, her lake-like eyes glimmering with anticipation and nervousness. She seemed oblivious to the faint pity reflected in his gaze, and softly implored, "Brother Lin, could you please practice with me?" Uchiha Lin nodded slightly, a gentle smile gracing his features, reminiscent of the warm sun in spring, capable of soothing the soul. "Of course. I am also curious about the unique aspects of the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques." Uchiha Lin, indeed, was intrigued by the Uzumaki clan's sealing arts, contemplating that should he encounter them in the future, he would be well prepared. He looked at Kushina, his eyes inquiring, "How can I assist you?" A faint blush crept onto Kushina's cheeks as she lowered her head, her hands nervously entwined. Her voice trembled softly, "Brother Lin, you just need to watch from the side. As long as you are nearby, I will feel much more at ease." Upon concluding her words, she furtively raised her head and cast a swift glance at Uchiha Ling before hastily lowering it again, as if to gauge his reaction, fearful of eliciting his displeasure. Uchiha Ling was touched by her youthful shyness and anticipation, and his heart warmed in response. Such candid expressions are indeed characteristic of the girls in the ninja world. A deeper smile graced his lips as he gently replied, "All right." Upon hearing this, Kushina's cheeks flushed even more, resembling the rosy hues of dawn upon her face. She timidly lifted her gaze but could not bear to meet Uchiha Ling's eyes directly. Instead, she slightly turned her head, her voice trembling as she uttered, "Thank you, Ling and I." Like a startled bird, she hurried to the riverbank, turning her back to Uchiha Ling, taking a deep breath to steady her racing heart. With a stick in hand, Kushina meticulously inscribed the enigmatic symbols of the four-symbol seal upon the ground. She was wholly absorbed, and as she called out, "For symbol seal," the hand seals were swiftly completed. Uchiha Ling stood nearby, acutely aware of the subtle fluctuations in the surrounding space-time caused by the four-symbol seal, though minimal. They were undeniably present. His crimson Sharingan focused intently on Kushina, perceiving the chakra within her flowing like a gentle stream. "Ah, so that is how it works." Uchiha Ling mused, nodding in understanding. The four-symbol seal, through the continuous circulation of chakra, constructs a prison in an alternate space-time, securely containing the entities that require sealing. His comprehension of this ancient sealing technique deepened. Kushina let out a soft sigh, clearly dissatisfied with her performance, having failed once more. Uchiha Ling stepped closer, softly reassuring her. Is this technique too difficult? Kushina shook her head slightly, a faint smile of bitter amusement appearing on her face. Although executing the technique itself wasn't inherently difficult, precisely controlling the sealing range proved exceedingly challenging. A moment's lapse could inadvertently seal unrelated objects as well. As she spoke, a hint of embarrassment crossed her features. She paused, seemingly recalling something, and then continued, Ling and I, please don't laugh at me. When I practiced at home before, I accidentally sealed my bed. When I released the seal, the entire bed collapsed into a heap of splintered wood. At this point, she couldn't help but chuckle, her awkward yet resigned smile prompting Uchiha Ling to join in her laughter. Watching Kushina's repeated attempts and failures with the four-symbol seal, Uchiha Ling couldn't help but reflect on the inherent dangers of this sealing technique. He suddenly recalled the future confrontation between Danzo and Sasuke, where Danzo ultimately employed the inner four-symbol seal, intending to perish alongside Sasuke, yet ended up sealing merely a bridge. The inner four-symbol seal is undoubtedly a more potent and perilous variant of the four-symbol seal. Uchiha Ling pondered the potential of the four-symbol seal. If its activation speed could be accelerated, it might rival a formidable offensive ninjutsu. Undeterred, Kushina continued to practice the four symbols seal repeatedly in the same spot. Yet each attempt culminated in failure. Uchiha Ling stood to the side, his Sharingan granting him the ability to perceive the subtle fluctuations of chakra within Kushina. He observed that each time she executed the sealing technique, her chakra expenditure was minuscule, nearly negligible. This led him to deduce that Kushina might be attempting to regulate the size of the four-symbol seal in pursuit of a more precise outcome. Such meticulous control undoubtedly demanded an extraordinary level of focus and skill. The fact that Kushina managed to minimize the size of the seal likely stemmed from her consideration for him. After all, he was standing nearby, and a larger sealing range could potentially ensnare him as well. This thoughtful concern stirred a warmth within Uchiha Ling's heart. After a moment of contemplation, he ventured a suggestion. Kushina, perhaps you could first attempt a larger four-symbol seal, gradually narrowing the range thereafter. This approach might prove easier than trying to create such a small seal from the outset. Upon hearing this, Kushina hesitated and turned to face Uchiha Ling, her clear eyes reflecting a hint of worry. But, Ling-Onizen, if the sealing range is too large, you could be in danger. Uchiha Ling smiled gently, stepping behind Kushina and placing his warm hand reassuringly on her shoulder, offering steadfast encouragement. Do not worry, I am right here by your side. Trust me. If there is any danger, I will swiftly take you away. Feeling the warmth of his hand on her shoulder, a comforting wave surged into her heart. She gazed up at Uchiha Ling's encouraging eyes, and her worries gradually dissipated. Nodding, a determined expression graced her face. All right, Ling-Onizen, I believe in you. Taking a deep breath to steady her racing heart, she focused on the four-symbol seal design before her, her hands swiftly forming the necessary seals. This time, perhaps bolstered by Uchiha Ling's encouragement, confidence filled her heart. For symbol seal, with a soft exclamation from Kushina, the hand signs were completed in an instant. A radiant light flickered, and a seal larger than her previous attempts slowly manifested upon the ground. Remarkably, she succeeded on her first try. As the chakra surged within her, it flowed along specific pathways, ultimately converging within the four-symbol seal design on the ground. This force possessed an irresistible allure, encompassing all within a 1-meter radius, firmly sealing everything within the mysterious pattern. Standing beside Kushina, Uchiha Ling's hand remained gently upon her shoulder, not merely to convey warmth, but to deeply sense the flow and changes of her chakra. Through this delicate connection, his understanding of the four-symbol seal deepened significantly. A glimmer of enlightenment sparkled in his eyes, as if he had unraveled the mysteries of the seal. He murmured softly, so it is. The flow of chakra and the formation of the seals. In mere moments of observation and learning, I have grasped the essence of the four-symbol seal. Sealing technique. Four-symbol sealing beginner. The display on the system panel indicated that he had mastered this sealing technique. However, for Uchiha Ling, while the sealing technique was undeniably powerful, it was not the most crucial aspect of his strength. His most significant weapon remained those crimson Sharingan eyes. Regrettably, he had yet to discover a method to further evolve them. Every time he contemplated the mysterious and formidable power of the Mangekyou Sharingan, his heart brimmed with yearning. If he were to possess the Mangekyou Sharingan, the entire shinobi world would be his oyster, granting him the freedom to traverse anywhere at will. Alas, as the ostensible strongest of the Uchiha clan, he was acutely aware that aside from the hidden Uchiha Madara, it was unlikely he would encounter another soul with the Mangekyou Sharingan in this world. And to defeat Uchiha Madara and seize the Mangekyou Sharingan was no trivial endeavor. Uchiha Ling sighed softly, reflecting inwardly. If only I possessed sufficient strength to challenge Uchiha Madara, then the Mangekyou Sharingan would lose its significance. Kushina's face blossomed with a radiant smile, akin to a flower in full bloom, her surprise and joy nearly overflowing from every expression. Abruptly, she turned to face Uchiha Ling, her eyes sparkling like stars, as if attempting to convey her elation to him. Ling brother, I truly succeeded. Kushina's voice was filled with excitement, nearly bursting with the exuberance she could scarcely contain. Observing her exuberance, Uchiha Ling felt an indescribable joy swell within him, genuinely happy for her achievement. Well done, Kushina, he exclaimed, instinctively reaching out to gently caress her fiery red hair. At that moment, a voice suddenly shattered the warm atmosphere. They turned to see Minato Namikaze standing there, his gaze carrying a hint of curiosity as he observed the intimate interaction between the two. Minato, what brings you here? Kushina's surprised voice disrupted the surrounding tranquility, her brows slightly raised, revealing her puzzlement. Uchiha Ling paused momentarily, then swiftly withdrew his hand from Kushina's shoulder, a subtle and imperceptible shift of emotion flickering in his eyes. He slowly turned to meet Minato's gaze. Minato stood in the sunlight, his golden hair shimmering with an enchanting glow, embodying the essence of youth and vitality. Uchiha Ling assessed him and could not help but acknowledge that they were not of the same ilk. I often come here to practice my ninjutsu, Minato explained, his gaze shifting between Uchiha Ling and Kushina, seemingly trying to comprehend their relationship. Kushina, who is this? He inquired, a note of curiosity in his tone. Ling brother is a jonin of the village, Kushina began, seemingly at a loss for the appropriate words to articulate her connection with Uchiha Ling. Uchiha Ling observed keenly, his understanding profound. He offered a gentle smile and gracefully took over the conversation. Kushina and I are friends. My name is Uchiha Ling. Upon hearing this introduction, Minato Namikaze immediately adopted a respectful demeanor. He bowed slightly, greeting Uchiha Ling with deference. Greetings, Senior Ling. I am Minato Namikaze, a student at the Ninja Academy. His voice resonated with admiration. After a brief exchange, the misunderstandings among the group dissipated. It turned out that Minato was merely accompanying Kushina for training. He remarked with a smile that conveyed a hint of envy. Hailing from an ordinary civilian background, Minato's path had undeniably been more arduous compared to those born into prestigious clans. Lacking familial support and the guidance of esteemed predecessors, he had to rely solely on his own diligence and perseverance to forge ahead. Whenever he witnessed peers, nurtured by numerous clan ninjas, he felt a surge of complex emotions within him. Uchiha Ling perceptively detected the fleeting envy in Minato's eyes. This seemingly ordinary blonde youth harbored remarkable potential and talent. Yet, in a world that revered strength, Minato lacked the opportunity to shine. At that moment, he had yet to encounter his mentor, Jiraiya, and had not even graduated from the academy. Although he excelled academically, he remained an unnoticed student, devoid of a prominent lineage or remarkable skills, akin to gold buried beneath gravel, awaiting discovery. As the first formidable ninja Minato had encountered, Uchiha Ling recognized the rare opportunity he possessed. A thought flickered in Ling's mind. If he could make a lasting impression on Minato, perhaps this youth, brimming with potential, could become a significant ally in the future. With this in mind, Uchiha Ling's expression softened with warmth and kindness. I am a few years your senior, so you may call me Minato. You mentioned wanting to practice. What sort of training do you have in mind? Perhaps I can lend a hand. Minato's face lit up with a radiant smile, and he respectfully replied, Senior Ling, you may address me however you wish. As for the training, there will soon be combat examinations among classmates, and I wish to enhance my abilities. His gaze towards Uchiha Ling was filled with anticipation, as if he were hoping for something significant. Uchiha Ling smiled slightly, feigning contemplation as he stroked his chin, then said, I see, then I shall guide you a bit. As a ninja of Konoha, it is my duty to assist the younger generation. Upon hearing Ling's words, Minato was overjoyed. He bowed deeply to Uchiha Ling, expressing his gratitude. Really? Thank you so much, Senior Ling. However, Kushina, standing nearby, did not seem particularly pleased. She shot Minato an admonishing glance, a slight huff escaping her small nose as she voiced her discontent. Humph. Just don't wear Ling down too much. Konoha's Wave Wind felt the discontent radiating from Kushina. He earnestly gazed at her and reassured, Do not worry, Kushina, I shall not put Senior Ling in a difficult position. Uchiha Ling observed the two somewhat incompatible youths before him, a hint of amusement stirring within him. He found it perplexing why Kushina harbored such disdain for Wave Wind. Yet this presented an opportunity for him. By the riverbank, Uchiha Ling stood facing Wave Wind. The surrounding air seemed to solidify, thick with tension. Wave Wind was the first to launch an attack, his figure moving with ghostly swiftness, kunai glinting menacingly in his hands. In the face of his rapid onslaught, Uchiha Ling appeared remarkably at ease, his feet remaining firmly planted as he deftly parried Wave Wind's strikes with mere flourishes of his kunai. As the battle progressed, Uchiha Ling gradually discerned that Wave Wind's prowess exceeded his expectations. Even relying solely on taijutsu, this young man still in ninja school possessed at least the strength of a chunin. It was likely that the average chunin would prove no match for him. His speed was astonishing, and each evasion and counterattack was executed with a calm grace, reflecting a profound understanding of combat. It seemed that the genius Wave Wind was already beginning to unveil his extraordinary capabilities on the battlefield. After an intense exchange, both warriors retreated a few steps to regain their footing. Uchiha Ling inhaled deeply, admiration gleaming in his eyes. You are truly remarkable, Wave Wind, he sincerely praised. Your speed and reactions have left a lasting impression. I believe you will soon excel as a ninja. Wave Wind humbly smiled, though confidence sparkled in his gaze. I still have a long way to go, Senior Ling. The diligence of his years had not been in vain. He had gained the acknowledgement and esteem of the seasoned jonin, Uchiha Ling. As the day waned, Uchiha Ling proposed, Allow me to treat you both to some ramen. I know a splendid place. Without hesitation, Kushina and Wave Wind nodded in agreement. Inside the ramen shop, the steam rising from the savory broth wafted an enticing aroma as the trio gathered around a table. Wave Wind picked up his chopsticks, savoring a strand of ramen, and exclaimed, This ramen is exceptional, bursting with flavor, and the noodles possess perfect chewiness. Truly worthy of Senior Ling's recommendation. Uchiha Ling chuckled in response, Indeed. The craftsmanship here is top-notch. By the way, Wave Wind, I heard you have a few more years until you graduate from the ninja school. What are your plans for the future? Wave Wind set down his chopsticks, contemplating seriously for a moment before slowly articulating, To be honest, I am filled with both anticipation and a sense of confusion regarding the future. Becoming an exceptional ninja has been my dream since childhood. Yet I have yet to fully determine the path I should take. I see, Uchiha Ling pondered, a thought igniting in his mind. He indeed possessed the qualifications to lead a team. As a jonin, he held the authority and responsibility to guide and mentor the new generation of ninjas. With that notion, the image of Wave Wind surfaced vividly in his mind. The young lad, if he could be brought under his command, might just hold within his grasp the legendary Flying Thunder God technique in the future. Yet, he could not help but smile wryly and shake his head. For such considerations were far too premature. Wave Wind Minato and Vortex Kushina were still but fledgling students, with a considerable distance yet to traverse before graduation. As dusk fell, the afterglow of the setting sun bathed the horizon in molten gold, painting half the sky in hues of crimson. After parting ways with Wave Wind Minato and Vortex Kushina, Uchiha Ling set off on his solitary return, lost in contemplation. He meandered through the intricately arranged alleys, when suddenly, a familiar figure cast a long shadow in the twilight. Appearing somewhat solitary, Uchiha Ling's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of imperceptible wariness flashing in his eyes. Within his line of sight, a figure emerged stealthily. It was Kabuto Yakushi, a trusted subordinate of Orochimaru. Kabuto's movements were notoriously enigmatic, and his presence stirred a ripple of unease within Uchiha Ling. Kabuto Yakushi? What brings him here? In the night, Kabuto's pace seemed hurried yet exuded an inexplicable steadiness. Uchiha Ling resolved to follow him discreetly, moving like a nimble leopard, silently trailing behind Kabuto, employing the shadows of street corners and the shelter of buildings to advance cautiously. Every movement was executed with the utmost caution, merging seamlessly with the encroaching night. Kabuto occasionally glanced back, as if sensing something amiss. Yet, each time he turned, Uchiha Ling swiftly melted into the adjacent shadows, ensuring his presence remained undetected. Uchiha Ling felt his stealth skills were on full display. At least for now, he was not at risk of being discovered. Kabuto's path grew increasingly obscure, seemingly intent on evading the cacophony of the crowds. Eventually, he arrived at the cemetery of Konoha Hidden Village, a realm cloaked in the silence of night. The gentle night breeze swept through, causing the inscriptions on the tombstones to flicker in the moonlight, an ineffable chill permeating the air. Uchiha Ling's curiosity ignited, compelling him to ponder Kabuto's purpose for visiting this place. This question swirled persistently in his mind as he approached with heightened caution, wary of missing any detail. Kabuto wandered among the graves, his steps light, careful not to create a disturbance that might attract unwarranted attention. He paused intermittently, seemingly searching for something, his gaze flitting among the tombstones. At last, he halted before a particular grave, bending down to caress the stone with his hands. Uchiha Ling's heart surged, a tempest of thoughts rising within him. A mark? Kabuto's clandestine visit to the Konoha cemetery inevitably conjured associations with the infamous forbidden technique, Impure world reincarnation. This jutsu, pioneered by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, could summon the souls of the deceased back to the living world through the medium of offerings, achieving resurrection. Could it be that Orochimaru's research into impure world reincarnation was beginning to bear fruit? Uchiha Ling speculated, the clouds of doubt thickening in his mind. If it were not for this forbidden technique, why would Yakushi Kabuto venture into the resting place of the heroes of Konoha in the dead of night? He recalled the future when Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju would be summoned through Edo Tensei. If their corpses were to fall into Orochimaru's hands now, such a future would inevitably come to pass. A flicker of realization passed through Uchiha Ling's eyes. He stealthily approached Yakushi Kabuto, seeking to glean further clues from his actions. Kabuto paused before a particular tombstone, his fingers gently tracing the inscriptions as if searching for a hidden mechanism or secret mark. Whose grave is he seeking? Uchiha Ling pondered silently. If Orochimaru truly held the secret of Edo Tensei, he would have to involve himself as well. Suddenly, Kabuto halted, seemingly having found his target. Uchiha Ling watched intently as Kabuto retrieved a small vial from his bosom, containing a mysterious liquid. He delicately dripped the liquid onto the tombstone, then swiftly retreated a few steps to continue his search among the other graves. Who goes there? A cold voice rang out from the entrance of the cemetery. Both Yakushi Kabuto and Uchiha Ling were startled. Under the silvery moonlight, a man gradually approached. His figure flickered in the dim night, and Uchiha Ling recognized him from afar. Uchiha Sho, what brings him here at this hour? Uchiha Ling murmured to himself, surprised by the unexpected visitor in the graveyard. Uchiha Sho, the son of Uchiha Kagami, had inherited the Uchiha name, but not his father's extraordinary talents. He was merely an ordinary jonin, one of those Uchiha Ling had specifically sought to befriend upon his arrival in this world. In the night, Uchiha Sho donned a black robe adorned with the distinctive fan emblem of the Uchiha clan, which shimmered faintly in the moonlight, making it evident from afar that he belonged to the Uchiha lineage. His gaze was sharp as he scanned the cemetery, landing on Yakushi Kabuto with a furrowed brow and an expression of anger. Who are you? What nefarious act have you committed by placing something on the tombstone? He demanded sternly. Kabuto had intended to leave without a sound, but Uchiha Sho's words compelled him to halt. A sense of foreboding washed over him, though he maintained an impassive facade. Taking a deep breath, a glint of determination flickered in his eyes. For Lord Orochimaru's plan, you must be eliminated, he muttered under his breath. No sooner had he spoken than Kabuto launched his attack. Shadow Snake Hands. With a low cry, several black snakes erupted from beneath his robe, writhing and flicking their tongues as they lunged towards Uchiha Sho like lightning. Taken aback by this sudden assault, Uchiha Sho scrambled to evade. Yet a few snakes ensnared his body tightly. Struggling to free himself from the chilling grip of the serpents, he felt their constriction growing ever tighter, as if they sought to consume him whole. Damn it, is this an enemy? Uchiha Sho was taken aback, instantly activating his Sharingan, the vivid three-tomo manifesting in his eyes. However, ensnared tightly by those cunning serpents, he found himself unable to perform the necessary hand seals, plunging him into a dire predicament. Kabuto offered him no respite, A cold smile crept across his lips as he stealthily expelled a sharp shuriken from his mouth, aimed directly at the head of Uchiha Jun. This sudden maneuver drew a deep furrow across Uchiha Ling's brow as he observed Kabuto's unconventional combat style. Ever since aligning himself with Orochimaru, Kabuto had increasingly deviated from the path of a typical human, gradually transforming into a peculiar entity. More importantly, Uchiha Ling noted that such a technique employed by Kabuto could only have been executed through some form of specialized physical enhancement. Orochimaru's human experiments had indeed commenced. Faced with this unforeseen threat of death, Uchiha Jun displayed remarkable fortitude. Summoning all his strength, he finally broke free from the constricting grip of the Shadow Serpent. In this critical moment, he hastily extended his palm, narrowly intercepting the lethal shuriken. The weapon pierced through his hand, blood trickling down his fingers. This excruciating pain ignited Uchiha Jun's fighting spirit, his eyes ablaze with determination. Fire style, fireball jutsu, he bellowed, yanking the shuriken from his palm and disregarding the pain of his wound as he swiftly formed the hand seals. A ferocious fireball erupted from his mouth, propelled by searing flames, retaliating against Kabuto. In stark contrast to the beleaguered Uchiha Jun, Kabuto appeared remarkably composed. After releasing the shuriken, he gracefully leaped back several meters, maintaining a distance that allowed him to launch an attack while remaining elusive from Uchiha Jun's Sharingan. Water style, great waterfall technique. Kabuto calmly formed the seals, and subsequently, a torrent of surging water gushed forth from his mouth, surging like a great dragon towards the blazing fireball. Boom! The fierce collision of the fireball and the water produced a tremendous explosion. The entire graveyard was instantly enveloped in a thick mist, transforming the surroundings into a white haze, as if one were ensnared within a fog, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Uchiha Ling furrowed his brow and activated his Sharingan. Through its keen insight, he was astonished to discover that Kabuto had, at some point, employed the body double technique. The clone remained in place, distracting Uchiha Jun's gaze. While Kabuto stealthily approached him amidst the swirling mist, the shuriken in his hand signaling impending peril. Witnessing this unfolding scenario, Uchiha Ling could not help but feel a wave of anxiety for Uchiha Jun. It seemed that Jun was destined to lose. He murmured to himself, as if he could already envision the scene of Uchiha Jun's defeat. Uchiha Jun's combat experience was evidently lacking, particularly in his injured state, as he struggled to contend with the cunning and formidable Kabuto. As the son of Uchiha Kyu, Uchiha Jun's performance clearly fell short of his clan's expectations. It was no wonder that the clan members felt he had not yet reached the caliber of his father. As Yakushi Kabuto drew ever closer to Uchiha Itachi amidst the swirling fog, he stealthily raised his kunai, poised to deliver a lethal blow. Uchiha Sasuke, observing this from a distance, was suddenly overcome by an inexplicable sense of urgency. Should Uchiha Itachi perish at this moment, the existence of Uchiha Shisui in the future would become uncertain. The thought filled Sasuke with unease. He still harbored hopes of one day acquiring Shisui's eyes. Renowned for their unparalleled Genjutsu, Kodo Amatsukami, which held an irresistible allure for him. Resolutely, he decided to intervene, his figure gliding through the moonlight like a specter, swiftly approaching the battlefield. What? Uchiha Itachi finally sensed the disturbance behind him, feeling a chilling pang of dread. Startled, he turned to assess the situation. However, within his line of sight appeared a pair of enormous Sharingan, their deep crimson hue seemingly capable of devouring all, instilling terror. Under the gaze of those eyes, Itachi was struck by a wave of dizziness, his body succumbing to weakness as he fell into unconsciousness. Simultaneously, Sasuke raced across the battlefield like a tempest, deftly seizing Yakushi Kabuto's hand that clutched the kunai, halting its deadly trajectory towards Itachi. With a cold, piercing glance at the fallen Itachi, he observed blood oozing from the wound, staining the ground below. Though the kunai had penetrated partially, Sasuke was relieved that he had arrived in time to prevent a fatal injury. Drawing a deep breath, he silently celebrated his timely intervention. In that fleeting moment, he had cast a Genjutsu on Itachi, ensuring he would not witness Sasuke's face. At the same time, his body moved with the swiftness of lightning, swiftly subduing Yakushi Kabuto. The entire sequence unfolded with seamless grace, and in an instant, Sasuke had successfully incapacitated two high-ranking shinobi. Uchiha Sasuke. Yakushi Kabuto gazed in shock at the figure before him. Attempting to withdraw his hand from Sasuke's iron grip, he found the other's strength immovable, as steadfast as a mountain. Sasuke's brow furrowed, his gaze fierce as he addressed Kabuto. Feigning anger, "Yakushi Kabuto, how dare you return to Konoha? How dare you lay hands on my Uchiha clan?" His voice echoed through the graveyard, as if threatening to consume Kabuto whole. Kabuto's eyes flickered as he quickly devised a plan. As a loyal follower of Orochimaru, his allegiance had effectively branded him a traitor after Orochimaru's defection. Yakushi Kabuto's mind raced. He managed to smile, attempting to mask his inner turmoil. "Sasuke, you misunderstand. It was this Uchiha who attacked me first. I merely acted in self-defense." He maintained his composure, distorting the truth in a bid to escape accountability. Sasuke, observing Kabuto's deceitful reasoning, could not help but find it amusing. Truly, he thought, a follower of Orochimaru possesses a remarkable talent for inverting right and wrong. Uchiha Ling's Sharingan, glowing with a crimson hue, fixated intently on the face of Yakushi Kabuto, his voice as frigid as the winter wind, coldly inquiring, "Orochimaru, where is he?" In the face of this relentless interrogation, Yakushi Kabuto maintained an unusual composure. He slightly shook his head, his eyes betraying no hint of panic. "Uchiha Ling, I assure you, I truly do not know the current whereabouts of Lord Orochimaru." "You do not know?" A cold smile curled at Uchiha Ling's lips. The dangerous aura emanating from him seemed to freeze the very air around. "Kabuto, you ought to realize that your fate now rests in my hands. Should you fail to disclose Orochimaru's precise location, escaping unscathed will be a formidable challenge." Yakushi Kabuto swallowed hard, although his expression remained calm. The beads of sweat forming on his brow revealed that he was not as tranquil as he appeared. One of his hands discreetly formed seals behind his back. "Just in case," while he replied nonchalantly, "Lord Orochimaru's movements have always been erratic, akin to leaves adrift in the wind, never lingering in one place for long. Even as his confidant, I find it challenging to keep track of his exact location." Uchiha Ling's gaze intensified, as if he could penetrate Kabuto's every thought. "Do not play your games before me, Kabuto. As Orochimaru's trusted aide, you must be privy to certain secrets." As he spoke, Uchiha Ling abruptly tightened his grip. Kabuto felt an overwhelming force constricting his wrist, nearly fracturing it, causing the kunai in his hand to slip and clatter to the ground. Taking a deep breath, Kabuto realized he could no longer conceal the truth. He lifted his gaze to meet Uchiha Ling's. "Very well, I shall tell you. Lord Orochimaru has recently been gathering funds. His experimental research requires substantial financial backing. I suspect he may be in an underground laboratory somewhere near the land of rice fields. But I truly cannot ascertain the specific location, as he frequently changes sites for safety reasons." Uchiha Ling's brow furrowed as he briefly assessed the veracity of this information. Gathering funds? His experiments require such vast financial resources? Indeed, Kabuto nodded, his tone imbued with reverence for Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru's research spans a wide array of fields, necessitating considerable resources and funds to sustain it. He silently added that, aside from experimental costs, there was also a significant financial gap required to maintain the operations of the Sound Village, which was one of the reasons Orochimaru was compelled to seek funds. However, such details were unnecessary to divulge to Uchiha Ling. Uchiha Ling fell into a brief silence, seemingly contemplating various considerations. Suddenly, he coldly queried, "What brings you to the Konoha cemetery?" A sudden jolt surged through Yakushi Kabuto's heart, akin to ripples on a lake stirred by a chilling breeze. He quickly steadied his emotions, a touch of appropriate sorrow gracing his features. "I merely came to pay respects to some departed souls, to reminisce about the past." Uchiha Ling's gaze pierced through him like two sharp blades, delving deep into Yakushi Kabuto's very soul. He did not pursue the matter further. Rather, he shifted the conversation with an almost indifferent tone, stating, "Do you believe I should eliminate you to prevent future troubles?" The forehead of Kabuto Yakushi instantly beaded with fine, cold sweat. He hastily replied, "Uchiha Ling, please listen to me. I can provide you with substantial intelligence regarding Orochimaru. Keeping me alive would undoubtedly be more advantageous for you." "Oh, what valuable information can you offer?" A cold smile flickered across Uchiha Ling's face. Kabuto eagerly enumerated the details of Orochimaru's experimental plans, his fatal weaknesses, and his patterns of movement, exclaiming that he was willing to divulge everything he knew if only Uchiha Ling would spare him. Uchiha Ling fell into deep contemplation once more. After a moment, he finally spoke slowly. Very well. I shall grant you a temporary reprieve today. But remember, should you dare to play any tricks, I will make you understand what it means to wish for death. Kabuto let out a long sigh of relief. The burden in his heart finally lifted. Secretly grateful to have temporarily escaped a dire fate. Whether Uchiha Ling truly believed the information he provided was another matter entirely. Now, Uchiha Ling's voice resonated again. As chilling and resolute as the north wind in winter. Tell me everything you know, truthfully. In his eyes, the enigmatic three-tomo began to rotate slowly, as if it sought to draw Kabuto's very soul into its depths. Kabuto dared not meet those eyes that seemed to penetrate the heart. He slightly turned his head and began to disclose the intelligence regarding Orochimaru. He elaborated on various aspects of Orochimaru's operations, even revealing his weaknesses in Jinjutsu without reservation. This candor lent Uchiha Ling a measure of trust in his words. When it came to the experiments currently being conducted by Orochimaru, Kabuto claimed he could not comprehend the profound research, divulging only basic materials and processes. Uchiha Ling listened intently to Kabuto's revelations, lost in thought. He mentally cross-referenced the information provided and found it largely consistent with what he already knew, thereby increasing his trust in Kabuto further. It appears you have not deceived me. Uchiha Ling stated coldly, you may leave now. From this point forward, remain by Orochimaru's side and continue to relay his intelligence to me. Kabuto nodded silently, refraining from further words. Is Orochimaru currently in the land of rice? Uchiha Ling inquired once more, fixing his gaze upon Kabuto's eyes, as though seeking the truth within them. Yes, he should still be in the land of rice, Kabuto affirmed confidently, his eyes betraying no hint of panic. Uchiha Ling regarded him with a meaningful glance, already formulating his plans. I shall verify this when the opportunity arises. He released Kabuto's hand, deciding to let him go. Kabuto gazed deeply at Uchiha Ling for a few moments before turning and vanishing into the darkness. Watching Kabuto's retreating figure, Uchiha Ling experienced little emotional upheaval. He understood that Kabuto had withheld certain information, yet he remained unconcerned. He possesses his own plans and ambitions, while the pharmacist Do is merely a pawn in his grand scheme. Uchiha Ling gently lifts the frail Uchiha Zhang, locking his gaze on his Zhang's eyes, where the three tomo gradually spin. Upon arriving at the graveyard, you encounter a mysterious figure whose features remain obscured. Just as this enigmatic individual is about to take your life, Uchiha Ling intervenes to save you. However, the speed of the mysterious figure is astonishingly swift, making it difficult even for Uchiha Ling to detain him. For your safety, Uchiha Ling resolves to stay behind and protect you. His voice, deep and resonant, seems to carry an irresistible allure, subtly altering Uchiha Zhang's memories. Zhang's eyes appear somewhat vacant, yet under Ling's guidance, he numbly nods in agreement. Before long, Uchiha Zhang slowly opens his eyes. Upon seeing Uchiha Ling beside him, a look of joy spreads across his face. Ling, thank you for saving me, he exclaims, gripping Ling's hand tightly, gratitude overflowing from his expression. Had you not arrived in time, I might have already become a cold corpse. Uchiha Ling's expression remains largely unchanged as he solemnly inquires, Zhang, did you manage to see the mysterious figure's face? Zhang furrows his brow, a pained expression crossing his features as he clutches his head. No, it was too dark at night. I couldn't discern his visage at all. Uchiha Ling nods, a silent sigh of relief escaping him. His Jinjutsu has successfully replaced Uchiha Zhang's memories, and now Zhang wholly believes the fabricated story. He shifts the conversation, curiously asking, Zhang, what brings you to the graveyard at such a late hour? Zhang offers a wry smile and shakes his head. I couldn't sleep, so I thought I'd come to pay my respects to my father. After tending to his wounds, Uchiha Ling follows Zhang to the gravestone of Uchiha Kagami. The two stand in silence. Suddenly, Zhang astounds with his declaration, I have decided to marry. Uchiha Ling is momentarily taken aback, but soon smiles and offers his congratulations. Congratulations. Zhang, however, shakes his head with a pained smile. I have always worried about my own weakness, lacking my father's talent. If war were to break out, I might very well perish on the battlefield. I truly do not wish for her to endure such suffering. As this grave topic unfolds, the atmosphere becomes heavy. Uchiha Ling, too, falls into contemplation. If his memories serve him correctly, Uchiha Shisui's parents tragically perished during the Third Shinobi World War. Thus, he indeed has little time left. Do not dwell on such misfortunes, he reassures. Although aware of Uchiha Zheng's fate, Uchiha Ling still seeks to comfort him. Zheng nods, falling into silence. The following day, as the morning sun has yet to fully grace the earth, Uchiha Ling remains ensconced in slumber. Suddenly, a series of urgent and determined knocks reverberate through his dreams, rousing him from his sleep. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he opens the door with a hint of displeasure. A figure stood at the entrance, clad in dark attire, a rabbit mask obscuring his features, exuding an air of enigma and severity. He spoke in a grave tone. Uchiha Rin, the Hokage requests your presence. Uchiha Rin nodded slightly, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Understood, I shall go at once. The Hokage summoned him at such an early hour. Could it be a new mission? An exhilarating thrill surged within him. The languor of recent days had begun to wear on his spirit. It was time for action. A charming smile unconsciously graced his lips. He pushed open the door to the Hokage's office and approached the third Hokage. Upon seeing Uchiha Rin's arrival, the third immediately set aside his documents, looked up at him, and spoke with a hint of urgency. Rin, Tsunade is in danger. The smile on Uchiha Rin's face froze instantly, replaced by a chilling determination. What has happened to Tsunade? The third Hokage spoke heavily. The bounty on Tsunade at the exchange has skyrocketed from several million Ryo to 50 million Ryo. 50 million Ryo. Uchiha Rin exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. The figure echoed in his mind, such a staggering amount that it nearly rivaled the entirety of Konoha's income for a considerable period. After the initial shock, Uchiha Rin gradually regained his composure. He inhaled deeply, since this news did not indicate that Tsunade was directly in peril. Perhaps the situation was not beyond redemption. Who is placing the bounty on Tsunade? He inquired solemnly. The third Hokage shook his head, his brow furrowed. I am investigating as well. Such a substantial sum is not something an ordinary faction could afford. Uchiha Rin fell into contemplation. Among the 5 great nations, who possessed both the motive and capability to orchestrate such a scheme, suddenly, a name flashed through his mind. He looked up at the third Hokage and tentatively asked, Orochimaru? The third Hokage nodded slightly, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Indeed, this matter may be connected to Orochimaru. The entire ninja world is aware of his defection, and Jiraiya is currently searching for his whereabouts. In this context, having one of his former students, Tsunade, remain safe undoubtedly makes her a target for enemies. This bounty not only aims to weaken Konoha's military strength, but also seeks to undermine Tsunade's unique status, attempting to shake the faith of the populace in Konoha. Should anything befall Tsunade, the 3 disciples of the third Hokage would be left in disarray, one a traitor, another pursued by bounty hunters, and the last wandering aimlessly. Such a scenario would significantly diminish the Hokage's prestige in the ninja world. As the bounty continued to rise, the individuals who might take action would not be limited to mere wandering ninjas struggling for survival. Powerful ninjas from various villages could also be drawn into this affair, and even the faction that issued the bounty might take matters into their own hands. Consequently, the bounty money could ultimately return to their own coffers. Uchiha Rin contemplated these potential outcomes, his gaze growing ever more resolute. Then, where is Tsunade now? His tone conveyed urgency, his eyes fixed intently on the third Hokage, awaiting an answer. The third Hokage inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly as if attempting to calm his tumultuous emotions. He picked up a mission document from the table and handed it to Uchiha Ling, stating simply, the Land of Lightning. Uchiha Ling took the document, his gaze swiftly scanning its contents, his expression gradually growing serious. He raised his head, his eyes resolute, and declared in a loud and unwavering voice, understood. A powerful aura radiated from him. Even without the third Hokage's command, upon learning of Tsunade's peril, Uchiha Ling would have acted without hesitation. Tsunade, wait for me, he silently urged, his figure swiftly leaping among the verdant treetops. In mere seconds, he had covered a distance of over 100 meters. However, this speed was still far from sufficient for Uchiha Ling. He yearned for swiftness and strength, needing to reach Tsunade without delay. He channeled the chakra within him, which surged like molten lava, propelling his speed even further. At that moment, he resembled a bolt of lightning, darting through the forest, leaving only fleeting afterimages in his wake. Yet, this acceleration came at a cost. As his speed increased, his body began to experience a tearing pain. Nevertheless, Uchiha Ling's expression remained unchanged. his fervent eyes filled solely with determination and resolve. This physical agony paled in comparison to the anguish of potentially losing Tsunade. With astonishing swiftness, he traversed an immense distance, reaching the border city of the Land of Lightning in just one day. He inhaled deeply, feeling that his chakra reserves were nearly depleted, realizing he needed to pause and recuperate to gather strength for the pursuit ahead. Pushing open the wooden door of an inn, Uchiha Ling stepped inside, preparing to rest and recover his stamina. Just as he was about to follow the proprietor to his room, a conversation abruptly halted his steps. Tsunade? 50 million? Ha. If only I could kill her, that much money would be enough to last me a lifetime. A scruffy-faced, cunning-eyed rogue ninja gazed greedily at the bounty notice in his hand, a malicious grin tugging at his lips. You think you can kill Konoha's elite? Surviving against her would be a feat in itself. Scoffed another tall, gaunt rogue ninja, his face contorted in derision. Uchiha Ling's sharp gaze turned toward the source of the voices, landing upon the two raggedly clad rogue ninjas. Their bounty notice prominently displayed Tsunade's photograph and name. A surge of fury welled within him, yet he maintained his composure, striding calmly toward the two rogue ninjas. Has Tsunade gained such notoriety? Uchiha Ling furrowed his brow, realizing that even rogue ninjas were aware of her existence. The innkeeper, sensing the potential conflict, hurriedly grasped Uchiha Ling's arm, his expression tense as he cautioned, Sir, those two are notorious rogue ninjas in the area, known for their volatile temperaments and brazen behavior. It would be wise not to provoke them, should these two be displeased. They could indeed reduce this humble establishment to ruins. His tone betrayed a profound trepidation, as if those two vagrant ninjas were akin to untouchable harbingers of misfortune. Uchiha Ling gently patted the back of the proprietor's hand, signaling him to remain at ease. Fear not, I shall not allow them to resort to violence. With that, he continued his approach towards the two wandering ninjas. With each step, his aura appeared to grow increasingly formidable. The two vagabond ninjas sensed the shift and lifted their gazes to Uchiha Ling. He halted beside their table, looking down upon them from a position of superiority. His gaze was as frigid as ice, causing a shiver to run down the spines of the two ninjas. Might you inform me where the nearby exchange for gold is located? He inquired coldly, devoid of any emotion. Suddenly, a thunderous crash reverberated through the inn as the burly ninja slammed his palm onto the table, causing the glasses to tremble. He rose in a fit of rage, glaring at Uchiha Ling with malevolent intent shimmering in his eyes. Who do you think you are? How dare you disturb our drinking? He bellowed, gripping Uchiha Ling's clothing with a spittle-laden roar, as if to unleash all his pent-up fury upon this unwelcome intruder. Yet Uchiha Ling remained unperturbed, his cold gaze fixed on the assailant, his Sharingan blazing with a sinister crimson hue, as if he could see through all illusions. A chilling smile crept across his lips as he murmured, Since you choose to disregard courtesy, do not blame me for my lack of civility. At that moment, the vagrant ninja emitted a piercing scream, as if subjected to unspeakable torment, desperately clawing at his own face, as if besieged by a horde of ants gnawing within. Blood quickly marred his visage as he continued his frantic assault on himself. Stop biting. Stop biting. He wailed in agony and despair. The other wandering ninja, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, stood frozen for a moment before rushing to embrace his writhing companion. He glared at Uchiha Ling, his voice laced with horror and fury. Bastard, what have you done? With that, he drew his short blade from his side, swinging it viciously towards Uchiha Ling. However, just as the blade neared him, he found his body inexplicably veering in another direction. The dagger plunged directly into his own abdomen. He gasped in pain, staring in disbelief at the weapon he held. Uchiha Ling regarded him with indifference, his eyes betraying no trace of emotion. It was as if he controlled all that transpired. This unfathomable aura instilled a sense of dread in all present. Take your brother and exit with me. Do not soil another's establishment. Uchiha Ling's voice, as frigid as ice, echoed in the ears of all, causing involuntary shivers. The murderous intent laced within his tone rendered any thought of resistance futile. The wandering ninja, despite enduring excruciating pain, valiantly struggled to hoist his brother, who was on the brink of being torn apart. Ignoring the dagger embedded in his abdomen, he staggered after Uchiha Ling as they exited the inn. The onlookers, frozen in astonishment, were overwhelmed by a sense of dread and reverence. How formidable! Is this the power displayed by a true ninja? One guest marveled, his eyes brimming with awe and envy. This must be the legendary illusion technique, pondered another perceptive guest after a moment of contemplation. I never imagined encountering such a powerful ninja in such a remote location. I thought all the masters gathered in those mighty ninja villages, another lamented, resonating with the sentiments of those present. Unbeknownst to Uchiha Ling, the patrons inside the inn were fervently discussing him. At that moment, he had successfully extracted the precise location of the exchange point through illusion. He stood there, his gaze coldly surveying the two writhing figures on the ground. If you had only cooperated sooner, why resort to violence and self-inflicted suffering? Uchiha Ling's tone dripped with disdain. His eyes, devoid of warmth, fixated on the fallen wanderer. Gradually, the struggles of the two wandering ninjas ceased, and the breath of life ebbed from their bodies. You have slain the wandering ninja way, earning the basic swordsmanship manual, beginner. You have slain the wandering ninja Masaki, receiving a small amount of chakra. Uchiha Ling listened to the rewards with indifference. To him, such gains were less valuable than vanquishing a chunin from Mangekyou. A new face? The voice, eerie and chilling, emerged from the depths of the forest behind him. Uchiha Ling swiftly turned, his sharp gaze piercing through the shadows of the trees, locking onto the newcomer. The figure possessed striking blue eyes, and a noticeable scar marked the forehead protector, indicating he was a rogue ninja. Kirigakure? Uchiha Ling murmured, recognizing the village represented by the forehead protector. A rogue from Kirigakure? Uchiha Ling's thoughts stirred, and he tentatively called out, Kisame? The smile on Kisame's face vanished instantly upon hearing his name. He fixed his intense gaze on Uchiha Ling, his voice icy. How do you know my name? Uchiha Ling fell silent for a moment, lacking a plausible explanation for his knowledge of Kisame's name. However, this brief silence seemed to infuriate Kisame. Not going to speak? Then I shall kill you and delve into your memories to find out. Kisame sneered, his form suddenly lunging towards Uchiha Ling. The kunai in his hand glimmered ominously as it aimed for Uchiha Ling's eyes. Uchiha Ling's reflexes were swift as he bent backward. He delivered a powerful punch to Kisame's abdomen. The force of the blow propelled Kisame into the air like a cannonball. Seizing the opportunity, Uchiha Ling swiftly retrieved the short dagger from the corpse of the fallen wanderer, the basic swordsmanship manual, beginner, flashing through his mind. With a swift motion, he unleashed a remarkable technique, directing his blade toward the airborne Kaku. Waning moon, he uttered softly, as the gleam of his sword, akin to the moonlight, sliced through the vast expanse. Kaku had no time to defend himself, and was cleaved in two by Uchiha Ling's radiant blade, his upper and lower halves collapsing to the ground helplessly. In his azure eyes lingered a trace of unwillingness and astonishment. The skirmish between the two appeared brief, yet intense. However, every maneuver executed by Uchiha Ling was meticulously calculated and anticipated. He possessed a profound understanding of Kaku's abilities and characteristics, enabling him to conclude the battle with such swiftness. Those unfamiliar with Kaku's intel might have approached to inspect the body, seeking confirmation of his demise. Yet, such an action would lead them into Kaku's trap, for mere inspection would not suffice to ensure his death. A closer look could yield a startling surprise. Uchiha Ling, well aware of these circumstances, remained impervious to such stratagems. He regarded Kaku's lifeless form with a cold gaze, his heart devoid of any tumult. Fire style, fireball technique. Uchiha Ling swiftly formed hand signs, exclaiming, as a colossal fireball erupted from his mouth, hurtling towards Kaku with searing intensity. The fireball sliced through the air, its heat distorting the surrounding atmosphere. Should Kaku remain passive, he would likely be reduced to ashes by the overwhelming heat. Yet, Kaku did not await his fate. Recognizing Uchiha Ling's awareness, he hastily devised a countermeasure. Water style, water shield, he shouted, activating his water mask, which unleashed a powerful jet of water soaring into the heavens. The collision between water and fire produced a tremendous cacophony, their fierce clash generating an abundance of steam, enveloping the battlefield in a mist akin to an ethereal realm. Amidst this fog, Kaku's form materialized stealthily. He bent to retrieve his lower half, from which numerous black threads surged forth, intertwining like a dense spider's web. These threads swiftly reconnected his divided body, and soon, Kaku stood once more before Uchiha Ling, his eyes betraying profound wariness and intrigue. This man before him not only exhibited formidable strength, but also possessed knowledge of his secrets, an unprecedented scenario in Kaku's previous encounters. Who exactly are you? Kaku inquired in a low tone, his voice laden with suspicion. Uchiha Ling merely smiled serenely, devoid of any semblance of alarm or fear. This calm demeanor heightened Kaku's unease. He had always ensured that those privy to his secrets did not leave alive. How had this man uncovered his intelligence? How did you come to know? Kaku pressed further, eager to unveil the identity and origins of this enigmatic figure. Yet, Uchiha Ling remained silent, standing there as if awaiting something. This silence only deepened Kaku's agitation and disquiet. Youngster, reveal your name. I, Kaku, do not slay nameless foes. Jiao Du spoke in a sinister tone, his eyes narrowing slightly, revealing a glimmer of danger. His words were laced with confidence and arrogance, as if Uchiha Ling were already a corpse before him. Noticing Uchiha Ling's indifference, a mocking smile curved at the corner of Jiao Du's mouth as he continued. You should know that I have crossed blades with the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama. Killing you would only tarnish my reputation. Cross blades? Is that what you call throwing a shuriken from 800 miles away? Uchiha Ling asked disdainfully. This question had plagued him in his past life, and now he finally had the opportunity to pose it directly to the man himself. Jiao Du's expression instantly darkened, his face turning ashen as he glared at Uchiha Ling, as if he wished to devour him alive. What do you mean, throwing a shuriken from 800 miles? You speak nonsense. It was clearly after Senju Tobarama learned of my fame that he rushed to aid Senju Hashirama. Otherwise, I would have slain him. Uchiha Ling silently scoffed at Jiao Du's boastfulness, realizing how increasingly absurd his claims became. Why not just admit that you have vanquished both Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara? After all, neither could rise to refute your words. However, despite his internal mockery, Uchiha Ling remained vigilant. Jiao Du was indeed a troublesome adversary, possessing 5 hearts, which meant he would need to strike him down multiple times to ensure his complete eradication. Thus, he did not cease his movements, ever prepared to counter Jiao Du's attacks. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Uchiha Ling shouted, unleashing a torrent of flames from his mouth. The fire roared forth like a ferocious beast, engulfing Jiao Du and the vast forest behind him. The searing waves of fire rolled and surged, as if seeking to consume everything in their path. Although Uchiha Ling had yet to activate his Mangekyou Sharingan, his proficiency in fire release was remarkably high. He was confident that, given an equal amount of chakra, his fire techniques were not significantly inferior to those of Uchiha Madara. Of course, the immense chakra reserves of Uchiha Madara were beyond his reach. The fire unleashed by him resembled a natural disaster, transcending the capabilities of an ordinary ninja. Due to Uchiha Ling's rapid actions and Jiao Du's stubbornness, he was unable to form the necessary hand seals in time to counter this fierce blaze with water release. Although he ultimately took refuge underground, avoiding most of the flame's scorching heat, he still suffered the loss of a portion of his body. Damn it, I've lost a heart. Jiao Du roared in anger, acutely aware of Uchiha Ling's presence outside. At that moment, he yearned to transplant Uchiha Ling's heart into his own, to quell his burning fury. Jiao Du grimaced, straining to recall any information he had about Uchiha Ling. Why was his impression of this individual so scant, given such a formidable fire release? He pondered deeply but could not recall when he had ever encountered Uchiha Ling. What bewildered him further was how, if he had never met this person, his own intelligence had been so thoroughly understood by Uchiha Ling. This question lingered in his mind, instilling a sense of unease within him. Now, having lost a heart in battle, Jiao Du resembled a wounded beast, consumed by both rage and trepidation. Earth grudge fear. Kakuzu let out a low growl, and the dark threads within him seemed to be imbued with life, surging forth from his body like animated tentacles, concealed deep beneath the earth. He deftly maneuvered these threads through the soil, akin to cunning serpents. Soon, the threads converged rapidly upon the surface, forming a colossal claw that lunged violently towards Uchiha Ling. The ground trembled incessantly, as if a great beast were thrashing beneath. Uchiha Ling immediately sensed that this was Kakuzu's secret technique, the earth grudge fear, and he anticipated a fierce assault forthcoming. Indeed, it was not long before the ground beneath him suddenly heaved, Kakuzu's attack striking with ferocity. Anticipating the move, Uchiha Ling nimbly sidestepped, effortlessly evading the blow. He swung his short blade towards the dark threads, only to find it felt as though he were slicing through cotton. The threads were soft yet resilient, impervious to his strikes. The claw, having missed its target, dispersed instantaneously into a flurry of black threads, surging towards Uchiha Ling like iron worms in search of a host. Unfazed by this tidal wave of assault, Uchiha Ling resolutely employed the body flicker technique, vanishing from his original position and reappearing atop a grand tree. The threads seemed to possess a keen awareness, deftly curving and racing towards Uchiha Ling above. Water style, water chaos wave. Uchiha Ling swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing torrents of water that cascaded down like a waterfall, forcefully pinning the rampaging threads to the ground, rendering them unable to writhe freely. Following this, Uchiha Ling formed hand seals once more. Earth style, earth barrier. He accurately sensed Kakuzu's approximate location, and a sturdy earthen wall surged up from the ground, thrusting Kakuzu upward. Seizing this moment, Uchiha Ling leaped, landing on the tree trunk, using the rebound to propel himself towards Kakuzu like a bullet. His movements were swift and decisive, leaving no room for the opponent to recover. With a low shout, he executed the piercing bamboo technique, his short blade transforming into a glimmering spear that plunged directly into Kakuzu's heart. This strike was both rapid and ruthless, catching him entirely off guard. However, Kakuzu was no ordinary foe. At that critical moment, he kicked Uchiha Ling forcefully, sending him hurtling away. The blow possessed immense power, causing Uchiha Ling to involuntarily fly backward. Clutching his bleeding chest, Kakuzu fixed a furious and begrudging gaze upon Uchiha Ling, his eyes aflame with anger. 2 hearts. He had already lost 2 lives to Uchiha Ling, yet he still had not discerned the latter's weaknesses. Damn it, where had the information leaked? Kakuzu's heart swelled with confusion and rage. If this continued, he feared he might perish here. Realizing this, Kakuzu understood that prolonging the battle was not a wise course of action. Though victory was a possibility, facing a formidable adversary who knew him so intimately, the odds of triumph were slim. He resolved to temporarily retreat, intending to gather intelligence on this enigmatic foe before returning to exact his vengeance. Fire release. Head. He murmured with determination. At that moment, the fire mask on Kakuzu's chest erupted in a fierce blaze. The flames surged forth like a wild dragon, creating a sea of fire between the 2 combatants. The scorching waves roiled, effectively isolating them from one another. Kakuzu's expression was one of fierce resentment and defiance, his gaze fixed intently on Uchiha Ling, as if he sought to etch that visage deeply into his memory. He spat out a menacing promise. Just wait. I, Kaku, will return for your head. I hope it carries some worth. As his words faded, Kakuzu's figure flickered and vanished from sight with remarkable swiftness and decisiveness, leaving no trace behind. Uchiha Ling stood still, his eyes gazing into the void where Kakuzu had just been. He then slightly closed his eyes, as if attuning himself to the sounds of the world around him. As moments passed, he sensed Kakuzu's chakra receding further away until it ultimately vanished from his perception. At that instant, the weight that had burdened his heart lifted, and he exhaled in relief. Faced with a ninja like Kakuzu, who possessed a vast array of secret techniques, he could not afford to let his guard down. Although he possessed some knowledge about Kakuzu, most of it stemmed from past comics and animations, which bore little resemblance to the realities of combat. Thus, he had to remain vigilant at all times to confront any unforeseen occurrences. Fortunately, Kakuzu had not realized that Uchiha Ling's chakra reserves were nearly depleted. After employing the fire release, Great Fire Annihilation, Uchiha Ling's chakra was almost exhausted. The last 2 jutsu had been summoned only through sheer force of will, pushing his body to its limits to extract that last vestige of chakra. Nevertheless, the results were significant. Upon vanquishing one of Kakuzu's hearts, fear had indeed taken root in his adversary, prompting a hasty retreat. You wish to kill me? I harbor the same desire towards you, Uchiha Ling declared confidently, a glimmer of assurance illuminating his eyes. Once my chakra is restored, we shall see who meets their demise. Suddenly, Uchiha Ling pondered the implications of Kakuzu's presence in the Land of Lightning. Could it be that he was drawn by Tsunade's bounty? Given Kakuzu's insatiable thirst for wealth, it was highly plausible that he was lured by the prospect of Tsunade's bounty of 50 million Ryou. This thought ignited a sense of urgency within him. He had to locate Tsunade before Kakuzu did, for he understood Kakuzu's capabilities, while Tsunade remained oblivious to them. A single misstep could lead to her downfall at the hands of Kakuzu. With that thought, Uchiha Ling's figure blurred and vanished. compelled to act swiftly in search of Tsunade's whereabouts. Meanwhile, a gravely injured Kakuzu stumbled into the exchange office. His complexion was pale, his body smeared with blood. Upon recognizing him, the staff at the office rushed to greet him, their faces adorned with smiles. "Kakuzu-sama, what brings you here so early today? Aren't you going to relax in the hot springs?" One inquired with concern. Yet, Kakuzu's face remained darkened. The mere thought of Uchiha Ling sent tremors of rage coursing through him. "I need to track someone down," he gritted through clenched teeth. Upon witnessing the scene, the individuals from the exchange of gold hurriedly patted their chests, assuring, what sort of person could incite such fury in Lord Kakuzu? "Please, share his name, and I shall certainly procure his information for you." Unbeknownst to them, Kakuzu, with a sullen countenance, shook his head. He had no inkling of the individual's name, leaving the exchange of gold representatives momentarily speechless. Observing Kakuzu's brooding expression, one cautiously inquired, "Then, what distinguishing features does he possess?" Kakuzu furrowed his brows and, after a moment's contemplation, replied, "Distinguishing features? Perhaps black hair and an exceedingly unpleasant visage would suffice?" The representative, feeling somewhat awkward, chuckled nervously. "Lord Kakuzu, such individuals are a dime a dozen." He attempted to lighten the mood, yet Kakuzu merely cast him a frosty glance, remaining silent. "For wrong. 5. Tsunade murmured softly, her gaze reflecting the bustling streets around her. She navigated through the throngs of people, her keen senses probing the surroundings. Within the seemingly ordinary shops and alleyways, she detected lurking ninjas. These individuals feigned engagement in mundane activities while covertly monitoring her direction. Their presence did not resemble that of the Cloud villagers. Tsunade whispered, her brow furrowed in concentration, discerning the origins of these ninjas, and a peculiar thought crossed her mind. Could they be rogue ninjas? Their varying levels of skill gave her an impression of disarray, starkly contrasting with the organized nature of a major village like the Hidden Cloud. Taking a deep breath, Tsunade adjusted her pace, resolving to hasten her movements to evade her pursuers. However, she soon realized that whenever she quickened her steps, her followers mirrored her speed, as if tethered by an invisible thread. "How brazen they are," Tsunade mused, a smirk of disdain curving her lips. "Do they truly believe they can apprehend me?" A defiant spirit surged within her. Although she might not match the prowess of Jiraiya or Orochimaru, she was undeniably an elite jonin, endowed with formidable combat abilities and extensive experience. It would be a grave miscalculation for these trackers to assume they could easily subdue her. Yet, how had they come to know of her whereabouts? After all, the secret mission to investigate the Eight Tails, Gyuki, was knowledge confined solely to the upper echelons of the Hidden Leaf Village. Why then could these relatively weak rogue ninjas pinpoint her with such precision? A glimmer of resolve flickered in her eyes. "First, I must deal with them," she murmured, "for being continuously followed will thwart our efforts to infiltrate the Hidden Cloud discreetly." After a brief moment of contemplation, she decisively made her way towards the outskirts of the city. Engaging in combat within the city would undoubtedly stir a commotion. Should the Hidden Cloud be alerted, their mission would be in jeopardy. The rogue ninjas covertly trailing her felt a surge of satisfaction as they observed Tsunade departing the city. They were utterly oblivious to the prowess of a Hidden Leaf Jonin. Soon, they would pay dearly for their ignorance and greed, a price that would prove unbearable. It seems the number has increased, Tsunade mused, her brow slightly furrowing as she keenly noted the silhouettes trailing her had multiplied. Is my attire too ostentatious, drawing undue attention? She lowered her gaze to examine her outfit, which was simple yet exuded elegance, resembling that of an ordinary woman without any remarkable traits. Tsunade remained oblivious to the fact that the bounty notice bearing her likeness had become almost ubiquitous among the vagrant ninja community, each individual possessing a copy. Upon reaching what she deemed an appropriate location, Tsunade halted, slowly turning around to face the relentless pursuers. "Why have you ceased your flight? Are you prepared to meet your demise?" A vagabond ninja, with mismatched eyes, approached with a sinister grin, his tone dripping with disdain. "Such beauty is regrettable. A head as lovely as yours is soon to be severed." Beside him, a rotund companion's gaze flickered with avarice. "What is the matter? Once we capture her, I'll ensure you have your moment of pleasure." A chilling voice suddenly slithered from behind Tsunade, akin to a serpent's hiss. For individuals swiftly occupied strategic positions, encircling Tsunade as though she were a prey ensnared by hunters. "Is that so? Captain, you must keep your word." The plump one's eyes gleamed with anticipation, as if he could already envision the fruits concealed beneath her garments, eagerly gazing at the vagabond ninja identified as the captain. Of course, when have I ever deceived you? The captain cast a disdainful glance at the plump one, his lips curling into a cruel smile. Tsunade paid no heed to their exchange, her icy gaze fixed intently on a seemingly vacant spot. She keenly sensed the presence of 5 individuals nearby, yet only 4 were visible, with one concealed in the direction of her scrutiny. The hidden vagabond ninja felt the weight of her gaze, despite her not directly looking at him. An unprecedented pressure enveloped him. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Could she have discovered my presence? Fortunately, Tsunade's attention did not linger on his hiding place, allowing his taut nerves to ease slightly. Tsunade regarded their captain with a hint of confusion and vigilance, her voice steady as she inquired, I do not know you. We bear no enmity, do we? Why pursue me? The captain sighed, waving his hand in resignation. While we indeed have no past grievances, your bounty is exceedingly valuable in the market. Captain, why waste words on her? An impatient team member interjected, a cruel smile emerging on his face. For soon she shall be nothing but a corpse. Attack. The captain inhaled deeply and gestured emphatically. At his command, the visible force sprang into action like a pack of wolves, swiftly charging towards Tsunade. Their movements were rapid and fierce, imbued with a palpable intent to kill. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air was pierced by the sharp sound of cutting wind as 3 shurikens flew towards Tsunade's face like bolts of black lightning. You fools! What if you mar her face? A corpulent team member suddenly bellowed, casting an irate glare at his companions, clearly reluctant to ruin such beauty. The wretched fool. She is a high-ranking ninja, not so easily vanquished. A team member with uneven eyes swung a fist at the rotund figure, sending him crashing to the ground. In his fierce gaze, the silhouette of the plump man was reflected. He had endured the presence of this imbecile for far too long. I'll sever your head first. He threatened with malice, his obsession with wealth far exceeding any sympathy for beauty. What an opportunity! In that fleeting moment when the uneven-eyed attacker charged at the hefty man, Tsunade's eyes gleamed with the sharpness of an eagle, seizing the ephemeral chance with remarkable swiftness. With agility, Tsunade intercepted the shuriken hurled by the plump man, and with a deft twist of her palm, she hurled it back with astonishing accuracy and force. The rotund figure, disoriented by the surprise attack from his ally, lost his balance, his eyes widening in terror as he found himself unable to evade the swiftly approaching shuriken. He could only watch helplessly as the lethal projectile sliced through the air, aiming for his face. With a resounding thud, the shuriken, empowered by Tsunade's extraordinary strength, pierced through the plump man's skull as effortlessly as if it were tofu. He had no time to utter a scream. His head burst apart under the impact, akin to a shattered watermelon, splattering his brain matter and blood onto the uneven-eyed attacker beside him. The uneven-eyed ninja stood frozen in shock, his expression contorted in horror, marred by the blood and brain matter. Before he could fully comprehend the gruesome demise of his companion, Tsunade surged forward like a tiger descending from a mountain. Freakish strength. She roared, her chakra surging wildly, coalescing in her fist. Boom. Her punch struck the uneven-eyed ninja's head with the force of a thunderclap. With the terrifying enhancement of her chakra, Tsunade's fist seemed imbued with apocalyptic power, obliterating the uneven-eyed man's skull in an instant. His body, still lingering in disbelief and fear, appeared unaware that his head had ceased to exist. Instinctively, his hands rose in a futile attempt to block the overwhelming blow. Yet it was too late. His headless form toppled like a felled giant, crashing to the ground. In a mere heartbeat, Tsunade had dispatched 2 ninjas with her thunderous might. Those 2 fools. The captain's brow furrowed deeply, his gaze as piercing as ice, fixated on the 2 lifeless bodies now cold on the ground. His complexion turned ashen, fingers tightening involuntarily around his kunai, knuckles blanching from the pressure. What do we do, Captain? Another diminutive teammate approached anxiously, his voice trembling uncontrollably. He stole a glance at the captain, then quickly lowered his head, as if fearing to meet the captain's stern gaze. When he noticed Tsunade's attention seemingly shift towards him, he recoiled as though scalded, retreating several steps, his face paling instantly. The captain inhaled deeply, suppressing the fury boiling within him. What are you panicking for? No matter how formidable she is but one person. We have ways to deal with her. Each word escaped his lips like they were squeezed from between clenched teeth. Upon hearing this, the diminutive teammate seemed to have found his pillar of support, eagerly nodding and responding, "Yes, yes, the captain is right. We shall certainly be able to deal with her." His voice, though still slightly tremulous, was evidently steadier than before. The captain cast a sidelong glance at him, a flicker of disdain evident in his eyes. However, he refrained from elaborating further, merely emitting a cold scoff. Water release, hidden mist technique. The silver-haired captain barked, swiftly forming hand seals with such rapidity that it was nearly impossible to follow. Even the seasoned Tsunade could not help but take notice. As the seals were completed, a thick, tangible mist erupted from his mouth, rapidly enveloping the surroundings. Such a speed of hand seals. Tsunade was taken aback, observing the captain's technique with a contemplative expression. The swiftness with which he executed the seals compelled her to question the connection between this wandering ninja and the hidden mist village. He bore the unmistakable hallmarks of a professional ninja hailing from that very village. Tsunade became slightly more cautious regarding the silver-haired man before her. This battle might prove more challenging than she had anticipated. The dense mist quickly shrouded the entire area, descending like a heavy curtain that severed the world into two distinct realms. Tsunade found her vision blurred, barely able to discern objects even half a meter away. The silent killing technique of the hidden mist? The thought flashed through her mind. She was well acquainted with the ninjutsu of the hidden mist village, aware that they possessed a technique that utilized thick fog as cover to silently approach enemies and deliver a lethal strike. However, from her observations of these individuals, it appeared they had yet to master this technique proficiently. The mist of the silent killing technique served merely as an auxiliary tool. The true lethality stemmed from formidable physical prowess. Or perhaps, the real threat lurked in the shadows? Suddenly, Tsunade recalled the elusive ninja who had yet to reveal themselves. A tightening sensation gripping her heart. At this moment, the presence of that ninja had completely vanished from her perception. The mist of the hidden mist technique did more than obscure vision. It also hindered sensory awareness. Although she was uncertain why the hidden mist ninjas had appeared here, she resolved that encountering Tsunade meant they would not leave unscathed. Tsunade was no easy target to manipulate, regardless of the adversary. She was confident in her ability to contend with them, as she lacked the ability to utilize wind release techniques to disperse the dense mist before her. Tsunade relied solely on her instincts and heightened awareness to remain vigilant. Every muscle in her body tensed, prepared to react to any sudden developments. Someone was approaching. They needed to resolve the situation swiftly, lest others seize the opportunity. The petite teammate wore a worried expression, as from the mist's periphery. He caught glimpses of several indistinct figures outside. These figures were undoubtedly their comrades, a group of bounty hunters similarly lured by the enticing reward of 50 million Ryou. In this line of work, betrayal among peers was an everyday occurrence, a truth known to all yet never openly acknowledged. The white-haired captain furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before a glint of cunning crossed his eyes. If they wish to make a move, let them do so. We shall wait for Tsunade to resolve their issues before proceeding. The earlier strike she unleashed was as swift as thunder, claiming the lives of two comrades and leaving an indelible mark on his psyche. Is this the prowess of a Konoha Jonin? He mused in astonishment. In comparison, the Jonin he had previously encountered from the minor ninja villages seemed mere child's play. Although the plan devised by the white-haired captain was meticulous, the comrades lurking outside the thick fog were evidently not lacking in intelligence. They crouched beyond the mist, akin to wolves poised to pounce on unsuspecting prey. Their singular target was clear, Tsunade's head. Whether they severed it from her neck with their own hands or seized it from other bounty hunters mattered little. In fact, they preferred the latter approach, as it would save effort and simultaneously eliminate potential rivals. As time wore on, Tsunade ventured deeper into the mist, nearing its edge. To her surprise, no attacks had yet been launched. She furrowed her brow. Had they given up? Meanwhile, the white-haired captain's expression grew increasingly grim. This group of individuals all aspired to be the one to claim the final victory. He clenched his fists, seething with frustration. Naturally, none were foolhardy. The diminutive team member cast a furtive glance at the enraged captain, harboring his own thoughts, yet dared not voice them. What should we do, Captain? The small team member anxiously observed Tsunade below, mere steps away from escape. We must deal with Tsunade first. The captain gritted his teeth, speaking with fierce determination. The paramount task at hand was to prevent Tsunade's escape. Otherwise, it would be uncertain if they could capture her again. As for the vigilant bounty hunters surrounding them, They could be addressed later. Here they come. Tsunade's brow furrowed deeply as she keenly sensed the chilling aura of murderous intent enveloping her. The adversaries seemed unable to contain themselves, eager to strike. The captain's figure flickered like a phantom, swiftly closing in on Tsunade with blinding speed. The dagger he gripped glimmered ominously in the faint light, clearly indicating his intention to subdue Tsunade with a lethal blow. However, Tsunade had already sensed the source of the murderous intent and had concocted a countermeasure in her mind. Just as the captain lunged like a fierce tiger, Tsunade deftly shifted to the left with an almost impossible grace, narrowly evading his initial ferocious thrust. After dodging the attack, Tsunade did not falter. Instead, she clenched her fist and charged toward the captain's abdomen with blinding speed. Incredible strength. A fierce glimmer shone in her eyes as she gathered all her power into her fist, knowing that if this punch connected, the man before her would likely collapse instantly. Yet, just as her fist was about to make contact, an unexpected event transpired. Tsunade's fist did not strike a solid target as anticipated, but instead splashed through a burst of water. What? Tsunade stared in astonishment at the scene before her. Her attack had completely missed. In the moment just before being struck by Tsunade, the captain's body suddenly transformed into a fluid form, morphing entirely into a mass of water, thereby deftly evading Tsunade's lethal blow. The expression on Tsunade's face grew grave as she delivered a powerful punch to the ground. The earth heaved and undulated as if struck by a colossal wave, forcing the captain to retreat swiftly to avoid the sudden tremors. Could this be the water transformation technique of the Akatsuki clan? A flicker of surprise crossed Tsunade's eyes. She had heard of such ninjutsu, but witnessing it firsthand was still shocking. A technique capable of converting one's entire being into water, aside from the water transformation technique. She could scarcely conceive of any other ninjutsu achieving such an effect. Indeed, a ninja from the mist. Tsunade murmured to herself, her demeanor growing more serious. There was no comparison between the ninjas of the great ninja village and those of ordinary wandering renegades. The captain stood not far off, his figure flickering in and out of visibility within the water. Upon seeing Tsunade accurately identify the technique he employed, the captain scoffed dismissively and sneered. This is indeed the water transformation technique, but I am no ninja from the mist, merely an ordinary rogue ninja. As he spoke, his hands swiftly formed seals, and upon completing the hand signs, he shouted, "Water release, water iron cannon technique." Almost instantaneously, he extended his finger towards Tsunade, and several water bullets coalesced at his fingertip, surging forth with a fierce momentum, rapidly hurtling towards her. Tsunade sensed the impending danger the moment he pointed, yet the speed of the water bullets was astonishingly swift. Even with her preparedness, she could not entirely evade them in time. She agilely dodged, successfully evading the majority of the bullets. Yet a few managed to strike her body with brutal force. Intense pain coursed through her, slowing her movements considerably. At that moment, two figures concealed within the dense fog could no longer restrain themselves and launched their assault. They emerged like phantoms from the mist, each wielding a sharp dagger, striking towards Tsunade with lightning speed, one from the left and the other from the right. Die! They sneered cruelly, their speed now unrecognizable from that of ordinary wandering ninjas. Tsunade gritted her teeth, enduring the pain coursing through her body, striving to regain her composure to confront this sudden onslaught. Summoning technique, she exclaimed urgently as she slammed her palm onto the ground. In an instant, a colossal summoning array materialized beneath her, shimmering with an enigmatic light. Just as the two daggers were about to reach Tsunade, a gargantuan slug, towering several dozen meters high, appeared above her like a mountain. It enveloped her in a protective embrace, erecting an unyielding defense around her. "Lady Tsunade, why did you summon me in such a dire state?" the slug inquired upon manifesting, immediately sensing her injuries and beginning to employ its healing abilities to mend her wounds. Tsunade felt the wounds on her body gradually healing, and the taut nerves finally relaxed. She took a deep breath, a faint smile of relief gracing her face as she softly murmured, "Thank you, slug." Her heart brimmed with gratitude. Had she not successfully summoned the slug at the last moment, facing those three seasoned ninjas in her current state would have led to dire consequences. The trio stared, dumbfounded, at the imposing slug before them, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. The sheer size of this behemoth instilled a sense of dread, making the prospect of battle daunting. "Captain, what should we do?" the smaller member nervously inquired, his gaze instinctively drawn to Tsunade, who stood atop the slug's head. At this moment, Tsunade's wounds had visibly healed, and her movements were once again fluid. The captain furrowed his brow, fixated on the colossal slug. Yet he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. His water iron cannon technique would likely amount to little more than a mere tickle for such a massive creature, and the damage he could inflict would pale in comparison to its rapid regeneration. It's just a summoned beast. He tried to bolster his own and his teammates' spirits, though his voice betrayed his lack of conviction. Another team member, sensing the unfavorable turn of events, couldn't help but suggest, "Should we retreat?" A flicker of reluctance crossed the captain's face as he gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "We've finally tracked them here. How infuriating. Is there truly no way to deal with this giant summoned beast?" The smaller teammate seemed to ponder something, hesitatingly responding, "Well, there is a possibility. Not far from here, in a swamp, there's a gigantic monster that might be even stronger than this summoned creature." Upon hearing this, the captain's eyes brightened with newfound hope. "It seems we have no choice. We'll lure Tsunade there. She won't rest easy until we are dealt with." With that, he swiftly led his two comrades toward the location of the monster. Meanwhile, Tsunade was equally determined not to let them escape. She had ventured outside the city precisely to eliminate these troublesome foes. If she did not eradicate them thoroughly, they would inevitably reappear like a persistent thorn in her side, causing her further complications. "Catch up to them and eliminate them all," Tsunade commanded decisively. "Understood, Lady Tsunade," the slug responded, then began to move its massive form, resembling a shifting mountain, as it slowly pursued the fleeing trio. "Where is Tsunade?" Uchiha Ling's voice was laced with urgency as he slammed Tsunade's bounty notice down before the man, demanding answers with fierce intensity. The man, intimidated by Uchiha Ling's commanding presence, struggled to maintain his composure. Meeting Uchiha Ling's piercing gaze, he felt a tremor of apprehension. However, as a seasoned veteran of the exchange, he quickly regained his calm, donning a professional smile. "My lord, as you are aware, there are certain customs at our exchange." The man paused, gesturing with his hands to signify money, implying that to acquire information, one must be willing to part with a little something. The enchanting Sharingan within Uchiha Ling's eyes began to rotate slowly, emanating a mysterious and captivating glow. The man was taken aback by this sudden transformation, gazing at those eyes as if entranced by the power they held. "Is this sufficient?" Uchiha Ling asked coldly, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. The man, intimidated by the Sharingan, swallowed hard and nodded hastily. "Yes, yes." Faced with the choice between wealth and life, the man wisely opted for the latter. After all, under the gaze of Uchiha Ling's mesmerizing Sharingan, life appeared particularly precious. Thus, Uchiha Ling effortlessly acquired the current whereabouts of Tsunade. The exchange, a mysterious and intricate realm, truly was a place where hidden talents thrived and wonders abounded. Here, one could procure any desired intelligence, provided one possessed enough leverage for a trade. Even information regarding Tsunade could be readily exchanged in this enigmatic place. Uchiha Ling lowered his gaze to scrutinize the map in his hands, which marked Tsunade's potential location. That point was quite distant from his current position, and for an ordinary person, it would require considerable effort to reach. However, for a ninja like him, distance was merely a relative concept. A flicker of urgency crossed his eyes. The thought of Tsunade possibly being in peril, especially with the cunning and treacherous Kakuzu possibly lurking in the shadows, filled Uchiha Ling's heart with anxiety and concern. He yearned to sprout wings and soar to her side, rescuing her from the unknown dangers that awaited. Boom, boom. The deafening roar reached Uchiha Ling's ears shortly after he entered the city indicated by the intelligence. The sound was akin to the wrath of thunder. Yet when he looked up, the sky was clear, devoid of any ominous clouds. Frowning, Uchiha Ling acutely sensed that this was not a natural thunderclap, but rather a commotion of human origin. Could it be? He swiftly leaped to a higher vantage point, scanning the horizon in search of the source of the sound. In the distance, dust billowed, suggesting a fierce battle was underway. "Is there a conflict occurring over there?" Uchiha Ling murmured, filled with bewilderment. Estimating the distance, he concluded that the commotion was far beyond what an ordinary skirmish could generate. It must be a cataclysmic clash. What was Tsunade battling against? Thinking of Tsunade potentially in grave danger, Uchiha Ling was consumed by urgency. He immediately leaped down from his elevated position and raced towards the direction of the fierce combat. His figure darted through the trees, swift as a bolt of lightning streaking across the sky. "Hold on, Tsunade," he silently prayed, his eyes reflecting profound worry. As the swirling dust began to part like a heavy curtain before Uchiha Ling, a group of figures suddenly came into view. They were a group of wandering ninjas, either standing or sitting, their faces adorned with varying degrees of terror. Uchiha Ling's gaze swept across the faces of these nomadic shinobi, tinged with unmistakable disdain. Most of them were bounty hunters, drawn by the scent of gold, converging like ravenous wolves. Their presence here undoubtedly aimed at the bounty on Tsunade's head. What perplexed Uchiha Ling was the absence of Tsunade among these wandering ninjas. This motley crew did not seem to be assaulting anyone. Rather, they appeared to be spectators, waiting for something to unfold. Ignoring the ragtag assembly, Uchiha Ling inhaled deeply and resolutely stepped into the swirling dust. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from ahead, a sound akin to a beast's growl, reverberating through Uchiha Ling's eardrums. His heart raced wildly, as if attempting to leap from his chest, sensing imminent danger. A dull, hair-raising hum resonated, as though the very air trembled at that moment. Uchiha Ling's pupils contracted as he beheld a brilliant pillar of chakra, radiant as a shooting star and solid as steel, piercing through layers of dust with thunderous might. In that life-threatening instant, Uchiha Ling, drawing upon his extraordinary reflexes and the instincts of a ninja, narrowly executed the body flicker technique. His form left behind an afterimage, while his true self instantly flashed several meters away. Even so, he could still feel the scorching airflow generated by the chakra pillar, the warmth lingering at the tip of his nose sending shivers down his spine. Uchiha Ling stood transfixed, gazing at the chakra pillar that had just grazed him, an indescribable fear and shock swelling within him. The power of that pillar far exceeded his imagination. With a thunderous crash, the pillar struck the ground, accompanied by a deafening explosion. A massive hemispherical wave of energy surged upward from the point of impact. This force, akin to a cataclysmic beast, obliterated everything in its vicinity, engulfed in endless dust and flames. Uchiha Ling stared in awe at the breathtaking scene before him, a wave of unspeakable dread washing over him. Suddenly, he recalled having seen something similar, albeit in an anime from his past life. "Is this the tailed beast bomb?" Uchiha Ling murmured, his voice trembling slightly. Had that chakra pillar struck him, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Could it be that Tsunade was battling the Eight Tails? This thought flashed through Uchiha Ling's mind, instantly rendering his expression grave. Considering his current location in the Land of Lightning, this speculation seemed increasingly plausible. Tailed beasts, these formidable creatures, each possessed power nearly equivalent to that of a Kage. The Eight Tails, Gyuki, stood out among them, its strength not to be underestimated. Ranking second among the tailed beasts, the Eight Tails was nearly comparable to a standard Kage-level warrior. Uchiha Ling took a deep breath, acutely aware that his current strength was far from that level. Confronting the Eight Tails, the bull demon, he might manage to protect himself, yet vanquishing such an adversary seems an insurmountable endeavor. Regardless, I am determined to bring Tsunade back. Uchiha Ling clenched his teeth, his voice resolute and powerful. The Sharingan emerged quietly, the distinctive three-tomo pattern swirling in his eyes, a hint of madness flickering within. With remarkable agility, Tsunade nimbly dodged the swiftly approaching tailed beast bomb, yet a trace of sorrow illuminated her gaze as she beheld the colossal slug. The soft and enormous form of the slug now bore a ghastly wound, a brutal mark left by the tailed beast bomb. While Tsunade easily evaded the attack, the slug, her faithful companion for many years, was unable to escape the ferocity of the strike due to its size. The force of the tailed beast bomb pierced through its body, blood gradually seeping from the gaping wound. Fortunately, the slug's vitality was astonishingly resilient. Its unique physiology allowed it to heal gradually as long as it was not utterly obliterated in an instant or drained of chakra. At this moment, it began to sluggishly writhe, the horrific gash miraculously shrinking under its self-repair, eventually vanishing without a trace. However, mending such a grievous injury came at a cost. The slug's form had visibly diminished, losing a portion of its life force. Nonetheless, it persevered, its faint yet unwavering voice reaching Tsunade. "I am fine, Lady Tsunade." A flicker of anger crossed Tsunade's face as her hands balled into fists, her teeth gritted in a soft growl. "Damn it, it's the Eight Tails. How dare they wield such power against me?" She had not anticipated that the trio would cunningly lure her to the side of the Eight Tails, attempting to harness this formidable strength against her. Their actions were undeniably reckless. Did they not fear that the Eight Tails, once unleashed, could annihilate everyone in its path? Tsunade inhaled deeply, striving to quell the fury within her. She gently caressed the slug's body, soothing its injuries. "Lady Tsunade, I will hold it down. You must escape." A small slug perched upon Tsunade's shoulder spoke urgently. This was but one of the many manifestations of the slug, its petite form seemingly imbued with immense power. Tsunade furrowed her brow, her eyes reflecting profound concern. "But if you do that, you will be gravely injured." She could not bear to witness her longtime companion suffer such devastation. Should the slug endure significant harm, even with its formidable healing abilities, returning to its former state would demand considerable time and effort. "If my injury enables Lady Tsunade to escape, it will be worth it." The slug's voice, though gentle, brimmed with unwavering resolve. Before Tsunade could respond, the slug had already begun to split into countless smaller slugs. These diminutive slugs, like valiant warriors, ascended the immense form of the Eight Tails, enveloping its lower half tightly, exerting every effort to hinder the beast's movements. The Eight Tails roared with a thunderous fury, its murky eyes reflecting the countless figures of slugs beneath it. It was consumed by an unprecedented rage, thrashing its numerous tails violently in all directions, like a tempest unleashed. In an instant, the uneven terrain was flattened, leaving a multitude of small slug corpses scattered across the ground. Yet, the slugs did not retreat. Each time the Eight Tails regained a semblance of control, more slugs selflessly climbed its massive form, sacrificing their lives to buy time for Tsunade's escape. Do these insignificant creatures believe they can impede my onslaught? The Eight Tails bellowed, no longer sweeping away the bothersome pests with its tails. Instead, it began to gather a colossal tailed beast ball within its maw, aiming it at the earth before it. With this strike, it intended to annihilate the troublesome insects, reducing everything around to ashes. The audacity of humans, always disturbing its slumber, ignited a deep-seated wrath within the beast. It glared with cold, murderous intent, resolved to deliver a painful lesson to these intruders who dared to disrupt its rest. As the immense power of the tailed beast ball took shape, it prepared to unleash its fury upon the insignificant humans. "Captain, that monster is about to unleash its technique again." The voice of the petite teammate trembled as he clutched the captain's clothing, his face etched with terror. In that moment, they were in dire straits. Their earlier actions had awakened the Eight Tails, making them the primary targets of the creature's wrath. Once a trio, now only the two of them remained, clinging to each other for survival. One teammate had been mercilessly slammed into the ground by the Eight Tails, his fate uncertain. Fortunately, Tsunade arrived on her slug just in time, the enormous creature diverting the Eight Tails' attention and granting them a fleeting chance to breathe. "You fool," the captain shouted, violently shaking off the small teammate's grip. "That creature is known as a tailed beast. You know nothing and nearly got me killed." His face was a mask of anger and despair, a flicker of murderous intent glimmering in his eyes toward the petite ninja. This band of untrained rogue ninjas was truly more of a hindrance than a help. The captain berated inwardly. Had it not been for their lack of knowledge and training, he would not find himself in such peril. Now, with Tsunade's life still uncertain and his own imminent demise, he found himself wishing for her to delay the Eight Tails just a bit longer to afford him an opportunity to escape. The captain anxiously scanned the surroundings for an exit. "Now's your chance, Lady Tsunade." The slug sensed the moment the Eight Tails prepared to unleash its tailed beast ball and quickly alerted her. As it releases the tailed beast ball, "Seek refuge within my body to evade the attack." Tsunade nodded in agreement. With a mighty roar, the Eight Tails unleashed a thick beam of chakra towards the ground. The immense sphere of light enveloped the entire battlefield, its blinding brilliance rendering it nearly impossible to behold. The force of the tailed beast ball devoured everything in its vicinity. Boom! The tailed beast jade detonated upon impact with the ground, unleashing a tremendous shockwave. In the wake of this ferocious force, the small slugs that had hindered the movements of the Eight Tails Gyuki were obliterated, reduced to mere dust. Yet, in this perilous moment, a slug, several meters in size, propelled itself from the tumultuous battlefield, buoyed by the explosive atmospheric pressure. Although its form had diminished significantly, it remained resilient and powerful. Tsunade was safely ensconced within its body, evading the cataclysmic assault. "Humph! Trying to escape? The eight-tails Yuuhi fixed its furious gaze upon the fleeing slug, its eyes glimmering with ire. With a sudden movement, its massive figure surged forth at an astonishing speed in pursuit of the slug's trajectory. Shortly after the eight-tails departed, two figures struggled to emerge from the churned earth, their bodies smeared with mud and dust, appearing utterly disheveled. "Captain, I never imagined you could use Earth Release," exclaimed the diminutive team member, overwhelmed with joy at their survival. As he tightly embraced the captain, tears cascading down his cheeks. The captain's complexion had turned pale, his chakra nearly expended in the desperate struggle against the residual blast of the tailed beast Jade. He gazed toward the direction the eight tails had thundered away, his eyes glinting with sharp resolve. The eight tails is after Tsunade. She cannot have fled far. He assessed the situation with calm precision, a new plan already forming in his mind. The smaller team member, upon hearing the captain's words, hesitated and inquired, "So, do we still pursue Tsunade? After all, we Haven-T secured her head." "Yes, 50 million Ryou." The captain gritted his teeth, enunciating each word with fervor. This sum was an undeniable temptation for him, and despite the looming risks, he was willing to take the plunge. At that moment, a cold voice resonated from behind them. "Who did you just mention 50 million Ryou about?" Turning around, they beheld a figure approaching them with measured steps. Uchiha Rin's crimson, three-tomo Sharingan fixated on them intently. Without the slightest effort, Uchiha Rin swiftly dispatched the two ninjas suspected of plotting against Tsunade. However, the items that emerged from these ninjas piqued his considerable interest. Eliminate the wandering ninja Kage. Acquire the silent killing technique, Fragmented. Eliminate the Mist Village Jonin, Kirigakure's Domin. Acquire the water transformation technique, Beginner. A flicker of astonishment crossed Uchiha Rin's eyes. He had not anticipated that one of them would be a Jonin from the Mist Village, and he was even more taken aback by the ease with which he had vanquished this Jonin. The expressions of terror and helplessness on the faces of the two ninjas upon realizing his presence revealed no resistance. They succumbed to Uchiha Rin's blade without a fight. Could it be that they exhausted their chakra? Uchiha Rin mused to himself. The presence of Mist Village ninjas here led him to ponder whether the 50 million Ryou was, in fact, orchestrated by the Mist Village from the shadows. This fleeting thought stirred a tempest within his mind. The Mist Village could not possibly harbor an unprovoked desire to eliminate Tsunade. There must be some clandestine objective lurking beneath the surface. Uchiha Ling furrowed his brow, striving to untangle the intricate web of events. What could possibly motivate the Mist Village to orchestrate such elaborate schemes? With a cold demeanor, Uchiha Ling kicked aside the lifeless bodies of two fallen ninjas and fixed his unwavering gaze toward the distant direction of the eight tails, Yuuhi. Summoning his chakra, he swiftly vanished from sight, pursuing the formidable beast. Simultaneously, Tsunade was exerting every ounce of her strength to flee. "Tsunade-sama, it's gaining on us." The voice of the slug was filled with concern. Without a backward glance, Tsunade gritted her teeth, relentlessly urging her body to produce more chakra to sustain her high-intensity escape. However, the massive form of the eight tails loomed closer, resembling a moving mountain. Despite her relentless effort, covering several hundred meters felt like a mere sprint to the beast, easily traversable in an instant. She sensed an unprecedented pressure. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before she would be caught. Finally, Tsunade halted, taking a deep breath as she turned to face the oncoming eight tails. Her fiery gaze sparkled with resolute determination, as if the challenges before her had become insignificant. "No, I must not be caught like this," she murmured, though it felt more like a rallying cry to herself. The eight tails had locked onto her, and continuing to flee would only deplete her remaining chakra, leaving her utterly defenseless. "Is it time to fight, Tsunade-sama?" A multitude of small slugs converged, merging into a colossal slug spanning several meters in length. While its size paled in comparison to the eight tails, Tsunade, standing atop it, felt an unprecedented surge of valor. She gazed down at the slug, a wave of indescribable exhilaration washing over her. She had never imagined facing a tailed beast alone, yet at this moment, fear was absent. Only unyielding conviction and boundless battle spirit remained. "Come forth. Even in death, I shall not let you have it easy," Tsunade declared resolutely, her eyes fixed on the charging eight tails as her chakra surged like a tempest. "Slug," she commanded. "It's on its way, Tsunade-sama." The slug understood, unhesitatingly channeling its chakra to Tsunade to the fullest extent. Their bond transcended mere words, communicating with mere glances and gestures. Super strength, Tsunade shouted, her chakra flaring like a wild beast. Veins bulged on her forehead as she bore the weight of immense power. She concentrated all her strength into her fists, which seemed capable of obliterating any obstruction. The slug rapidly transformed, solidifying into a stable ground beneath her, providing a steadfast platform for battle. Together, they stood resolutely against the looming 8 tails. With a thunderous crash, Tsunade's fist collided with the enormous fist of the 8 tails, producing a deafening sound that echoed through the air. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to stand still. A solitary figure, a tailed beast, and a spirit beast froze the entire battlefield. The bull demon's charge abruptly halted, as if restrained by an invisible force. In an instant, it stumbled backward several meters, even reeling from Tsunade's punch. This scene was hard to believe. A mere human had managed to repel a formidable tailed beast. Gasping for breath, Tsunade surveyed her triumph, her eyes shimmering with the light of victory. To think she could, with her mortal form, drive back a tailed beast was likely an unprecedented feat in history. She had already exhausted all her remaining chakra. Even though the slug continued to supply her with chakra, her body could no longer endure anymore. She closed her eyes and inhaled deeply, wishing she could store chakra for emergencies. The chakra that dissipated from people's bodies daily was substantial, if only it could be harnessed. It might rival the strength of a tailed beast. Unfortunately, she had no time to experiment with her thoughts now, as the 8 tails bull demon had regained its footing and was roaring fiercely to launch another attack at Tsunade. Whoosh! A swift gust of wind surged past, and Tsunade suddenly felt herself being lifted into the air, yet curiously, she felt no pain. This was not the bull demon's attack. What force had propelled her? Why were her eyes closed? A familiar and warm voice reached her ears. Tsunade abruptly opened her eyes, and the sight before her left her utterly astonished. An indescribable emotion swelling within her. Ling, she exclaimed, her voice brimming with surprise and disbelief. Uchiha Ling gazed at the astonished Tsunade, a tender smile gracing his face. I arrived late, he murmured softly. He looked at Tsunade, his eyes filled with concern. She had clearly been pushed to the brink, had he not arrived in time. The consequences would have been dire. Tsunade buried her head deeply in Uchiha Ling's embrace, savoring the long-lost warmth and sense of security. The threat of death receded, yet fatigue washed over her like a tidal wave. In this moment, she yearned to rest in this familiar embrace. A good sleep, she thought, and upon waking, everything would be resolved. Uchiha Ling gently reassured her, his voice seemingly imbued with magic, gradually calming Tsunade's heart. She slowly nodded, wearily closing her eyes. This time, her brow unfurled, and a serene smile adorned her face. In Uchiha Ling's embrace, she found a long-awaited tranquility. Meanwhile, countless little slugs gathered before Uchiha Ling. Forming a colossal slug, Uchiha Ling delicately placed Tsunade upon the slug and softly said, Great slug, please take care of Tsunade. Everything will be cautious, Lord Ling. The slug replied, simultaneously healing Uchiha Ling's fatigue and hidden injuries. Uchiha Ling nodded at the slug, then cast a deep glance at the already slumbering Tsunade. Turning around, he resolutely faced the 8 tails, Gyuki. His Sharingan, adorned with its 3 tomo, reflected the immense form of the beast, glimmering with a chilling light. Confronted with such a formidable adversary, he could only attempt to employ Jinjutsu. Yet, without the enhancement of the Mangekyou Sharingan, he harbored no absolute confidence in its efficacy. Nevertheless, one must endeavor to discern its usefulness. Uchiha Ling silently resolved, decisively unleashing his Jinjutsu. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his inner chakra, his Sharingan fixed intently on the colossal eyes of Gyuki. Descend into oblivion. As his voice echoed, chakra surged forth from within him like a torrent, attempting to pry open the vast ocean of chakra that the 8 tails possessed. Even this tailed beast, endowed with boundless chakra, appeared somewhat beleaguered under the influence of Uchiha Ling's Jinjutsu. Its frenzied gaze gradually dulled, and the once wildly thrashing tentacles began to still. Uchiha Ling observed the motionless form of Gyuki, a flicker of joy igniting in his eyes. Had he succeeded? However, in the blink of an eye, the once vacant gaze of Gyuki regained its clarity. A flash of indignation flickered within its eyes, as if lamenting Uchiha Ling's attempt to dominate it. Instantly, several massive tentacles crashed toward Uchiha Ling like lightning. The speed was such that it seemed to rend the very air asunder. Perish! The roar of Yuuhi reverberated in Uchiha Ling's ears, a cacophony that was deafening. Yet, it bore no consequence. With a swift body flicker technique, he vanished from his original position, reappearing several meters away. Was it only capable of influencing for a brief moment? Yet, that was sufficient. Uchiha Ling murmured to himself. As long as his Jinjutsu could slightly affect Yuuhi, he would have the opportunity to maneuver, preventing himself from being squashed like an insect. Fire style, great fire annihilation. Uchiha Ling's form flickered as he instantly ascended into the air. He inhaled deeply and unleashed a massive fireball, akin to a meteor, directed at Yuuhi. The fireball blazed fiercely, radiating heat and flames, as if intent on consuming everything in its path. Yuuhi glared at the rapidly approaching fireball and roared, intertwining several powerful tentacles before it, forming an impenetrable tentacle shield. It braced itself to withstand Uchiha Ling's formidable great fire annihilation. The collision was deafening. The fireball collided violently with the tentacle shield, producing a thunderous sound. Scorching waves of heat crashed against Uchiha Ling's face like a tsunami, yet his gaze remained unwavering, fixated on the thick smoke that enveloped the scene. As the smoke gradually dispersed, a charred mark emerged at the center of the tentacle shield. Although the shield had absorbed much of the fireball's might, it was evident that Yuuhi had not wholly escaped injury. Yet Uchiha Ling's brow furrowed in dissatisfaction as he muttered, "Not even the great fire annihilation proved effective? This ninjutsu represents the pinnacle of his mastery over fire release techniques. However, at this moment, it appears that its efficacy pales in comparison to Tsunade's powerful strike. What about lightning release?" He swiftly formed several hand seals, and immediately, a piercing bird call erupted from his hand. Brilliant blue lightning danced erratically in his grasp, resembling a thunderous dragon poised to break free from its constraints. Chidori. Indeed, he had developed this A-rank lightning release technique long before Kakashi by several decades. Yet, due to the overwhelming influence of the Sharingan's illusions in previous skirmishes, he had scarcely had the opportunity to wield this jutsu. Now, his Sharingan was intently fixated on every tendril of the monstrous Yuuhi. The moment one of its appendages shifted away, Uchiha Rin's gaze sharpened. Now was the time. He growled low, propelling himself forward like an arrow. With a swift whoosh, he vanished from sight, leaving only a streak of blue lightning racing toward Gyuki's face. The Chidori emitted a shrill cry, its sound imbued with a lethal intent. Gripping the Chidori tightly, he thrust it at an almost impossible angle toward Gyuki's enormous eyes. "Foolish human, do you dare to engage me in close combat?" Yuuhi scoffed, its derisive laughter echoing. As it attempted to clap its hands together to crush the diminutive Uchiha, Rin uttered a low command. Jinjutsu. The Sharingan activated once more, disrupting Gyuki's movements and momentarily halting its assault. This fleeting pause granted Uchiha Rin the perfect opportunity. The Chidori shot forth like a bolt of lightning. With a sickening squelch, the Chidori pierced through Gyuki's head as effortlessly as if it were tofu, along with Rin's palm. A swift flick of his wrist resulted in a gaping wound carved into Gyuki's eyes. Blood gushed forth like a waterfall, staining the creature's visage crimson. "Aya!" Yuuhi let out a piercing wail, clutching its eyes with its massive hands, its colossal form teetering dangerously. Seizing the moment, Uchiha Rin gracefully evaded and landed lightly on the ground. He gazed at the howling Yuuhi, a flicker of regret passing through his eyes. If only he had mastered the Chidori's sharp spear, it could have easily penetrated its skull in one swift motion. Currently, he lacked the proficiency in the Chidori's sharp spear, as he had yet to fully grasp the form transformation of lightning release chakra. Zazup! The sharp crackle of Chidori resounded once more in Uchiha Rin's hand, the blue lightning leaping in his palm. Since Chidori proved effective against Yuuhi, he resolved to use it to decisively vanquish the looming behemoth before him. Perhaps it was the sound of Chidori that incited Gyuki's fury, as it suddenly became even more frenzied. The 8 tentacles behind it writhed like enraged serpents, thrashing about wildly and effortlessly obliterating everything in their path. With each swing of its tentacles, an apocalyptic force was unleashed. Uchiha Ling fixated on the indiscriminate assaults of the bull demon, feeling a pang of difficulty within. Such frenzied onslaughts left him with little maneuverability. Even if he could inflict damage upon the bull demon, escaping unscathed seemed a formidable challenge. Cursed humans. The bull demon struggled to open its eyes. only to find a void before it. It relied solely on its faint perception to seek out Uchiha Ling's presence. The humiliation of being bested by a creature so vastly inferior ignited an even greater fury within the bull demon. Suddenly, it sensed a distinct presence. This audacious figure stood boldly before it, unashamedly exuding an aura of confidence. Such provocation sent the bull demon into a furious rage. "Ah, you dare to look down upon me, the great bull demon!" It roared, unleashing all 8 of its tails in a furious assault towards the source of that presence. Boom! The ground trembled, descending several meters, with cracks stretching out for hundreds of meters. Humph! Merely a diminutive human. How dare you challenge me, the great bull demon? The bull demon gloated, having lost track of Uchiha Ling's aura. Yet, no sooner had the words escaped its lips than a frigid voice accompanied by a sharp sensation struck from above. Lightning release. 1,000 birds. Uchiha Ling, wielding the 1,000 birds, stood steadfast atop the bull demon's head. Limited by the length of his weapon, he could not plunge deeper, thus he resorted to rapid slashes instead. The bull demon snapped back to reality, its colossal hands swiftly trying to swat away the pesky insect. However, despite its actions seeming lightning fast to the untrained eye, under Uchiha Ling's Sharingan, they appeared as sluggish as a snail. Uchiha Ling maintained an expressionless demeanor, effortlessly evading the bull demon's massive palm. As he landed, a frown creased his brow, fixating on the grotesque scars adorning the bull demon's head, a wave of helplessness washing over him. The ninjutsu he wielded felt utterly inadequate before such a monstrous form. Even the formidable power of the 1,000 birds left wounds on the bull demon's vast body that resembled mere pinpricks. Such attacks were utterly insignificant to the bull demon. To approach the frenzied bull demon, Uchiha Ling had exerted tremendous effort. Initially, he cleverly employed the puppet technique to deceive the bull demon's senses. In the final moment, he swiftly retrieved the puppet Uchiha Ko from the system space. Otherwise, he would have lost a puppet of immeasurable value. Puppet technique? Given that the bull demon's exterior was as impenetrable as steel, why not seek an entry point from within? He recalled a scene from the original narrative, where the silver and gold brothers of the Cloud Village had survived within the belly of the Nine Tails by consuming its blood and flesh, drawing strength and acquiring some of its traits. Even a formidable being like the Nine Tails found itself powerless against foes that had invaded its own body, ultimately expelling them. Uchiha Ling, with unwavering resolve, summoned the puppet Uchiha Kong to infiltrate the body of the bull demon, launching an internal assault of devastating proportions. With determination etched upon his face, he retrieved the puppet from the system space without hesitation. At that moment, the bull demon, its eyes severed, was engulfed in darkness. It could not discern whether a single person or multiple figures stood before it, presenting a splendid opportunity for Uchiha Ling's scheme. He deftly maneuvered the puppet, propelling it towards the bull demon with a swiftness that was almost imperceptible. The puppet's movements flawlessly mirrored the techniques he had previously employed against the bull demon, leading it to mistakenly believe it was to face the same attack once more. However, the same tactic would not succeed thrice. "You little brat!" The bull demon roared in fury. This time, it refrained from attempting to intercept the approaching figure as it had before, instead gathering a massive amount of chakra within its maw. With a resonating hum, it prepared to unleash a formidable tailed beast bomb, aiming to obliterate the irritating nuisance entirely. Within that increasingly luminous sphere of chakra resided a quantity surpassing even that of Kakashi's own. From a distance, Uchiha Ling could feel the surging power, sending a shiver down his spine. Although the tailed beast bomb was targeted at the puppet, Uchiha Ling found himself positioned directly behind it, placing him perilously within the blast radius. He fixed his gaze upon the coalescing sphere, hesitating over whether to direct the puppet into its core. Ultimately, he could not bring himself to do so. It was not merely the costly nature of the puppet that held him back. Rather, the potential catastrophic consequences of inadvertently triggering the tailed beast bomb weighed heavily on his mind, as the ensuing devastation could render a radius of several hundred meters into a desolate wasteland. Uchiha Ling had no desire to meet his end in such a manner. With utmost speed, he sidestepped while simultaneously maneuvering the puppet Uchiha Kong to divert the bull demon's attention. Fortunately, the tailed beast bomb remained fixated on the puppet. As the chakra-infused projectile sliced through the air with a deafening roar, Uchiha Ling felt as though the world around him had succumbed to silence. leaving only the tailed beast bomb's ferocious growl echoing through the void. In a moment of critical urgency, he decisively retracted the puppet into the system space. As long as the distance was not great, Uchiha Ling could safely store his items within that realm. Regrettably, when he retrieved them, they would invariably reappear in his hands. A limitation he lamented, as he could not employ Kimui like Uchiha Obito to facilitate spatial transfers and offensive maneuvers. The bull demon's tailed beast bomb continued to unleash its amassed chakra for nearly half a minute, causing the very earth to tremble and a thunderous cacophony to resound, instilling terror in those who heard it. When tranquility finally returned, Uchiha Ling discovered that a mountain, which should have stood in the distance, had vanished entirely. Truly, this was a weapon of mass destruction within the ninja world. Uchiha Ling gazed at the obliterated mountain in awe, contemplating that its power was likely equivalent to that of an atomic bomb. After the formidable tailed beast ball was unleashed, Nyogue found itself exhausted, panting heavily in place. For a tailed beast, releasing such an immense amount of chakra at once is an arduous burden. Its chest heaved violently, expressing the fervor of the recent battle. As the overwhelming aura faded, Nyogue sighed with relief, sensing that the disquieting presence had finally dissipated. However, upon introspection, Nyogue was suddenly struck by a thought. Why do I feel this way? Am I afraid? Although there are indeed many strong individuals among humans, in the memories of tailed beasts, they often trembled under the might of these creatures. For reasons unknown, two figures of men unexpectedly surfaced in Nyogue's mind. One stood atop a colossal wooden figure, while the other concealed himself within a massive warrior. The power of these two men had once left Nyogue feeling apprehensive. If faced with them, Nyogue would concede. For even the formidable Kurama had been effortlessly captured by them, as though it were a mere fox. It seemed only natural that I cannot defeat them. Alas, you are not them. Before Nyogue could finish its thought, it suddenly sensed the loathed presence re-emerging before it. What? Startled, Nyogue lifted its head, directing its gaze toward the source of the aura. In that moment of shock, as Nyogue's mouth gaped open, the puppet Uchiha Ko surged forward like a lightning bolt, plunging deep into Nyogue's throat. Ugh, you little brat, do you seek death? Nyogue roared, its voice laced with fury and astonishment. The puppet's forceful intrusion into its throat triggered involuntary retching. Yet, no matter how it thrashed its teeth, they never made contact with the agile puppet's form. Under Uchiha Rin's precise control, the puppet fluidly maneuvered, successfully infiltrating Nyogue's abdomen. Concealed behind a massive stone, Uchiha Rin observed the unfolding scene with a cold gaze. At that moment, the puppet Uchiha Ko had transformed within Nyogue's belly. Its arms suddenly extended two sharp blades, slicing through Nyogue's insides like twin beams of chilling light. Each flash of the blades left a long, gaping wound within Nyogue, blood gushing forth in a gruesome display. Nyogue writhed in agony, pained howls emanating from the depths of its throat. However, despite its desperate struggles, it could not expel the puppet lodged inside. Nyogue clutched its belly in torment, rolling on the ground in despair. It even pounded its fists against its own abdomen, attempting to alleviate the excruciating pain through sheer force. Yet, all of this was merely a futile struggle. Nyogue's suffering did not endure for long, as the puppet Uchiha Ko, under Uchiha Rin's precise guidance, relentlessly dismantled its body with unyielding ferocity. A blade, shimmering with a cold light, suddenly pierced through Nyogue's head. The massive creature collapsed like a felled tree, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Though a being formed of concentrated chakra, Nyogue would not be utterly extinguished. On a distant day in the future, its form shall be reshaped by chakra, rising once more within the realm of shinobi. Demon. The voice of the eight tails, Yuuhi, was faint yet laced with animosity as it exerted every ounce of its strength to roar towards Uchiha Ling. I shall remember you. Despite still possessing an abundance of chakra, its body had been utterly shattered, leaving its dormant power to languish helplessly within. The puppet, Uchiha Ko, calmly sheathed his long blade and returned to Uchiha Ling's side. Resembling a loyal shadow, Uchiha Ling stood before the fallen eight tails, his gaze as frigid as ice, looking down upon Yuuhi without a trace of compassion or triumph. It was merely a clever trick. The voice of Yuuhi grew weaker, seemingly recognizing the scarlet eyes of Uchiha Ling, filled with an unwillingness that resonated deep within. Uchiha Ling remained silent, merely observing the eight tails. It was only when Gyuki's form had completely dissipated into the air that he slowly spoke. Next time, I shall vanquish you directly. Whether Gyuki heard his words remained uncertain. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Ling expelled the tension and fatigue from the battle, his spirit thoroughly relaxing in that moment. The taut nerves akin to a released bowstring, rendering him considerably lighter. I can hardly believe I managed to contend with the tailed beast. Though it was a stroke of luck, I accomplished it all on my own. His tone brimmed with exhilaration as he reflected upon his extraordinary feat. In the world of shinobi, tailed beasts epitomize peak combat prowess. To engage one in battle and emerge victorious undoubtedly affirmed his strength. Uchiha Ling felt that, even if he had not yet attained the level of a Kage, he was certainly nearing it. However, he was unaware that even greater surprises awaited him. Defeated the tailed beast, 8 Tails Gyuki, earning 10 chakra, 5 skill points. The announcement rang like divine music, momentarily rendering him speechless. Immediately after, the chakra that had escaped from Gyuki's dissipating form surged into his own body in a frenzied torrent. Uchiha Ling's expression morphed into one of disbelief as he felt the abundant chakra coursing through him, momentarily at a loss for words. This sensation was utterly marvelous. He had transformed from a chakra-conserving ninja into a formidable being capable of extravagantly wielding chakra. He raised his hand, feeling the vibrant chakra within him. Unable to contain himself, he let out a triumphant howl, expressing the exhilaration and joy that surged within. The chakra within him now likely surpassed tenfold what it had been before. Host, Uchiha Ling, age, 18, rank, Kage, strength, 90, speed, 95, chakra, 1850, ninjutsu, mastery in fire release, mastery in lightning release, mastery in illusion techniques, entry-level in earth release, entry-level in water release, advanced taijutsu, spirit transformation technique, puppet technique, bloodline limit, Sharingan, 3 Tomo evolution conditions not met. The current conquest values stand at 90 for Tsunade, and a perfect level of wood release bloodline limit can be attained upon reaching 100. For Kushina Uzumaki, the conquest value is at 20, and once it reaches 100, one could acquire the perfect physique and advanced sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. The current kill value remains non-existent, with 15 skill points at his disposal, and items including 80 explosive tags, 75 shurikens, and 98 kunai. Uchiha Ling gently tapped on the system panel before him, the splendid data displayed filling him with immense satisfaction. Indeed, he could now proudly utter that statement. There was no corner of the ninja world that he could not traverse. Yet, the greatest vexation for Uchiha Ling was the Sharingan. He attempted to evolve it using his skill points, but the system repeatedly informed him that the evolution requirements were insufficient. Must I truly endure despair to progress? He mused with a bitter smile, a flicker of reluctance flashing in his eyes. He had striven to enhance his strength precisely to prevent such desperate situations from befalling him. Lord Ling is truly formidable. Who would have thought he could single-handedly defeat a tailed beast? The voice of the slug was filled with admiration as it emerged deftly from the ground. Wriggling its body to approach Uchiha Ling offered a slight smile. How is Lady Tsunade faring? He inquired. The slug's surface rolled gently, and soon, Tsunade's figure began to materialize from within the slug's form. Lady Tsunade is quite exhausted after depleting her chakra and is currently resting, the slug responded, its tone laced with concern. Hearing this, Uchiha Ling felt a slight alleviation of his worries. He carefully lifted Tsunade in a princess carry, and alongside the now diminutive slug resting on his shoulder, they made their way back to the previous city. Along the journey, they encountered numerous bounty hunters, their greedy gazes fixed upon them, seemingly intent on making a move. However, under the piercing gaze of Ling's Sharingan, these individuals could not stir the slightest commotion. Previously, Uchiha Ling had refrained from employing Jinjutsu so frequently as it consumed chakra, a vital resource for a ninja that signified combat prowess. He had to constantly monitor his chakra reserves to ensure he could unleash his utmost strength at critical moments. Yet now, he was no longer burdened by such concerns. Supported by an immense reservoir of chakra, Ling's Jinjutsu had become even more potent and enduring. The bounty hunters trailing behind him were ensnared by his illusions, rendered mere puppets to his will. Patrol the vicinity and report any suspicious ninjas to me. Uchiha Ling commanded coldly to the dozen or so rogue ninjas under his Jinjutsu's control. Yes, they replied, bowing their heads in acceptance before dispersing in perfect unison like automatons. Lord Ling's Jinjutsu is indeed remarkable. He must be the strongest user of Jinjutsu in all of Konoha now, the slug remarked, observing the obedient ninjas. Upon hearing the praise from the slug, Uchiha Ling's form momentarily hesitated. He nonchalantly remarked, with the aid of my Sharingan, I might barely stand on par with Orochimaru. But in comparison to him, I still fall woefully short. How formidable Orochimaru truly is. The slug's words were laced with astonishment, and it suddenly recalled Orochimaru's current state. A name danced on the tip of its tongue, yet ultimately remained unvoiced. How could Orochimaru's illusions possibly rival those of an Uchiha? Ling kept his thoughts to himself, merely offering a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Although the slug could almost be considered an ally, he preferred to keep his personal affairs shrouded in secrecy. Concealment had become second nature to him. Tsunade drowsily opened her eyes, her gaze gradually sharpening as the surrounding scenery transformed from a blur to clarity. She propped herself up with her hands, slowly sitting upright, her brow furrowing as she strived to recall the events that had transpired. Vivid images of fierce battles flashed through her mind, alongside the familiar visage of Uchiha Ling. Where am I? She surveyed her surroundings, realizing she was lying on a bed. At this moment, a small slug clone lay quietly beside her, offering companionship. Noticing Tsunade had awakened, the slug turned slowly, its voice imbued with excitement. Lady Tsunade, you are awake. Tsunade gently lifted the small slug into her hands, raising it to her face to meet its gaze, urgency evident in her tone. What has happened? What of the eight tails? Do not worry about the eight tails, Lady Tsunade, the slug replied. It has already been defeated by Lord Ling. Upon hearing this news, Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief, her pupils shimmering with incredulity. Defeated? He single-handedly vanquished a tailed beast. Her voice quivered slightly. Indeed, Lord Ling is truly remarkable, the slug affirmed. As she observed the jubilant slug, Tsunade's expression turned complex. She silently compared her strength with that of Uchiha Ling, a wave of melancholy washing over her. While she had barely managed to escape the Eight Tails' onslaught, Ling had already proven himself capable of conquering such a formidable adversary. Her thoughts drifted back to the days spent training with Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Although she had not been the weakest then, her prowess was hardly superior to Jiraiya's. After each practice session, he would quickly catch up, even surpassing her. Now, among her peers, she feared she had truly become the weakest. Is it that I have not exerted enough effort? Tsunade murmured despondently to herself, the feeling of defeat lingering in her eyes as she sank into profound self-doubt. At that moment, the door creaked open gently, and Uchiha Ling's silhouette appeared in the doorway. Upon seeing that Tsunade had awakened, a warm smile graced his face as he approached her slowly. You are awake. How do you feel? His gentle voice was like a soft spring breeze brushing against Tsunade's heart. Tsunade concealed her emotions, and in response to Uchiha Rin's concern, she gently shook her head, a faint smile gracing her lips. Rin, I am fine. I merely feel a bit fatigued after exhausting my chakra. Uchiha Rin scrutinized Tsunade's expression, relieved to see no obvious signs of injury, and nodded in understanding. As long as you are well, your health is the foundation of all things. You must take good care of yourself. He could not help but feel a deep sense of reflection. In the original narrative, Kakashi had been hospitalized due to overexertion of chakra, and he had previously worried whether Tsunade might suffer the same fate. It was evident now that the physiques of the Hitaki clan and the Senju clan were indeed incomparable. What took Kakashi several days of recovery in a hospital bed was merely a trivial matter that Tsunade could resolve with a single night's rest. Let's eat something first. I brought you a meal, Uchiha Rin said, placing the dinner he had procured before her. The aroma of the food wafted through the air, tantalizing and delectable. It's all your favorites, he added with a smile, his gaze filled with affection. Tsunade looked at the food in surprise, astonished that Rin remembered her preferences so well, a detail even Dan could not recall so precisely. Well then, I shall begin, she said, bringing her hands together and smiling at Uchiha Rin. Seated at the edge of the bed, Uchiha Rin watched gently as Tsunade savored each bite of the meal. Such a tender expression, if witnessed by the wandering ninjas patrolling outside, would surely astonish them. After all, the man whose Sharingan exuded a chilling aura capable of piercing through darkness now displayed such warmth, a sight that was difficult for them to fathom. Tsunade, You should return to Konoha with me. The outside world is far too perilous now. Uchiha Rin suddenly disrupted the tranquility. Tsunade paused, placing her food down, and looked up at him, meeting his gaze filled with concern and earnestness, realizing he was not jesting. Moreover, your mission objective has already perished, Uchiha Rin continued, providing further justification. Tsunade's task had been to observe the state of the Eight Tails, gauging the potential movements of the Cloud Village. With the Eight Tails defeated, her mission could no longer proceed. Very well, Tsunade nodded in agreement. She set aside a portion of her meal, offering it to Uchiha Rin with a gentle smile. You should eat as well. Can you tell me how you managed to defeat the Eight Tails? Her curiosity ignited. She eagerly inquired. The Eight Tails, after all, was a formidable beast, second only to the Nine Tails. Tsunade found it hard to fathom how Uchiha Rin had single-handedly vanquished such a creature. Uchiha Rin smiled faintly, beginning to recount the thrilling battle. Of course, during his narrative, he omitted the existence of the system, attributing all his success to his own strength and wisdom. Puppet techniques? I never imagined I could learn the Sand Village's puppet techniques with just a glance. Tsunade stared in astonishment, her eyes widening as her food came to a halt. Suspended in midair, Uchiha Ling offered a tranquil smile, lightly nodding his head. He attributed his mastery of puppet techniques to having stealthily learned them from the enemies he had previously vanquished in Mangekyou, utilizing his Sharingan. This timing conveniently allowed him to rationalize his proficiency in puppet techniques, enabling him to wield them under normal circumstances. Whether others believed his explanation mattered little to him. For apart from the Uchiha clan, no one could authenticate the veracity of his claims. His standing within the clan was already sufficiently high. Even if someone discerned his deceit, they would be reluctant to expose him. The elders held great expectations for Uchiha Ling, eager for him to acquire more ninjutsu to bolster the strength of the Uchiha clan. In their eyes, Uchiha Ling represented the future hope, and his power signified the might of the Uchiha lineage. After a brief and pleasant exchange, Tsunade finished her meal, her spirits considerably revitalized. She rose to her feet, beginning to organize her ninja gear, exuding an aura of readiness to depart. Observing her bustling figure, Uchiha Ling felt a twinge of curiosity. Furrowing his brow, he could not help but inquire, at this late hour, where are you headed? Even if we intend to return to Konoha, there's no need to rush. Tsunade halted her movements and turned to face him, a serious expression crossing her face. She solemnly explained, It seems I have attracted the attention of certain factions, including individuals from the Hidden Mist Village. I must address this matter first, otherwise we may encounter peril ahead. Individuals from the mist? Uchiha Ling echoed her words, fragments of memory flashing through his mind. He recalled having dealt with two adversaries who posed a threat to Tsunade, decisively eliminating them. One of them, if memory served correctly, was a Jonin from the Hidden Mist Village. There's no need for you to worry about that, Uchiha Ling replied, suppressing a smile as he gestured dismissively. Seeing his nonchalance, Tsunade assumed he doubted the gravity of her words. Thus, she retorted anxiously, How can you not be concerned? What if we are ambushed while we let our guard down? Ling, you are far too relaxed. Gazing into Tsunade's anxious eyes, Uchiha Ling chuckled. Because I have already taken care of them. What? Tsunade exclaimed, as both she and Uchiha Ling swiftly maneuvered through the lush treetops. After resting at an inn for the night, they now set forth on their journey back to Konoha, invigorated and alert. Suddenly, they came to an unspoken halt in unison. Uchiha Ling's form flickered as he gracefully leaped to the treetops, his keen gaze piercing through layers of foliage towards the distant horizon. He murmured softly. A hint of puzzlement etched on his brow. Tsunade followed closely, her voice low as she remarked, There are people fighting over there. A thunderous boom shattered the surrounding tranquility. In the distance, smoke billowed and flames surged skyward. Uchiha Ling raised an eyebrow, a flicker of intrigue crossing his face. The commotion was quite significant, and he sensed a faintly familiar aura lingering in the air. The two exchanged a tacit glance, silently approaching the battlefield. They gracefully perched upon a grand tree at the edge of the combat zone, quietly observing the tumult in the center. In the midst of the fray, a slender young man with black and white hair was fiercely clashing with a man cloaked in black. Is that Kakuzu? A flicker of surprise crossed Uchiha Ling's eyes as he fixated on the shadowy figure, murmuring to himself. Tsunade, overhearing his words, raised an eyebrow in curiosity, asking Kakuzu, Do you know him? Uchiha Ling nodded, recalling their encounter when he had ventured to the land of lightning. I once crossed swords with him. He is a rogue ninja from Takigakure, and his strength should not be underestimated. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's gaze sharpened, a glint of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. She fixated intently on the battlefield, eager to decipher Kakuzu's every movement. Kakuzu, drenched in sweat, cursed inwardly as he faced an adversary who appeared to be effortlessly superior. Why are these guys all so formidable? He had initially assumed this was merely an ordinary assignment. After all, the intelligence indicated that this Burubi was just a chunin from Mangekyou, with a bounty of only 5 million ryo. He recalled the Uchiha from Konoha he had encountered a few days prior, a battle that still haunted him. Yet now, the man before him exuded a presence that felt equally as daunting as that Uchiha brat. Kakuzu sensed that fortune had not favored him in recent days. He had intended to find a few unfortunate souls to exchange for a new heart and earn some coin, hence his choice of this so-called ordinary chunin. However, it was evident that Burubi's prowess far exceeded his expectations, easily worth at least 20 million ryo. Upon his return, he would ensure the demise of that worthless informant. Jiangu, Kakuzu roared, and in an instant, countless black threads erupted from his body, resembling a swarm of venomous serpents, all lunging toward Burubi. Yet, Burubi remained unflustered in the face of this peculiar assault. With a swift tremor of his long blade, the blue luminescence intensified, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Lightning release, sound wave thunderblade. Burubi called out, deftly twisting his wrist as the blade sliced through the air. The black threads that had previously eluded Uchiha Ling's attempts to sever them seemed to meet their counter at this moment, snapping apart and scattering to the ground. Burubi regarded Kakuzu with indifference, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his lips. You've already used that technique once. Do you possess any other? Oh, you shall pay for this. Kakuzu, thoroughly incensed, swung the black threads frantically, attempting to launch another assault. However, Burubi effortlessly parried each of his strikes. Observing Burubi standing resolutely with his blade, Uchiha Ling wore a perplexed expression. He did not recognize the man wielding the sword, yet his prowess was unmistakable. Burubi's ability to suppress Kakuzu indicated he was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. He was Burubi, a chunin from Mangekyou and the nephew of the third Reikage. Noticing Uchiha Ling's unfamiliarity with Burubi, Tsunade took the initiative to introduce Burubi's identity to him. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Ling nodded in understanding. It seemed that Burubi was a character who had long perished in the original narrative. Otherwise, he would not have been so unfamiliar to him. Hey, you two over there. Are you also foes? Burubi called out, remaining vigilant amidst the fierce battle while observing his surroundings, directing his voice towards the direction where Uchiha Ling and Tsunade were concealed. Upon hearing this, Kakuzu immediately disengaged from his skirmish with Burubi, his gaze alertly fixed on the two, exclaiming in astonishment, "Are there others?" Burubi nodded in affirmation. They have been here for a while. Given that they had been discovered, Uchiha Ling and Tsunade stepped out openly, no longer concealing themselves. It's you. Kakuzu recognized Uchiha Ling at once, gnashing his teeth as he spat out those words, his tone rife with hostility. Uchiha Ling retorted with an air of arrogance. It's been a few days, and you seem even more disheveled. Burubi's gaze oscillated between Uchiha Ling and Kakuzu, seemingly assessing their relationship and respective stances. He then took a few steps back, maintaining a cautious distance from them. It appears that they are not your allies. That puts my mind at ease, Burubi remarked, though his eyes betrayed no sign of relaxation as he continued to scrutinize Uchiha Ling and Tsunade with vigilance. Otherwise, after dealing with you, I would have to contend with the two of them, which would be quite troublesome, he continued, as if musing to himself about the unfolding situation. You little brat. Do you think you have me figured out? Kakuzu bellowed in rage. Burubi frowned at Kakuzu, bluntly stating, but old man, you really aren't that formidable. Although Kakuzu might have been of an age comparable to Burubi's father, his prowess was decidedly lacking. Burubi even mused that had he been of the same age as Kakuzu, he would likely surpass him in strength. However, unbeknownst to Burubi, he was unlikely to ever reach Kakuzu's age. You little Uchiha, just wait. After I deal with him, I'll come for you. Kakuzu growled menacingly at Uchiha Ling before abruptly turning and charging at Burubi. His face was a mask of fury and murderous intent, as if he sought to unleash all his wrath upon Burubi. As Kakuzu charged, The dark threads emanating from him struck at Barubi like venomous serpents. These threads flickered ominously, and even after being severed by Barubi, they reconnected as if imbued with life itself. Kakuzu, with his undying form, attempted to wear down Barubi through relentless assault. In the face of Kakuzu's frenzied onslaught, Barubi appeared to handle it with apparent ease. However, Uchiha Ling keenly observed that his movements were gradually becoming sluggish, and his breathing was noticeably labored. After all, he is still just a child, Uchiha Ling mused inwardly. As a chunin, Barubi's ability to contend so fiercely against Kaku, even pushing him to the brink at times, was a testament to his strength and talent. Though young, he had already begun to exhibit the prowess and potential of a jonin. This individual is quite formidable, possessing multiple hearts. As long as his hearts remain intact, he cannot perish. Uchiha Ling cautioned Barubi. Upon hearing Uchiha Ling's warning, Barubi paused momentarily, then nodded in acknowledgement. He adjusted his combat strategy, opting to target Kakuzu's heart with greater precision. That damned Uchiha brat. Kakuzu seethed with fury, his black threads extending from his hands slowed considerably due to his anger. Tsunade and Uchiha Ling stood silently on the battlefield's periphery, their gaze fixed intently on the fierce clash between Kakuzu and Barubi. The potency of Kakuzu's immortal form was indeed astonishing. Under Barubi's razor-sharp blade, Kakuzu, even with severed limbs, could swiftly reattach them, exhibiting no fear of injury. Uchiha Ling furrowed his brow. He had already warned Barubi. However, it appeared that Barubi was still ensnared in a predicament. His combat style had grown increasingly conservative, evidently fearful of injury, which adversely affected his combat efficacy. Uchiha Ling gently shook his head, having foreseen the battle's outcome, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. He turned to Tsunade and whispered, "Tsunade, it seems Barubi cannot overcome Kakuzu. We must prepare to intervene and capture him." Tsunade, upon hearing this, nodded gravely, ready to strike at any moment. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Kakuzu roared, as the mask on his body suddenly gaped wide, unleashing a torrent of flames like a tidal wave. The inferno resembled a raging fire dragon, mercilessly engulfing the vast expanse of land before them, illuminating the battlefield in a crimson glow and further constricting Barubi's maneuvering space. Now is the moment. A glint of determination flashed in Uchiha Ling's eyes. He and Tsunade moved almost in unison, their figures flickering as they traversed dozens of meters in an instant. They appeared beside Kakuzu at the moment he unleashed his fire technique. Kakuzu glanced at their arrival, his expression betraying no surprise. "So, you couldn't hold back any longer?" he sneered. Composite ninja technique, flame wind surge. Kakuzu offered no respite, as his wind mask suddenly opened wide, releasing a howling gale. This tempest merged with the preceding flames, instantly forming a terrifying sea of fire. Yet, in the face of this searing inferno, Uchiha Ling remained remarkably composed, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. "Water release, great waterfall technique," he declared, then unleashed a torrent of water that cascaded forth like a waterfall, supported by a vast reservoir of chakra. Although Uchiha Ling was not particularly adept at water techniques, the force of this flow could be likened to a powerful ocean surge. The entire arena seemed to transform into a swamp under the weight of this deluge, as the sea of flames gradually extinguished. "Is this truly your strength?" Kakuzu gazed at Uchiha Ling, who was continuously executing the water technique, his expression complex. Uchiha Ling offered no reply, merely regarding Kakuzu coldly, as if observing a prey ensnared in a trap. What a joke! Kakuzu suddenly roared in fury, unable to accept the disdain directed at him by a younger generation. In a fit of rage, he disregarded the oncoming torrent of water, and various masks on his body swiftly converged into his hands. "Dunu. Final shot," he bellowed, as the masks began to gather wind, fire, and lightning chakra of 3 distinct attributes. A terrifying pressure descended, as if intending to crush the entire battlefield. Uchiha Ling and Tsunade both sensed a familiar sense of oppression. Uchiha Ling fixated on the masks in Kakuzu's hands, his gaze turning icy. This sensation was reminiscent of his recent battle with the tailed beasts. The apocalyptic beam of light flashed through his mind once more. Could it be a jutsu akin to the tailed beast bomb? Uchiha Ling murmured, his Sharingan spinning into action. He had to stop Kakuzu. "Tsunade!" Uchiha Ling shouted. And even without further explanation, Tsunade understood his intent. She vanished in a flash, utilizing the body flicker technique to close in on Kakuzu. Clenching her fist, she swung a devastating punch aimed at Kakuzu's head, one that threatened to obliterate it entirely. A flicker of confusion crossed Kakuzu's eyes. He stood motionless in the face of Tsunade's sudden assault. In that fleeting moment, Uchiha Ling's Sharingan had ensnared him in a brief illusion. Bang! A resounding crash echoed across the battlefield as Tsunade's fist struck Kakuzu's head with tremendous force, sending him hurtling away. In their seamless collaboration, Kakuzu had no chance to resist. His body soared through the air like a kite severed from its string, tracing an arc before embedding itself into a nearby mountainside. Seizing the moment, Uchiha Ling swiftly moved to subdue Kakuzu. Observing Uchiha Ling and Tsunade's flawless coordination, Barubi couldn't help but applaud their remarkable prowess. Such an extraordinary water release. I have never witnessed such large-scale water techniques. Are you from the mist? He inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Uchiha Ling smiled and shook his head, responding, no. We hail from the leaf. Barubi paused, then asked, the leaf? Aren't they more proficient in fire release? Faced with Barubi's question, Uchiha Ling refrained from mentioning that none of the Hokages had excelled in fire release. After all, the second Hokage was renowned as the strongest water release ninja. Noticing Uchiha Ling's silence, Barubi shifted the topic. So, who exactly is this fellow? He gestured towards Kakuzu, who lay asleep due to the illusion. He came at me with assassination. I hope I haven't offended him, he said, frowning, clearly perplexed by Kakuzu's actions. Just an old relic cast aside by time. Uchiha Ling remarked disdainfully, observing Kakuzu's disheveled state. Kakuzu's kill value is 70. A 100 kill value may yield the secret technique Dunu and related jutsu. However, Uchiha Ling held little interest in the potential rewards Kakuzu might drop. Aside from the secret technique of the demonic illusion, Earth Grudge Fear, Kakuzu possessed little of value. However, to Uchiha Ling, even this technique seemed to hold limited significance. He had no desire to transform his body into the ghastly visage of Kakuzu. In contrast, he placed far greater importance on his Sharingan and the future manifestation of Susanoo, as these represented the true essence of his power. The reason he had refrained from eliminating Kakuzu at the first opportunity was due to an alternative plan he had in mind. It seemed prudent for him to establish his own faction. He required not merely personal strength, but also a formidable team to support him. Kakuzu, being neither from Konoha nor lacking in strength, possessed extensive knowledge of various matters within the ninja world. Thus, many burdens could be alleviated, as Kakuzu could handle them single-handedly. However, at present, his illusion techniques could not alter a person's heart for an extended duration. If he wished to have Kakuzu serve him, he would need to devise another approach. At this moment, Barubi brought Uchiha Ling's thoughts back to the present by producing a drawing and inquiring of the two. Do you happen to know where such a creature can be found? Upon gazing at the remarkably familiar monster depicted, Uchiha Ling and Tsunade exchanged glances. Indeed, they had encountered the creature before, the Eight Tails, the Ox Demon, which Uchiha Ling had vanquished just the previous day. Ah, it should be in that direction. Uchiha Ling mused for a moment before pointing, his finger indicating the path he had traversed. If Barubi were to head that way now, he would likely still find traces of the battle between the Eight Tails and Uchiha Ling. Barubi bowed deeply before Uchiha Ling and Tsunade, gratitude radiating from his expression. Thank you for your assistance. I am Barubi. Should you ever have the chance to visit Mangekyou, please do seek me out. His words were imbued with genuine sincerity, revealing him to be a somewhat innocent young man. Uchiha Ling nodded slightly, watching Barubi's receding figure with a sense of camaraderie. Ling, why not simply eliminate this fellow? Tsunade cast a glance at the securely bound Kakuzu, her brow furrowed with concern and a hint of menace in her tone. Uchiha Ling gently shook his head. I find his techniques rather intriguing. I wish to spare his life for further study. Upon hearing this explanation, Tsunade ceased her inquiries, recognizing Ling's superior intellect and the rationale behind his decisions. Thus, the two of them continued their journey back to Konoha with Kakuzu in tow. As they stepped into Konoha, Uchiha Ling immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. Among the pedestrians, many familiar figures adorned in ninja attire hurried past, their faces etched with fatigue, as though they had just returned from a grueling mission. A sense of foreboding washed over Uchiha Ling. Indeed, upon arriving at the third Hokage's office, they discovered a gathering of numerous individuals. The third Hokage sat upright, his demeanor serious, flanked by the heads of Konoha's prominent clans, all bearing expressions of grave concern. The Sand-Hidden Village has taken decisive action, and simultaneously, significant troop movements are occurring in the Rock-Hidden Village. Nara Shikaku's voice reverberates in the air, his demeanor grave, and his weary eyes reveal he has not rested for some time. Now, the Land of Rain has descended into chaos. Should the Land of Rain succumb to defeat, it is likely that the next target for the Sand-Hidden Village will be our Fire Country. Nara Shikaku's tone grows increasingly severe, each word striking the hearts of the audience like a hammer. The third Hokage listens intently, gently tapping his pipe to extinguish the ash. He refrains from speaking, merely signaling Nara Shikaku to continue with his gaze. Nara Shikaku nods, taking a deep breath before proceeding. Currently, including the returning ninjas, the total number of ninjas that can be mobilized from Konoha is approximately 5,000. Uchiha Ling quietly approaches Uchiha Fugaku and the elder Uchiha Shirtana. Given the current situation, I have decided to prepare a portion of our available ninjas to advance to the borders of the Land of Rain and contain the situation. The third Hokage's voice is firm and authoritative, leaving no room for dissent. He casts a keen glance over all present, particularly pausing on Uchiha Ling and Tsunade. Ladies and gentlemen, do you have any objections? Feel free to voice them. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen exudes an overwhelming presence, his gaze unabashedly revealing a murderous intent. The aggressive glint in his eyes causes Uchiha Ling, witnessing such an aspect of the third Hokage for the first time, to momentarily falter. It seems the third Hokage possesses such a side. No wonder he is referred to as the ninja hero during this era. Uchiha Ling muses internally. Having previously perceived the third Hokage as a purely political entity, it appears he has been too narrow-minded. Should the Sand-Hidden Village attempt to breach the borders of the Fire Country, the leaders on the front lines may decide to retaliate autonomously. He pauses, shifting his gaze toward Uchiha Ling Fugaku. This time, the leading jonin for the mission will be entrusted to your Uchiha clan. Yes, Lord Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku immediately acknowledges with a nod, his eyes gleaming with fervent confidence. The meeting proceeds, stretching on for 2 full hours. Yet, Uchiha Ling feels neither boredom nor fatigue. On the contrary, he becomes increasingly alarmed. Logically, this should be the eve of the Second Shinobi World War. However, the developments appear to diverge from the historical trajectory he is familiar with. According to his knowledge, the Second Shinobi World War was instigated by Hanzo of the Salamander from the Rain Village. Yet, the current intelligence suggests that the third Kazekage of the Sand-Hidden Village seems to exhibit ambitions of expansion. Their invasion of the Land of Rain is not a forced response within the narrative, but rather a proactive assault. Uchiha Ling walks along the path back to the Uchiha clan with the other two. The unfolding events are gradually straying from his memory, rendering his past experiences and knowledge increasingly obsolete. What has happened to the narrative? Is this what they refer to as the butterfly effect? Even someone as detached from the original text as he is should not exert such a profound influence on the distant Sand Village. In previous days, his impact was almost exclusively confined to the Leaf Village. However, I am now powerful enough to be considered a shadow, and I need not fear a sudden demise in battle. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku, oblivious to Uchiha Ling's contemplation, enthusiastically waved his fists, his face alight with excitement. This mission is entrusted to our Uchiha clan. It seems the Hokage still values us, he proclaimed. He glanced at his 2 clan members beside him, Uchiha Ling and Uchiha Shana. Uchiha Ling wore a solemn expression, as though pondering a matter of great importance, while Uchiha Shana furrowed his brow, clearly holding a different perspective on the news. What troubles you, Uncle Shana? Brother Ling? Uchiha Fugaku inquired curiously, his face a mask of confusion. Isn't this a good thing? Our Uchiha clan finally has a chance to showcase our strength. Uchiha Shana inhaled deeply, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes as he spoke slowly. Fugaku, while this leadership task appears to enhance our Uchiha clan's reputation within the Leaf, do not forget that should anything go awry, the blame will rest squarely upon our shoulders. His words conveyed a profound concern. Though Uchiha Fugaku was much younger than Uchiha Shana, he presently exhibited the authority and decisiveness befitting a clan leader. He countered resolutely. In war, is there ever a guarantee of survival? Only through our earnest efforts will the higher-ups recognize our Uchiha clan's unwavering dedication to the Leaf. Uchiha Shana refrained from further argument, casting a lingering gaze at Uchiha Fugaku before sighing. Uchiha Ling maintained his silence. Uchiha Fugaku, who had yet to experience the horrors of war, could not grasp the worries expressed by elder Uchiha Shana. It would only be when Fugaku found himself embroiled in conflict that he would comprehend the truth that often, prejudice cannot be eradicated merely through effort. Reflecting on the day when Fugaku might come to understand this lesson through his own son, Uchiha Itachi, turning against the entire clan, Uchiha Ling felt a profound sense of melancholy swell within him. Days later, as dawn broke, Uchiha Ling quietly prepared his gear, inhaling deeply before slowly stepping outside his home. There stood a figure, tall and resolute, the sunlight cascading down from his shoulders, illuminating a figure that, though not tall, exuded an imposing presence. Uchiha Fugaku, though yet to attain the title of Jonin, was already donned in the vestments of one. Uchiha Ling instinctively furrowed his brow as he regarded Fugaku, concern tinging his voice. Fugaku, do you intend to head to the front lines as well? Though Fugaku possessed remarkable potential, his current abilities might not suffice for significant contributions on the battlefield. Yet, Uchiha Fugaku's expression showed no sign of wavering. He solemnly nodded, his voice resonant and strong. As clan leader, I must stand shoulder to shoulder with my kin, facing the perils of the front lines together. If the clansmen bravely fight on the battlefield while I, as their leader, cower in the safety of the rear, would that not betray their trust and expectations in me? In this moment, Uchiha Fugaku stands like a blazing flame, his inner ambition temporarily overshadowing all else. Uchiha Ling's gaze lingers on Fugaku, his heart a tumult of emotions. If you could forever maintain this initial resolve and courage, the Uchiha clan would not have been decimated by your own son. Fugaku's brow furrows slightly, as if recalling something, and then he speaks to Uchiha Ling. Oh, by the way, Ling, during the days you were on a mission, 2 students from the Ninja Academy came looking for you. They seem to be classmates of Mikoto. Their names elude me, but I believe one is called Uchiha. He hesitates, trying to remember the names of the 2 students. Uchiha Ling's heart stirs, and he interjects, is it Kushina and Minato? Yes, that's them, Fugaku replies, a look of realization dawning on his face. Uchiha Ling lets out a gentle sigh, understanding that Kushina and Minato's visit was likely to seek his guidance or advice. However, with the urgency of the mission at hand, he cannot afford to divert his attention to them. He shakes his head, a hint of regret in his voice as he states, our current priority is the mission. Their matters can be addressed upon my return. After hearing this, Fugaku nods in agreement. He refrains from informing Mikoto about his impending battlefield deployment, merely telling her that he would be executing a reconnaissance mission of lesser difficulty, so she need not worry. Yet, at this moment, Uchiha Ling and Uchiha Fugaku remain unaware that this parting would almost sever their fates forever. Uchiha Fugaku stands proudly on the expansive training ground, his gaze sharp as an eagle's upon its prey, emanating an undeniable aura of authority. Below, over 500 ninjas stand in disciplined formation, each brimming with spirit and martial fervor. Among them, more than 100 belong to the Uchiha clan, donned in uniform ninja vests, their conspicuous fan clan emblem glimmering in the sunlight. The remaining ninjas hail from various prominent clans. Though their numbers may not be overwhelming, their combat prowess is formidable. Each individual is an elite, their strength honed through countless battles. 3 of the 4 esteemed elders of the Uchiha clan are present, while the Hyuga clan, despite only sending 2 main family members, has bolstered its ranks with numerous formidable branch family warriors. Additionally, a Konoha elder, Tsunade, and several renowned elite jonin from the ninja world are also among them. Those in the know understand they are preparing to defend against Mangekyou. Those unaware might mistakenly believe this powerful contingent is embarking on a mission to obliterate the land of rain. Uchiha Ling stands to the side, his gaze scanning the assembled ranks. He had initially intended to bring Tsunade along, but upon seeing her weary eyes and haggard visage, his heart softened, and he no longer pressed her to accompany him to the front lines. Everyone has their limits, and it is evident that Tsunade has reached hers. The primary reason lies in intelligence reports indicating that Hanzo of the Salamander is now, albeit reluctantly, an ally of Konoha. This revelation left Uchiha Ling utterly astounded. The man who fancifully dubbed himself the demigod of the ninja world, intent on unilaterally challenging the 5 great nations with the might of the Rain Country, has now allied with Konoha? The ramifications of his butterfly effect are indeed staggering. It was only upon learning that the second Kazekage, Sabaku no Shaman, had personally intervened that he began to grasp the unfolding events. In his confrontation with Shaman, Hanzo initially gained a fleeting advantage through his potent toxins. Yet soon Shaman exhibited his exceptional intellect and prowess. Within a short span, he refined the art of puppet manipulation, significantly extending its control range. Thus, the Kazekage orchestrated a battle from outside Hanzo's poisonous miasma, rendering Hanzo utterly defenseless. The front line retreated repeatedly, nearly compressed to the gates of the Rain Village. The over 500 vanguard dispatched by Konoha was specifically arranged for Shaman's needs. Nevertheless, Konoha strategists deemed this force insufficiently robust, even contemplating the deployment of at least 1,000 ninjas for reinforcement. Ultimately, it was the third Hokage's insistence on preserving a certain level of strength to counter potential threats from other directions that quelled the strategist's ambitions. Kazekage Shaman? Wasn't Chiyo the one dispatched by Mangekyou in the original narrative? Uchiha Ling furrowed his brow, striving to recollect and compare the events from the original tale. Chiyo is undeniably a formidable ninja, possessing at least the strength of a Kage. Yet, when juxtaposed with Kazekage Shaman, she falls slightly short. While Hanzo may appear powerful to the outside world, in Uchiha Ling's eyes, he barely qualifies as a Kage-level ninja. Among all Kage-level shinobi, he does not rank among the elite. In this era, where most Kage-level ninjas refrain from direct engagement, he merely seems somewhat formidable. Upon further reflection on the original storyline, it becomes evident that Konoha dispatched a disciple of the third Hokage, while Mangekyou sent forth the elite jonin, Chiyo. This suggests that within the intelligence networks of the various ninja villages, Hanzo is not considered an overwhelmingly formidable adversary. The objectives of Mangekyou and Konoha have consistently centered on one another, rather than this insignificant village caught in between. However, it is precisely due to the underestimation by these two major villages that Hanzo's reputation in the ninja world has grown increasingly formidable. It appears that this time, Hanzo of the Salamander may not attain the same notoriety as in his past. The Rain Ninja will undoubtedly suffer a significant depletion of strength, allowing Kakuzu the opportunity to operate freely and establish his organization. A cold smile graced his lips. Amidst the chaos, Kakuzu's chances would only multiply. Indeed, during these days while Konoha prepared their supplies, Uchiha Ling did not remain idle. He employed emotional persuasion, genjutsu, and logical reasoning, physical force, to successfully convince Kakuzu to serve him. Ultimately, it was Uchiha Ling's enigmatic threat of death that compelled Kakuzu to yield. Uchiha Ling had not anticipated that Kato Dan's spirit transformation technique could mark an adversary at the soul level. This implies that as long as Uchiha Ling is willing, he can effortlessly bring about the complete demise of Kakuzu at any moment. Even the latter's immortal body, the Earth Grudge Fear, cannot withstand such power. This ability resembles an advanced version of the tongue-lashing curse seal. Regrettably, Kato Den only employs this ninjutsu to infiltrate the soul realm of his adversaries for killing, thereby squandering such a remarkable technique. At this moment, Kakuzu mingles within the advancing ranks, masquerading as a friend of Uchiha Ling, silently standing behind him. He wears a black mask that reveals only his eyes, adding an air of mystery and malice, with his gaze piercing through the mask slits, fixated intently on Uchiha Ling. Within those eyes lies an unfathomable intent to kill, wishing to rend Uchiha Ling into countless pieces. However, whenever he recalls that overwhelming terror that penetrates the depths of the soul, his body involuntarily trembles. It is a fear rooted in instinct that young Uchiha can, with a mere thought, condemn him to death. Uchiha Ling seems acutely aware of the threat lurking behind him. Nevertheless, his steps remain steady and unwavering, exuding an air of calm and composure. He is indifferent to Kakuzu's sincerity. All he requires is for Kakuzu to be of service to him, executing his commands. As for the thoughts residing deep within Kakuzu's heart, they hold no significance for him. After all, this world is never short of substitutes. Should Kakuzu prove to be of no utility, Uchiha Ling would not hesitate to erase him from existence. Uchiha Fugaku led the troop, grandly arriving at the border between the land of rain and the land of fire. They chose not to recklessly penetrate the territory of the land of rain, but instead opted to establish camp here, quietly observing the movements ahead. To gather more intelligence regarding the rain shinobi and Mangekyou, Fugaku resolved to dispatch several elite teams for reconnaissance. Although this contingent was ostensibly commanded by Uchiha Fugaku, The actual decision-making process was collaboratively deliberated by 3 Uchiha elders. They possessed extensive experience and were indispensable figures within the Uchiha clan. As the representative of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku would ultimately determine the course of the team's actions. This command structure served as a clever smokescreen for Tsunade. People would only see the young Uchiha Fugaku commanding a grand army, potentially leading Tsunade to lower their guard. Within the tent, Uchiha Shana solemnly addressed Uchiha Ling. You and the 8th Hokage, along with a Jonin from the Hyuga clan, shall form a reconnaissance team. Your mission is to observe the condition of the Kazekage. Sabaka knows shaman, and if discovered, you must withdraw immediately. He paused before continuing. Remember, preserving your strength is of utmost importance. In the future, we shall face a formidable battle against Tsunade. As the strongest among the Uchiha, at merely 18 years of age, the elders wished to ensure Uchiha Ling did not meet his demise here. Uchiha Ling nodded in acknowledgement. The 3 elders remained silent regarding the support for Hanzo of the Salamander, preparing to watch the downfall of the Rain Shinobi before engaging in a fierce confrontation with Tsunade. To these Leaf Ninjas, the Rain Ninjas were mere outsiders, their lives inconsequential. Given the unparalleled strength of Uchiha Ling, it was only natural for this trio's reconnaissance team to appoint him as their leader. Uchiha Hakadai stood as a distinguished representative of the younger generation. The other member was Hyuga Shurchin, a Jonin from the branch family. Although Uchiha Ling had never heard of his name before, his prowess was formidable. With his Byakugan perpetually activated, Hyuga Shurchin led the trio cautiously through the dense forest towards the Rain Village. Thanks to his Byakugan, they could detect patrolling ninjas from several kilometers away, allowing them to evade potential dangers. Most of these patrolling ninjas were from Tsunade. Hyuga Shurchin whispered. It seems that Hanzo the Salamander is likely trapped within the Rain Village. Suddenly, he halted, his Byakugan flaring with chakra, his gaze fixed intently on the distance. A grave expression etched itself onto his face. We cannot proceed any further. There's a team of the Kazekage's shadow guards ahead. He inhaled deeply before continuing. One of them possesses exceptional sensing abilities. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Ling and Uchiha Hakadai immediately halted. While they could not see as far as Hyuga Shurchin, they trusted his judgment implicitly. Impossible. Hyuga Shishin's urgent voice shattered the silence. We've been discovered. Uchiha Ling's eyes sharpened instantly. He asked in a low tone. What is the situation? Who is approaching us? Is the Kazekage among them? There are 4 teams led by 4 Jonin. But the Kazekage and the Shadow Guards are not coming directly towards us, Hyuga Shurchin replied swiftly. Prepare for battle, Uchiha Ling commanded decisively. Fall back in a combat formation and find a suitable position to eliminate them. At that moment, he completely disregarded Uchiha Shana's order to flee. To Uchiha Ling, retreat was merely an option when one was outmatched, and now they possessed sufficient strength to confront their foes. Soon, the Tsunade teams pursued the position where Uchiha Ling and his companions had been. This is the spot. Yamamoto Minoru stood atop a high branch, his keen eyes scanning the surroundings. Lord Yuri sensed the presence of Leaf Ninjas. He swiftly turned to his subordinate, Ken, and instructed, Ken, summon your ninja dog. We need to track them down. Ken promptly summoned his ninja dog, which immediately began to sniff the air for traces. There are 3 individuals. They fled in that direction. Ken confidently pointed towards the retreating path of Uchiha Ling's trio. Let us pursue them. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Yamamoto Minoru's eyes. We must make the Leaf understand that the ninjas of Tsunade are not to be trifled with. Just as they were fully focused on the chase, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Boom! Uchiha Ling erupted from the ground, brandishing a short blade that gleamed with a cold light. Earth-style, Earth Dragon hidden technique. The blade flashed like lightning, and a middle-ranking ninja was caught off guard, his body cleaved in 2, blood splattering everywhere. Uchiha Ling's gaze shifted towards Yamamoto Minoru, a flicker of regret crossing his eyes. His speed fell short, failing to deliver a lethal strike to the Jonin, allowing him to evade. Simultaneously, Uchiha Hakadai and Hyuga Nanashima launched their assault. Their coordination was impeccable, and their combined ambush succeeded, resulting in the immediate loss of 3 members from the Tsunade pursuit team. As Yamamoto Minoru watched his comrades fall one by one, his eyes nearly blazed with fury. He roared in anger, Konoha's insects. Do you only know how to hide underground and ambush? Before his words dissipated, he launched a fierce attack on Uchiha Ling. Earth Release. Earth Flow Wave. Yamamoto Minoru bellowed, forming hand seals and swiftly executing the earth release technique. The ground transformed into a turbulent wave, the soil surging and fluidly binding Uchiha Ling and his companions' limbs, rendering them immobile. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Yamamoto Minoru's eyes. He would not let this prime opportunity slip by. He swiftly retrieved a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, aimed it at Uchiha Ling's head, and hurled it with fierce intensity. The kunai sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistle as it hurtled towards Uchiha Ling's head with alarming speed. The sharp kunai struck Uchiha Ling's head with the precision of a lightning bolt. However, at the moment of impact, Uchiha Ling's head suddenly blurred, appearing as a mere illusion, causing the kunai to pierce through nothingness, leaving no tangible wound. His gaze, dominated by the swirling Sharingan, glimmered with a chilling light. Even such a swift assault seemed to slow to a crawl beneath the gaze of his Sharingan, akin to a gently falling leaf, allowing him to evade it effortlessly without a hint of threat. Is this the Uchiha of Konoha? Yamamoto Minoru squinted slightly, noticing the blood-red Sharingan in Uchiha Ling's eyes. He muttered coldly to himself. Just as Lord Kazekage predicted, Konoha could not resist intervening. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly formed hand seals and signaled to the two jonin beside him. Kuji, Ryuichi, don't just stand there, act. Yamamoto Minoru shouted, his chakra surging explosively. Fire release, great fireball technique. With his command, a colossal fireball suddenly took shape, radiating intense heat as it surged towards Uchiha Ling faced with the familiar fireball. Uchiha Ling's expression remained largely unchanged. He fixed his gaze on the approaching inferno, a hint of mockery flickering in his eyes. You dare to employ our most familiar technique before the Uchiha clan. He chuckled lightly. Allow me to demonstrate what the true great fireball technique looks like. He swiftly formed seals and proclaimed, fire release, great fireball technique. A fireball, larger and more intense than the one Yamamoto Minoru conjured, erupted from his mouth. Under the tremendous influence of chakra, this great fireball nearly eclipsed the sky above the small grove. How is this possible? Yamaguchi Minoru stared in disbelief, his eyes widening as his grand fireball paled in comparison to Uchiha Ling's magnificent fireball, which was swiftly engulfing it. The searing flames, imbued with an unstoppable force, proclaimed the might of the Uchiha clan. Is this the grand fireball of the Uchiha clan? He murmured, his heart brimming with astonishment. The grand fireball he conjured seemed mere child's play when juxtaposed with Uchiha Ling's, utterly on a different plane. Observing Yamaguchi Minoru's astonished expression, Uchiha Ling's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. How could an outsider ever grasp the strength of the Uchiha clan? This was the unique pride of his lineage. Years of being steeped in Uchiha traditions had gradually shaped Uchiha Ling's character to align with his clan's esteemed standards. Once, he held contempt for those who flaunted their power. Yet now, possessing formidable strength himself, his attitude had undergone a radical transformation. The pursuit of strength was merely a means to impress others, was it not? He mused, the pride on his face becoming increasingly evident. Beside him, Uchiha Hakadai watched the scene unfold, his eyes shimmering with admiration. Truly, Ling Senpai is remarkable, he exclaimed. The colossal fireball showcased Uchiha Ling's formidable prowess as the strongest of the younger generation within the Uchiha clan. In that moment, Uchiha Hakadai comprehended what it truly meant to be a powerful individual. Boom! The explosion of the grand fireball resonated deafeningly, and despite its slower speed making it hard to hit its target, Yamaguchi Minoru, after narrowly evading it, remained haunted by the remnants of the blast, his eyes flickering with fear. In the distance, seated within the Kazekage's tent, Shaman's expression shifted from ease to gravity at the sound of the tremendous blast, his brows furrowing in contemplation. Konoha? Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Uchiha Ling seized the moment, refusing to let any opportunity slip away. Taking advantage of the enemy's shock at his overwhelming ninjutsu, he swiftly launched his assault. Lightning release, 1,000 birds. With a commanding shout, his piercing voice nearly drowned out the chaos of the battlefield. His figure vanished in an instant, employing the body flicker technique to traverse an impressive distance, reappearing before Yamaguchi Minoru. Yamaguchi Minoru barely caught a glimpse of a blue flash before he was struck by excruciating pain. Instinctively, he attempted to dodge, but it was too late. Uchiha Ling had already grasped his arm, yanking it forcefully, sending it soaring into the air. Blood gushed forth as Yamaguchi Minoru clutched the severed limb, his face as pale as a ghost. Uchiha Ling, catching the falling arm, turned to glare at him coldly. "Unfortunately, this will only increase your suffering," he remarked, his tone laced with mockery and disdain. He tossed the severed arm before Yamaguchi Minoru, suggesting that it would have been better to have been swiftly killed than to endure such agony. Gritting his teeth, Yamaguchi Minoru was drenched in cold sweat, his wide eyes fixed on Uchiha Ling, determined to etch his visage into his memory. Uchiha Ling gazed coldly at him, as though observing an insignificant insect. "Singji, Longi!" Yamamoto Min shouted in terror and urgency, his voice rife with helplessness. With his cry, two figures suddenly materialized like phantoms on either side of Uchiha Ling. "We have arrived." However, Uchiha Ling merely curled his lips in a disdainful smirk. "Too slow," he mocked. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, his form vanished like a gust of wind, leaving only an afterimage. In the next instant, Uchiha Ling appeared behind one of the individuals, Singji. In his hand, a shrill sound reminiscent of 1,000 birds chirping erupted once more. It was the prelude to the lightning release. "1,000 birds. You are already a dead man." Uchiha Ling's icy voice echoed in Singji's ears. Simultaneously, his azure arm pierced through Singji's chest like a bolt of lightning, unleashing a torrential spray of blood. Singji's eyes brimmed with disbelief as he looked down at the gaping wound in his chest, struggling to comprehend the reality before him. In Uchiha Ling's grasp, a still-beating heart throbbed weakly, devoid of strength. When Singji's voice trembled, barely audible. He had not perceived Uchiha Ling's movement at all. It all transpired too swiftly. Far too swiftly for him to grasp. "When you glanced at me," Uchiha Ling's Sharingan slowly rotated in his eyes as he leaned closer to Singji's ear, his voice laced with mockery. "A single strike to annihilate." Singji was vanquished in an instant, lacking even a moment to react. The disparity in power sent shivers of dread through every onlooker present. Uchiha Ling, however, remained impassively observant. Who shall be next? Each individual was profoundly shaken by the scene before them, their actions frozen in time, plunging the entire battlefield into an eerie silence. All eyes were fixated on the black-haired youth standing defiantly at the center of the fray. A gulp. The sound of someone swallowing broke the momentary stillness. A natural reaction born of extreme tension and fear. Longi was the first to regain his fighting spirit. He glared fiercely, his gaze locked onto Uchiha Ling's profound and unflinching Sharingan. "I will tear you apart," he bellowed, his voice brimming with fury. Uchiha Ling simply regarded Longi with a hint of bemusement. "Do the people of Mangekyou fear not death? How audacious to meet my Sharingan gaze." Just then, Longi suddenly began to form hand seals at an accelerated pace. Upon completing his seals, he shouted, "Earth release! Earth prison!" Instantly, a massive formation emerged beneath his feet. Simultaneously, the ground surrounding Uchiha Ling erupted, forming towering stone walls at a swift pace, securely entrapping him within a solid earthen prison. In the face of it all, Uchiha Ling merely watched Longi's actions with calmness, devoid of any signs of panic or fear, allowing Longi to confine him without resistance. Upon witnessing Uchiha Ling ensnared by his earth release barrier, Longi exhaled deeply, relieved. This barrier can absorb the chakra of any attacker. There is no way you can escape. A smug smile adorned Longi's face, radiating confidence. Hearing this, Hinata Chijin and Uchiha Madara faltered, their previously harmonious coordination becoming disjointed. In that moment, the enemy seized upon their vulnerability, launching a fierce assault. Hinata Chijin and Uchiha Madara were sent hurtling through the air like kites severed from their strings, crashing heavily to the ground. "Impossible. The captain's strength cannot be restrained by you." Uchiha Madara struggled to rise, swallowing the blood that surged within him, his eyes fixed intently on Longi. Yet, Longi merely scoffed, "You naive leaf brat. The might of the earth prison is beyond your comprehension. It not only siphons the chakra of the trapped, but can also be wielded by me. As long as he possesses chakra, this barrier shall remain unbroken. As for you, your strength pales in comparison. Your demise is merely a matter of time." Longi's words struck Uchiha Madara's heart like a chilling blade, severing the last vestige of hope within him. Helplessly, he gazed at the motionless earth prison. Uchiha Ling appeared drained of vitality, devoid of any movement. Despair surged within him. Was he truly to perish here? In that fleeting moment, a resolute glimmer ignited in Uchiha Madara's eyes. He could not simply surrender. Senior Ling was the future of the Uchiha clan. He could not meet his end here. With fierce determination, he lunged towards the earth prison, clutching several explosive tags. Embodying the spirit of a valiant warrior as he unhesitatingly affixed the tags to the rocky surface of the barrier. For Uchiha, for the leaf, I will rescue Senior Ling. Simultaneously, Hinata Chijin followed suit without hesitation, positioning himself protectively beside Uchiha Madara, the two fighting side by side, seemingly willing to disregard life and death. That man is formidable. He must be a high-ranking force of the leaf. We cannot allow him to be rescued easily. Yamamoto Minoru shouted urgently, though only one of his hands remained. He had not withdrawn from battle. I know what to do without your reminding. Izumi Zansuke roared back, his gaze fixed intently on Hinata Chijin, absorbing every movement of his adversary. As a jonin of Mangekyou, he fully grasped the gravity of the situation. Izumi Zansuke engaged in a fierce exchange of taijutsu with Hinata Chijin, charging forth like a wild bear, each assault imbued with power and menace. His imposing figure loomed over the battlefield, a moving mountain imposing immense pressure upon Hinata Chijin. Your opponent is me. Izumi Zansuke bellowed once more, his voice echoing like thunder across the field. He had never encountered a foe capable of matching his ferocity in close combat, igniting within him an exhilarating thrill. Facing the imposing figure of Izumi Sosuke, who towered over him by two heads, Hinata Nanama felt a flicker of gravity in his gaze. He assumed the initial stance of the gentle fist. 8 trigrams gentle fist, 32 palms. With a fervent shout, Hinata Nanama darted like lightning around Izumi Sosuke, his hands striking out repeatedly to neutralize the ferocious attacks of his opponent. Although he managed to land some hits on Sosuke's body, they seemed to inflict little damage. Undeterred, Hinata Nanama resolutely positioned himself before Sosuke, determined to prevent him from interfering with Uchiha Hakadai's rescue of Uchiha Rin. On the other side of the battlefield, Uchiha Rin, trapped within the earth prison Tulao Tangwu, had thoroughly grasped the nature of this earth-style barrier. This barrier could absorb chakra from ninjutsu to repair and enhance itself. Undoubtedly a formidable defensive technique. For an average jonin, becoming ensnared within it would likely render them utterly helpless. However, Uchiha Rin possessed an extraordinary advantage. Standing within the confines of Tulao Tangwu, a gleam of arrogance sparkled in his eyes as a sly smile graced his lips. Since you enjoy absorbing chakra, allow me to provide you with an abundance. He was unconvinced that the barrier had an unlimited capacity for chakra absorption. With that, Uchiha Rin brandished his chidori, pressing it firmly against the wall of Tulao Tangwu. Chakra surged from within him like a relentless torrent, flooding into the barrier. As the chakra flowed in, the entire earth prison visibly fortified, appearing as if enveloped in an indestructible armor. Uchiha Rin felt the depletion of his chakra at a rate akin to the intense consumption during sustained high-level ninjutsu use. Yet, his expression bore no trace of worry or panic. Instead, it was filled with exhilaration and anticipation. Not enough. Not enough, he bellowed, intensifying the flow of chakra from his hands, forcing even more power into the barrier. The immense chakra seemed ready to burst the very confines of Tulao Tangwu. Boom. Uchiha Hakadai exerted every ounce of strength to affix an explosive tag to the surface of Tulao Tangwu. However, this momentary explosion left him vulnerable, and Ryuchi seized the opportunity to strike his back with a piercing blow, blood gushing forth. Yet, Uchiha Hakadai appeared oblivious to his injury, his eyes fixated intently on the aftermath of the explosion, eagerly awaiting the birth of a miracle. As the wind swept through, Tulao Tangwu remained unscathed, even visibly more solid than before. This scene filled Uchiha Hakadai's eyes with despair, while Ryuchi, upon realizing that the prison had not been breached, breathed a sigh of relief. He truly wished to avoid facing the powerful Uchiha. Futile. Tulao Tangwu is not so easily destroyed. No matter how hard you try, you cannot shatter my ninjutsu. Ryuchi glared menacingly at Uchiha Hakadai and Hinata Nanama, erupting into arrogant laughter. However, at that moment, a crisp crack echoed through the air, and the seemingly solid earthen prison suddenly emitted a piercing sound. Long Yi's expression of smug satisfaction froze instantly as he stared in disbelief at the emerging crack on the surface of the earthen prison. This fissure rapidly widened, striking Long Yi's face before the eyes of all. Before everyone's gaze, the earthen prison erupted as if torn apart from the inside by a ferocious beast. Amidst the swirling smoke, Uchiha Ling emerged slowly, nursing his sore wrist, his figure barely visible in the haze, akin to a war deity descending upon the mortal realm. Remarkably, he had managed to absorb nearly half of my chakra. Uchiha Ling mused with a hint of mockery in his Sharingan, fixed upon Long Yi's incredulous expression. "You are quite impressive, Ling-senpai." Uchiha Hakadai exclaimed in delight upon witnessing Uchiha Ling emerge unscathed. Although Uchiha Ling had been trapped within, he was acutely aware of the situation outside. He nodded in gratitude towards Hakadai, acknowledging his heartfelt intentions. Hakadai's willingness to sacrifice himself for his sake warmed Uchiha Ling's heart. Though his soul did not originate from this world, Uchiha Ling had come to regard these individuals as his kin. Their care and sacrifices had not gone unnoticed. They were etched in his heart. Now, standing at the center of the battlefield, Uchiha Ling exuded an air of arrogance and dominance, as if he were the sovereign of this realm, surveying everyone around him. "Now, allow me to take charge," he stated calmly, unsure of how many times he had uttered those words, but each time they ignited a fervor within him. "Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet." Uchiha Ling articulated with deliberate precision. He chose not to utilize his mastery of Fire Release or Lightning Release, but instead resolved to employ the Earth Release, a technique familiar to his adversary, to utterly vanquish him. This was both a provocation and a disdainful affront. He intended to return the favor with the very method his opponent wielded, to conclude this battle with Earth Release. A colossal Earth Dragon, significantly larger than the usual Earth Dragon bullet, materialized before Uchiha Ling, roaring as if it sought to consume all in its path. Faced with this unexpectedly massive Earth Dragon, Long Yi's complexion shifted drastically. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring an earthen wall in a desperate attempt to halt the seemingly unstoppable onslaught. However, the disparity in chakra levels could not simply be negated by mere ninjutsu countermeasures. The gigantic Earth Dragon surged forward with a devastating force, obliterating the meager earthen wall and continuing its relentless charge toward Long Yi. Confronted by this unstoppable assault, despair etched itself upon Long Yi's face, which turned a pallid shade of hopelessness. Under the dragon's crushing advance, he could not even muster a scream, as a long gash appeared in the ground beneath him. The crimson traces within the gash seemed to narrate the existence of someone who once was, now reduced to mere dust. Long Yi's gaze faltered as he beheld the harrowing marks. Uchiha Ling slowly turned his head, his piercing gaze fixed upon Yamaguchi Minoru. "I almost forgot, there is still you." His voice was icy and devoid of compassion. Yamamoto Minoru felt as though he were being targeted by the specter of death itself, those blood-red eyes akin to the gaze of the Grim Reaper. The three tomo within Uchiha Ling's eyes spun languidly. "End your own life." Uchiha Ling's frigid words resounded once more, declaring Yamamoto Minoru's fate like a death sentence. Under Uchiha Ling's jinjutsu, Yamamoto Minoru's eyes gradually became vacant. He numbly replied, "Yes." Despite his expression being one of stupor, the movements of his hands were surprisingly swift. His surviving left hand suddenly plunged into his chest, forcefully extracting the still beating heart. Blood gushed forth, staining the ground before him. Thus, this battle reached its definitive conclusion. Uchiha Ling single-handedly vanquished 3 elite shinobi with absolute dominance. "All 3 of the esteemed ones are dead," cried a Chunin in terror. "Calm down. There's still Lord Izumi Sosuke." Another Chunin attempted to reassure his companion, yet his voice betrayed an unmistakable tremor. His legs trembled involuntarily, revealing that he was far from serene beneath the surface. Uchiha Ling, however, seemed oblivious. His gaze pierced through the crowd, fixated upon the distant, dense forest. That was the direction of the Wind Shadow's Sandgate. This conflict needed to be resolved swiftly, for if the Wind Shadow sensed any anomalies, the situation could turn dire. With a flick of his hand, several shuriken shot forth like meteors towards the panicked Chunin. The blades glimmered, and in an instant, the shuriken accurately pierced their necks. Lifeless bodies crumpled to the ground, their blood flowing forth, reflecting their expressions of horror and rigidity. Uchiha Ling's gaze shifted to Hinata Shurchin, who was engaged in a fierce clash with Izumi Sosuke, a flicker of inquiry crossing his eyes. Hinata Shurchin caught his glance amidst the battle, slightly shaking his head to signify that there was no need for concern. "Leave him to me." Hinata Shurchin inhaled deeply. Fixing his gaze on the panting Izumi Sosuke before him, If every formidable adversary in a team were to be dealt with by the leader, then their existence would be rendered unnecessary. Hinata Shurchin stared intently at Izumi Sosuke, a hint of a smile gracing his face, an embodiment of composure and assurance. I will take care of him, he reiterated emphatically. Uchiha Ling nodded, refraining from uttering further words. He placed his trust in Hinata Shurchin, confident in his judgment. The thoroughly incapacitated Izumi Sosuke lay helplessly on the ground, his gaze unfocused yet still fixated on the figure of Hinata Shurchin. At that moment, Hinata Shurchin too bore substantial injuries, his garments stained with blood. However, compared to the incapacitated Izumi Sosuke, he appeared resilient and upright. He looked down at his opponent, a glimmer of respect in his eyes. You are formidable, but unfortunately, you encountered the Hinata clan. Hinata Shurchin spoke with a calm demeanor, his voice imbued with an indescribable confidence and pride. Indeed, were it not for the Hinata clan's gentle fist technique and Byakugan, it would be no easy feat for an ordinary taijutsu ninja to defeat this sand shinobi. Upon hearing these words, Izumi Sosuke's face revealed a trace of satisfaction as he slowly closed his eyes, succumbing entirely to the boundless darkness. Meanwhile, Uchiha Rin had swiftly dealt with the other foes and provided basic first aid to the injured Uchiha Hakadai. Upon raising his head, he sensed a swarm of puppets advancing towards them, and his gaze immediately sharpened with vigilance. There was no time for hesitation. Uchiha Rin spoke in a low voice. He quickly crouched down to assess Izumi Sosuke's condition. Then, without a moment's pause, he drew a kunai and ended the life of this sand ninja. It was likely that the Wind Shadow, shaman, had sensed something amiss and was sending reinforcements their way. Uchiha Rin stood up, surveying his surroundings, and glanced at Uchiha Hakadai and Hinata Shikima, stating, "We must leave immediately." However, just as they prepared to depart, a chilling voice suddenly echoed from the sky. Thinking of leaving now? Too late. The three instantly looked up to see a robust male puppet materializing above them, its rigid armor gleaming with a fierce light under the faint sunlight. Those inorganic eyes surveyed them from a lofty position, as if regarding prey. Simultaneously, around the towering trees, a dozen oddly dressed puppets appeared, encircling Uchiha Rin and his companions. Hinata Shikima's expression changed drastically. He gripped his weapon tightly, warily scanning the puppets, and then solemnly inquired of Uchiha Rin, "What should we do, Captain Rin?" Uchiha Rin lifted his gaze to the puppet overhead, feeling the frigid aura emanating from it. Yet, he did not sense an overwhelming threat. With his current prowess, he believed he could escape unimpeded by these puppets. However, he refrained from acting immediately, subtly glancing at his comrades. Although he possessed the ability to flee, they might not share the same fortune. Uchiha Rin weighed his options internally, unwilling to exhibit overt abandonment of his companions in such dire circumstances. In Konoha, unity and mutual assistance were deeply ingrained beliefs. Every action he took would influence the collective perception of him. Could it be that a multitude of ninjas has arrived, controlling this number of puppets? Uchiha Hakadai's voice bore a hint of bitterness, his Sharingan scanning the surroundings in search of a potential escape from the encircled battlefield. Hinata Shikima furrowed his brows, swiftly surveying the puppets around them before shaking his head and responding solemnly, "No, these puppets are controlled by a single individual." He pointed towards the nearly invisible chakra threads, all emanating from the same source. Upon hearing Hinata Shikima's words, Uchiha Rin's eyebrows shot up in surprise. The number of puppets nearby had approached 30. Information raced through Uchiha Rin's mind. Chiyo of Mangekyou was renowned as a master of puppet techniques, yet she could only manipulate 10 puppets at most. Clearly, the current scenario surpassed Chiyo's capabilities. Had this world's Chiyo suddenly grown stronger? He began to meticulously search for Chiyo's whereabouts. For the most direct and effective way to confront a puppeteer was to vanquish their true form. Prolonged defense would inevitably lead to downfall. He had no desire to be slowly worn down by the puppeteer's art. Had Yamamoto and the others perished? The floating bald puppet stared in shock at the several corpses beside Uchiha Ling, disbelief lacing its tone. Those three formidable jonin now lay in silence, each having met their end in different manners, all in the same place. Though he had not witnessed Longi's body firsthand, the grim scene before him compelled him to doubt that Longi had escaped fate unscathed. Truly pathetic. For individuals could not even handle a reconnaissance team from Konoha. The bald puppet roared in fury, its voice echoing through the forest. As the roar subsided, The bald puppet charged directly at Uchiha Ling. Its massive form moved with surprising agility, delivering a fierce kick imbued with relentless force. With the combined weight and chakra augmenting its speed, it reached Uchiha Ling in the blink of an eye. Uchiha Ling felt an intense sense of crisis. His eyes widened, body tensed, preparing to confront this sudden assault. Instinctively poised to employ Genjutsu, he recognized that physical combat was the most immediate and effective response. He swiftly adjusted his battle strategy. Leaf Whirlwind, Uchiha Ling shouted. Spinning like the wind, he executed a swift upward kick, perfectly intercepting the bald puppet's attack. This kick not only deftly evaded the puppet's strike, but also landed with blinding speed against its chest. With a resounding crash, the bald puppet was propelled backward by the sheer force, tumbling through the air and colliding with several large trees before finally coming to a halt. Meanwhile, Uchiha Ling stood firm in his position. Feeling the impact beneath his foot, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What sturdy wood!" If the material of the bald puppet had been even harder, it might have rivaled the expensive metal used in his own puppet. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the towering tree that had shielded the bald puppet was shattered by a tremendous force, splintering wood flying in all directions. The bald puppet leaped from the wreckage of the broken trunk, landing firmly on the ground. The footprint on its chest indicated that it was not invulnerable. A sinister grin spread across the bald puppet's face as it remarked to Uchiha Ling, "Not bad. As expected of the Uchiha clan, your reflexes are indeed sharp." It seemed utterly unconcerned about the damage it had sustained. Before its words had faded, the bald puppet's figure suddenly vanished from sight, reappearing before Uchiha Ling in an instant. It swung a fist, infused with ferocity, aimed directly at Uchiha Ling's head. Uchiha Ling remained entirely unflustered. He slightly retreated, skillfully evading the lethal strike, while simultaneously crafting an opportunity for counterattack. Leaf Gale. Uchiha Ling let out a mighty roar, his entire body spinning like a whirlwind. With immense force, he brought one leg crashing down onto the head of the bald puppet. However, being a puppet, its movements were not particularly agile, and it was forcefully pinned to the ground by Uchiha Ling. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Uchiha Ling's onslaught surged forth like a tidal wave. "Fire release, fierce wind palm," he exclaimed, as flames erupted instantaneously from his hands. He struck the bald puppet's head with a powerful palm, and the searing flames swiftly spread across its wooden form. Under the scorching heat, the puppet was ignited, transforming into a blazing inferno. Uchiha Ling stood calmly, observing the bald puppet's futile struggles amidst the flames. Moments later, the fire began to extinguish, leaving behind only a pile of ashes. "Even the hardest wood is ultimately just wood," Uchiha Ling remarked coldly. Indeed, these wooden puppets were merely suitable for short-term use. They would not suffice for prolonged engagements. A voice, serene yet haunting, drifted from the depths of the forest, seamlessly intertwining with Uchiha Ling's words. As the voice faded, a petite female figure emerged slowly from behind the remnants of a fallen tree, toppled by the bald puppet. The wood grain and seams on her body indicated that she too was a puppet. However, unlike the others, her movements were fluid and graceful, reminiscent of a true living being. Uchiha Ling furrowed his brow, his gaze fixated on the chakra threads enveloping her, searching for their source. Could she be controlled by the same puppeteer? He murmured, an inexplicable anxiety swelling within him. One after another, it seems endless. The female puppet spoke, her voice ringing like a delicate bell, yet laced with an icy intent to kill. As her words fell, her expression gradually turned frigid. Uchiha Ling's demeanor shifted to one of gravity, his apprehension towards the female puppet intensifying. The puppetry techniques he had previously acquired contained no information regarding a puppet's ability to speak, nor did they account for such vivid emotional expressions. This indicated that the puppeteer controlling these marionettes possessed a prowess far exceeding any he had encountered before. Suddenly, a peculiar smile crept across the female puppet's lips, sending a chill down Uchiha Ling's spine. He had never witnessed such an unsettling smile. It bore no resemblance to that of a living being. Before he could shake off the discomfort, the female puppet dashed towards him at an astonishing speed, akin to a gust of wind. Simultaneously, the other wooden puppets sprang into action, advancing menacingly towards Uchiha Ling and his companions. Something's amiss, Uchiha Ling thought in alarm, instinctively employing his body techniques to defend himself. However, the moment their forces collided, he felt an overwhelming power coursing through his hands, causing his complexion to change dramatically. Such formidable strength. The force exhibited by the female puppet as she charged forward was astonishingly more potent than the impact of the bald puppet descending from the heights above. Her delicate visage loomed close, nearly touching Uchiha Ling's face. She softly exhaled, as if whispering, "I am Galen. Remember my name." Despite being a mere puppet, Uchiha Ling experienced an uncanny sensation, as though he were confronting a living, breathing girl, imbued with vibrant life. With swift precision, Uchiha Ling's hands danced in an attempt to counter all of Galen's aggressive maneuvers. She displayed remarkable agility and combat prowess. Suddenly, her firmly planted feet lifted from the ground, her petite left foot executing an extraordinary maneuver that no ordinary person could replicate, launching an unexpected assault on Uchiha Ling. Caught off guard, he was struck in the chest. Oof! Fortunately, he managed to dissipate some of the force, propelling himself backward and averting graver injury. Is that all the reaction you can muster? Galen's eyes blinked playfully, revealing a hint of mischief and provocation. She continued, "Right now, it's just me, but there are so many puppets waiting for you." Uchiha Ling, clutching his chest, rose to his feet, his expression fluctuating as he gazed at Galen. The sensation from their brief encounter was undeniably human, warm and soft. His Sharingan clearly perceived the chakra threads connecting to Galen, an undeniable truth. This Galen felt like a petite woman. Though youthful, she was decisive and possessed formidable combat capabilities. "What's the matter? Aren't you going to attack?" Galen tilted her head, a playful and curious smile gracing her face. Her eyes sparkled with life, completely devoid of the emptiness one would expect from a puppet. Noticing Uchiha Ling's lack of immediate response, her smile broadened. "Then I suppose I shall charge forward." No sooner had she spoken than her figure darted towards Uchiha Ling like a specter. Simultaneously, Uchiha Hakadai and Hinata Shurshin were struggling to fend off a horde of wooden puppets, their injuries hampering their actions and rendering the situation increasingly dire. Although these wooden puppets lacked Galen's prowess, they were nonetheless stronger than ordinary puppets. Uchiha Ling, observing this scenario, recognized the necessity for decisive action, otherwise, his two teammates might truly meet their end here. Fire style, great fireball technique. After distancing himself, a massive fireball erupted from his mouth, hurtling towards Galen. As Galen beheld the colossal fireball, reminiscent of a meteor, her eyes widened in astonishment. "So large," she gasped, her gaze tracking the fiery projectile. She stood her ground, facing the fireball head-on without flinching. Boom! The explosion of the massive fireball reflected in Uchiha Ling's blood-red pupils. Did it have no effect? He murmured. He could see that the chakra threads behind Galen showed no signs of weakening. In fact, they appeared to thicken, indicating that the puppet master had intensified the chakra transmission. "Wow, that's hot." Jalan's petite face flushed crimson as she covered her ears, gasping in astonishment. The formidable ninjutsu that would typically require an entire battalion of skilled ninjas to unleash had seemingly no effect on her. Even her metallic puppet could not possibly remain unscathed amidst such an explosion. Are there any more techniques like this? As Jalan's flushed cheeks began to regain their color, she turned her excited gaze towards Uchiha Ling, resembling a little girl who had discovered a delightful new toy. However, Uchiha Ling showed no signs of relaxation. If she were to find a way to counter his assault, he would not perceive her as such a formidable challenge. What constitutes the greatest disdain? It is when one's attacks are met with utter indifference, as if they were merely a game. This is the utmost contempt. How utterly condescending. Uchiha's expression darkened as he spoke sharply. Jalan was merely a puppet, not necessarily indicative of the full power of her puppeteer. The overall temperature began to rise as the chakra coursing through her increased. Uchiha Ling, with his crimson Sharingan, regarded Jalan as a powerful opponent worthy of his attention. He scanned the other puppets nearby, observing that they had collectively avoided the battlefield between him and Jalan, instead converging to assault Hinata Shurshin and Uchiha Hakadai. The chakra distributed among this group of puppets had diminished, suggesting that the puppeteer's chakra reserves were limited. Uchiha Ling calmed himself to analyze the situation. "Is that all?" Jalan, noticing Uchiha Ling's lack of further action, displayed a look of disappointment. Gradually, a dark aura emerged around her delicate features. If there were no more techniques, then it was her turn. As the dark energy surged, her once exquisite face took on a pallid hue, resentment gradually etching itself upon her visage. Uchiha Ling discerned that the chakra threads connecting to Jialon had noticeably thickened, indicating that some of the chakra from the other puppets had been transferred to her. Now, the chakra within Jialon alone likely constituted half of the total amount. Is she gradually losing control? Uchiha Ling pondered. Shadow clone technique. Observing the accumulating malice emanating from Jialon, Uchiha Ling decisively executed the shadow clone technique, creating a duplicate of himself. Together, they swiftly dispatched the weakened wooden puppets. You two should retreat first. Uchiha Ling commanded in a low voice. What about you, Captain? I will deal with her first. Jialon's transformation seemed too drastic, even catching her puppeteer off guard. This sudden turn of events presented Uchiha Ling with a rare opportunity. Chidori. The two Uchiha Lings shouted in unison, declaring their most potent attack. As their voices echoed, they charged towards Jialon from either side, moving with the swiftness of lightning. Their movements were decisive. One aimed for Jialon's head while the other targeted her heart, striking down with overwhelming force. The air was filled with a sharp, tearing sound. Under the relentless onslaught, the defenseless Jialon was effortlessly cleaved into 3 parts by Uchiha Ling, akin to fragile parchment. Yet, in the face of such an outcome, Uchiha Ling exhibited not a trace of elation. He swiftly turned his gaze, his eyes sharp and penetrating as they scrutinized the fragmented pieces of Jialon, as if in search of something elusive. Indeed, he discerned that the chakra threads had not dissipated with Jialon's demise. They remained tenaciously intertwined, connecting the dismembered sections. Even the skull that had been forcefully dislodged by a shadow clone was still ensnared by the chakra threads. This scene furrowed Uchiha Ling's brow. It was evident that the puppeteer had a contingency plan. Was even this ineffective? Such an occurrence was utterly incongruent with the principles of puppet mastery. Uchiha Ling couldn't help but exclaim, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. The techniques transmitted by the system did not encompass such a scenario. Jialon appeared to transcend the conventional boundaries of puppetry. In the hands of the skilled puppeteer, the severed Jialon seemed to possess an independent vitality, each segment moving slowly, reassembling itself. Within mere moments, a pristine Jialon reemerged before Uchiha Ling, as if all that had transpired was naught but a fleeting illusion. Die. Unlike the previous melodious tone, the voice that erupted from Jialon was now raspy and chilling. With this fierce command, the ground quaked beneath her authority. The earth surged violently, soil rolling and heaving, instantly forming towering earthen walls that surged toward Uchiha Ling with a life of their own. This spectacle left Uchiha Ling profoundly astonished. Such a formidable ninjutsu, he gasped. For the strength of the earth-style technique displayed far exceeded his understanding of the ninjutsu wielded by puppets. Under the puppeteer's manipulation, while puppets could indeed employ ninjutsu, their potency was typically incomparable to that executed by a living shinobi. However, the earth-style technique Jialon unleashed now surpassed that of most earth-style users, undeniably shattering Uchiha Ling's conventional perceptions. Earth-style, hidden dragon technique. In this dire moment, Uchiha Ling did not hesitate to employ his own earth-style ninjutsu, plunging into the ground like a fish submerging in water, narrowly evading Jialon's lethal strike. Beneath the surface, Uchiha Ling refrained from immediately resurfacing. Instead, he remained still. Attuned to Jialon's position above, he frantically rummaged through his repertoire of ninjutsu, seeking a means to inflict harm upon this peculiar puppet. I have no idea what materials Jialon is composed of. My fire and lightning techniques yielded no effect whatsoever, Uchiha Ling mused inwardly, feeling the situation had become quite troublesome. Or could it be that this is not traditional puppetry at all, but merely a variant or evolution of it? This thought flickered through Uchiha Ling's mind, offering him a fresh perspective. Nevertheless, regardless of whether this constituted traditional puppetry, one thing was clear to Uchiha Ling. As long as the manipulator behind this can be identified and eliminated, Jialon will become a masterless puppet, at which point he can effortlessly dismantle this marionette and uncover its internal secrets. Uchiha Ling, upon contemplating this, immediately set his plan into motion. He swiftly carved out a small space underground, ensuring not only a secure refuge for himself, but also ample oxygen to prevent the peril of asphyxiation. Employing the technique of spiritual manifestation, his soul temporarily detached from his corporeal form, racing along the nearly invisible threads of chakra towards the distant manipulator. His spirit traversed the dense thickets, following the delicate strands of chakra, ultimately locating a concealed tent. Inside, The manipulator lay hidden, a bald man adorned with tattoos. Upon glimpsing the manipulator's visage, Uchiha Ling could not suppress his derision. Did this fellow, simply because he was bald, transform all his puppets into bald figures? Without further hesitation, Uchiha Ling's soul swiftly surged into the body of this bald man. In that moment, he sensed the flow of chakra within and the absolute control over the puppets that the man possessed. Simultaneously, the ninja guarding the bald man suddenly noticed the previously animated Sand Shadow, who had grown eerily still. He turned in confusion to gaze at the quietly meditative figure of the Wind Shadow, Sandmin, and inquired, "Lord Wind Shadow, what troubles you?" However, Sandmin offered no response. He merely sat there, eyes shut tight, as if ensnared in profound contemplation. Were it not for his steady breaths, which confirmed his vitality, the ninja might have thought that the Wind Shadow had been attacked in that instant. Uchiha Ling's spirit breached an invisible barrier, entering a realm of pure whiteness. What formidable spiritual energy! He surveyed the vast expanse of this ethereal domain, marveling at its boundlessness. The soul power of this bald man was unexpectedly potent, far exceeding his predictions. At that moment, a figure gradually emerged, starkly clear against the pristine backdrop. Uchiha Ling's eyes widened in shock. "What? How are you here as well?" This figure bore an uncanny resemblance to the puppet Jellin outside. Yet, in contrast to the menacing appearance outside, here Jellin appeared remarkably serene, eyes gently closed, as if in slumber. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated from all directions, deafening to the ears. Uchiha Ling looked up to see a massive tattooed bald figure materializing above him, its piercing gaze fixed intently upon him. Who dares intrude? The roar of Sandmen echoed throughout this spiritual space, clearly detecting Uchiha Ling's invasion. His expression a blend of astonishment and ire. Uchiha Ling's heart raced. Has my presence been detected? It is none other than the Uchiha hiding underground, Sandman sneered, his tone laced with disdain. Unable to conquer Jellin, you resort to such underhanded tactics? He continued to mock, his form gradually solidifying before Uchiha Ling. Since you seek to vanquish me in the realm of souls, I shall grant you this opportunity. The monk roared, unleashing a powerful fist. This strike seemed to carry boundless strength, instantly materializing into a formidable fist before Uchiha Ling. A terrifying pressure surged forth like a tangible tidal wave from that immense fist, as if it aimed to pulverize all obstacles into dust. In that moment, Uchiha Ling's countenance grew gravely serious, his brow furrowing tightly. He desperately summoned all his willpower, striving to fortify his soul, rendering it more condensed and unyielding. A clash at the level of souls diverges from the blade and sword of the tangible world. There is no space for evasion here. Once one's soul is locked in place, the attack follows like a shadow, unavoidable and inescapable. Fortunately, Uchiha Ling's soul was far from ordinary. The process of his transcendence had bestowed upon it a strength that surpassed that of mere mortals. As that fist, imbued with destructive force, struck his soul, waves of spiritual energy erupted around Uchiha Ling. Such a powerful soul, apart from the traitor Orochimaru. You are the first of your kind. Uchiha Ling gasped, his gaze fierce and unwavering as he faced the monk, a hint of admiration in his words. The traitor Orochimaru from Konoha? The monk huffed disdainfully. Do not dare compare me to such filth. With that, he focused his intent, and the spiritual space of the universe seemed to respond, violently twisting and ruthlessly compressing towards Uchiha Ling, aiming to crush him into nothingness. Yet, just as this force was about to breach the few inches separating it from Uchiha Ling's form, it met an invisible barrier, halting its advance despite the monk's relentless exertion. A glimmer of cold amusement flickered in Uchiha Ling's eyes as he slowly rose, radiating an incandescent brilliance that intertwined around him. Stripes of black and white began to manifest upon his body, resembling the chaos at the dawn of creation, while the blood-red three-tomo in his eyes transformed into a pristine white, exuding an aura of transcendence. Six Paths Mode, Uchiha Ling murmured, his figure towering and majestic, encircled by the halo of Six Paths power. The staff in his hand instantaneously morphed into a bow of black and white, and Uchiha Ling's gaze deepened, fixating intently on the monk before him. From the abyssal depths of his eyes, he slowly drew forth a Tao orb, imbued with infinite power. Six Paths Destruction. The emotionless voice resonated. As the words fell from his lips, a beam of black light capable of annihilating the entire realm of souls erupted forth. carrying the momentum to obliterate everything in its path, hurtling directly towards the monk. Even within the monk's domain of souls, confronted with such a terrifying assault, he felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness. It is over. A cold smile curled at the corners of Uchiha Ling's mouth, as visions of returning to the real world began to surface in his mind. However, at this critical moment, the monk suddenly let out a terrified cry. "Galen, no." He extended his hand, attempting to grasp the figure that had manifested before him. Regrettably, it was all too late. The dark light struck with the swiftness of lightning, instantly hitting the figure of Jialan. In that moment, an intense brilliance illuminated the entire world, as if time and space themselves had momentarily frozen. Silence enveloped everything, leaving only that radiant light endlessly spreading, engulfing all in its wake. Uchiha Ling slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of understanding flashing within them. So it was like this. No wonder Jialan seemed impervious to destruction, he murmured softly. Although that puppet body had long since perished, under the influence of a formidable soul force, it appeared to possess an immortal essence, capable of infinite regeneration, truly a defiance against the natural order. In the final moment, Jialan managed to deflect that attack, suggesting that the tattooed bald man was still alive. A cold smile curled at the corners of Uchiha Ling's lips, his eyes shimmering with a murderous intent. Indeed, he could slay him once more. He initially intended to invoke the technique of spirit transformation to eliminate this lingering threat, but as soon as he attempted it, a wave of fatigue washed over him, as if his very soul were being drained. The expenditure of soul energy was excessive. Within the realm of souls, whether defending or launching an assault, immense soul power was required. Thus, he needed a period of rest before he could once again utilize the technique of spirit transformation. It would have to wait until next time. Uchiha Ling glanced at the now motionless Jialan above him, a chill flickering in his eyes. Yet he harbored no thoughts of engaging in a final confrontation. He chose to retreat temporarily, silently making his way underground towards the direction of the Konoha camp. What is happening again? Uchiha Ling's brow furrowed slightly as he noticed that he had not ventured far when a new battle erupted above him. Peering closely, he realized it was a fierce conflict between the forces of Konoha and Mangekyou. Leading the charge for Konoha was Uchiha Shana, accompanied by a pack of Uchiha clan ninjas, akin to a wolf pack, surging towards the Mangekyou positions with a fierce momentum. In contrast, the Mangekyou forces were evidently fewer in number, unable to withstand Konoha's onslaught, retreating repeatedly in search of an escape. At that moment, Uchiha Ling burst forth from the ground like a bolt of lightning, swiftly decapitating two fleeing Mangekyou ninjas. Together with his comrades, they annihilated the Mangekyou forces. "Ling, it is truly wonderful to see you unharmed." Uchiha Shana, upon spotting Uchiha Ling, was overwhelmed with joy. He pushed through the crowd, grasping Ling's shoulders, meticulously checking for any injuries. Other Konoha ninjas also gathered around, expressing their concern for Uchiha Ling's well-being. "What is going on? Why is everyone here? Are we already preparing to strike at Mangekyou?" Uchiha Ling was bewildered, allowing them to inspect his body. It was Uchiha Shana who elucidated the situation. "The 8th Hokage and Hinata Shurchin returned injured, claiming you were trapped. In my haste, I brought some people along, with other squads following behind." So it was indeed because of him. A warm current surged within Uchiha Ling. "Do not worry, I am not so easily ensnared." Uchiha Ling smiled faintly, his words exuding an undeniable confidence. It was not arrogance. With his current strength akin to that of a shadow, he was no longer the soft persimmon easily manipulated by others. "Since there is nothing pressing, we may return first and deliberate on subsequent matters later." Uchiha Shana nodded in agreement. Upon their return to the Konoha camp, Uchiha Ling encountered Uchiha Hakadai, who was bandaged, and Hinata Shurchin. "Captain Ling, it is truly a relief to see you unharmed," Hinata Shurchin expressed sincerely. Uchiha Ling instructed them to leave first. His actions in covering their retreat had already earned the respect of the Hinata man. He gently patted their shoulders, reassuring them, "I am fine, you all need not worry. I have reviewed the details of your mission," Uchiha Shana stated solemnly. "If my deductions are correct, the identity of that female puppet master should be Kerrang, the wife of the second wind shadow, Shaman." However, Uchiha Shana paused, continuing, "According to intelligence, the Sand Village's Jonin, Kerrang, perished at the hands of the Mist Village many years ago." Uchiha Ling furrowed his brow. "So this implies that the puppet master behind it all must be the second wind shadow, Shaman." Uchiha Shana declared resolutely. Just as the atmosphere thickened with thoughts on how to defeat Kerrang, a sudden flurry of footsteps shattered the silence of the room. A ninja rushed in, visibly anxious. Report. A large contingent of Sand Village ninjas is rapidly approaching our position. His voice was laced with urgency. How many? Uchiha Shana's voice was as cold as the winter wind. Approximately 1,000. The ninja gasped, sweat beading on his forehead, clearly exhausted. And Shaman is among them. This revelation landed like a stone in a tranquil pond, sending ripples of concern throughout the room. Several elders engaged in heated discussion. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow and turned to the elders. How should we respond? Fight. Uchiha Shana almost instantaneously made the decision. We cannot allow Konoha's reputation to suffer due to fear. However, before his words could fully resonate, he turned toward the elder. Tokini Koha, Elder Tokini, you must immediately plan an evacuation route, just in case. Elder Tokini nodded slightly, a glimmer of approval in her eyes. It was evident that Uchiha Shana's decisions were not born of blind impulse, but rather of thoughtful flexibility. Uchiha Shana's fingers unconsciously tapped lightly on the table. As for Ling, you weary warriors should withdraw for a distance and take a moment to rest, Uchiha Shana said with a hint of concern in his gaze, speaking softly to Uchiha Ling. However, Uchiha Ling resolutely shook his head. Elder Shana, I still possess the strength to continue fighting. Even against the second wind shadow, I shall not cower or evade. He declared proudly, his body tensed for the challenge ahead. Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Shana fell into a moment of silence. His gaze lingering upon Uchiha Ling's resolute countenance, as if weighing some profound deliberation. Ultimately, he exhaled softly, conceding, in that case, I shall acquiesce to your request. However, you must remember this. At all times, you must accompany us. The wind shadow, Saburo, seems to harbor a particularly malevolent intent towards you, which is anything but ordinary. A note of gravity tinged Uchiha Shana's tone as he gently placed a hand upon Uchiha Ling's shoulder. Ling nodded in agreement, yet his heart churned with conflicting thoughts. Once the battle truly commenced, no one would sway his resolve. The wind shadow, Saburo, he murmured to himself, a new quarry has emerged. Without any forewarning, the ninjas of Mangekyou and Konohagakure quietly clashed amidst the dense thicket, like two unseen currents colliding in an obscure corner. Despite Mangekyou's overwhelming numerical superiority, their advantages did not manifest immediately within the confines of the narrow and intricate woodland. However, as time elapsed, the scales of battle began to tip. The numerical disadvantage of Konohagakure gradually became apparent. The moment has arrived. We must act. Uchiha Shana's chilling voice resonated, fully armed and fixated on the battlefield. The several jonin beside him nodded in agreement, their eyes aflame with visions of their adversaries. They surged into the fray like a tempest, instantly stabilizing the precarious situation. In the distance, Sunagekyu's jonin, Tan Masayuki, witnessed this scene with a flicker of astonishment, hastily reporting to Wind Shadow Saburo. The upper echelon of Konoha can no longer restrain themselves. Saburo acknowledged with a slight nod, his visage as frigid as ice, yet his gaze blazed with fervent battle spirit. He decisively commanded, locate their exact position, let our forces engage as well. This time, we shall ensure they have no refuge. With Saburo's directive, the elite forces of Sunagekyou sprang into action, gliding through the woods like phantoms. Each jonin of Konoha was meticulously monitored, while Sunagekyou deployed a luxurious configuration of one jonin supported by two chunin, rendering Konoha's elite unable to maneuver, ensnared within an invisible web. Not all possessed the formidable strength of Uchiha Ling, capable of facing multiple foes single-handedly. On the other hand, Sunagekyou, bolstered by the prowess of puppetry techniques, magnified their numerical advantages to an extraordinary degree. Sunagekyou Kamachi, drenched in sweat, adeptly evaded the onslaught of three Sunagekyou jonin. A wry smile crept upon her lips. Sunagekyou certainly holds me in high regard, assigning 3 jonin to confront this old frame of mine. Her words dripped with self-deprecation. Heiabazawa, an elite from Sunagekyou, approached the seasoned warrior Kamachi with utmost seriousness, his gaze sharp as a blade. Each strike he unleashed was a deadly assassination technique, seemingly capable of rending the very air asunder. Yet, despite Heiabazawa's relentless assault, Kamachi deftly countered every attack. Her formidable prowess drew the attention of Uchiha Ling, who observed with increasing intrigue. Decades later, although the members of the Konoha F4, apart from the third Hokage, gradually faded from public attention, their prowess remains largely unknown to the masses. Each member of the Konoha F4 is undeniably a true elite jonin, their abilities not to be underestimated. Notably, Tenten, perhaps the weakest among them, still far surpasses the average individual in strength. Moreover, one cannot overlook the third Hokage, who possesses power at the level of a Kage, alongside Danzo, who is nearly at that caliber. Suddenly, Uchiha Ling felt a chilling and sharp aura of murderous intent bearing down upon him, akin to a beast revealing its fangs from the shadows. He followed the direction of this ominous presence, his gaze colliding with Shaman's cold, murderous eyes, reminiscent of a frigid winter, sending ripples through the air. A smirk of derision slowly crept onto Uchiha Ling's lips as he taunted, "Care to continue, Lord Second Kazekage?" His voice seemed to transcend the distance, striking at the very essence of Shaman's being. Upon witnessing Uchiha Ling's scornful smile, Shaman's fury ignited instantly, erupting into a thunderous roar. Foregoing his expertise in puppet techniques, he charged at Uchiha Ling like a raging lion. The Kazekage's bodyguards swiftly followed suit, their movements synchronized, exuding a palpable aura of menace. As Shaman prepared to strike, Uchiha Fugaka's expression turned grave. He quickly directed several of his protective jonin to assist Uchiha Ling. Thus, the jonin guard of Konoha and the Kazekage's bodyguards converged upon the battlefield. At the center of this clash stood Uchiha Ling and Kazekage Shaman, both locked in a fierce standoff, their gazes ablaze with wrath. This tableau created a striking scene on the battlefield, the leader of a village facing off against an elite jonin. "It's you, the scoundrel who infiltrated the depths of my soul that day." Shaman's voice was low and suffused with suppressed rage, his eyes fixed intently on Uchiha Ling. A playful smile danced on Uchiha Ling's lips as he scrutinized Shaman with his three-tomo Sharingan, searching for even the slightest flaw in the formidable opponent before him. "Humph. In the past, the gaze of a powerful adversary such as you would have unsettled me. But now, I too have approached the threshold of Kage-level strength. Even if I cannot defeat you, I am more than capable of preserving my life. Now about that puppet, what's the story? Are you toying with the souls of the deceased?" Uchiha Ling feigned ignorance, his eyes glinting with curiosity as if genuinely oblivious to the situation. "You bastard. Galen's soul has fallen into slumber once more," Shaman bellowed, casting aside intricate ninjutsu. In an instant, he disappeared, appearing beside Uchiha Ling like a specter, delivering a punch that howled through the air with ferocious intent. However, the speed of this punch appeared rather ordinary in the eyes of Uchiha Ling. He deftly sidestepped, effortlessly evading the strike, while simultaneously assessing Shaman's prowess. A mocking smile curled at the corners of his lips, as if everything lay well within his grasp. "Is he enraged by my accurate assessment?" Uchiha Ling's voice dripped with sarcasm and provocation, his words like a sharp blade piercing into Shaman's very soul. "Sand release, sandstorm," Shaman bellowed with fury, his hands slamming together. The sand beneath them seemed to resonate with his anger, trembling in response. In an instant, a colossal sandstorm materialized, akin to a ferocious beast, surging forth to engulf Uchiha Ling. "Is this a bloodline limit?" A flicker of gravity crossed Uchiha Ling's eyes as he beheld the overwhelming sandstorm, a force that seemed capable of devouring everything in its path, and a wave of astonishment washed over him. "So, this is the future of sand release, conjured by Shaman." Shaman offered no reply, merely directing the storm towards Uchiha Ling. He chose not to flee, fully aware of the terrifying nature of a bloodline limit that could manipulate sand. To hide beneath the earth would be tantamount to courting death. Water release, water prison technique. Uchiha Ling swiftly formed hand seals and uttered a low incantation. Instantly, a thick membrane of water enveloped him, solidifying into a formidable water prison. The raging sandstorm relentlessly eroded the outer layer of water, as if a savage beast were tearing at its prey. Yet, Uchiha Ling continually replenished the water prison, each breath summoning fresh streams to stabilize the fracturing structure. For a moment, Shaman's sandstorm found itself unable to breach the defenses of Uchiha Ling's water prison. A peculiar equilibrium manifested in the air. As the sandstorm and the water prison engaged in a silent duel, neither force willing to yield. "Sand release, sand python." Shaman abruptly shifted his strategy, transforming the sandstorm into several enormous serpents that opened their gaping maws, poised to consume both the water prison and its occupant. Upon engulfing Uchiha Ling, Shaman clasped his hands together. All the sand coalesced into a gigantic sandball, with Uchiha Ling and his water sphere trapped within, increasingly compressed by the surrounding space. As the area diminished, excess water oozed through the seams, emitting a squeaking sound. Bang! With a final, resounding crash, the entire sandball collapsed, seemingly crushing Uchiha Ling along with it. Ling. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes brimmed with worry as he clenched his fists, helplessly witnessing the massive sandball engulf Uchiha Ling. Please, be safe. Humph. This fool who dared to challenge the Kazekage has met his end, with no hope of a burial in the face of the invincible sand release. A sand shinobi sneered, his words laced with admiration for Shaman and disdain for Uchiha Ling. The other sand shinobi chimed in agreement, their faces adorned with smug smiles, as they envisioned the tragic fate that awaited Uchiha Ling. The ninjas of Konoha glared fiercely, their eyes ablaze with anger. Yet none dared to confront the formidable Kazekage in the center of the battlefield. The Kazekage was the most powerful entity of Mangekyou, a force not to be trifled with. However, at that moment, a voice, cold and laced with derision, shattered the tense silence. Oh, is that so? Uchiha Ling's figure rose abruptly from the water below. His attire drenched, yet his gaze radiated a mischievous mirth. He sneered at the sand ninjas, the corners of his mouth curling in disdain. Water transformation technique, incomplete. Though the technique was flawed, with sufficient chakra, he could transform his entire body into water, albeit at a greater cost. For Uchiha Ling, chakra was the one thing he possessed in abundance. He suddenly lifted his gaze, his crimson Sharingan fixed intently on the eyes of the sand ninja, as if attempting to ensnare their very soul. The Genjutsu activated. His form vanished in an instant, leaving only ripples in the air. The next moment, he appeared before the sand ninja, brandishing the piercing Chidori. Caught in the fleeting moment of the Genjutsu, the sand ninja, even after breaking free, could not react in time to counter Uchiha Ling's strike. This was the brilliance of Uchiha Ling's lethal technique. He did not need to ensnare his foes in a long-lasting illusion. A mere instant of distraction sufficed. Lord Kazekage. The guards, having spotted Uchiha Ling, shouted in alarm, their voices thick with dread. They sought to warn the Kazekage, to assist him, but it was already too late. Clang. A resonant sound echoed as the Chidori collided with a hard object. The attack failed to connect, causing Uchiha Ling to falter momentarily, forcing him to leap away. Upon landing, he gazed in disbelief at the puppet, Jialan, now standing before him, as if witnessing an impossibility. Had it not been damaged? His eyes fixated on Jialan, who remained steadfast before the Kazekage. In the previous soul realm, his Seeker's Pearl had struck Jialan's spirit, and in that moment, he was certain he had vanquished this puppet adversary. Yet, the current reality was a stark contradiction to his expectations. Kazekage Jialan gazed sorrowfully at the puppet before him. Jialan quietly responded to Uchiha Ling. I have not yet been defeated. The petite girl, a radiant sun that never faded, lingered closely by his side, akin to an endearing little shadow, her melodious voice resonating wherever she went. Kazekage, look, there's a flower here. Jialan exclaimed excitedly, tugging at his sleeve, her bright eyes sparkling with the thrill of discovering a new treasure, pointing delicately at a pristine white flower not far from the well. The Kazekage followed her gaze, noticing how the small flower stood out vibrantly against the barren land. Indeed, Konoha was a beautiful place, blessed with abundant water and a pleasant climate, always brimming with life. They had just returned from the Leaf Village, and the barren land of Earth abruptly thrust the two back into reality. Do you think our Mangekyou can also transform into a place as livable as Konoha? The glimmer of hope in Karura's eyes was radiant, her smile outshining even the most delicate flower. Shaman gazed at Karura's expectant visage, a whirlpool of complex emotions surging within him. The desolate state of Mangekyou, with its swirling sands and scarce water resources, stood in stark contrast to the prosperity of Konoha. It will happen. Karura, once I become the Kazekage, I vow to make Mangekyou flourish like Konoha, ensuring that everyone can live here in happiness, Shaman declared with unwavering resolve. Upon hearing these words, the light in Karura's eyes intensified, and she grasped his hand tightly. Yes, I believe in you. In the blink of an eye, years slipped away like fleeting shadows. The once vibrant girl, filled with dreams of the future, had now transformed into a cold puppet before him. Shaman's heart ached as he realized he had irrevocably lost the sole opportunity to resurrect Karura. He could sense her soul gradually fading, like a flickering candle in the wind, soon to extinguish without leaving a trace in this world. This is all Konoha's fault. Shaman's heart overflowed with boundless rage and sorrow, his roar echoing as his dissatisfaction and despair threatened to erupt. His gaze turned crimson, the desire for vengeance spreading like wildfire within him, wishing to tear apart everything before him and obliterate this world of suffering. The ground began to tremble, the endless grains of sand responding to Shaman's fury, surging towards him with the intent to consume all. Uchiha Rin stood unscathed before Karura. So Karura is back, but why has Shaman suddenly gone berserk? Rin thought, perplexed by the unfolding events. He observed Shaman's face twisted in rage, feeling the overwhelming tide of sand around him, his head spinning in confusion. Is this truly within the realm of human capability? The ninjas from Konoha exchanged incredulous glances, their disbelief palpable as they watched Shaman, monstrous in stature, provoke a shift in the very fabric of reality. Is this the power of the Kazekage? So formidable, can we truly contend with it? Do not waver. Trust in Lord Uchiha Rin. In stark contrast, the ninjas of Mangekyou erupted in fervent cheers upon witnessing their Kazekage's tremendous power. This is the might of our Kazekage. Look at that Hokage from Konoha. Does he dare to face our Kazekage in battle? A Mangekyou ninja taunted loudly. The morale of the Konoha side plummeted further upon hearing the derision and mockery from Mangekyou. Their Hokage remained stationed in the rear, while the wind shadow of Mangekyou had already arrived at the battlefield. Observing the precarious situation, Tsumugi Komatsu's demeanor turned frigid as she amplified her voice with chakra, coldly declaring, "The younger generation of Konoha is extraordinarily formidable. They require no shadow to contend with you remnants of Mangekyou. Is it that Mangekyou has grown so feeble that the shadow must personally engage in battle?" The Mangekyou ninja were momentarily taken aback, their expressions quickly darkening with fury. "You seek death," roared Hozuki, his eyes ablaze with wrath. He lunged toward Tsumugi Komatsu, his weapon glinting ominously, as if intending to tear her asunder. Unfazed, Tsumugi smirked coldly and met his charge head-on. In that fleeting moment of their clash, a serpent of sand surged from the ground, accompanied by a howling wind, simultaneously attacking both Tsumugi and Hozuki. Tsumugi, light as a leaf, gracefully evaded the serpent's strike, a mocking smile gracing her lips. It seems the wind shadow is not so impressive after all, resorting to attacking its own, she remarked, disappointment lacing her words. Hozuki's countenance darkened further as he fixed a fierce glare upon her, yet he found no opportunity to retaliate, for the sand serpent continued its assault. Moreover, the bizarre sand creatures launched indiscriminate attacks on all present, their varied forms wreaking havoc across the battlefield. Lord Wind Shadow. Why? A Mangekyou ninja cried out in terror as he was engulfed by a sand serpent, his horrified scream echoing before his demise, the serpent's body tinged with crimson. Uchiha Rin stood nearby, his expression grave as he observed the unfolding chaos. His gaze fell upon the Sandman, perched atop a sandstone platform, a wave of astonishment surging within him. The Sandman's mastery of sand techniques was undeniably formidable, perhaps even surpassing the abilities wielded by Gaara. No wonder he is a shadow. Such prowess would likely match even Gaara's, Uchiha Rin murmured to himself. His attention then shifted to Kurana. "Are you a puppet now?" he inquired, uncertainty lacing his voice, for he detected no traces of chakra threads emanating from her. The Kurana he had previously encountered had indeed appeared lifeless, a mere marionette. "Not anymore," Kurana replied softly, shaking her head with a hint of resignation and sorrow. Unarmed, she turned her gaze toward the Sandman, her eyes brimming with affection. Uchiha Rin beheld Kurana, her figure seeming so fragile upon the battlefield, as if a mere gust of wind could whisk her away. There were no fluctuations of chakra, nor any signs of a puppet. "You have endured so much over the years, Kurana," he thought, her gentle voice reminiscent of a spring breeze. With a delicate push of her toes, she soared towards the Sandman, as light as a feather. She gently descended before the Sandmaster, as if the tumultuous grains sensed her presence, parting in deference to this delicate woman. "I witnessed everything. The Sandmaster's sacrifices for the village, for me, were etched in my memory." With a serene smile, Jalan faced the Sandmaster, who was lost in a tempest of rage, her eyes brimming with tenderness and gratitude. She extended her hand, softly caressing the furrowed brow of the Sand Master, wishing to soothe his inner turmoil. Do you remember the question you posed when you first became the Shadow? I did not answer then. But now I wish to convey that the Sand Master is not only a competent shadow, but also an extraordinarily captivating one. Thus, Jialan stepped closer, enveloping the Sand Master in a warm embrace. In midair, she gently cradled his head, tenderly stroking his hair, yearning to impart her warmth and strength to him. Awaken, Sand Master. His eyes gradually cleared, tears streaming down unbidden as he felt Jialan's warmth. Jialan, the Sand Master's voice trembled as he reached out to embrace this woman, who was significantly shorter than he, burying his head against her icy chest. I am here, Jialan softly replied. I have always been here. Jialan's form began to grow translucent, and then, as if a dam had burst, she dissipated at an astonishing speed. Below the platform, Uchiha Ling's Sharingan fixated on the process of Jialan's disappearance, capturing every detail with clarity. To his astonishment, he discerned that Jialan's body was indeed flesh and blood. As she vanished, he could distinctly see the veins and muscle fibers beneath her skin. A corpse? Uchiha Ling murmured, his brow furrowing. He struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. Even a corpse should not be able to withstand his formidable Chidori. Yet, the evidence lay before him. Jialan's body had entirely dissolved into nothingness. However, his perception of the Sand Master's threat did not wane. Instead, it intensified, an unseen force drawing nearer. What is happening? Could it be that the Sand Master is truly from the Uchiha clan? The type that explodes with power upon facing adversity? Uchiha Ling pondered to himself. The battlefield's sands gradually returned to tranquility. The once violent particles seemed to sense Jialan's dissolution, quieting in response. This respite allowed the sand ninjas to exhale in relief, liberated from the terrifying sand assault. Yet, the aura surrounding the Sand Master did not diminish. Rather, it grew even stronger. Uchiha brat, the Sand Master declared from his elevated position, gazing down at Uchiha Ling with eyes filled with cold indifference and murderous intent. Flee with all your might. I shall pursue you with relentless vigor. His voice, stripped of its initial fury, now resonated with a profound sense of release. Sand release, Guardian Crane. The Sand Master bellowed, swiftly weaving hand signs, and in an instant, a colossal Guardian Crane formed from sand coalesced behind him. The Guardian Crane stands vividly, as if imbued with life itself. Its head held high, emitting a thunderous roar. The Sand Master leaps into the air, landing firmly atop the Guardian Crane, resembling a war deity commanding a colossal beast, exuding an aura of unparalleled dominance. Without resorting to any other ninjutsu, he manipulates the Sand Guardian, bringing it down with force towards the position of Uchiha Ling. Boom. The ground trembles violently under the weight of the Guardian Crane, unable to bear its mass. Uchiha Ling narrowly evades the crushing stomp of the crane, his heart racing. If only I possessed the Mangekyou Sharingan, I could measure our strengths in a battle of prowess. Uchiha Ling muses internally, his eyes glimmering with longing. Should his Sharingan evolve to the level of Mangekyou, he too could unleash a power unique to the Uchiha clan. He yearned for a true contest with the Sand Master. Alas, reality is often unforgiving. The Sand Guardian, realizing its attack had failed, emitted another deafening roar, extending its arms like a massive beast, lunging towards Uchiha Ling. Its immense form sprawled, nearly covering the expanse of several football fields. Uchiha Ling's expression turned grave. He opted not to withstand the assault head-on. Swiftly, he formed hand seals and struck the ground with a powerful fist, exclaiming, "Earth style, Yellow Spring Swamp." This technique, taught by Jiraiya for dealing with large adversaries, had been secretly learned by Uchiha Ling. The swamp ensnared the Sand Guardian's feet like the gaping maw of a demon, gradually pulling it down into its depths. I never expected you, a member of Konoha's Uchiha, to wield Earth style so adeptly. The Sand Master's voice was as cold as a blade, devoid of emotion. You have yet to uncover my hidden capabilities. Uchiha Ling smiled slightly, brimming with confidence. He quickly created a shadow clone, standing side by side, both enveloped in the azure glow of Chidori. Feudal. The Guardian Crane's form is a ninjutsu I devised by mimicking Shikaku. Even the true Guardian would be but a puppet before me. Your feeble attempts cannot breach its defenses, the Sand Master retorted coldly, his gaze laced with disdain and mockery. Not necessarily. Uchiha Ling scoffed, and he and his shadow clone surged forward like twin bolts of lightning towards the guardian crane. The two coordinated seamlessly, slicing through its legs as they had done with Karasuma. The sand guardian let out a pained roar, thrashing about in desperation to grasp Uchiha Ling. Yet the nimble Uchiha evaded its every strike with ease. The guardian could only watch helplessly as Uchiha Ling dismantled its massive form, which appeared so fragile under the onslaught. "Do you see?" the Sand Master murmured, observing Uchiha Ling's movements. The weakness of the guardian crane's form. This technique must remain grounded to absorb chakra from the earth, else such a colossal form cannot be sustained. To his astonishment, Shaman realized that his weakness had been swiftly discerned by Uchiha Ling. The piercing gaze of those troublesome eyes was unsettling. Fixating on Uchiha Ling's crimson Sharingan, Shaman inwardly cursed. The intensity of those red eyes stirred a profound sense of agitation within him. Standing before the head of Shikaku, Uchiha Ling smiled and remarked to Shaman, with chakra flowing, "It is hardly surprising that my Sharingan could see through such a weakness, is it?" Simultaneously, Uchiha Fugaku gestured, and several nearby ninjas surged forth like arrows released from a bow, racing towards the position of Shikaku. "Not on my watch." The Wind Shadow's elite guards quickly detected their movement and rushed to intercept them. However, it was merely a delay. Shaman raised his fist, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Without forming any hand seals, he bellowed, "Sand release, Shikaku's cannon." The disaggregated Shikaku responded to his command, gradually coalescing into a colossal fist imbued with apocalyptic power. As Shaman moved, this gigantic fist barreled towards Uchiha Ling like a meteor streaking across the sky. Unyielding, Uchiha Ling opened his mouth and intoned a deep chant, "Water release, water dragon bullet technique." In an instant, a massive water dragon, rivaling the size of Shaman's Shikaku cannon, erupted from his mouth, roaring as it collided with Shaman's attack in midair. The clash of these two formidable ninjutsu produced a thunderous explosion. Sand and water exploded outward, reminiscent of a sudden sandstorm and tsunami converging upon the battlefield. Yet, neither ninjutsu showed signs of waning. Both Uchiha Ling and Shaman continuously poured chakra into their techniques, maintaining their formidable assaults. This is indeed a clash of shadows. The Leaf Village observers trembled as they witnessed the spectacle, their eyes filled with awe and astonishment, as if they were witnessing a divine conflict. Many had never seen a battle at the level of a shadow, instinctively perceiving Uchiha Ling as one. Such prowess could hardly be anything less than that of a shadow. Shaman commanded the swirling sands, nearly overwhelming the entire battlefield. Uchiha Ling, harnessing an immense reservoir of chakra, erected an indomitable barrier of water, deflecting the rampant sands with unwavering resolve. Mist enveloped the scene, glistening like jewels, as the water threatened to engulf the onlookers' feet, saturating the very earth beneath them. Tsunagekyou's Kamurasaki stood to the side, her gaze fixed intently on Uchiha Ling at the heart of the battlefield. A surge of emotion swelling within her. Observing his silhouette, straight and steadfast as a pine, she was involuntarily reminded of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. In his day, Tobirama had similarly halted all foes single-handedly with his powerful water techniques, safeguarding the peace of the Leaf Village. Now, it seemed as if such a figure had emerged once more. As both combatants momentarily ceased their onslaught, the atmosphere on the battlefield became palpably tense. Shaman and Uchiha Ling locked eyes, each brimming with fervent combat spirit. Truly remarkable, the ninjas of the Leaf. Shaman slowly raised his hand, his voice laced with admiration. The sand, tainted by water, gradually ascended upon him, forming a heavy armor. Due to Uchiha Ling's water release technique, much of the sand became exceedingly heavy, rendering his control not as effortless as before. "Is this part of your plan?" Shaman narrowed his eyes, a hint of vigilance lacing his tone. "Attempting to weaken my control by saturating the sand?" Uchiha Ling shrugged, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Who knows? Perhaps it is merely a coincidence." In truth, altering the sand's weight was not Uchiha Ling's intention. In that critical moment, he had no choice but to employ water release to counter sand release. After all, it is common knowledge in the ninja world that water overcomes sand. Moreover, he possessed no other techniques to combat sand release. "If you believe this will suffice to defeat me, you are sorely mistaken," Shaman bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder, chakra surging forth, causing the very earth to tremble under his wrath. "Sand release, quake of sand." Shaman growled lowly, swiftly forming hand seals. And the ground shook violently as though struck by an earthquake, sand and dust flying in tumult. Suddenly, the ground beneath Uchiha Ling's feet gave way, sinking beneath him. And he swayed, nearly losing his balance. Simultaneously, Shaman, enveloped in sand, propelled himself towards Uchiha Ling, his fist, as large as a cauldron, accompanied by a rushing wind. Struck down with ferocity. In the moment of evasion, Uchiha Ling noticed additional leaf ninjas behind him, their eyes filled with urgency. They gestured for Uchiha Ling to move in their direction. Without a second thought, Uchiha Ling flickered away, dodging Shaman's attack and leaping towards the rear. Uchiha Ling. The captain has ordered us to assist. Prepare for withdrawal. An Oil Girl clan ninja urgently informed Uchiha Ling, confused. Uchiha Ling wondered why they were retreating amidst such fervent combat. What is happening? Reinforcements from Mangekyou are on the way, and if we become entangled, escape will be impossible. We, the Oil Girl clan, will cover your retreat. The ninja explained swiftly. Uchiha Ling surveyed the battlefield, noticing that the leaf ninjas were primarily positioned further back. With a single command, they could disengage. I understand. Uchiha Ling nodded. Seeing Uchiha Ling retreat rather than continue their engagement, Shaman felt a surge of fury within him. However, as his body flickered, he could only watch helplessly as Uchiha Ling's figure receded into the distance. You think you can escape? Shaman called out anxiously. Let us continue this another time. Uchiha Ling turned back, waving at Shaman with a teasing smile. That smile felt like a sharp blade to Shaman, piercing deeply into his heart. Damn it! Upon seeing Uchiha Ling's smile, Shaman's face turned ashen, and he struck the nearby tree with a fierce punch. Meanwhile, the other leaf ninjas hastily withdrew from the battlefield, their sole focus on fleeing from this perilous place. Cursed insects. A dozen female ninjas from the Oil Clan voiced a resolute command, unleashing a swarm of parasitic insects that formed an unassailable wall, separating the ninjas of Mangekyou from those of Konohagakure. The insects surged forth like a relentless tide, emitting a chilling sound that instilled dread in the hearts of onlookers. A few Mangekyou ninjas, eager to continue their pursuit, found themselves thwarted by the voracious swarm. Lord Kazekage, what shall we do? Several jonin approached the Kazekage, their expressions grave as they awaited his directive. The Kazekage's gaze was fixed intently on the direction in which Uchiha Ling had vanished, his eyes ablaze with fury. Let them go for now, he finally spoke. Return and deal with the rain ninjas. Understood. Upon realizing that the Mangekyou forces had ceased their pursuit, the ninjas of Konohagakure collectively exhaled in relief, their faces reflecting exhaustion tempered by gratitude. The overwhelming tide of yellow sand had exerted immense pressure upon them, akin to an invisible mountain pressing upon each heart, making it difficult to breathe. Aside from Uchiha Ling, none wished to confront such a formidable adversary. Uchiha Shana stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Uchiha Ling's shoulder, his eyes alight with excitement. I once thought you were formidable, but to think you could even hold your own against the Kazekage. His smile was almost unable to be contained, as if he had stumbled upon a remarkable treasure. Uchiha Ling smiled faintly, shaking his head. It was merely luck. The Kazekage did not exert his full strength. The others naturally found his words hard to believe. The Kazekage's expression was one of barely contained fury, his face a shade of iron, as it was evident he had poured all his effort into the confrontation. In their eyes, Uchiha Ling had emerged as a figure equal to the Kage, his prowess widely acknowledged. Ling, you truly are a hidden gem, they exclaimed, marveling at his abilities. You are indeed the pride of Konohagakure. Regardless of others' thoughts or words, Uchiha Ling maintained an air of indifference, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Should he engage in a life-or-death battle with Kazekage, it was likely that the Kazekage would prevail. Aside from his water techniques to counter the Kazekage's jutsu, he found himself lacking other means to contend with the formidable Shikaku. While his own strength was akin to that of a Kage, it resembled more that of the fourth Hokage, capable of swiftly dispatching those weaker than him, yet rendered helpless against those stronger, unable to breach their defenses. Visions of the fourth Hokage's encounter with the Nine Tails flashed through his mind. The colossal beast, its unparalleled power, had left even the illustrious Yellow Flash with no recourse but to transport it outside the village for sealing. And what of himself? He recalled the demise of the Eight Tails. Should he continue employing his puppet techniques? Yet, the Nine Tails had already been ensnared by the brothers Kin and Jin, and it was unlikely they would fall for the same trick again. Although this encounter had not claimed many lives, Uchiha Ling's gains were not insignificant. Following the elimination of those 3 Jonin, he had acquired further knowledge of puppet techniques. With his own experiential insights, he felt confident that he could enhance their potency. Furthermore, the manifestation of Shikaku struck a chord within him, as he sensed the chakra of the One Tail. While he too possessed the chakra of a tailed beast, the majority of his chakra now stemmed from the 8 tails. If Shaman could cultivate the form of Shikaku, then why could he not endeavor to develop the manifestation of the bull demon? Upon returning to the camp, Uchiha Fugaku and several elders wore somber expressions as they began to tally the casualties and losses. Meanwhile, Uchiha Rin sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed in meditation. Due to the puppet techniques employed by the Sand Village, Konoha's casualties were slightly more severe than those of the Sand. Nevertheless, Konoha had engaged in a battle against overwhelming odds while sustaining minimal losses. In contrast, even with the Wind Shadow's involvement, the Sand had achieved little in terms of victory. When news of this spread, all would come to recognize the renown of Konoha, and they would learn of the formidable Uchiha Rin, who stood toe-to-toe against the Wind Shadow. Shaman, without faltering, sensing someone approach him gently, Uchiha Rin slowly opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. "Why have you come to me instead of tending to the casualties?" Uchiha Fugaku seated himself beside Rin without hesitation, a hint of a resigned smile adorning his face. "It is my duty as commander to inquire about Rin's well-being." Uchiha Rin shook his head, a glimmer of confidence flashing in his gaze. "What could possibly be wrong with me? What is the current situation over there?" Uchiha Fugaku let out a soft sigh and briefly outlined the situation regarding the Sand Village to Uchiha Rin. "They have retreated directly to launch an assault on the Rain Ninja Village. Their intentions remain elusive." Uchiha Rin expressed his confusion. "Are they not concerned about us retaliating?" A look of resignation crossed Uchiha Fugaku's face. "I cannot say for certain. The Sand has left a contingent in the forest, and our movements would undoubtedly be detected." He gestured helplessly. "On the surface, I am the commander, but the true authority lies with the elders. I am only privy to the general situation. The specifics depend on their guidance." Uchiha Rin nodded thoughtfully, and Uchiha Fugaku continued. "Their strategy is to intensify harassment, deploying elite teams to hunt down the peripheral forces of the Sand. Once the higher-ranking combatants of the Sand return, we shall withdraw. Konoha does not desire an all-out confrontation with the Sand, as currently, only Uchiha Rin can directly contend with the Wind Shadow. Our high-level combat capabilities are lacking. The others can merely endure for a little longer in the presence of the Wind Shadow." Standing atop a towering platform, Yugo observed the cold corpses being continuously transported along the streets below. "Brother, the number of fallen ninjas today is threefold that of previous encounters. And even core ninjas have perished. If this continues, the Rain Ninja Village will vanish from the map." Yugo's voice resonated with undeniable urgency as he turned towards Hanzo, who lay on the sickbed. Hanzo of the Salamander coughed several times, as if the very air had been tainted by his suffering. A noxious mist escaped his lips, causing the nearby nurse to turn pale and retreat in fear, unwilling to approach him. "I understand." Hanzo's voice was hoarse, and the image of that bald man involuntarily surfaced in his mind, the cold, murderous intent that had slipped out inadvertently, piercing like ice and compelling him to clench his fists until his nails nearly embedded into his palms. Before that man, he felt utterly powerless, a sensation he could not bear. "Few and no Shaman." Hanzo growled, uttering the name. For reasons unknown, Shaman had returned with significantly enhanced strength, his puppets now wielding an intensity that was nearly impossible to defend against. "Brother, let us seek aid from Konoha," Hanzo's younger brother, Shinda, cautiously suggested, casting a glance at his elder brother's grim expression. Konoha was their only hope. "Aid?" Hanzo of the Salamander's gaze flickered, as if weighing something profound. "I heard that a formidable ninja has arrived in Konoha, one who can match few and no Shaman," Shinda quickly added, hoping to persuade his elder brother. Hanzo's eyes darted thoughtfully, and after a prolonged silence, he seemed to deliberate a momentous decision. Finally, he spat out vehemently, "These great nations are all the same. We of the Land of Rain merely struggle to survive in their crevices. Brother, though they are all cut from the same cloth. Konoha resides in the affluent Land of Fire. They will not covet our barren lands. Rather, Mangekyou has long sought to use us as a springboard to attack the Land of Fire, whether they aid us or watch us perish. I trust the wisdom of Konoha will not lead them astray." Shinda's voice brimmed with urgency, almost pleading, hoping his elder brother would make the right choice. In the current circumstances, the village hidden in rain was already teetering precariously. Only by enlisting Konoha's formidable support could they hope for survival. Hanzo closed his eyes and let out a deep sigh, as if exhaling all his fatigue and helplessness. He gestured for Shinda to seek Konoha's assistance. Yes, I shall certainly bring back Konoha's reinforcements to rescue the village hidden in rain from this peril. Shinda responded resolutely. Once Shinda had departed, Hanzo abruptly tore away the tubes connecting him to various life support devices. Must the land of rain rely solely on the great nations for survival? He growled softly, his voice laced with resentment. He had traversed a long path, enduring countless tempests and tribulations. Just as he was on the verge of liberating the land of rain from its current plight, the armies of Mangekyou loomed ominously. What troubled Hanzo further was his utter inability to withstand Mangekyou's forces. His village was crumbling under their assault like a flickering candle in a storm. He could scarcely fathom what would become of them without Konoha's reinforcements. They would surely face annihilation at the hands of Mangekyou. It is I who am not strong enough. Hanzo clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deeply into his palms. He removed his respirator and approached the mirror, gazing at the weary and haggard reflection of himself. With a fierce determination, he struck the mirror with his fist, shattering it into countless fragments. The shards flew across the room, grazing his face and drawing a trickle of blood, of which he was blissfully unaware. In response to the plea for aid from the salamander, the Leaf Village naturally acquiesced. However, this agreement was not without its conditions. Uchiha Ling stood at the edge of the camp, observing the moment the salamander emerged from the tent. He noted the ashen pallor of the salamander's face and the deep furrows of concern etched across his brow. Conditions, it seemed, were not easily accepted. A subtle, cold smile crept across Uchiha Ling's lips as he began to piece together the implications. After all, in this world, few extend a hand without the expectation of substantial gain. The salamander, however, had no choice. Behind him lay the Rain Village, and without the Leaf's support, extinction awaited them. Not long after, Uchiha Ling was summoned by several elders. Upon entering the tent, he found the elders' gazes converging upon him, and with a resolute air, he was entrusted with a significant responsibility to lead an elite team of over 20 skilled jonin on a mission to the Rain Village. The atmosphere in the Rain Village was damp and oppressive, with a lingering sense of mildew that settled in after a short while. As Uchiha Ling stepped onto this land, his gaze met that of Hanzo the Salamander for the first time. Hanzo, revered as a demigod in the ninja world, stood before him, his expression one of desolation, and his eyes seemed to harbor an eternity of weariness and sorrow. Is this the legendary demigod of the ninja realm? Uchiha Ling mused internally, a faint, indifferent smile playing at his lips. Meanwhile, Hanzo scrutinized the young man before him with a subtle complexity in his gaze. He had heard of Uchiha Ling's prowess, capable of holding his own against formidable opponents like the Wind Shadow. Yet, what unsettled him more was the realization that such astonishing strength resided within such a youthful form. A wave of indescribable discontent surged within Hanzo. He had witnessed too many ninjas squander their youth and even their lives in pursuit of power, while he, as the strongest of the Rain Village, should rightfully be at the pinnacle, yet now found himself overshadowed by the brilliance of this young man. On the other side, the Sandman sat alone in the dimly lit tent, gripping a piece of ordinary wood, the material he typically used for crafting puppets. At that moment, he listened intently to the urgent report from his subordinate, his brow furrowed in concern. What did you say? There's movement from the Rock Village. And their numbers are significant? The wood in his hand crumbled to dust under the unintentional pressure of his grip, scattering like the chaotic thoughts racing through his mind. Indeed, according to intelligence, nearly 500 ninjas were mobilizing. The tremor in his subordinate's voice revealed the shock caused by this sudden turn of events. What direction are they heading? The Sandman nearly roared, his voice echoing with urgency. They ventured towards the several crucial pathways leading from Mangekyou to Mangekyou. A subordinate hurriedly responded, Lord Kazekage. What shall we do? Several esteemed Jonin advisors exchanged glances, ultimately directing their attention to the Kazekage. With his eyes closed in contemplation and his fists clenched tightly, the Kazekage's veins prominently bulged. He waved his hand and spoke with a tinge of resignation and gravity. Let us retreat for now. The ninjas moved with the swiftness of the wind, Any hesitation could allow Iwagakyu's formidable forces to surge into Tsunagekyu's village, bringing forth immeasurable calamity. Once I have resolved the matters at hand, I shall turn my attention to the land of rain. The Kazakage's voice echoed within the vast tent. Tinged with a barely perceptible sense of regret, he gazed towards the distant Rain Ninja village, his eyes filled with longing. In the Rain Ninja village, the protracted wait weighed heavily, like the oppressive raindrops incessantly drumming upon the taut hearts of the Konoha Jonin. Time seemed to stretch interminably, each moment brimming with unknown tension and anxiety. Tsunagekyo has retreated. This sudden news swept through the streets and alleys of Rain Ninja Village like an unexpected gust of wind. A few Rain Ninjas, having received the tidings, hurriedly shared the exhilarating information. They retreated? The Konoha ninjas exchanged bewildered looks. They had anticipated a fierce confrontation. Yet upon their arrival, Tsunagekyo had seemingly encountered an invisible barrier and opted for withdrawal. Brother, Tsunagekyo truly does not wish to engage with Konoha to the bitter end. The face of the salamander god, Hanzo, lit up with delight as he excitedly relayed this to Hanzo of the salamander. However, Hanzo merely sighed. The retreat of Tsunagekyo did not impart him with a sense of ease. Although Tsunagekyo had departed, Konoha remained. Their Rain Ninja village had merely shifted from the shadow of one great nation to the control of another. This sensation was akin to being kneaded back and forth by two colossal hands, devoid of autonomy. Uchiha Rin also felt a twinge of regret. He had initially hoped to engage in more battles with the Kazakage, perhaps discovering a means to counter the techniques of Tsunagekyo. Yet now, that opportunity seemed to have slipped away. Hanzo, since Tsunagekyo has retreated, our mission here in Konoha has been accomplished. Let us not forget our terms. Uchiha Shitaka's firm voice resonated as he locked eyes with Hanzo of the Salamander. The Salamander god, Hanzo, cast a worried glance at his elder brother, concerned that he might deny the Konoha ninjas the respect they deserved, potentially inciting unnecessary conflict. I remember, Hanzo of the Salamander stated, his fists clenched tightly before slowly relaxing. This is for the best. Uchiha Shitaka nodded, a flicker of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. The Konoha group finally set forth on their journey back, departing the perpetually rainy Rain Ninja village and returning to their own encampment. So that's it. I hadn't anticipated that Iwagakure harbored its own intentions, Uchiha Fugaka mused. Clutching a piece of intelligence in his hand, his expression shifting from realization to contemplation. He had initially believed that the presence of Konoha had compelled Tsunagekyo to reconsider their assault on Rain Ninja village, prompting their retreat. However, it now appeared that the dynamics of the ninja world were far more intricate than he had imagined. The ninja world operates in a manner where idleness is a luxury none can afford. Whenever an opportunity arises, action is inevitable. Uchiha Ling coldly interjected, affirming the sentiment. In a realm rife with warfare and bloodshed, true peace remains an ephemeral illusion. The ninja world has never genuinely experienced peace in its truest sense. The only era of authentic tranquility was during the reign of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, who subdued the entire ninja world with their overwhelming might, rendering all nations too fearful to act recklessly. However, such peace faded into history with their passing. The inhabitants of Konoha lingered in their encampment for a while longer, ensuring that Tsunagekyo had truly retreated and posed no further threat. Once they were assured of their safety, they gathered their belongings and embarked on the journey home. Upon sighting the familiar gates of Konoha, all tension and fatigue seemed to dissipate in that moment. Despite the brevity of their expedition, the perils they faced were exceptionally grave. Even elite jonin could not guarantee their own security, let alone the majority who were merely ordinary ninjas. As they entered the village, they were met with a jubilant crowd lining the streets. It was unclear how the third Hokage had disseminated the news, but the throng was chanting, "The Army of Justice." Their faces radiated joy and pride, for Konoha's ninjas had thwarted Tsunagekyo's attempt to annex the land of Rain. Konoha truly stood as the bastion of justice. Amidst the throng, Uchiha Ling caught sight of Tsunade standing atop the second-floor balcony, sunlight bathing her in a golden glow as she waved her arms in welcome. Ling could not help but smile, raising his hand in a vigorous response. "Ling brother, over here." A voice, as clear as silver bells, pierced through the cacophony. Kushina stood out among a group of students, her enthusiasm palpable. She stood on tiptoe, arms raised high, striving to catch Ling's eye, her gaze sparkling with admiration. The festive atmosphere of their return was merely beginning, Yet the higher-ups of this mission had already convened in the Hokage's office, the ambience thick with seriousness and fervor. Ling, now a member of the elite, could not remain detached from the proceedings. "You have all performed admirably," the third Hokage proclaimed, his voice laced with undeniable joy as he surveyed each individual in the office, his eyes brimming with affirmation and appreciation. "This operation has demonstrated Konoha's strength to the great nations. Even without seasoned warriors, we have managed to halt the Kazekage." A smile illuminated the third Hokage's face as he strode confidently toward Uchiha Ling, firmly grasping his shoulders. "Ling, your contributions in this mission have been monumental. Should you have any requests, speak freely. Konoha shall undoubtedly oblige." Ling hesitated for a moment, then met the third Hokage's expectant gaze as he replied, "Serving Konoha is indeed our duty, yet I do have certain aspirations." The third Hokage, perceiving Ling's apprehension, waved his hand grandly, interrupting him. "Speak without reservation. As long as it is reasonable, Konoha shall fulfill your desires." Uchiha Ling took a deep breath and slowly articulated, "Since you, Lord Hokage, have said so, I shall not be modest. I wish to learn 1 or 2 ninjutsu from the Book of Seals to augment my strength." The ninjutsu concealed within the Book of Seals were treasures that evoked great desire. He had long harbored a yearning for several of them, each recollection igniting an insatiable itch within him, yet he lamented that he had never had the opportunity to grasp them. "The Book of Seals, you say?" The third Hokage's fingers lightly tapped the surface of the table, producing a steady and rhythmic sound. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "The stronger your abilities, the stronger Konoha becomes. This is indeed a good thing." With that, he gently retrieved a small scroll from his drawer. "This is the catalog of the Book of Seals. Choose your desired techniques and inform me of your selection." The third Hokage delicately pushed the scroll towards Uchiha Ling. Uchiha Ling shook his head and returned the weighty catalog. "Lord Hokage, I have made up my mind. I wish to learn the Flying Thunder God technique and the Shadow Clone technique left by the second Hokage." His voice was imbued with confidence. "The two, you say?" The third Hokage's gaze deepened as he fixed his eyes upon Uchiha Ling. "You must understand that these techniques are classified as forbidden for a reason. They carry a certain degree of risk. Improper execution could very well result in self-harm." Uchiha Ling's gaze remained unwavering as he confidently replied, "Rest assured, Lord Hokage, I, Uchiha Ling, would never undertake a task without certainty. I pledge upon the name of the Uchiha that I shall master these 2 techniques." Seeing Uchiha Ling's steadfastness, the third Hokage sighed. His eyes reflected both relief and concern. These young individuals possessed their own aspirations and desires. He merely needed to fulfill his duty of counsel. If only Orochimaru shared your disposition. The third Hokage lamented with a hint of nostalgia. No one present dared to respond to his statement, for Orochimaru's name remained a sensitive and complex topic within Konoha. As for the meritocratic discussions, Uchiha Ling's involvement was minimal, yet due to the decorum of the meeting, he was obliged to remain. This time, the Uchiha clan had undeniably shown the brightest. Not only had they successfully completed their mission, but they had also garnered newfound respect from Konoha's higher-ups. Even the typically cold and indifferent Danzo had unexpectedly offered commendation. As the meeting drew to a close and everyone began to disperse, the third Hokage specifically instructed Uchiha Ling to return the following morning to collect the templates of the 2 forbidden techniques. This, however, momentarily derailed Uchiha Ling's plans for training that evening. "What shall I do tonight?" Uchiha Ling stretched his body as he exited the Konoha administrative building, feeling a slight emptiness within. "Perhaps some ramen?" A gentle voice suddenly chimed in, causing Uchiha Ling to pause and turn towards the figure standing at the entrance, Tsunade. She smiled warmly at him. Uchiha Ling returned her smile and responded, "Since it is an invitation from Tsunade, I shall graciously accept." With that, he took her hand, and the two walked side by side along the path. As Tsunade walked alongside him, she utilized her perceptive abilities to examine his body, only letting out a sigh of relief and revealing a smile of reassurance once she confirmed that he had sustained no injuries. The two arrived at their favored ramen shop, and as soon as they sat down, Tsunade eagerly inquired, "I heard you had a confrontation with the Kazekage. What happened? How formidable is he?" In response to Tsunade's curiosity, Uchiha Ling merely smiled faintly, echoing the sentiments of others. This battle undoubtedly showcased the pinnacle of Uchiha Ling's combat prowess. He rarely resorted to Jinjutsu, instead relying predominantly on his physical strength and combat skills. This experience made him acutely aware that the three-tomo Sharingan was becoming inadequate against such opponents. "Wow, brotherling!" A familiar and exuberant voice suddenly chimed in, followed by Uchiha Ling feeling a pair of small hands tightly wrapping around his waist, reminiscent of a kitten asserting its domain. Kushina, as per usual, had arrived at the ramen shop that Uchiha Ling had previously brought her to. Upon entering, she spotted Uchiha Ling seated, and her eyes instantly sparkled with excitement as she rushed towards him. Observing the little girl clinging to Uchiha Ling like a koala, Tsunade curiously asked, "Ling, who is this little girl? I've never seen her before, nor have I heard of you having a sister." Uchiha Ling smiled and briefly explained Kushina's background, then somewhat awkwardly pried her hands away from his waist. With a bemused expression, he said, "Kushina, don't do that. You're not a child anymore." Kushina shyly touched her face and chuckled. "Hee, I just got a bit too excited seeing Brother Ling." However, when she noticed Tsunade sitting beside Uchiha Ling, a flicker of wariness and hostility crossed her eyes. She stared intently at Tsunade and, with a hint of challenge in her tone, asked, "Brother Ling, who is this sister?" Sensing Kushina's gaze and tone, an inexplicable wave of displeasure washed over Tsunade. She turned to Uchiha Ling, awaiting his response to this delicate inquiry. Uchiha Ling graciously replied, "This is Tsunade, a disciple of the Hokage and a jonin of Konoha." However, this only intensified Kushina's hostility. Flipping her red hair with confidence and a touch of provocation, she declared, "I will also become a powerful kunoichi, even stronger than her." Uchiha Ling chuckled, ruffling her hair. "Ah, so you're a student from the Ninja Academy. You still have a long journey ahead if you wish to become a formidable kunoichi." Tsunade mimicked Uchiha Ling's gesture, extending her hand to pat Kushina's hair. Yet, Kushina recoiled like a startled fawn, retreating behind Uchiha Ling and watching Tsunade with vigilant eyes. Tsunade's outstretched hand halted midair, her smile freezing in place. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she retracted her hand and glanced at Uchiha Ling, her expression filled with confusion. "Kushina?" Uchiha Ling gently inquired. Kushina shook her head, a note of resolve in her voice. "I do not like anyone touching my hair except for Brother Rin." Tsunade regarded Kushina, who was vigilantly watching her from behind Uchiha Rin, deep in thought. A sudden wave of inexplicable emotions surged within her. The children of the shinobi world mature so quickly, having already found their beloved before even graduating from the academy. Could it be that this child harbors feelings for Rin, viewing her as an adversary? Tsunade couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. She and Rin shared a purely platonic friendship. Yet, in the face of Kushina's wariness and hostility, she found herself overwhelmed by an unfamiliar sentiment. As Tsunade examined her own heart, she realized that Rin seemed to occupy a more significant place within it than before. She could no longer assert decisively that she held no romantic notions toward him. When had this transformation begun? Tsunade fell into contemplation. Uchiha Rin observed the two at odds before him, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, and he rubbed his temples in exasperation. Why was it that in this world, Tsunade and Kushina were so incompatible? He sighed and gently guided Kushina to sit beside him, positioning himself between them in an attempt to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. "Kushina, why don't you sit over here?" he murmured, a hint of resignation in his eyes. This way, they wouldn't face each other directly. Rin felt a sense of relief. At least this meal could be enjoyed, albeit reluctantly. Despite his efforts to mediate, the atmosphere among the three remained peculiar. They ate in silence, occasionally exchanging a few awkward remarks, but mostly, there was quiet. Ultimately, the meal concluded in an unspoken tension. After bidding farewell to the two, Rin returned home. As soon as he closed the door, he heard the system's voice. Tsunade's conquest value decreased by 5, current conquest value, 85. Achieving 100 conquest value will grant the perfect level would release bloodline limit. Rin was taken aback. Why has it dropped again? I shouldn't have done anything to anger Tsunade tonight. When one cannot foresee the outcome of a situation, no amount of pondering will yield clarity. He sighed, deciding to abandon this line of thought. A woman's mind is as unpredictable as the weather at the equator. One can never know what the next moment will bring. The following morning, Rin eagerly made his way to the Hokage's office to claim his well-deserved rewards. These were the Flying Thunder God technique and the Multiple Shadow Clone technique. Developed by his teacher Tobarama, the third Hokage solemnly handed the two scrolls to Rin, his tone imbued with gravity. The Flying Thunder God technique is quite challenging. If you find it too difficult, feel free to return and choose another. You are aware of the dangers associated with the multiple shadow clone technique, so exercise caution while training. Rin accepted the scrolls with due seriousness, nodding solemnly, determination gleaming in his eyes. I understand. Upon leaving the Hokage's office, Uchiha Ling swiftly made his way to the small river where he often practiced ninjutsu. Standing by the riverbank, he gazed at the two scrolls before him. His mind already made up. Mastering the Flying Thunder God technique would be ideal. However, if he were unable to learn it, he could always bestow it upon Minato Namikaze as a means to win hearts. As for the multiple shadow clone technique, it was a formidable skill, though fraught with danger. This peril stemmed from the insufficient chakra of ordinary ninjas, who risked excessive dispersion leading to their demise. Uchiha Ling possessed the chakra of the Eight Tails, Kyubi, in abundance. Alleviating such concerns, his only apprehension lay in whether his spirit could endure the subsequent disappearance of the shadow clones. Yet, if Naruto could withstand it, he believed he would fare similarly. Uchiha Ling was confident, believing himself no less capable than Uzumaki Naruto. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Ling resolved to first practice the multiple shadow clone technique. He focused his mind, recalling each step and detail from the scroll. The multiple shadow clone technique and the shadow clone technique were fundamentally alike, both involving the equal distribution of one's chakra. However, the former cleverly incorporated several key steps, allowing for a greater division of chakra. Uchiha Ling's exceptional talent shone through as he mastered this technique, often deemed forbidden, in a remarkably short time. With swift hand seals, he declared multiple shadow clone technique. In a flash of smoke, the very fabric of time and space seemed to subtly warp at that moment. As the mist dissipated, 5 identical figures of Uchiha Ling materialized before him. Greetings. He called out to these shadowy replicas of himself, to behold several identical versions of oneself, each possessing their own thoughts, was indeed a uniquely fascinating and exhilarating experience. Shadow clone technique, dispel. Uchiha Ling formed the seals once more, and with a commanding voice, the 5 shadow clones instantly transformed into smoke, vanishing into the air. Concurrently, a wave of fatigue surged through him, enveloping his entire being. Nevertheless, he slowly opened his eyes, exhaling deeply, his face betraying no trace of pain. Though the fatigue was intense, Uchiha Ling's willpower proved even more resilient. Multiple shadow clone technique. He called out again. This time, 10 identical figures appeared before him. They stood in a line, awaiting his command. Next, we shall practice the Flying Thunder God technique together. 10 versions of himself meant tenfold efficiency. Perhaps the presence of 10 selves significantly amplified his capabilities, or perhaps Uchiha Ling genuinely had a natural aptitude for time-space ninjutsu. As the 10 shadow clones began to retract, he suddenly sensed a subtle fluctuation in space. It was an indescribable feeling, as if the very structure of the world had become malleable and pliable within his perception. Flying Thunder God technique. Uchiha Ling silently roared in his heart. A torrent of chakra surged forth from within him, akin to a flood breaching a dam, propelling him through an invisible veil. In the next instant, the figure of Uchiha Ling materialized several meters above a small river. With a resounding splash, he plunged into the water, instantly drenched from head to toe. Yet, Uchiha Ling paid it no mind. Instead, he erupted into hearty laughter, his voice imbued with a spirit of grandeur and recklessness. Ha! I, Uchiha Ling, am indeed a genius. As he chuckled, he rose from the river, allowing the droplets to cascade down his hair. The system's notification flashed through Uchiha Ling's mind like a bolt of lightning. A glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes. The system's validation was infallible, signifying that he had truly mastered the legendary ninjutsu. I never anticipated possessing such astonishing talent. Uchiha Ling murmured, contemplation glimmering in his gaze. He recalled his earlier conversation with the third Hokage and felt a twinge of regret. Had he known, he should have requested the Flying Thunder God technique scroll sooner. Perhaps his strength could have surged several tiers ahead. As he concentrated on the chakra swirling within him, a faint sigh escaped his lips. Given his current prowess, the Flying Thunder God technique would merely serve as an embellishment, failing to instigate a qualitative leap in his combat capabilities. Enemies he previously struggled to defeat would remain formidable, even with the newfound technique. However, the next time I encounter the Sand Ninja, I can eliminate him before he even employs his Sand Jutsu. With that thought, He swiftly formed hand seals, his form flickering as he executed the Flying Thunder God technique once more. This time, he chose to land in a nearby grove. He surveyed his surroundings, nodding in satisfaction, only to furrow his brow immediately after. I still need to create specialized kunai. Otherwise, I cannot accurately control my landing point. After all, failing to manage my landing in battle would be exceedingly awkward. I would not want such blunders to tarnish my illustrious reputation. Senior Ling. Just as Uchiha Ling immersed himself in the training of the Flying Thunder God technique, a melodious voice suddenly rang out. Minato Namikaze had quietly approached the riverbank, instantly spotting the soaked Uchiha Ling, who was deeply focused on his training. A spark of awe illuminated his eyes, as if he were witnessing something extraordinary. "Oh, Minato, greetings." Uchiha Ling immediately returned to reality, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he greeted Minato, striving to maintain the persona of a kind senior. Senior Ling's body flicker technique is truly impressive. I am still too weak. I cannot discern your movements at all. Minato gazed at Uchiha Ling with admiration, his eyes shimmering with reverence. Uchiha Ling felt a stir of emotion. He recognized that Minato had misunderstood his ninjutsu, yet he refrained from correcting him directly. With a smile, he elucidated, "This is not the body flicker technique, but rather the Flying Thunder God technique, a forbidden art established by the second Hokage." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of confusion crossed Minato's eyes. He diligently searched his mind for information about this ninjutsu, but regrettably found nothing. Scratching his head, he awkwardly inquired, "The Flying Thunder God technique? Such a formidable ninjutsu. Why have I never heard my teacher mention it?" Uchiha Ling nodded to himself, understanding the current predicament of Minato Namikaze. As a young ninja still in the academy, Minato possessed scant knowledge of the deeper aspects of the ninja world. His sources of information were primarily reliant on the academy's teachings, thus leaving him oblivious to such esoteric knowledge. Ignorance may be a blessing. This is precisely my opportunity. Uchiha Ling mused inwardly. As an ordinary student of the academy, it is only natural not to know. The ninjutsu you learn there is quite fundamental. The truly advanced techniques will only be imparted to you by your leading jonin after graduation. Furthermore, Uchiha Ling paused deliberately, noticing the eager curiosity in Minato's eyes. He secretly chuckled to himself. This lad has completely fallen into my trap. Seeing Uchiha Ling hesitate, Minato grew anxious and could not resist pressing further. What else is there? Uchiha Ling, realizing the moment had come, continued. Additionally, one can acquire a portion of advanced techniques by defeating enemies on the battlefield and obtaining their ninjutsu scrolls, or by achieving significant feats that grant access to select techniques from the Book of Seals. The ninjutsu contained within the Book of Seals are exceptionally powerful, albeit with a degree of inherent risk. However, once mastered, they can be wielded as one's ultimate techniques. Uchiha Ling's words exuded an air of mystery and temptation, unveiling a portal to a new realm for Minato. Minato listened with great yearning. The most potent technique he had learned at the academy was the body replacement technique, alongside a few taijutsu skills. Thus, it was fair to say he had long harbored a thirst for more formidable ninjutsu. So that is how it is. I was curious about how to master various ninjutsu, not realizing that it would only come after graduating from the academy, Minato realized with clarity. Uchiha Ling nodded. The career of a leaf ninja essentially begins only after graduating from the academy. As freshly minted genin, you stand little apart from ordinary folk in comparison to the chunin who have mastered numerous techniques. However, you, Minato Namikaze, are an exception. To single-handedly eliminate 3 ninjas before even graduating is truly a remarkable feat, although the original narrative did not specify the level of the 3 Cloud Ninjas. Their ability to infiltrate Konoha and abduct a Jinchuriki suggested they were no slouches. This indicated that Minato had already reached the level of a jonin prior to graduation. Following his acquisition of the Flying Thunder God technique, his strength would escalate to that of a Kage, marking an explosive growth trajectory. Minato seemed to ponder something, and, with a curious blink, asked, "Senior Ling, does one need to defeat the Wind Shadow on the battlefield to achieve significant merit and gain access to the Book of Seals for learning ninjutsu?" Upon hearing this, Uchiha Ling was momentarily taken aback, furrowing his brow. The criteria for achieving significant merit appeared rather daunting. He gazed at Namikaze Minato with a look of bewilderment and inquired, "Huh, where did you hear that?" Namikaze Minato scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he replied, Everyone at the academy is saying that Uchiha Ling single-handedly defeated the Kazekage, compelling Mangekyou to refrain from further invading the land of rain. He pondered, had he not merely fought to a standstill with the Sand Ninja? How had it transformed into him vanquishing the Kazekage? This rumor was utterly absurd. He shook his head. Such a ludicrous tale could not possibly have originated from the Hokage's office. The reports we submitted to the Hokage were always grounded in truth, devoid of any exaggerated claims. So, where did this rumor stem from? A sinister figure flashed through Uchiha Ling's mind as he murmured, Danzo. Is he trying to set me up for failure? A wave of unease surged within him. He recalled the rare moment during yesterday's meeting when Danzo had shown a favorable disposition towards the Uchiha clan, only to realize that he had already laid a trap beforehand. The Uchiha clan was already viewed unfavorably by the villagers, primarily due to their perceived arrogance. If this rumor were to gain traction among the ordinary clansmen, their circumstances in Konoha would undoubtedly become even more precarious, further deepening the rift between the Uchiha clan and the village. Uchiha Ling's expression darkened. Although many matters did not directly concern him, he found himself entangled in this situation, unable to extricate himself. Ling-senpai? Who is Danzo? Namikaze Minato asked, his face a mask of confusion. His unfamiliarity with the power dynamics of Konoha's upper echelons made his ignorance understandable. Uchiha Ling gently shook his head, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Just an old coin hiding deep within Konoha. He then shifted the conversation, locking eyes with Namikaze Minato and earnestly inquiring, Minato, do you wish to learn this ninjutsu? His gaze shimmered with anticipation and sincerity, as if he yearned to impart this precious technique to Minato. Upon hearing this, a flicker of hesitation and desire crossed Namikaze Minato's eyes. Initially, when he witnessed Uchiha Ling's ninjutsu flashing in the air, a profound yearning to learn surged within him, as if his very soul craved such a technique. Yet, he was acutely aware that this ninjutsu was fiercely earned by Uchiha Ling. How could he dare to request to learn it? Observing Minato's reaction, Uchiha Ling let out a hearty laugh, patting Minato on the shoulder. It's all right, Minato. The moment I saw you that day, I felt a strong connection. Although this ninjutsu was given to me by the Hokage, if you become my student, teaching you this technique would surely not displease the Hokage. He made no mention of his own feelings, only implying that the Hokage might care, showcasing his generosity and selflessness. This undoubtedly moved Namikaze Minato deeply. Ling-senpai, he choked on his words, kneeling down, his eyes glimmering with tears of gratitude. If Ling-senpai did not reject him, then what reason did he have to refuse? Upon witnessing the scene, Uchiha Ling let out a hearty laugh and promptly helped up Namikaze Minato, exclaiming, excellent. From now on, you, Namikaze Minato, shall be my disciple. His spirits soared, having successfully intercepted the remarkably promising disciple from Jiraiya, which filled him with immense satisfaction. Although Minato's greatest asset had previously been the revelation of the Flying Thunder God technique, he had now firmly grasped this formidable jutsu. Uchiha Ling understood that a disciple destined for such exceptional strength could not be overlooked. With proper guidance, Minato was bound to become a vital member of the Uchiha lineage, undoubtedly a significant ally in the future. Contemplating this, Uchiha Ling smiled benevolently and solemnly handed the scroll of the Flying Thunder God technique to Minato, his eyes brimming with anticipation and trust. Minato, this is the scroll of the Flying Thunder God technique. Take it home and study it diligently. Should you encounter any uncertainties, do not hesitate to seek me out. Your teacher, Uchiha Ling, encouraged warmly. Minato accepted the scroll, his eyes shimmering with tears of excitement. He deeply bowed to Uchiha Ling, earnestly declaring, Master, I shall not let you down and will strive to master this jutsu at the earliest opportunity. I believe in you. Uchiha Ling gently patted Minato's shoulder, his gaze radiating approval. At that moment, a notification from the system echoed in Uchiha Ling's mind. Acquired disciple Namikaze Minato. Minato's admiration level has reached 80. Received a tier reward of 50 admiration points, enhancing spatial perception ability. Uchiha Ling was elated, surprised by such a feature of the system. He felt his comprehension of the Flying Thunder God technique ascend to new heights, as if he had touched the very essence of the jutsu. He believed that, given time, he might very well be able to use the Flying Thunder God technique without the need for special kunai. After offering a few pointers to Minato, Uchiha Ling assumed the authority of a teacher. He then led Minato to their favorite ramen shop, intending to indulge in a delightful lunch. However, upon entering, they overheard the enthusiastic chatter of several passers-by nearby. Breaking news. Mangekyou and Tsunade have clashed, and Tsunade emerged victorious in the first battle. One pedestrian exclaimed excitedly. Is that true? Wasn't it said that Mangekyou deployed a massive army to annihilate Tsunade? How could they suddenly be defeated? Another questioned, a look of confusion on his face. You may not be aware, but Tsunade's Kazekage unleashed powerful sand techniques on the battlefield, controlling the sand to suppress Mangekyou's forces single-handedly. The reinforcements from Mangekyou arrived too late and were utterly annihilated by the Kazekage. The first pedestrian revealed mysteriously. The Kazekage is that formidable? I heard that our own Konoha's Jonin Uchiha Ling could single-handedly withstand the Kazekage. Interjected a third passerby. Humph. Indeed. It is said that Uchiha Ling is the next Hokage of Konoha. The first pedestrian proclaimed with admiration. Hearing this, Uchiha Ling couldn't help but feel a few beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. He cast a helpless glance at Minato Namikaze, only to find him looking back with an equally awkward expression. Sensei? Minato inquired cautiously, should we intervene? Uchiha Ling sighed, waving his hand dismissively, a trace of resignation and a bittersweet smile gracing his features. No need. They're merely engaged in conversation, he replied with a nonchalant air. After speaking, he led Minato to a secluded corner of the ramen shop, where they settled into their seats. What purpose would it serve to intervene? Uchiha Ling pondered silently. As long as Danzo continued to propagate rumors from the shadows, such gossip would be relentless. Indeed, Mangekyou emerged victorious, precisely as Uchiha Ling had anticipated. It was inconceivable for Mangekyou to withdraw unscathed under the onslaught of the Sand's attacks unless they deployed their shadow-level warriors. However, their inherent reluctance to mobilize such formidable forces meant they had no chance against the Sand's decisive counteroffensive. Despite being one of the 5 great nations, Mangekyou's performance hardly reflected their esteemed status. Uchiha Ling mused softly, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his lips. He found himself contemplating what would transpire next. Could Mangekyou truly afford to overlook the loss of nearly 500 personnel? Uchiha Ling deemed it improbable. Surely, Mangekyou would take action. For the internal strife within the shinobi village could not possibly subside without a response. A war among the shinobi nations? A sudden realization struck him. Could this be the onset of the Second Great Shinobi War? His brow furrowed, his gaze growing grave. 3 of the 5 great nations had already mobilized their forces, leaving only Kirigakure and Kumogakure silent. Although it appeared that Konoha had concluded its hostilities, many ninjas within the village had refrained from seeking missions as usual, opting instead to remain in the village, awaiting further orders. It seemed the 3rd Hokage was not one to remain idle. Uchiha Ling remarked with a cold chuckle. Turning to Minato, he said, Minato, you must intensify your training. Opportunities to apply your skills may arise soon. Yes, sensei, Minato affirmed resolutely. In a dim, damp basement somewhere within Otogakure, Orochimaru held a document and read it with keen interest. Konoha and Tsunade had clashed in the Land of Rain, and Uchiha Ling had managed to hold his ground against the Kazekage. Indeed, Lord Orochimaru, all major shinobi villages are mobilizing personnel. The shinobi world may soon face turmoil. A subordinate clad in black robes reported, his voice trembling slightly, betraying a sense of reverence for Orochimaru's authority. Orochimaru's gaze fell upon the document as he meticulously analyzed the jutsu employed by Uchiha Ling and the Kazekage. Dust release and water release, are they? A clash of bloodline limits. Yet Uchiha Ling refrained from using the Sharingan? He contemplated deeply, furrowing his brow, seemingly grappling with an important dilemma. Suddenly, he lifted his head, his eyes sharp as he directed his gaze at his subordinate. Where did their battle take place? Approximately 2,000 meters within the forest outside the Rain Village. The subordinate promptly answered. Excellent. Orochimaru's lips curled into a peculiar smile as he instructed Yu to continue monitoring the movements of the 5 great nations, advising that any developments should be reported to Kabuto, who would know how to proceed. After uttering these words, he slowly exited the underground chamber, and the sunlight outside instantly bathed him in its glow. He squinted, his slitted pupils contracting in the sudden brightness, as if unaccustomed to this abrupt illumination. Ling Jun, I hope you have left no physical traces behind, he said, extending his tongue to moisten his parched lips, his eyes betraying unmistakable greed. Without delay, he turned and sped towards the Land of Rain, his figure vanishing beneath the sun's rays. Should Uchiha Ling have left sufficient bodily remnants for his research, Orochimaru would undoubtedly prepare a delightful surprise. Burubi reported to the Raikage about his observations in that city. Upon hearing the account, the third Raikage's brow furrowed in deep concern. You mean to say that when you arrived, the Eight Tails, Gyuki, had already been slain? His voice resonated with a low intensity, stirring a whirlwind of thoughts within Burubi. Nodding, he affirmed, Indeed, Uncle Ei, by the time I got there, only remnants of battle and the dissipating chakra of the Eight Tails remained. There was nothing else. Have you discerned who was responsible for the Eight Tails' demise? Burubi shook his head. I employed Jinjutsu to interrogate the wandering ninjas nearby. Yet they were unaware of who had committed the act. Uchiha Ling had erased the memories of all wandering ninjas who had seen him and Tsunade, leaving Burubi without any leads. Nevertheless, he suspected the identity of the Eight-Tail Slayer. The dark-haired man who had saved him must be the very one who had defeated Gyuki. However, lacking evidence, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. The third Raikage regarded Burubi with a flicker of gentleness in his gaze. Since the Eight Tails is no more, you shall not need to act as the Jinchuriki for the time being. He stepped closer to Burubi, patting his shoulder in a congenial manner. You have worked hard, Burubi. He cast a deep look at Burubi, who shook his head in modesty, indicating that he had not found it burdensome. Uncle Ei, I've noticed that the ninjas in the village are mobilizing quite frequently. Is something amiss? A war is imminent. The third Raikage's eyes sharpened with resolve. War? Burubi murmured softly, a hint of confusion crossing his features. He recalled the two leaf ninjas he had encountered on the road, hoping they would not cross paths again. Lady Chiyo? The number of Iwagakure ninjas has increased. An anxious sand ninja rushed to Chiyo's side amidst the ranks, his expression tense with urgency. Standing on the sand-laden road, Chiyo's gaze was piercing as she surveyed the distant horizon. With a disdainful chuckle, she remarked, Iwagakure has indeed sent forth an unending tide. We slay one batch after another. Yet they emerge like an inexhaustible wave, forever relentless. In recent days, she had personally dealt with numerous squads of Iwagakure ninjas, their numbers and strength astonishing her. It seemed as though they were as inexhaustible as the scorpions that thrived in the desert, a notion that stirred a sense of envy within this ninja from the impoverished Tsunade. How is it that they possess the wealth to sustain such a multitude of ninjas? In Tsunade, even a fraction of their ninjas proves to be an arduous task, with every resource meticulously accounted for. Conversely, Iwagakure appears effortlessly capable of supporting such a vast ninja army. As for Konohagakure, it is understandable. Being a great nation of the ninja world endowed with abundant resources and a rich heritage. Yet, Iwagakure, situated in a similarly desolate region, how can it achieve this? Chiyo's heart brimmed with confusion and perplexity. Unbeknownst to her, a monumental scene was soon to unfold, where the third Raikage would confront 10,000 Iwagakure ninjas. Regrettably, Chiyo was not yet deemed worthy of such an experience. Had the Kazekage of Tsunade been present, perhaps this spectacle could have been revived. Lord Madara. It seems the ninja world is stirring once more. Kurizetsu's figure quietly emerged behind Uchiha Madara, his deep voice tinged with excitement reverberating in the spacious room. He had just delivered a report on the recent circumstances of the ninja world to Madara, his tone barely concealing a hint of anticipation. Uchiha Madara slowly opened his eyes, his profound gaze seemingly capable of discerning all worldly illusions. He scoffed softly, a hint of disdain curling his lips, without the activation of the Mangekyou Sharingan. He remains just that. Uchiha Rin. Humph, merely a wet-behind-the-ears youth. However, Kurizetsu held unwavering confidence in Uchiha Rin. He shook his head, attempting to persuade Madara, my lord. One cannot dismiss him so easily. Perhaps Uchiha Rin's exceptional talent has shielded him from hardship throughout his life, leaving him without the opportunity to awaken his eyes. Kurizetsu had witnessed the battle that day in its entirety. Uchiha Rin's formidable strength without relying on the Sharingan was truly astonishing. If he were to awaken his eyes, his power would surely soar. If only he could convince Madara to consider Uchiha Rin as a candidate in the plan to resurrect their mother, everything would proceed more smoothly. Yet, Uchiha Madara maintained an expression devoid of emotion, seemingly uninterested in Kurizetsu's words. He gently closed his eyes, as if to isolate himself from all that existed in the world. Recognizing Madara's disinterest, Kurizetsu understood he must gather more information regarding Uchiha Rin. Gritting his teeth, He resolved to make another attempt to persuade Madara. My lord, I shall gather information on the current state of the ninja world. I have a sense that conflict will soon erupt, presenting you with an opportunity. Perhaps amidst the turmoil, we may discover more suitable vessels for the infinite Tsukuyami plan. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara finally opened his eyes. He regarded Kurizetsu with a detached expression and nodded. Very well, go ahead. Also, investigate the Senju clan in Konohagakure to see if anyone can withstand the consumption of the Rinnegan. Understood, my lord. Kurizetsu replied respectfully, then gradually melded into the earth, hastening towards Konohagakure. Meanwhile, Uchiha Rin, blissfully unaware of the shifting tides of the ninja world, continued diligently instructing Minato and Kushina. Why has there been the addition of Kushina Uzumaki? This is because upon learning that Minato Namikaze had become the disciple of Rin Uchiha, she persistently sought to become his pupil as well. Unable to refuse her, Rin Uchiha acquiesced. Acquired disciple Kushina Uzumaki, her admiration level has reached 95. Received a tier reward of 50 admiration points, enhancing perception abilities. Rin Uchiha felt a surge of joy within. Kushina's inclusion undoubtedly compensated for his deficiencies in perception. He sensed a new power quietly blossoming within him, instantaneously elevating his perception capabilities to surpass those of an average jonin. Fortunately, after becoming Rin Uchiha's disciple, the conquest progress bar did not vanish, which relieved him greatly. If only one could exist, the loss would have been considerable. Current conquest targets value, 20, Kushina Uzumaki. Achieving 100% conquest value grants the perfect physique of the Uzumaki clan and advanced sealing techniques. Rin gently grasped Kushina's delicate arm, akin to a lotus root, transmitting undeniable strength and warmth through his fingertips. Remember, Kushina, the throwing of shuriken does not rely on brute force when the posture is correct. The shuriken thrown is the epitome of precision. Kushina's fundamentals were still lacking. It was not the time for her to learn more jutsu. When she became the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, if she could establish a profound rapport with the beast, akin to that of the Eight Tails and Killer Bee, only then would those powerful jutsu be suitable for her. Rin was wholly focused on guiding her, meticulously observing every subtle movement. Yet he remained oblivious to the way Kushina's bright eyes were surreptitiously drawn to his smooth jawline. In that moment, she felt inexplicably compelled, a wave of unprecedented emotion swelling within her. Brother Rin, you're so close. Kushina's heart raced as if 100 fawns were colliding within her. Her heartbeat quickening to the point of nearly bursting from her chest. Her blood surged like boiling water, coloring her cheeks with a vivid blush. Suddenly, Rin's voice broke the air, laced with concern. Kushina, why is your face so red? Are you feeling faint? He gently placed his hand on her forehead, attempting to gauge her temperature, and that tender gesture sent her heart into a frenzied spiral. Not too high, is it? He mused, furrowing his brow in confusion. Gazing into the proximity of Rin Uchiha, Kushina's shyness peaked, making her feel as though she were engulfed in flames, nearly melting from the heat. Kushina suddenly let out a soft gasp, her vision swirling, stars dancing before her eyes as her body involuntarily leaned back. Rin, startled by her reaction, quickly reached out to steady her, gently placing her in a shaded area nearby. It would be unfortunate if she were to succumb to heat exhaustion. Kushina Uzumaki's conquest value increased by 10. Upon hearing the system's notification, Rin was taken aback. The fondness of this young girl was indeed bewildering. Suddenly, a vision of Tsunade flashed through his mind. Well, it seems that even formidable women are equally enigmatic. Teacher Ling, let Jio Xianai rest for a while. She has yet to acclimate to such intense training, said Bo Feng Shui Min, gazing with concern at the unconscious Jio Xianai, softly suggesting to Uchiha Ling. Uchiha Ling nodded in agreement. It seems we must do so. However, Shui Min, you cannot afford to rest. Jio Xianai needs to adapt. And you must train even harder to keep pace with me. Yes, Bo Feng Shui Min replied without hesitation, fully aware of Uchiha Ling's high expectations, determined not to disappoint. Come, let us continue. With that command from Uchiha Ling, the two resumed their rigorous training. Their figures flashed across the small river with remarkable speed, akin to two bolts of lightning. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that they were moving solely through the flying thunder god technique, executing each teleportation with precision, as if merging seamlessly with the fabric of space. Uchiha Ling imparted the essence of the Flying Thunder God technique unreservedly to both fengshui men, who exhibited an astonishing capacity for learning. Under Uchiha Ling's meticulous guidance, he quickly mastered this fearsome ninjutsu, achieving a speed that was at least half that of Uchiha Ling. Such an accomplishment was remarkable for a novice. Yet, Uchiha Ling remained unsatisfied. While training both fengshui men, he continuously challenged himself, enhancing his own speed and technique. Thus, they engaged in mutual learning, steadily advancing their mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique. What did you say? Orochimaru's whereabouts. Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock as he tightly gripped the collar of a wandering ninja, his words nearly spitting forth in a fervor. The wandering ninja trembled uncontrollably, as though struck by an invisible current, his face as pale as parchment, voice quivering. Why yes, I indeed saw that rogue ninja Orochimaru. Humph. You've only just learned of his whereabouts, and already seek others to help apprehend him for a bounty in Konoha? Jiraiya regarded the frightened wandering ninja with a piercing gaze, a disdainful smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. You think you can claim Orochimaru's bounty? Which way did he go? Jiraiya's tone bore an undeniable authority as he fixed his gaze upon the wandering ninja's eyes. That way, the wandering ninja, relieved that Jiraiya had no intention of killing him, quickly pointed toward Orochimaru's path, his finger trembling from anxiety. I hope you are not deceiving me, Jiraiya uttered coldly before darting off like an arrow in the direction indicated. The wandering ninja sank to the ground, clutching his chest, gasping for breath. His face marked by lingering trepidation. Gradually rising to his feet, his eyes flickered with resentment and fury. I have escaped. Damn it. I cannot let Lord Daibaguchi Wulong be humiliated like this. I will make that white-haired scoundrel pay. He steadied himself, preparing to rally his comrades, vowing to reclaim his lost honor. Jiraiya undoubtedly stands as the most formidable among the legendary Sannin. Even though Orochimaru had departed some time ago, he swiftly caught up, utilizing his unparalleled body flicker technique. This sensation, it is that fool. Orochimaru mused internally, acutely aware of the rushing aura behind him. He could not help but halt his steps, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In mere moments, Jiraiya descended like a nimble monkey onto the tree before Orochimaru, standing firm and gazing intently at him. Orochimaru, at last, I have found you. Jiraiya's voice bore a barely perceptible breathlessness. Why did you defect? Upon seeing Orochimaru, he could hardly contain his urgency to pose the question that weighed heavily on his mind. Orochimaru, taken aback by Jiraiya's interrogation, initially hesitated before a mischievous smile graced his lips. So, you haven't come to reminisce, he murmured softly, his eyes glimmering with complexity. Jiraiya, with a tone of righteous indignation, retorted, we can reminisce once everything is settled. For now, I demand to know why you chose to betray Konoha. Orochimaru's smile brightened, seemingly unfazed by Jiraiya's accusations. There is little to discuss regarding my defection. In fact, I owe a debt of gratitude to Uchiha Ling. Had it not been for him, I would still be shackled by Konoha. Out here, no one can restrain my research. Soon, my endeavors shall bear fruit. Jiraiya's countenance darkened, his gaze fixed on Orochimaru as if attempting to penetrate the depths of his being. Your research is built upon the corpses of others. Orochimaru, turn back. It is not too late. His words echoed with fury and profound sorrow. Yet, Orochimaru merely smiled nonchalantly, responding, if not upon the bodies of others, should I build upon my own? Besides, I have no desire to return to that vast and decaying Konoha. Surely, you do not believe my actions are the most reprehensible within its walls. In comparison to the hidden filth and corruption, I seek only pure knowledge and power. He had steeled himself for a confrontation with the world. Jiraiya's unwavering gaze met Orochimaru's, their eyes clashing in the air as if sparks were igniting between them. Orochimaru perceived the truth. The issues within Konoha far surpassed his own. The undercurrents of turmoil and the whirlpool of power struggles would inevitably consume the village. Konoha is destined to explode due to these very issues, Orochimaru murmured softly, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. By extricating myself early, I have evaded being ensnared within. Those decayed institutions and ideologies would only shackle my hands and feet, obstructing my research. He lifted his gaze toward the sky, his eyes filled with longings. Even without Uchiha Ling, I would have defected eventually. It was merely his influence that hastened my departure. I stand now as the foremost leader of my own established faction. free to conduct any experiment without fear of exposure. With that, Orochimaru turned, his gaze meeting Jiraiya's once more. His gaze was infused with confidence and ambition, as if he could already envision the brilliance of his future. Jiraiya's countenance darkened. Orochimaru, you have changed. You once held such a profound love for Konoha, such a fervent desire to contribute to the village. Yet now, for your own selfish desires, you have betrayed the village and our friendship. Orochimaru merely smiled nonchalantly, shaking his head gently. Jiraiya, you are mistaken. I have not betrayed Konoha. I have merely chosen my own path. I am more acutely aware of Konoha's issues than anyone else. Those problems cannot be resolved through mere reforms. I require greater power and deeper research to uncover the true answers. It seems I must forcibly bring you back. Jiraiya's expression grew unusually grave, his eyes reflecting Orochimaru's unguarded form. Is that so? You may attempt it. My current strength far surpasses what it once was. Orochimaru replied with a confident grin. He had nearly mastered the Impure world reincarnation technique and had acquired numerous forbidden jutsu besides. If Jiraiya remained at his previous level, it would be impossible to compel him back. Jiraiya refrained from further persuasion, fully aware of Orochimaru's stubbornness and ambition. Ninja art, Needle Jizo. As he recited the incantation in a low tone, his long white hair became as hard as steel under the influence of chakra, transforming into sharp spikes that lunged toward Orochimaru. Yet, Orochimaru did not flinch. He spread his arms wide, allowing Jiraiya's hair to pierce through his body. There was no trace of pain on his face, only a hint of mockery. You're still just as swift, Jiraiya, Orochimaru remarked, his voice laced with both admiration and regret. But have you forgotten that my greatest skill is survival? Even with countless spikes piercing my body, my expression remains unchanged. You must know that my survival abilities surpass even Tsunade's. Indeed, just as Jiraiya believed he had struck a decisive blow, a pair of pale hands suddenly emerged from Orochimaru's mouth, followed by his head, and then his entire body. As if shedding a layer of skin, Orochimaru emerged unscathed from his own mouth. You see, I am not so easily defeated. Orochimaru's body replacement technique. I was curious about how you devised such a grotesque jutsu. It seems it was birthed from experimenting on the citizens of Konoha. Jiraiya roared, his voice echoing through the forest as he fixed his gaze firmly on Orochimaru, eager to gauge his reaction. In response to Jiraiya's accusation, Orochimaru merely smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying. Wind release, great breakthrough. A tempestuous gale surged forth from Orochimaru's mouth, akin to a violent hurricane, scattering Jiraiya's hair, rustling leaves, and stirring up dust, enveloping the entire battlefield in this fierce wind. Immediately afterward, Orochimaru summoned 1,000 snakes with a summoning technique, launching them directly toward Jiraiya's position. One-tai? Jiraiya's movements were swift. He deftly evaded the onslaught of the monstrous snake, simultaneously summoning the toad, Fukasaku. The diminutive toad, clad in a jaunty vest, materialized above the colossal serpent, opening its cavernous mouth to unleash a thunderous roar. Then, with remarkable force, it plopped down upon the snake's head, as if intent on squashing it into a mere pancake. Oh, Manda! Long time no see. Upon landing atop the serpent, Fukasaku recognized it and hastily greeted the beast, his voice tinged with surprise, reminiscent of an old friend reuniting. However, Manda did not reciprocate Fukasaku's cordiality. With a flick of its tail, it struck the toad's rear with a force so great that Fukasaku couldn't suppress a yelp of pain. Using the momentum from the blow, the toad leapt toward Jiraiya, still bewildered. It gazed wide-eyed at Jiraiya, inquiring with confusion, Jiraiya, why are we fighting Manda? Is this a sparring match with Orochimaru? After Jiraiya succinctly explained Orochimaru's defection, Fukasaku's expression shifted to one of regret. I see. So, we are to be enemies henceforth? The toad lamented, casting a glance at Manda and Orochimaru. Since we are foes, I shall not hold back. For Jiraiya, I will fight with all my might. Fukasaku and Jiraiya inhaled deeply in unison. Fire release, toad oil fireball. Fukasaku forcefully expelled the oil stored within its belly, which gushed forth like a torrential river toward Orochimaru. Seizing the opportunity, Jiraiya unleashed a torrent of flames, the fire swirling like a frenzied dragon, colliding with the stream of oil and instantly coalescing into a colossal fireball. The blazing sphere radiated like a burning sun, emitting intense heat and light that made the very forest tremble. Faced with this formidable attack, Orochimaru could not afford to be complacent. If struck head-on, even the serpent's substitution technique would prove futile. Summoning technique, triple Rashomon. Orochimaru swiftly formed hand seals and, with a decisive motion, summoned enormous gates from the depths of hell, which loomed before him like 3 towering mountains. This was the legendary 5 Rashomon inherited from the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Until now, Orochimaru had yet to encounter an assault capable of breaching its defenses. As the towering fireball collided with the gates, there was no tremor to be felt. The fireball dissipated, its flames latching onto the gates and surging toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru's expression darkened as he saw the flaming oil rushing toward him. He hastily commanded Manda to retreat. Neither he nor his serpent wished to become charred. Orochimaru could hardly believe that his most formidable defense had been so easily circumvented by Jiraiya. This jutsu, you devised it specifically to counter me, didn't you? He queried, his tone heavy with suspicion. Jiraiya gazed at Orochimaru with a triumphant smile, his eyes glimmering with pride. Indeed, to bring you back, I meticulously studied your techniques. Knowing the strength of your Rashomon, I specifically crafted this jutsu. You shall never prevail over me, Jiraiya declared with unwavering confidence. The entire forest was engulfed in flames under Jiraiya's fire technique, and the sky turned a vivid crimson. Waguro, what on earth is happening to the sky? Ranjuro inquired. Gazing upwards at the inferno-lit heavens, his brow furrowed with confusion. Island Bag Waguro scratched his head, his expression equally uncertain. I don't know. Perhaps something peculiar has emerged over there. However, the priority now is to swiftly pursue Orochimaru. His bounty is a staggering 15 million Ryou. At the mention of the reward, a glimmer of avarice sparkled in Island Bag Waguro's eyes. A group of wandering ninjas erupted in cheers, their eyes alight with excitement and greed. They had never encountered such a colossal sum in their lives, enough to ensure a life of luxury. As they advanced, the fierce battle between Jiraiya and Orochimaru raged on. The silhouettes of the two combatants intertwined in the flames, each clash unleashing tremendous power. Manda. The two summoned beasts fought with unwavering determination, striving for any advantage they could gain. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Jiraiya unleashed 3 writhing fire dragons that surged towards Orochimaru from 3 directions. Quick-witted, Orochimaru leaped to evade. Yet, the fire dragons deftly altered their course, continuing their relentless pursuit. With no alternative, Orochimaru resorted to wind-style, wind cutter technique, successfully extinguishing 2 of the fire dragons. However, the final fire dragon struck him squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling backwards. Fire style is indeed a vexatious ninjutsu. Orochimaru lay on the ground, gazing at his charred chest. The burns inflicted by the fire technique rendered regeneration futile in the short term. For him, fire techniques were the bane of his serpent-style ninjutsu. Regrettably, among the ninjutsu Jiraiya mastered, fire techniques were included, though he loathed to admit it. Orochimaru understood that if this continued without resorting to forbidden techniques, he would undoubtedly be defeated by Jiraiya. Unfortunately, several forbidden techniques remain only partially mastered, he muttered regretfully. At that moment, a flicker of interest sparked in the corner of Orochimaru's eye. He sensed a group of wandering ninjas approaching. Their presence was chaotic, yet permeated with greed and the thirst for blood. A sly smile crept across Orochimaru's lips. An opportunity for escape had presented itself. As they drew nearer to the tumultuous commotion, Waguro and his companions felt an ominous premonition swell within them. The disturbances ahead did not seem to stem from a natural phenomenon. Rather, they suggested a fierce clash between 2 monstrous beings. Their hearts raced, and their steps grew heavier. Why do I have this unsettling feeling again? Perhaps we should reconsider, one suggested, his voice trembling, clearly shaken by the uproar ahead. His words were met with immediate agreement from the others. Indeed, I feel the same way. The noise is truly terrifying. We should keep our distance. Fear etched their faces, as if what awaited them was not fortune, but the specter of death itself. However, the visage of Island Bag Satoru twisted into a grotesque expression as he exclaimed, "No. We cannot. We have all come this far. How can we simply give up? Consider this, 15 million Ryou. Enough for us to live lavishly for a lifetime." His eyes glimmered with avarice, entranced by the prospect of such a colossal bounty. Upon hearing the figure of 15 million Ryou, the others immediately cast aside the notion of danger. In their minds, What peril could possibly rival the allure of 15 million Ryou? Orochimaru's face resumed its calm demeanor as he proposed to Jiraiya. A few pesky insects are approaching. Shall we dispatch them first before proceeding? In truth, Jiraiya had sensed the group of wandering ninjas, yet he deemed Orochimaru's presence a greater priority and did not wish to divert his attention to those vagabonds. Nevertheless, since Orochimaru had suggested it, they might as well deal with those intruders first. After all, being disturbed could allow Orochimaru to escape. Very well. Jiraiya intently fixed his gaze upon Orochimaru, remaining vigilant of his every move. Island Bag Satoru and his companions remained oblivious to the impending doom that awaited them. Anxious yet fantasizing about their future, they hastened toward the scene. Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. Orochimaru's hands swiftly formed seals, and in an instant, dozens of shurikens descended like a torrential downpour, glinting with lethal sharpness. Crushing technique. Jiraiya, unwilling to be outdone, waved his hands, summoning a colossal toad that descended with the force of an earthquake. Both Orochimaru and Jiraiya unleashed their devastating jutsu, enveloping the group of wandering ninjas in a wave of destruction. The entire forest was shrouded in an ominous atmosphere of death. Just as Island Bag Satoru emerged from the woods, still unable to comprehend the scenery outside, he was met with a barrage of shurikens and the enormous form of a toad plummeting from above. A flicker of terror crossed his eyes. His mouth agape as he let out a piercing scream. Ah, what a gigantic toad. Ah! The other wandering ninjas scrambled in fear, cursing, "You scoundrel, Island Bag Satoru. Did you bring us here to meet our demise?" Their hearts filled with rage towards him. Jiraiya and Orochimaru's attacks were not so easily evaded. The unfortunate wandering ninjas found themselves pierced by Orochimaru's shurikens, collapsing to the ground in agony, their eyes reflecting a mix of defiance and despair. Those with slightly better fortune were crushed beneath the massive toad summoned by Jiraiya, leaving this world without even a hint of pain. Island Bag Satoru's fortune was neither wholly good nor entirely bad. It seemed that fate was playing a cruel joke on him. First, he was struck by Orochimaru's shuriken, eliciting a scream of agony. Almost immediately afterward, the gargantuan toad's weight pinned him down, the pain surging to an unbearable peak. "Ah, my leg!" Island Bag Satoru howled in excruciating torment, the intense suffering igniting a remarkable potential within him. He summoned a surge of strength, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging, as he forcibly extracted his crushed legs from beneath the toad's immense body. He lifted his gaze and immediately recognized Jiraiya, standing atop the toad Wentai. That white-haired scoundrel. So, he was the one orchestrating all the commotion here. A surge of profound regret and fear welled up within Isshibaki Wataru. How could he have thought to confront such a formidable adversary? "Oh, you are the wandering ninja?" The moment Jiraiya laid eyes on Isshibaki Wataru, he discerned their intentions. A flicker of mockery and disdain flashed in his eyes, as if he were observing an insolent ant. "I've already stated that with your abilities, it is impossible for you to claim Orochimaru's bounty. Now be gone." Jiraiya spoke curtly, gesturing for the surviving few to hasten their departure. Having located Orochimaru, his spirits were high, and he had no desire to engage with these insignificant pests. The remaining wandering ninjas, upon hearing this, felt as if a great weight had been lifted. They harbored no thoughts of resistance, disregarding the fate of their fallen comrades, and stumbled away in a disheveled retreat. Truly presumptuous. Wouldn't you agree, Orochimaru? Jiraiya chuckled derisively, turning to the spot where Orochimaru had previously stood, yet he received no response. Orochimaru? A slight furrow formed on Jiraiya's brow as he sensed something amiss. There, only a snake poised to slink away remained, with no sign of Orochimaru in sight. Something is wrong. Jiraiya's mind suddenly raced with a thought. The appearance of those individuals coincided precisely with the moment when Orochimaru seemed most vulnerable, a timing that could only be described as exceedingly delicate. His gaze sharpened, as if he had already unraveled the truth. Damn it! Could that group also be under Orochimaru's command? Jiraiya cursed vehemently, his fists clenched tightly, veins protruding, clearly incensed by Orochimaru's cunning. Boom! A cloud of smoke erupted as Orochimaru dispelled the summoning technique, the myriad snakes vanishing from sight. Jiraiya immediately pursued the direction the group had fled, yet he could not catch a glimpse of them. Ah, the precious lead has slipped away. In a fit of rage, Jiraiya ignited all the nearby trees. Flames soaring into the sky, smoke billowing, Yet Orochimaru remained elusive. After searching for a while longer, Jiraiya could only depart in frustration. Below, in the hollow earth cavern, a profound silence enveloped the space. Upon sensing Jiraiya's presence gradually fading above, Orochimaru finally exhaled in relief. Beside him stood the very wandering ninjas who had fled in panic. They were now frozen like statues, their eyes wide with terror, mouths agape, yet unable to utter a sound. "I heard that fool say you seek my head." Orochimaru's lips curled into a sinister smile as he regarded the group, his eyes narrowing slightly. "How fortuitous, for I am in need of experimental material." A cruel smile graced Orochimaru's face. Should they manage to survive, he might as well grant them his head for their use. The terror in their eyes intensified, and their bodies began to tremble. They yearned to flee, yet their feet felt as heavy as lead, rendering them immobile. At that moment, Orochimaru's neck elongated abruptly, resembling a serpent in its agility. He leaned closer, whispering coldly and ominously into their ears. "However, you must first pass my test." After a prolonged silence, dust swirled as two figures emerged from the depths of the earth. A flicker of surprise crossed Orochimaru's eyes as he gazed intently at the injured Ibagaki Wulong, seemingly unable to believe his own sight. To his astonishment, despite such grievous wounds, the boy exhibited extraordinary resilience. Ibagaki Wulong was battered and bloodied, yet his gaze burned with unwavering determination, as if he had not just faced a life-and-death trial, but undergone a profound spiritual purification. "Thank you, Lord Orochimaru, for granting me rebirth." His voice bore no trace of emotional fluctuation. "I shall not squander the bodies of my companions." A peculiar smile curled at the corners of Orochimaru's lips. "That is for the best. Prove your worth to me." During the procedure, Orochimaru subtly manipulated Ibagaki Wulong's consciousness, ensuring his complete subservience. Observing the obedient Ibagaki Wulong before him, a glint of satisfaction flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. "It seems this slight modification has yielded success. I hope your will proves more resilient than Uchiha Ling's illusions." This technique was Orochimaru's preparation against Uchiha Ling, appearing feasible at present. The two embarked on a path opposite to Jiraiya's direction. Behind them, the underground pit lay strewn with dismembered remains. The faces of the fallen ninjas frozen in expressions of terror and despair, their gazes seemingly recounting the horrific visions they had witnessed in their final moments. One could not help but wonder what unfathomable nightmares they beheld at the brink of death. What? The hidden cloud and the hidden sand have mobilized? Their target is the hidden stone, and the hidden stone has called for our aid. Upon hearing this news, the third Hokage's pipe halted abruptly in midair. His eyes sharpened instantly, fixated intently on Nara Shikaku, awaiting further elucidation. "Indeed, Hokage-sama, the current situation is as such. Have the hidden sand and hidden cloud formed a definitive alliance?" The third Hokage inhaled deeply, striving to maintain a calm tone. An alliance between the two major hidden villages would pose an unprecedented threat to Konoha. Presently, the intelligence suggested otherwise. They appeared to have communicated not at all, yet simultaneously launched an offensive against the hidden stone. Nara Shikaku shook his head, brow furrowed, as he struggled to piece together the fragmented information in his mind. Anxiety flickered in his gaze. The lagging intelligence system left him feeling powerless. Even with his strategic acumen, he could not conjure information from thin air. After a moment of silence, the third Hokage resolved firmly, speaking in a grave tone. "Summon the village's high-ranking officials for a meeting. We must discuss countermeasures promptly. Additionally, issue an urgent recall to our ninjas in the field, particularly the Jonin. They must return to the village at once to prepare for the impending conflict." "Yes," Nara Shikaku responded, turning to execute the Hokage's orders. As Uchiha Rin stepped through the threshold of his home, he discerned several figures standing in the courtyard. With a slight arch of his brow, he inquired with surprise, "Fugaku and Elder Shana? What brings you both to my abode?" Uchiha Shana wore an unusually grave expression, his gaze frequently scanning the area beyond the courtyard, seemingly verifying something. He shook his head and replied, "Rin, this matter should not be made public. We ought to discuss it inside, as this environment is not particularly secure." Although Uchiha Rin sensed no concealed presence in the vicinity, he acquiesced to the elder's cautious demeanor. Nodding without further inquiry, he led the two into the living room. Upon entering, Uchiha Shana discreetly surveyed Rin's home before forming hand seals, exclaiming, "Soundproofing technique." A faint violet energy emanated from his palms, enveloping the entire living room within an invisible barrier. Elder, what is the meaning of this? Must we exercise such caution for a mere discussion? Uchiha Shana's gaze remained fixed upon Rin as he spoke solemnly. Rin, this issue is of utmost significance, pertaining directly to the safety of the Uchiha clan. Before we converse, I must ensure absolute security. Recently, the number of Umbu outside the Uchiha clan has increased significantly. They are covertly observing our every move. Uchiha Shana continued gravely. Due to our recent mission's tremendous success, the clan members have grown increasingly arrogant within the village. Uchiha Fugaku interjected. Initially, the village's opinion of us was quite favorable, but for reasons unknown, the sentiment among the villagers has soured considerably of late. They whisper among themselves, claiming that the Uchiha clan has accomplished great deeds independently and no longer regards Konoha with respect, suggesting that we are on the brink of rebellion. What is more troubling is that upon hearing such rumors, rather than reflecting on their implications, the clan members invoke the legacy of our ancestor, Uchiha Madara, asserting that even if we were to part ways with Konoha, the Uchiha clan remains a formidable force within the ninja world. Uchiha Rin was taken aback, realizing that even at this early stage of the Second Great Ninja War, signs of potential annihilation for the Uchiha clan were already evident. It seemed that the victory against Mangekyou had bestowed upon the clan members an unwarranted sense of confidence, leading them to mistakenly believe that the Uchiha clan alone could withstand the entirety of Konoha. Such rhetoric is perilous, should it reach the ears of the higher-ups. The consequences would be dire. Uchiha Fugaku nodded, then lamented, I have already issued orders forbidding discussions of such matters, yet while everyone outwardly complies, they still convene privately. You understand, my current influence is insufficient to quell all the clan members. He spread his hands. Furthermore, it is rather late. The higher echelons of Konoha must have already caught wind of this information, or else there wouldn't be so many Umbu outside our territory. Uchiha Shana interrupted Fugaku, turning to Uchiha Rin. Since you both have come to seek me, it stands to reason that there is a matter in which I can assist? Uchiha Rin straightened his posture, locking his gaze on the two before him. Indeed, Rin, Uchiha Shana began slowly. I believe the clan members' unrealistic fantasies primarily stem from you. Me? Uchiha Rin raised an eyebrow at the assertion. Yes, your existence undoubtedly serves as a powerful stimulant for the clan, instilling in those who previously believed that Konoha relied solely on the Hokage a newfound sense of capability to contend with the village. Uchiha Shinra's voice suddenly escalated, as he forcefully slammed his hand on the table and rose to his feet. However, they are gravely mistaken, misguided to an absurd degree. Uchiha Shinra has long harbored discontent towards the policies of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, and has yearned to reclaim Konoha's sovereignty from the Senju clan. At one point, he was even imprisoned by the second Hokage. Upon his release, Uchiha Shinra devoted himself to meticulously studying the composition of Konoha's military strength. He scrutinized every detail in an effort to uncover a breakthrough for the Uchiha clan to challenge the village. Yet, after extensive research, he arrived at a chilling conclusion. The Uchiha clan possesses no viable means to confront the entirety of Konoha. To resort to brute force would inevitably lead to the annihilation of the Uchiha. He had witnessed the godlike prowess of Uchiha Madara, and even such a formidable being met his demise at the Valley of the End. How much more precarious is the situation for the current Uchiha clan? I hope, Ling, that you will lead the hawkish members of our clan. Uchiha Shinra declared astonishingly. After hearing his explanation, a flicker of realization shone in Uchiha Ling's eyes. It became clear that he was being tasked with becoming the leader of the hawkish faction, thereby controlling this reckless group and preventing them from causing unnecessary trouble for the Uchiha clan. I see now, Uchiha Ling remarked, a confident smile gracing his lips. This task seemed quite simple. With his current strength, even if the entire youth of the Uchiha clan were to converge upon him, he would manage effortlessly. In that case, I shall convene the clan at the South He Shrine tomorrow, Uchiha Fugaku said, patting his chest in approval upon hearing Uchiha Ling's agreement. After bidding farewell to the two, Uchiha Ling's brow furrowed slightly as he sensed several presences trailing behind them, and noticed two individuals lurking near his residence. Clearly, the village's vigilance towards the Uchiha had reached an unprecedented height. He murmured to himself, a hint of coldness in his tone. Such intense scrutiny would have been unthinkable in the past. So it is the root operatives, Uchiha Ling mused. recognizing one of the familiar presences beside his home, the very ninja who had previously escorted him to meet Danzo. It is only natural. Danzo is the one most intent on undermining the Uchiha clan. The following day, Uchiha Ling arrived at the South Shrine ahead of several elders. He discreetly cast a glance at the concealed entrance to the underground chamber. Below lay the place where Uchiha Madara, seduced by Kagaya's will, devised the infinite Tsukuyomi plan. Uchiha Shinra held a list in his hand, enumerating the most hawkish members of the clan, whose rebellious sentiments towards the village were utterly unabashed. As Uchiha Ling's gaze traversed the list, his brow furrowed in concern. He noted that even the names of several elders were conspicuously included. It is indeed rare for one to maintain clarity like Elder Shinra. Uchiha Ling sighed inwardly. As time progressed, members of the Uchiha clan arrived one after another. Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, "The assembly begins." Following his declaration, Uchiha Shina and Uchiha Fugaku tacitly withdrew to the side, leaving the entire stage to Uchiha Rin. With the keen gaze of an eagle, Uchiha Rin surveyed the audience, capturing the expressions of each individual present. Recently, clan leader Fugaku had shared certain matters with me. Uchiha Rin began slowly, his presence gradually rising like a slumbering beast awakening from its slumber. Among our kin, there are actually fools who wish to oppose the village? As the final word escaped Uchiha Rin's lips, his eyes snapped wide open. The two swirling tomo within his Sharingan fixating on every person in attendance. Uchiha Rin, insolent. The clan leader has yet to speak. How dare you? An elder suddenly rose, his finger pointing accusingly at Uchiha Rin, his face a mask of anger and disdain. Uchiha Rin turned his gaze towards him, swiftly recalling the details about this elder. Uchiha Ryou, a member of the hawkish faction, a jonin in strength, and secretly one of the proponents of a coup d'etat. Uchiha Rin smirked coldly, a glint of derision flashing in his eyes. If Elder Ryou believes my status is insufficient to speak, then why does he secretly incite others to oppose Konoha? Uchiha Rin stepped closer, confronting Uchiha Ryou. Does he believe his standing surpasses that of all Uchiha clan members? Or does he regard Konoha with disdain? Pray tell, what is the reason? Uchiha Rin stood before Uchiha Ryou, glaring at the elder. That is undoubtedly because the Senju clan has held the Hokage position for far too long. Our Uchiha clan co-founded Konoha alongside the Senju. Yet the Hokage seat remains entirely out of our grasp. Is this just? Uchiha Ryou exclaimed, his voice booming. He gestured emphatically, addressing the ordinary Uchiha clansmen below. His face flushed with indignation. What is lacking in our Uchiha clan? Lord Madara not only failed to become Hokage, but was also slain by Hashirama Senju. This is what they have done to our Uchiha clan. Indeed, Elder Ryou speaks with conviction. Why should the Hokage position be devoid of our Uchiha clan's presence? The ordinary Uchiha members below were stirred into a frenzy, their hearts ignited by Uchiha Ryou's words, their faces etched with anger and resentment. These individuals waved their arms and shouted, eager to wage war against Konoha and reclaim what the Uchiha had lost. Witnessing this scene, a flicker of surprise crossed Uchiha Rin's eyes. He had not anticipated that this elderly man, a contemporary of Uchiha Madara, could possess such stirring oratory prowess. In that case, allow me to inquire, who among the Uchiha clan do you believe is most suitable to become Hokage? Uchiha Rin asked sharply, like a blade slicing through the cold winds, piercing directly into Uchiha Ryou's heart. Naturally, Uchiha Ryou sought to respond without hesitation. However, just as the answer was on the verge of escaping his lips, he found himself momentarily speechless. Indeed, within the entire Uchiha clan, who amongst them possesses the rightful claim to ascend to the revered seat of Hokage? His gaze involuntarily drifted towards Uchiha Ling, stirring a tumult of complex emotions within him. According to the traditional beliefs of the Uchiha lineage, it is the strongest who should assume the mantle of Hokage. Presently, without a doubt, Uchiha Ling stands as the most formidable among them. Naturally, the position of Hokage must be held by one of great strength. Uchiha Ryou ultimately could not suppress his inner thoughts and, with a steely resolve, voiced his opinion. Instantly, a terrifying aura enveloped the entire named shrine, akin to the descent of a demonic deity. Uchiha Ling's chakra materialized into a tangible layer resembling the cloak of a tailed beast, a testament to his diligent research during this period. Such a substantial manifestation of chakra was a rarity, and the onlookers widened their eyes. fixated on Uchiha Ling at the center. In the eyes of Elder Ryou, do I possess sufficient strength? Uchiha Ling lightly stamped his foot, causing the ground to quiver as if struck by a mighty blow, creating a depression from which cracks spiderwebbed outward, accompanied by sharp cracking sounds. Sensing the overwhelming pressure emanating from Uchiha Ling, Ryou gritted his teeth and responded, "With your strength, indeed it is sufficient. However, there are at least 5 others in Konoha whose prowess rivals or exceeds mine." Uchiha Ling's expression darkened as he questioned all present. Does Elder Ryou intend to eliminate them all? His words struck like thunder, leaving the assembly in shock. Elder Ryou's countenance paled, and he hastily retorted, "And no, that is certainly not the case. Then why propagate such rumors within the clan?" Uchiha Ling's gaze bore into Uchiha Ryou, radiating a fierce aggression. "Are you aware, Elder Ryou, that should we truly engage in conflict, it would not be long before the Uchiha clan vanishes from this world?" Uchiha Ling's words weighed heavily upon Ryou's heart, akin to a mountain pressing down upon him. Noticing Ryou's ashen complexion and his inability to articulate a response, Uchiha Ling discerned that the moment was not yet ripe. Elder Ryou, having endured numerous battlegrounds, surely possesses considerable strength. "Very well, I shall remain motionless. You may strike at your discretion," Uchiha Ling remarked, narrowing his eyes with a tone of disdain. Upon hearing this, Elder Ryou trembled with indignation, the 3 tomo of his Sharingan manifesting as he glared at Uchiha Ling, as if seeking to engulf him entirely. "I fear that I may strike too forcefully and harm the descendants of our Uchiha clan." Uchiha Ling, hands clasped behind his back, regarded Elder Ryou with a condescending gaze, as though looking down upon an insignificant insect. "Fear not, Ryou, Ling is not so weak. This predicament is of your own making." Finally, unable to contain himself, Elder Ryou lunged at Uchiha Ling. Bang! An apparition was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently against the wall. Uchiha Ling retracted his foot, executing the motion with a fluid grace, leaving the audience in awe as they beheld the dust cascading gently to the ground. The clan members were taken aback when Uchiha Ling was effortlessly slain in a single strike by a seasoned elder, showing no signs of resistance whatsoever. Gasp! Is this truly the extent of Uchiha Ling's strength? One clan member inhaled sharply, his gaze filled with astonishment. With such power, why should we still fear Konoha? We should rebel directly. The position of Hokage rightfully belongs to the Uchiha clan. Another clan member exclaimed excitedly, an uncontrollable fervor spreading across his face, as if he could already envision the splendor of the Uchiha clan in power. Uchiha Ling's icy gaze swept over them like a chilling beam of light, instantly extinguishing the flames of excitement within the clan members. They fell silent, too afraid to speak. There are at least 5 individuals in Konoha who are as formidable as I. If just 2 of them engage me, the remaining 3 could slaughter you reckless fools with ease. In that scenario, each of you would become complicit in the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. Under Uchiha Ling's stern admonition, some clan members lowered their heads in shame, aware that his words were likely rooted in truth. Is there truly no way out? A faint voice emerged from the crowd. Under Uchiha Ling's watchful eyes, the throng parted, revealing a long-haired maiden at its center. Indeed, if each of you possessed strength akin to mine, I believe the esteemed Hokage would not mind selecting the next Hokage from our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Ling remarked with a smile that belied his true feelings. In the original narrative, the downfall of the Uchiha clan reflects the rebels' lofty ambitions clashing with their limitations. If we include Uchiha Obito in this context, the Uchiha clan once boasted 3 wielders of the Mangekyou Sharingan, and with Konoha in a state of transitional leadership, the probability of their success would undoubtedly have increased significantly. Alas, Uchiha Ling sighed inwardly, his gaze inadvertently drifting to Uchiha Fugaku, who sat rigidly, his expression grave. Among the 3 wielders of the Mangekyou, one became a blade against the clan, another manipulated events from the shadows, while the last chose to remain passive, unwilling to confront his own kin in battle. Uchiha Ling harbored no particular animosity towards the hawkish faction within the clan. They were merely ordinary members, dissatisfied and yearning to restore justice to the Uchiha name. However, entangling them with his own fate altered the nature of their relationship entirely. Though he was powerful, he was not invincible. Should Konoha truly dedicate all its resources against him, Uchiha Ling might not emerge unscathed. Since he lacked such strength, he resolved not to indulge in these unrealistic fantasies. From this day forth, No one is permitted to mention such futile discussions. Uchiha Ling's voice resonated like thunder, shaking the very foundations of the South He Shrine. He abruptly pointed to those marked on the list, commanding, "You stay, the rest, disperse." Upon concluding his orders, he seemed to recall something, scanning the crowd until his gaze settled on the previously speaking maiden. "And you, remain as well." A few individuals detached Uchiha Ryou from the wall, and after a brief treatment, he was finally freed from the clutches of life-threatening peril. "Fugaku, is there anything else that requires our attention?" The elders who had remained glanced at Uchiha Rin before shifting their focus back to Uchiha Fugaku. The rumors circulating within the clan must be quelled immediately. Uchiha Rin shifted the conversation, asserting that such thoughts within Konoha were indeed unwise. However, the situation outside was entirely different. This statement left everyone momentarily stunned, particularly Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui, their eyes widening in disbelief, as if their Sharingan might leap from their sockets. This topic had not arisen during yesterday's discussions. "Are you suggesting that Konoha's vigilance towards us is no less than that towards outsiders?" Slowly, Uchiha Rin retrieved a pre-prepared map, laying it out before them. There is a stark contrast between passively waiting and actively seeking opportunities. Uchiha Ryou, having just regained his composure, suddenly realized upon hearing Rin's words, "You actually support opposing the village?" "I never claimed that," Uchiha Rin responded, shaking his head in denial. "Rather, the Uchiha clan simply needs a contingency plan." His concern for the clan's survival was negligible, save for those few kin with whom he shared a profound bond. The rest were no different from strangers on the street. His true apprehension lay in the possibility that the hawkish faction within the Uchiha might recklessly instigate a rebellion. Would he, heralded as the strongest Uchiha, truly be able to remain uninvolved? Even if he persistently denied participation in a coup, would the higher-ups actually believe him? He had no desire to wager his life on the trust of others. Given that the Hawks might harbor treasonous intentions, he must firmly control this budding sentiment. A cold smile crept across his lips as he contemplated that they could only act with his consent. He pointed to the location of the Land of Rain on the map, the very site of the impending conflict. In the Land of Rain, he had an able subordinate who had already established a foothold there. Although this power's formation deviated somewhat from his initial vision, it could still serve as a retreat for the Uchiha clan. This establishment would become a sanctuary for the Uchiha in the future, should matters escalate to that point. The Uchiha clan would not face total annihilation. Another elder, Uchiha Shikizo, nodded slowly in understanding. "I see. What do we need to do?" "Personnel and substantial resources." Even though Kakuzu possesses remarkable financial acumen, sustaining a large organization would be arduous, particularly under duress. The thought of earning for Uchiha Rin would considerably dampen Kakuzu's enthusiasm. Uchiha Rin's ambition extended beyond mere reliance on Kakuzu for revenue. He aimed to establish an organization akin to Akatsuki, one endowed with a vast intelligence network and formidable combat prowess, a force that could be wielded to his advantage. The inception of such an organization from scratch would undeniably be a protracted endeavor. In the original narrative, the Akatsuki did not materialize overnight. It evolved gradually through extensive accumulation and refinement, ultimately achieving its later scale. At that moment, he recognized the value of the hawkish Uchiha. They were not only numerous, but also harbored discontent and a propensity for betrayal against the village. More importantly, their capabilities surpassed those of the rogue ninjas he had previously recruited. If they could be harnessed, they would undoubtedly provide a formidable impetus for the organization's growth. The Land of Rain, you say? Under the pretext of undertaking a mission, I shall personally lead a group there. Uchiha Shikisuk fixed his gaze upon Uchiha Rin, hoping that his words held truth. As a fellow Uchiha, Rin had no reason to deceive the elders. "Everything I do is for the future of our Uchiha clan," Uchiha Rin declared with conviction. "Senior Rin, is there anything you need me to do?" Uchiha Hikari waited for the discussion among the others to conclude, finally seizing the opportunity to interject. Her voice was crisp, laced with a subtle hint of anticipation. Uchiha Rin was momentarily taken aback, having nearly forgotten about the young lady he had left behind. Amidst the previously oppressive atmosphere, her audacity to speak up filled him with admiration. "What is your name?" Uchiha Rin inquired gently. "Hikari, Uchiha Hikari," she replied, raising her gaze to meet Uchiha Rin's face. "You are still a student at the Ninja Academy, aren't you? Have you activated your Sharingan?" Uchiha Rin observed her petite stature, a flicker of curiosity crossing his eyes. Without uttering a word, Hikari blinked, revealing a single Tomo Sharingan that locked onto Uchiha Rin's gaze. A single Tomo? Uchiha Rin furrowed his brow, his tone tinged with surprise. He had expected her abilities to be more formidable, only to discover she possessed merely a single Tomo. However, Uchiha Hikari misconstrued his meaning and retorted indignantly. Without the innate talent of Senior Rin, I consider myself fortunate to have awakened my eyes. It is not that a single Tomo is inadequate. I merely believe your potential exceeds this, Uchiha Rin elucidated. He sensed the profound In chakra within her eyes. With such a degree of chakra, she would undoubtedly become an exceptional candidate for awakening the Mangekyou Sharingan in the future. He did not wish to overlook such a promising young individual. With your talent, it is somewhat squandered at the academy. Why not follow me? By my side, you can reach greater heights. Uchiha Rin extended his hand towards her. After a moment's hesitation, Uchiha Hikari slowly placed her hand in Uchiha Rin's. Congratulations. You have gained a disciple, Uchiha Hikari. Her admiration value has reached 10. Upon reaching 50 admiration value, you will receive a tiered reward that enhances your ocular recovery abilities. Thus, under the watchful eyes of several elders, Uchiha Rin officially accepted Uchiha Hikari as his disciple. At long last, he had assembled the traditional trio of disciples in the ninja world. One could only wonder if another traditional event, the Master Slaughtering Tournament, would emerge in the future. Once everyone departed, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shizuka quietly arrived at Uchiha Rin's home. Both wore solemn expressions, clearly harboring numerous questions regarding Uchiha Rin's earlier actions. I did not expect you to be so well prepared this early, one remarked. Uchiha Shana fixed his gaze upon the unruffled Uchiha Ling, attempting to decipher some hidden truth from his countenance. That subordinate, the one cloaked in a dark robe, was indeed the individual in question. Upon returning to Konoha, he had noticed the peculiar figure who had been shadowing Uchiha Ling was absent, initially assuming he had perished on the battlefield and dismissing it from his mind. Little did he know, the decision had already been made to remain in the Land of Rain. This realization filled Uchiha Shana with a sense of melancholy as he sighed softly, acknowledging that he was no match for the youth's resolute choices. It was merely a spontaneous decision. Uchiha Ling narrowed his eyes, a subtle, serene smile gracing his lips. Mere brute force could not sway the fervent clansmen. Diverting their attention toward another direction would prevent uncontrollable situations from arising. Yet, the deeper implications of his thoughts eluded both Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shana. As Mito Minyin and Shimura Danzo, the two advisors to the Hokage, led their respective teams into the borderlands between the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire. The atmosphere in Konoha thickened with tension. The shadow of war had quietly encroached upon them. Uchiha Ling had also wished to partake in the mission, eager to test his recent training, but the need to remain vigilant against the currently silent Mist Village necessitated the retention of considerable combat strength within the village. Thus, Uchiha Ling was designated as one of the elite forces remaining behind. Notably, during this period, Jiraiya had returned to the village, bearing news of Orochimaru. He had encountered Orochimaru in the Land of Waterfall, but regrettably failed to bring him back. Murmuring the name Orochimaru, Uchiha Ling's gaze fell upon Jiraiya's dejected figure, piecing together the implications. It appeared that Orochimaru's research had progressed further. In a direct confrontation, Orochimaru would likely find himself outmatched by Jiraiya. It was probable that Orochimaru had evaded him, leaving Jiraiya to follow his trail. Entering Sage Mode to enhance his perception would consume too much time, allowing Orochimaru to escape long before. Thus, it seemed that Jiraiya had pressed on relentlessly, ultimately losing the trail. Approaching Jiraiya, Uchiha Ling extended a tricolor dango towards him. Do indulge, sweet treats have a way of fostering happiness. Jiraiya cast a sidelong glance at Uchiha Ling, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. He found Uchiha Ling's demeanor somewhat peculiar, though he could not quite articulate why. After much hesitation, he accepted the tricolor dango, recognizing that rejecting a kindness would be impolite. With a sigh, Jiraiya took a bite of the overly sweet dango. However, before he could swallow the morsel, an immense force surged from behind him, akin to a landslide or a tsunami, overwhelming and unstoppable. The impact sent Jiraiya crashing into a nearby mundane shop, debris cascading like autumn leaves. You fool! Why didn't you just eliminate that bastard? Tsunade's voice boomed in his ears like thunder, her anger causing the formidable attributes of her chest to quiver uncontrollably. as if desperate to break free from confinement. She gazed intently at Jiraiya, who was demolishing the walls of others, her teeth clenched in frustration, her eyes brimming with disappointment. Fortunately, Jiraiya possessed an astonishing resilience. After adjusting his misaligned jaw, he swiftly rose to his feet. "Tsunade, Orochimaru, you know I am utterly incapable of capturing him." He attempted to explain, but his voice was drowned out by Tsunade's furious roar. "Then you should not have even considered capturing him at the first opportunity. You must do everything in your power to eliminate that traitor." Tsunade seized Jiraiya's collar, as if to unleash all her wrath upon him. Faced with her accusatory gaze, Jiraiya fell silent. He understood the anguish within Tsunade's heart. He too was enduring the same torment. He sought out Orochimaru, yearning to hear the truth directly from him, to ascertain whether the comrade with whom he had once fought side by side had truly betrayed them. Yet, to his shock, Orochimaru had admitted it without hesitation. Those heinous and brutal actions were solely the work of Orochimaru, with no involvement from anyone else. All these years, he had failed to see the true nature of this individual. "Next time I encounter him," Jiraiya declared, fixating on Tsunade's eyes, "I will give it my all, ensuring he has no chance to escape." Ignoring Jiraiya's vow, Tsunade resolutely turned and strode towards the cemetery. Uchiha Ling watched her retreating figure, a flicker of sympathy passing through his eyes. He offered Jiraiya a comforting glance before hastily catching up to Tsunade, walking alongside her. Gently, as if afraid of disturbing something sacred, he took Tsunade's hand. "Once the war is over, I will accompany you to find Orochimaru. Together, we shall exact revenge." He whispered softly, his tone as gentle as the warm sun of spring, dispelling the shadows from Tsunade's heart. She did not resist, allowing Uchiha Ling to hold her hand, her grip tightening slightly in response. Ding! Tsunade's conquest value increased to 90. The system alert echoed in Uchiha Ling's mind, bringing him a surge of joy. He had finally returned to this moment. The ultimate goal was now clear: to eliminate Orochimaru and fully elevate Tsunade's conquest value. In a corner of Rain Village, a lowly building lay hidden within the hazy mist of rain. Inside, a pallid young man with a sinister gaze suddenly sneezed, his body trembling slightly, causing the very air to quiver. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding washed over Orochimaru as he licked his cracked lips, a flicker of confusion crossing his serpentine eyes as he gazed out at the dreary weather. Is Lord Orochimaru unaccustomed to this weather? The voice of Shodai Wataru abruptly interrupted, as he placed two bloodied heads before Orochimaru. "Lord Orochimaru, I believe you are in the mood for murder. Had I known, I would have spared these two's lives." There was no trace of emotion in Shodai Wataru's tone, as if he were merely addressing an ordinary person. Orochimaru paid no heed to Shodai Wataru's superfluous words. Ever since the last incident involving his head, Shodai Wataru's demeanor had become rather peculiar. Fortunately, he remains obedient to his orders, and this tool is still quite functional. This is the intelligence ninja fox concealed within the hidden rain village. Isabu Goro raised the head of his left hand. "What about the other one? I recall that my command pertained to a singular individual, responsible for relaying information. Should they be spotted, I will eliminate them without hesitation," Isabu Goro remarked nonchalantly. "Ling, how have you been resting lately?" The gentle voice of the third Hokage resonated in Uchiha Ling's ears as he stepped into the Hokage's office. His somewhat weary visage was instantly replaced by a radiant smile. "Thank you for your concern, Lord Hokage. I have managed to receive ample rest during this period and am ready to serve the village at any moment." No sooner had he finished speaking than a flurry of hurried footsteps accompanied by the soft sound of the door opening shattered the tranquility of the room. As Uchiha Hakadai and Hyuga Shurchin entered together, "Ling Senpai." Uchiha Hakadai greeted Uchiha Ling with a cheerful smile. Meanwhile, Hyuga Shurchin appeared more composed, merely nodding in acknowledgement to Uchiha Ling. "Now that everyone is present, I shall be brief." The third Hokage's voice grew serious. "Recently, there have been ominous signs of movement from the hidden mist village along the borders of the Land of Fire, and the situation is rather grim. You three shall form a special team to investigate the enemy's conditions and provide early warnings, ensuring the safety of our rear. I have full confidence in your trio." "Understood." The three responded in unison. Thus, this peculiar team composed of two Uchihas and one Hyuga set forth. "Ling Senpai, are the people of the hidden mist adept in water release techniques? Could that pose a disadvantage for us?" Uchiha Hakadai's brow furrowed, a hint of concern flashing in his eyes. Among the Uchiha clan, it is common to possess 1 or 2 fire release techniques in their arsenal. Facing the water release masters of the hidden mist undoubtedly places them at a natural disadvantage. There is no absolute counter. As long as the fire release is sufficiently powerful, it can indeed overcome water release. Uchiha Ling's voice was calm as water. With his current chakra capacity, whether it is fire release or that half-hearted water release, once unleashed, it would reach a catastrophic level, rendering the concept of counters largely irrelevant for him. Hyuga Shurchin gently shook his head. Rather than concerning ourselves with ninjutsu, we should be wary of the assassination techniques of the hidden mist. Among the 5 great ninja villages, their assassination skills are unparalleled. He lightly tapped his metallic finger guards, producing a crisp sound, a weapon he had specially prepared to counter the hidden mist. He had no desire to face the sharp blades of the hidden mist with his own flesh and blood. Assassination, you say? However, Shishin Senpai's Byakugan should be able to see through it all. Uchiha Hakadai scratched his head, a look of confusion on his face. With 2 Sharingan and 1 Byakugan in this team, there should be no reason for them to fall victim to an assassination attempt, right? A complex expression flickered in Hyuga Shishin's gaze as he sighed softly. As a branch family member, my Byakugan is flawed. If attacked from a specific angle, I cannot perceive it. He did not disclose the exact location, yet Uchiha Ling was acutely aware that it lay directly behind them. A flaw caused by the caged bird technique. I see, Uchiha Hakadai murmured, a hint of concern evident in his brow. His physical prowess had never been his forte. Should he truly confront the adept assassins of the mist, he would likely find himself embroiled in a fierce struggle. After a day of rapid marching, the trio finally arrived at the border between the land of fire and the land of whirlpools. What is this? Uchiha Ling's brow furrowed, his steps involuntarily halting beneath a towering tree. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, swiftly scanning every detail on the ground. The mist has been here, Uchiha Ling declared in a hushed tone. What? Uchiha Hakadai and Hyuga Shurchin exclaimed in unison. Uchiha Ling pointed at the water stains and some severed grass, patiently elucidating. These traces, I suspect, were left by the mist's water teeth technique. His words were imbued with undeniable conviction, his nose slightly twitching as if to capture the scents in the air. I also detect a faint metallic scent of blood, since enhancing his sensing abilities. Uchiha Ling had discovered that his senses had become extraordinarily acute. Not even the faintest odor could elude his perception. Following the elusive scent of blood, he stumbled upon some blood-stained ninja tools amidst the underbrush. There were no bodies, likely eradicated by the mist's operatives. Moreover, the traces were fresh, indicating that this incident had transpired not long ago. Hyuga Shurchin activated his Byakugan, continuously scanning the surroundings and soon uncovering additional signs of the mist ninja's passage. Let us go. We must pursue them, Uchiha Ling decisively commanded. The strength of the ninjas from the mist was formidable, capable of silencing patrolling shinobi, a feat not easily accomplished by ordinary ninjas. Entering the land of fire was merely their first step. Their subsequent intentions remained unclear. I've found them, approximately 3 kilometers ahead, Hyuga Shurchin suddenly exclaimed, his eyes fixed on the terrain 3 kilometers away. True to his Byakugan, Uchiha Ling could not perceive any activity from that distance. Utilizing Hyuga Shishin's extraordinary long-range vision, the trio silently approached the mist ninjas. There were 3 individuals, their chakra signatures robust, each carrying peculiar ninja tools upon their backs. Hyuga Shurchin quietly analyzed the intelligence regarding the mist squad. It's the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Ling's expression shifted to one of understanding. As an elite force of the mist, the capabilities of the 7 ninja swordsmen had long been laid bare before the major shinobi villages. They were indeed powerful, yet limited to elite jounin, falling short of the Kage level. To Uchiha Ling, they posed little threat. In a low voice, he instructed, "One for each of us. Prepare for engagement." The footsteps of Suigetsu Hozuki grew increasingly heavy, his gaze frequently darting behind him, as if something behind was capturing his attention. He became increasingly hesitant, stopping involuntarily every few steps to glance back, which caused the entire group's pace to dwindle. Leading the front of the line, Wooly Shinba could no longer contain himself. He abruptly halted, his broad palms swiftly drawing the explosive blade from his back. He turned around, his eyes wide with fury. The blade aimed directly at the end of the line where Shigua Shan, the pufferfish demon, stood. "If you continue to waste time like this, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Startled by the sudden outburst, Shiguashan felt a tremor in his heart, anger surging within him. He retorted sharply, I warn you. I have a nagging feeling that someone is following us. If I hadn't remained vigilant, we would have been detected by the Leaf Village the moment we set foot in the Land of Fire. Amidst the escalating tension, Li Xianquanwan stepped forward slowly, attempting to mediate the dispute. He gently patted Wooly Shinba's tense shoulder and spoke with a hint of assurance. Shinba, do not act rashly. I too have a vague sense that something is trailing us. Upon hearing this, the anger in Wooly Shinba's eyes began to dissipate, replaced by a look of mixed confusion. He abruptly turned his head, his sharp gaze locking onto Li Xianquanwan, incredulously asking, even you feel it too? He then swung the explosive blade high into the air. Dozens of explosive tags instantly flying out from its edge, scattering and adhering tightly to the surrounding trees and ground, forming an invisible net of death. However, just as his trap was set, a shadow surged forth from the depths of the forest, moving with such speed that it seemed to slice through the very air. Uchiha Ling had closed the distance to Wooly Shinba in an instant, kunai in hand, aimed directly at his head. Clang! The sharp sound of metal striking echoed as a pristine, slender blade perfectly intercepted the lethal strike, nullifying it deftly. You are the one who has been following us. Li Xianquanwan assessed calmly, raising his long knife with a flick, lifting Uchiha Ling into the air, leaving him without a means to regain his footing. Without granting Uchiha Ling a moment to land, Shiguashan charged forward with his weapon, the shark's skin, aimed directly at him. Fortunately, Uchiha Ling's reflexes were equally swift. As he was lifted, his eyes narrowed, and he executed an astonishing maneuver mid-air. With a powerful kick, he aimed directly at the descending shark's skin. The tremendous force erupted, causing even the towering Shiguashan to falter, his eyes wide with shock as he staggered back several steps, barely managing to counter the overwhelming impact. Damn it! Is it you? Wooly Shinba's face turned ashen after being rescued by his companion, a tumultuous mix of anger and humiliation swirling within him. The fact that someone was trailing them was trivial. Losing face before his comrades was a far graver matter. He gripped the explosive blade tightly, and with a swift motion, triggered several explosive tags in the direction where Uchiha Ling had landed. The deafening explosion erupted, engulfing Uchiha Ling's figure in a cloud of smoke. Kurasame Shiranui's eyes were fixed intently on the swirling smoke, cautioning his teammates, he is not dead yet. Suddenly, a blazing fireball roared forth from the smoke. It was Uchiha Ling's fire release, great fireball technique. The fireball surged like an enraged dragon, radiating a sense of devastation as it charged toward the three of them. They did not exert much effort to block it. With a swift movement, they easily evaded the fireball's lethal range. Sensing their separation, a smug smile crept onto Uchiha Ling's lips. His plan had succeeded, effectively forcing them apart. Hinata Nanashur appeared like a specter behind the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon. His hands moved rapidly as he shouted, 8 trigrams soft fist, 32 palms. Following this, his figure transformed into a blur, unleashing a flurry of soft fists upon the pufferfish demoness body, attempting to seal its chakra points one after another. Meanwhile, Uchiha Hakadai also launched his attack from the direction of Wooly Shiba. The flames in his hand, akin to a blazing sun, instantly expanded to the size of a soccer ball. With a powerful strike, he unleashed the fire release, flame impact, sending a wave of destructive force toward Wooly Shiba. Are there more enemies? Kurasame Shiranui's expression darkened as he witnessed his two teammates being assaulted. Don't panic, you're next. Uchiha Ling's voice echoed like a ghost in Kurasame Shiranui's ear, followed by the resounding crack of Chidori, a blue light streaking through the air directly toward his head. True to his reputation as the strongest among the trio, Kurasame Shiranui displayed remarkable reflexes under duress. He bent low, narrowly avoiding the fatal strike. Simultaneously, he flicked his wrist, counterattacking with his long blade, the needle of the long knife, its gleam flashing as it precisely struck Uchiha Ling's position. Yet, the Uchiha Ling before him instantaneously transformed into a cloud of smoke, dissipating into the air. It was merely the shadow clone technique he had initially employed. Not bad. You possess some skill. Uchiha Ling's true form emerged slowly from the smoke, applauding as he approached Kurasame Shiranui. Kurasame Shiranui met Uchiha Ling's gaze but quickly averted his eyes, unwilling to make direct eye contact. A sense of caution surged within him, and he hastily warned the other two. It's Uchiha from Konoha. Be careful. Uchiha Ling flickered, employing the body flicker technique to appear before Kurosame Shiranui. His kunai swirling relentlessly like a tempest, attempting to breach Kurosame Shiranui's defenses. Kurosame Shiranui retreated while skillfully deflecting Uchiha Ling's kunai. Utilizing the length advantage of his long blade, he forced Uchiha Ling into a defensive stance. For a moment, the tide seemed to turn, with Kurosame Shiranui adopting the role of the aggressor. The wire connected to the needle of the long knife traced a bizarre arc through the air, narrowly grazing Uchiha Ling's face and severing a few strands of his hair. Upon witnessing this, a flicker of seriousness passed through Uchiha Ling's eyes. He cast aside the broken kunai, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the steel wire dancing in the air. A mere brush from this wire could spell the end of his ninja career. Upon retreating to a relatively safe position, Kurosame Shiranui swiftly plunged his long blade into the ground, and with a sudden, forceful tug of his right hand, he roared, "Long blade ninja technique, spider stitch." In an instant, the ground beneath Uchiha Ling seemed to be torn asunder by an invisible giant hand, as the underground wire sliced through the earth like a spider's web, only to rapidly stitch it back together, leaving behind a few innocent trees severed and toppled upon the fragmented terrain. Flying Thunder God technique. A warning rang in Uchiha Ling's mind, prompting him to unhesitatingly utilize the unmarked version of the Flying Thunder God technique. His body materialized dozens of meters above the ground. Far from the perilous area, suspended in midair, he fixated on the severed trees, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The swiftness of that technique nearly surpassed his reaction threshold. What astounding body flicker technique! Kurosame Shiranui gazed at Uchiha Ling in the sky, astonishment etched across his face. He had completely failed to perceive any trace of Uchiha Ling's movement. Such a level of body flicker technique was evidently beyond the capabilities of a mere ninja. With such prowess, you must be a master from Konoha. I never anticipated Konoha would detect our actions so swiftly. However, you cannot evade while suspended in the air. A sinister smile crept upon Kurosame Shiranui's lips as he maneuvered the long blade like a deadly arrow, aiming it at Uchiha Ling. You are overly confident. Uchiha Ling scoffed, swiftly completing the hand seals. Earth release, earth flow wall. The ground beneath Kurosame Shiranui suddenly heaved upward, a massive earthen wall rising like a tidal wave to lift him. This abrupt shift in terrain caught Kurosame Shiranui off guard, nearly causing him to stumble. The long blade that had been hurtling towards Uchiha Ling was diverted by this change, veering off to the side. Though the Flying Thunder God technique remained unstable, Uchiha Ling was far from defenseless in the air. With a swift motion, he summoned a puppet from the system space, the puppet appearing silently behind him. He propelled himself off the puppet, harnessing this momentum to execute the body flicker technique, instantly traversing several meters to stand before Kurosame Shiranui. What? Shock flooded Kurosame Shiranui's eyes, wide with disbelief. He had not anticipated that Uchiha Ling, who should have been unable to gain leverage in the air, would suddenly materialize before him, overwhelming him with an unprecedented sense of crisis. Water release, water pillar. Kurosame Shiranui reacted with remarkable speed, unleashing a water sphere that plummeted like a meteor toward Uchiha Ling undeterred. Uchiha Ling retaliated, conjuring a ferocious inferno from his throat. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Boom. The collision resulted in a tremendous explosion that reverberated throughout the forest. Flames entwined with columns of water, creating a chaotic battlefield. The magnitude of this fire technique left Kurosame Shiranui in utter shock. He realized that his water techniques were utterly suppressed. The inferno surged towards him like a tempest, rendering him defenseless. As the smoke cleared, the relentless inferno charged straight at Kurosame Shiranui, its might undiminished. Such an extensive ninjutsu left him with no means of escape, despair evident in his gaze. I can't evade it. Water release, great waterfall technique. A familiar voice resonated from behind Kurosame Shiranui. In that instant, a colossal cascade of water descended from the heavens, crashing down upon the rampaging inferno, halting it in its tracks. I owe you a life. Kurosame Shiranui turned to see the timely support of Mirai Shinpachi behind him, gratitude flooding his eyes. Without Mirai Shinpachi's prompt assistance, he would have likely perished in that sea of flames. Mirai Shinpachi wielded his explosive blade, directing explosive tags towards Uchiha Rin's position, compelling her to abandon her original spot to avoid the imminent detonation. He shook his head at the somewhat disheveled Kurosame Shiranui. a smirk gracing his lips. We're even now? At that moment, Uchiha Hakadai appeared beside Uchiha Rin, an apologetic expression adorning his features. I'm sorry, Rin-senpai. I couldn't stop him. It's all right. You've done well enough, Uchiha Rin replied, gently patting his shoulder. As a relatively inexperienced jonin, Uchiha Hakadai had performed admirably to survive amidst such a fierce battle. Uchiha Hakadai's gaze was fixed intently on Hinata Shurchin. Although Hinata Shurchin had not managed to eliminate Suigetsu's pufferfish demon in one fell swoop, his initial ambush had placed Suigetsu at a significant disadvantage, pressed under Hinata's relentless assault. Suigetsu's movements appeared frantic as he struggled to escape Hinata's onslaught, yet it was evident he could not easily break free in the short term. Uchiha Hakadai clenched his teeth, resolutely stating, I will do my best. Rin-senpai. He immediately intended to rush forward to join Mirai Shinpachi in battle. Uchiha Rin swiftly grasped his arm. Leave this to me. You go assist Shurchin. Seeing Uchiha Hakadai still hesitating, Uchiha Rin elaborated, we must reduce their numbers to break this stalemate. Upon hearing this, a flicker of realization crossed Uchiha Hakadai's eyes as he nodded. I understand, Rin-senpai. Please be careful. With that, he turned and dashed towards Hinata Shurchin. Are they really leaving just one to deal with us? Mirai Shinpachi's voice dripped with disdain as he raised his explosive blade high, seemingly showcasing his weapon to Uchiha Rin. Dozens of explosive tags erupted from the blade, fluttering like butterflies as they descended upon the battlefield, casting a shadow of death over the entire area. Shiranui, we have been underestimated. A flash of anger flickered in Mirai Shinpachi's eyes. However, Kurosaki did not feel at ease despite teaming up with Mirai Shinpachi to confront Uchiha Rin. His gaze remained intense and heavy, as if facing an unprecedentedly formidable foe. Be cautious. This individual is exceptionally powerful, and his body flicker technique is astonishingly swift. Kurosaki whispered. He had never witnessed such speed in the body flicker technique, and Uchiha Rin's fire release was equally impressive, rendering his water release entirely suppressed. No matter how fast the body flicker technique is, it is of no consequence before my exploding blade. Splash. Mirai Shinpachi retorted dismissively, his tone brimming with confidence. With a flick of his wrist, he sent forth dozens of explosive tags that arced through the air, accurately landing beside Uchiha Rin. At the last moment, Uchiha Rin swiftly formed hand seals and employed the Earth Release, Earth Dragon hidden technique, burrowing underground to evade the explosion of the tags. In this realm, where high attack potency and low health are the norms, explosive tags are formidable, yet akin to fire release. Unless they hit their mark, their damage amounts to nothing. Just as Uchiha Rin emerged from underground, stealthily approaching Kurosaki and Mirai Shinpachi, his presence was unexpectedly revealed. Kurosaki pointed to the ground before him and barked coldly, below. Simultaneously, he wielded his long blade, manipulating the wires underground to lash out towards Uchiha Rin. Uchiha Rin swiftly dodged several rapidly approaching wires with agile movements. The underground skirmish was decidedly disadvantageous for him, prompting him to form hand seals and utilize the newly learned ninjutsu. Water release, great waterfall technique. A torrent of water, equal in might to the one unleashed by Mirai Shinpachi, surged forth from beneath their feet, resembling a fountain and instantly transforming the terrain. Caught off guard, Mirai Shinpachi had no time to evade, as the mighty water column lifted him high, akin to a leaf swept up by a colossal wave, leaving him without control. Mirai Shinpachi found himself in the same predicament that Uchiha Rin had once faced, suspended in midair, devoid of leverage. At that moment, a shadow leaped from the ground, swiftly nearing the airborne Mirai Shinpachi. Uchiha Rin's puppet followed closely, raising its gleaming blade and lunging at Mirai Shinpachi. Ah! Mirai Shinpachi cried out in despair, his eyes filled with hopelessness. The blade flashed like lightning, vanishing in an instant, accompanied by a sharp gust of wind, as an arm arced through the air, blood spraying like red pearls scattered from a severed string. Simultaneously, the white exploding blade, having slipped from its owner's grasp, fell helplessly to the ground. Uchiha Rin sprang forth from the earth, deftly catching the plummeting, exploding blade. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in his eyes, and a playful smile graced his lips as he spoke slowly. Indeed, a fine weapon, but alas, its wielder seems somewhat lacking in intellect. As he twirled the exploding blade before both of them, Mirai Shinpachi narrowly evaded the puppet's second strike, ultimately crashing heavily onto the hard ground, producing a dull thud. He clutched the severed arm, blood seeping through his fingers, staining his clothing crimson, his face contorted in agony, exuding an air of profound despair. Shinhachi, Kurosane Komaru witnessed this scene, his pupils constricting sharply, overwhelmed by shock. The formidable Shinhachi had suffered such a grievous injury in an instant. In a fit of rage, he gritted his teeth, dragging the long blade of his sewing needle, heedless of the danger, charging towards the seemingly unguarded Uchiha Ling boom. Just as Kurosane Komaru was about to close the distance, Uchiha Ling cast a cold smile in his direction, abruptly swinging the explosive blade, scattering sparks. Immediately, several explosive tags soared forth, weaving into a deadly web before Kurosane Komaru. As he grasped the explosive blade, he instantly perceived the secret of this ninja tool. It was a spatial scroll crafted from countless explosive tags, housing an astonishing quantity, primed for action at any moment. Uchiha Ling silently estimated that, based on his sensory perception, the number of explosive tags contained within the blade exceeded 100,000. Though it could not be compared to Conan's terrifying 300 billion explosive tags, it was nonetheless sufficient for ordinary circumstances. The long blade of the sewing needle flashed like silver lightning, piercing through the swirling smoke, aimed directly at Uchiha Ling's face. However, at that critical moment, a puppet silently appeared before Uchiha Ling, its cold form absorbing the fatal blow. Clang! Upon witnessing this, Kurosane Komaru swiftly redirected the blade, which, as if drawn by a magnet, flew towards the nearby Shinhachi, embedding itself into the ground with such force that the blade trembled slightly. Shinhachi instantly understood Kurosane Komaru's intent and seized the long blade without hesitation. Kurosane Komaru quickly pulled the wire, drawing both himself and Shinhachi back, their cooperation seamless. What to do? Retreat? Kurosane Komaru fixed his gaze on Uchiha Ling, his tone laced with uncertainty, his eyes darting to the battlefield across the way, where the two Konoha ninjas were likewise ensnared in a fierce struggle, making any immediate assistance unlikely. Yet Shinhachi's fury had clouded his judgment. His eyes aflame, he bellowed at Kurosane Komaru, "Retreat? I must kill that bastard. I will not leave until I reclaim my blade." Kurosane Komaru gripped the long blade tightly, staunching Shinhachi's bleeding wound, a flicker of helplessness crossing his gaze. He could not envision a way to triumph over Uchiha Ling. Shinhachi glared with gritted teeth at Uchiha Ling, who was now examining his weapon, each word seemingly forced through clenched jaws. "That belongs to me." Upon hearing this, a smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Uchiha Ling's eyes. With a casual flick of his fingers, hundreds of explosive tags erupted like leaves caught in a tempest, instantly filling the space densely. Using so many at once, if the explosive tags run out, replenishing them will be quite a hassle. Without the plow, the tension in the air was palpable, as he could hardly believe that Uchiha Ling would so extravagantly employ explosive tags, each one a precious resource, a financial drain from his own coffers. It was as if he could witness his wealth dissipating before his very eyes. "It is precisely your reluctance that has led you to this dire predicament," Uchiha Ling remarked with a cold smirk, brandishing the explosive sword with grandiose gestures that pierced the very depths of his adversary's heart. "What you hesitate to utilize, I unleash without reservation." With a thunderous roar, as Uchiha Ling's words resonated, the entire space was engulfed in flames from the ignited explosive tags, obliterating everything in an instant. The devastating power of the tags was on full display, mercilessly annihilating all surrounding entities, reducing them to naught. Seeing this, Kurosane Shiranui's expression shifted drastically. He hastily hoisted the incapacitated woolly Shinba onto his shoulder, desperately evading the shockwaves of the explosion. The terrifying bombardment raged on for a time before finally subsiding. Uchiha Ling stood firm, absorbing the awe-inspiring energy contained within the hundreds of thousands of explosive tags. Such power, when fully unleashed, could likely dismantle the entirety of Konoha village. No wonder they say Conan lacks discernment. If a mere few hundred explosive tags could create such havoc, then even a staggering 3 trillion tags would make the likes of Senju Hashirama tremble. Uchiha Ling advanced with measured steps, having already marked their presence. Escaping beneath his watchful gaze was nearly impossible. Kurosane Shiranui's countenance was grim, fixated on the encroaching Uchiha Ling, a tempest of anxiety swirling within him. Previously, he had perceived Uchiha Ling as an insurmountable challenge. Now, bolstered by an even more formidable weapon, he wielded it with greater efficacy than his own comrades. He discreetly glanced at Woolly Shinba beside him. How had this individual, after all these years, never showcased such prowess? Suddenly, Uchiha Ling halted, tilting his head slightly to regard another direction. He distinctly sensed several rapidly approaching presences, each formidable in its own right. 4 individuals in total. A realization struck him. 3 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen were already in sight, and the approaching figures were likely the remaining 4. Rather than pursuing Kurasame Shiranui and Woolly Shinba, he pivoted to confront Suigetsu Hozuki. Reinforcements were imminent. A swift resolution was imperative. Uchiha Ling called out to his teammates, "Water style, great water collision wave." Upon witnessing Uchiha Ling joining the fray, Suigetsu Hozuki dared not underestimate the situation. He opened his mouth wide and unleashed a torrent of surging water, instantly forming an ellipsoidal water prison that enveloped him, crafting an optimal combat environment. Floating within the water sphere, he had learned from previous encounters that Uchiha Ling and his companions possessed considerable strength, so he refrained from initiating an attack, opting instead to bide his time. Faced with this scenario, Uchiha Ling's brow furrowed slightly. Unless one possesses the capability to evaporate this lake-like sphere of water, the only option remains to plunge into it and engage in a fierce melee with the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon. "Senior Ling, be cautious. That blade can absorb chakra." The urgent voice of Uchiha Hakadai echoed, his gaze fixed on the battlefield, anxious that Uchiha Ling might let his guard down. Hinata Shishin's expression was as grave as a mountain. He cast a deep glance at Uchiha Ling, evidently sensing that reinforcements were rapidly approaching. "Retreat." Uchiha Ling decisively waved his hand. Hundreds of explosive tags filled the surrounding space like blossoms scattered by celestial maidens. He intended to use this to buy some time and avoid being left behind. In the face of the overwhelming array of explosive tags, the countenances of the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon and his companions turned ghastly. They dared not pursue recklessly, forced to watch as Uchiha Ling and his companions effortlessly vacated the battlefield. I must kill that guy." The furious Woolly Shiba bled anew from his wounds, his eyes glowing crimson like a maddened beast. "First, let's gather intelligence on this individual." Kurasame Shiramaru's face was ashen. When had the 7 ninja swordsmen ever required prior investigation of their targets? Even the leaders of various villages would find themselves at a disadvantage against them in isolation. The trio hastily departed the battlefield, oblivious to what lay behind them. Uchiha Hakadai's eyes sparkled with fervent light as he fixated on the explosive blade, Hojui. As expected of Senior Ling, even facing 2 opponents, he maintains the upper hand and can seize the enemy's tools. Uchiha Hakadai remarked with admiration. In contrast, he and Hinata Shishin had struggled for an extended period without managing to subdue the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon. While their ignorance of the special ability of the shark skin to absorb chakra played a part, their strength paled in comparison to Uchiha Ling's. "Captain Ling, all the 7 ninja swordsmen are within the Land of Fire. It seems that the Mist Village is making significant moves." Hinata Shishin spoke solemnly. "We must swiftly relay this intelligence back to the village." The emergence of the 7 ninja swordsmen was no mere coincidence. A substantial conspiracy must be lurking behind the Mist Village. Uchiha Ling nodded. The 7 ninja swordsmen posed little threat to him, as his strength was sufficient to contend with them. Mado Dai had once risked his life to slay 4 of them and severely injure 3. He believed he could achieve similar feats with effort. However, it is always prudent to prepare. Should the Mist Village take action, they would surely deploy more than just the 7 ninja swordsmen. As one of the 5 great nations, while the Mist Village's ninja may be the least numerous, summoning a few hundred would be exceedingly effortless. He did not wish to be caught in a war of attrition alone, with no one to draw fire on his behalf. Pipa Shizo's brow furrowed, his gaze fixed on the armless Woolly Shiba, disbelief etched across his features. He repeated Woolly Shiba's words, his tone laced with palpable shock. "Are you saying that you were ambushed by a 3-man team from Konoha? Not only did you fail to capture them, but you also lost the explosive blade." Without the plow, Shiba unwillingly nodded. He did not wish for his comrades to know that he and Kurasame Shiranui had been bested by their opponent in a 2-on-1 scenario. Yet, at this juncture, he recognized that reclaiming the explosive blade would necessitate the assistance of his teammates. Heiho Rhea let out a derisive snicker, the corners of his mouth curling into a mocking smirk as he callously remarked, "Humph. It appears you have grown excessively arrogant. Even the pufferfish demon can handle 2 at once. Yet you two have been defeated by a mere youth. Upon returning, I shall report this to Lord Mizukichi. I am most curious to see whether you possess the qualifications to continue serving among the 7 ninja swordsmen. He had always held a disdain for the haughty Shiba, and now, having lost his blade, he felt it was well-deserved. Enough of this bickering. The voice of Pipa Shirzong thundered like a clap of thunder, halting Shiba's attempt to retort against Heiho Rhea. He spoke with gravitas. Our immediate priority is to reclaim the explosive blade. If the 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure cannot even safeguard their own weapons, we shall become the laughingstock of the entire ninja world. He then turned to Kurasame Shiranui, inquiring, Shiranui, you have engaged in combat with that Uchiha on numerous occasions. Please share your intelligence. Nodding, Kurasame Shiranui recounted the details of his encounters with Uchiha Ling to the assembly. After listening to Shiranui's account, Pipa Shirzong, clutching his decapitating sword, furrowed his brow in contemplation. Uchiha Ling. That name seems familiar. Suddenly, a flicker of recognition crossed his eyes. Ah yes. He was the Uchiha who had recently matched the Kazekage in the Land of Rain. Pipa Shirzong was well aware of the strength of shadow-level warriors. He had witnessed the prowess of the Mizukichi firsthand. 1 or 2 elite jonin would hardly pose a challenge against such formidable foes. If Uchiha Ling was indeed a shadow-level warrior capable of standing toe-to-toe with the Kazekage, then the defeat of Shiba and Shiranui could be understood. He even felt that their survival was already beyond his expectations. However, at that moment, a question suddenly flashed through his mind. Wait, you mentioned that Uchiha Ling did not pursue, but rather left in haste? He quickly turned to Suigetsu, the pufferfish demon. Suigetsu nodded affirmatively. Yes, shortly after you departed. He made his exit. A wild notion surged within Pipa Shirzong's mind. Could it be that Uchiha Ling feared the 7 ninja swordsmen? It is plausible. Although he could contend with the Kazekage in the Land of Rain, he was, after all, a young ninja. Intelligence reports indicated that Uchiha Ling's mastery of water release allowed him to counter the Kazekage's sand release. Such insights had been meticulously analyzed by Kirigakure's intelligence personnel, and Pipa Shirzong found them to be quite reasonable. Perhaps Uchiha Ling was indeed formidable, yet he had not yet attained true shadow-level prowess? A thought flickered through Pipa Shirzong's mind. This is an opportunity to eliminate a young powerhouse from the Leaf Village right here. Quickly pursue. Reclaim the explosive blade. Pipa Shirzong commanded decisively. The others, with the exception of Kurasame Shiranui, followed without hesitation. Meanwhile, Kurasame Shiranui gritted his teeth, hesitating for a moment. His heart was filled with turmoil. On one hand, he harbored trepidation towards the formidable prowess of Uchiha Ling, yet on the other, he was reluctant to lose face before his comrades. Ultimately, he resolved to keep pace with the team, but a momentary lapse caused him to lag at the rear. Surely, the entire 7 ninja swordsmen could not be vanquished by Uchiha Ling alone. Uchiha Ling watched as Uchiha Hakadai and Hyuga Nanisher hurriedly departed. Left alone in the woods, he examined the explosive blade, Fama, which he had just seized. During its use, he discerned the summoning technique array within. This was likely a contrivance set by the Mist Village to reclaim lost ninja tools. As long as they employed the summoning technique, they could retrieve the tools back into their possession. This implied that the explosive blade would soon be summoned back. Regrettably, he was not well versed in summoning techniques. Indeed, while summoning offered a less direct enhancement to combat than other ninjutsu, he had never taken the initiative to practice it. If only he could integrate the second Hokage's technique of mutual explosive tags, what a magnificent spectacle that would be. Vivid images of explosive grandeur danced in his mind. He wholeheartedly agreed with Daidara's assertion that art is an explosion, lamenting that his chakra affinity was not of the earth element. Had it included earth, he would surely have attempted Daidara's earth-style Kekiai Genkai. Uchiha Ling felt that Daidara's imagination was rather limited. The potential for explosive clay was vast. Alas, Daidara was only capable of self-detonation. Shaking his head at this thought, Uchiha Ling extracted some explosive tags from the explosive blade and wrapped them around his shuriken. This way, even if the shuriken did not strike the enemy directly, the ensuing explosion would surely inflict damage. Just as Uchiha Ling was engrossed in his examination of the explosive blade, 7 presences quietly materialized within his awareness. Their arrival was indeed timely. Uchiha Ling muttered to himself, a cold smile gracing his lips. He swiftly created several shadow clones. Continuing to extract explosive tags from the blade, distributing them as if sharing spoils of war. Though he lacked the Edo Tensei technique to learn the second Hokage's mutual explosive tag method, he could devise a subpar version. Even an imperfect technique could unleash astonishing power. Are you certain, main body? It will hurt quite a bit. One shadow clone asked with concern as it adhered explosive tags to itself. While shadow clones dissipate upon taking damage, the pain would be faithfully transmitted back to the original. The agony of 7 shadow clones being obliterated simultaneously could very well drive an ordinary person to madness. Do not underestimate the resolve of the main body, you fool. Uchiha Ling retorted playfully as he forcefully affixed an explosive tag to the clone's forehead. The shadow clone shrugged nonchalantly. After all, it would vanish upon detonation. And it was not it who would suffer the pain. Throughout his life, Uchiha Ling had not experienced any significant injuries, lacking the opportunity to truly feel pain. Yet, as a ninja, such encounters were likely inevitable. Indeed, this presents an opportunity to experience the sensation of injury in future encounters with formidable adversaries. Succumbing to pain and losing composure would be detrimental. To prepare for any eventuality, Uchiha Ling retrieved a mirror, gazing into the reflection of his handsome visage, and cast an illusion upon himself. Even if he were to faint from pain, the illusion would swiftly awaken him. Unexpectedly, Ling's blood flowed here. The voice of Orochimaru laced with amusement as he scrutinized the dark brown earth before him. Within that soil lay a mixture of Uchiha Ling's blood, while scant in quantity. It was more than sufficient for Orochimaru's research as a valuable specimen. Distinguishing which traces belonged to Uchiha Ling amidst the plethora of blood required considerable effort on Orochimaru's part. He sealed all the soil into a scroll, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He raised his gaze to the ninja before him, saying, "You have done well." With a hint of approval in his tone, he added, "If Ling's blood were to fall into the hands of others, it would be unfortunate." The ninja, upon hearing this, smiled proudly, declaring, "Serving the village is indeed the value of individuals like us." Curiously, he inquired, "Fox, is it truly possible for someone to extract intelligence from blood?" Orochimaru at this donned a mysterious smile, gently shaking his head. Perhaps the secrets of blood are boundless. Subsequently, he retrieved several scrolls from a cabinet, handing them to the ninja. He admonished, "These contain recent intelligence. Return it to the village, and be cautious on your journey." The ninja nodded, securing the scrolls close to him. "Fox, you must also take care. The exchange of intelligence among the ninja villages has become quite frequent. Don't perish." His tone revealed concern. Orochimaru watched as the ninja transformed into an ordinary merchant and vanished into the distance. Redirecting his gaze, he extended his hand, gently removing the human skin mask from his face, revealing his cold visage. "Lord Orochimaru, when do you suppose he will realize that the individuals at this site have changed?" Shimobagaki Goru emerged from obscurity, his face adorned with a mask not his own. Orochimaru cast a disinterested glance at him. "It could be soon, or he may never discern it," he replied nonchalantly. "These lower-tier intelligence ninjas are incapable of comprehending my disguise techniques." Shimobagaki Goru presented the gathered intelligence before Orochimaru. Currently wearing the face of a Konoha intelligence ninja, making his collection of information reasonable, he observed the busy Orochimaru and began reporting his findings. Recently, a new mercenary faction has emerged in the Land of Rain, known as Akatsuki. I have searched extensively but have yet to uncover their base. However, they complete their tasks with astonishing ease each time. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's brow furrowed slightly. He understood the intelligence held particular significance, for otherwise Shimobagaki Goru would not have taken the effort to report it to him. "Are there any peculiarities?" Shimobagaki Goru nodded, his expression growing serious. "Indeed, I discovered a few shurikens from Konoha at the location of their mission." As he spoke, he produced a half shuriken from his pocket and handed it to Orochimaru. Upon hearing news from Konoha, Orochimaru halted his actions, and his gaze instantly sharpened. He took the shuriken from Ibagaki Goro and examined it meticulously. This style undoubtedly belonged to Konoha. He squinted, yet the intelligence here seemed to lack any reports indicating a need for information support from the Konoha ninjas. The intelligence station he occupied was the largest node for Konoha in the Rain Village. All information would pass through his hands. Yet he had never received any relevant intelligence from Konoha. Could it be a secret unit from Konoha? He pondered whether it was the Umbu or the Root. This mannerism bore a striking resemblance to Danzo's style, making it worth investigating. However, Ibagaki Goro shrugged helplessly and remarked, "Lord Orochimaru, even if we wish to make contact, we must first ascertain their location." In response, Orochimaru flicked his wrist, sending the half shuriken slicing through the air, embedding itself in the wall. "There's no need to rush. We shall first observe their style before deciding on any contact," he stated coolly. "After all, I am a rogue ninja. If they are loyal to the Hokage Zanbu, it would not be wise to approach them recklessly." A cold smile crept across his lips. Now, concealed in the shadows, he found it effortless to maneuver, even casting the blame onto Konoha. In a dense forest somewhere within the Land of Rain, a chilling aura lingered as Kakuzu involuntarily sneezed. "Kakuzu, what's wrong?" Uchiha Jinji inquired, scrutinizing Kakuzu's somewhat grim visage. Kakuzu shook his head, his expression dark enough to suggest it could rain at any moment. "It's nothing. Merely a feeling of discomfort," he replied. "Discomfort? Should we take a few days to rest?" Uchiha Jinji's tone was laced with concern. Kakuzu, however, resolutely shook his head. "No need. I'm fine. That damned Uchiha Ling. Even while I do his bidding, he still doesn't trust me and insists on having someone monitor my every move." Lately, more and more members of the Uchiha clan had been undertaking missions from Konoha to the Land of Rain. Uchiha Ling had adopted the Akatsuki's approach, pairing them up for mutual support. Yet in Kakuzu's eyes, these changes were merely a facade for surveillance. Sensing the faint yet palpable threat of death, he suppressed the boiling anger within him, a glint of malice flickering in his gaze. His rough fingers traced across a yellowed map, halting at a marked location. "Before tonight, we must reach this point and deliver that fellow's head to the employer. This is our mission." Uchiha Jinji furrowed his brow, hesitating before speaking. "Brother Kyo, must we truly eliminate them all? Is it not possible to focus solely on our target? Are we being too cruel?" Kakuzu's expression hardened immediately. He did not respond right away, but simply fixed a cold stare upon Uchiha Jinji. "You must comprehend the intricate designs of Uchiha Ling. Should we be exposed, it would not merely cost us our lives, but would also lead to the obliteration of everything associated with your Uchiha clan. Do you grasp the gravity of this situation?" Every word that Kakuzu uttered seemed to be forced through clenched teeth. Upon finishing his statement, Kakuzu refrained from further dialogue, letting out a disdainful snort as he turned and leaped purposefully towards their destination. Uchiha Jinji observed the retreating figure of Kakuzu, his heart awash with conflicting emotions. He understood that Kakuzu's words were not exaggerated. The elders had already communicated the perilous nature of their mission to each one of them. They were acutely aware that they had embarked on an irreversible path. Yet, despite this understanding, he remained unable to reconcile the harsh reality of taking lives for the sake of survival. Sighing heavily, Uchiha Jinji quickened his pace to match Kakuzu's. At this juncture, there was no turning back. As the last life extinguished in Kakuzu's hands, Uchiha Jinji stood at a distance, watching coldly as the events unfolded. If the Uchiha clan lacked sufficient power and an escape route, the outcome of this day would foreshadow their future demise. After the bodies had been dealt with, Kakuzu stood elevated, surveying the entire village, as if pondering a momentous decision. Uchiha Jinji approached him, having gleaned insights into Kakuzu's character over their time together. "Brother Kakuzu, should we completely annihilate this place?" Uchiha Jinji inquired softly. According to their previous protocols, Kakuzu would typically eradicate significant evidence from the mission site, including the bodies, to ensure no traces remained. However, this time was different. Kakuzu shook his head. "No," he replied slowly. "What do you think of this location as the Akatsuki's base?" "The Akatsuki's base? Do we not already have one?" Uchiha Jinji questioned in confusion. "That place is far too conspicuous. We have recently attracted unwanted attention. If we linger there, it will inevitably be discovered. This site is secluded and remote, making it an ideal candidate for establishing a new base. The physical characteristics of the Uchiha clan are too glaringly obvious. Even with deliberate concealment, it is difficult to maintain for long. As time progresses, the exposure of our identities is nearly inevitable. Any reduction in the risk of exposure is advantageous. If we are to confront Konoha in the future, our hideout must remain undiscovered," Kakuzu pondered. Years of being a rogue ninja had endowed him with a deep understanding of the operational codes of the ninja villages. For rogue ninjas, the villages are unyielding. Given the chance, they will eliminate any threats to preserve their reputation and peace. Thus, If that accursed Uchiha Ling truly intends to lead his clan in defection from Konoha, they will undoubtedly face a relentless assault or pervasive infiltration from Konoha. As a mere pawn in Uchiha Ling's game, should Uchiha Ling fail, Konoha would not spare him either. Kakuzu was acutely aware of this reality. In due time, this place will become our main base. Kakuzu indicated the land beneath them. Make note of this location, and prepare to relocate supplies upon your return. Understood, Brother Kakuzu. Uchiha Jing responded without hesitation, having firmly resolved that everything would revolve around the Uchiha clan. Personal emotions were trivial compared to the survival of his kin. In the present Akatsuki, the nominal leader was Uchiha Ling, yet the true puppeteer was none other than him, Kakuzu. Alone, he had constructed the very framework of this organization. The wandering ninjas he had easily assimilated as external personnel, but their strength and loyalty failed to meet his expectations, rendering them unsuitable as core members. The true essence of Akatsuki's nucleus resided solely within him. It was only when the Uchiha clan dispatched reinforcements that the organization began to reveal a semblance of substantial form. Gazing at Uchiha Jing in the distance, diligently recording the terrain, Kakuzu's lips curled into a complex smile. He reflected on the term companions, which was the root of his current entangled predicament. In Takigakure, there had once been a few individuals he could have called companions, but those memories belonged to a distant past, feeling like a lifetime ago. Now, as he recalled those times, it felt almost surreal. Kakuzu scoffed at himself, finding it absurd that he would reminisce about such distant events at this juncture. It was truly tiresome. What are you laughing at, Kakuzu? Uchiha Jing, having completed his recording, turned around and caught sight of Kakuzu's subtle smile, prompting him to inquire with a hint of curiosity. Upon hearing this, Kakuzu turned to face Uchiha Jing, his smile vanishing instantly as if everything that had just transpired was merely an illusion, never truly existing. Nothing, just contemplating how to further develop the organization, Kakuzu replied coolly, his voice steady and devoid of any tremor. At this moment, Kakuzu had more pressing matters at hand, namely, spending money. The Uchiha clan had not only provided reinforcements, but also brought an immense fortune. The sheer quantity of wealth astonished Kakuzu, who had spent his life undertaking bounty missions. He had never witnessed such a monumental accumulation of riches. The image of that Uchiha elder's smiling face was vividly etched in his mind, accompanied by an unspoken grandeur in his words. Is this amount sufficient? If not, feel free to speak up. The Uchiha clan lacks for nothing. In that instant, Kakuzu grasped the essence of a ninja clan with a legacy spanning millennia. When Uchiha Ling departed, he entrusted Kakuzu with the complete management of this new organization. I do not care what methods you employ, as long as you ultimately have a functional organization. With the influx of wealth, Kakuzu faced a new challenge: how to transform money into the organization's power. Throughout his life, although he had amassed countless riches, he had never truly understood how to spend money wisely. Now, he was poised to lavishly squander funds for the first time, and astonishingly, it was not his own money. He realized that Uchiha Ling genuinely trusted him to manage an organization. However, their differing values led Kakuzu to perceive this matter from a perspective entirely distinct from that of Uchiha Ling. In Jodo's perspective, the Uchiha clan, having expended such vast resources, must surely aim to forge a formidable Akatsuki organization. The mere fact that such resources were entrusted to him speaks volumes of Uchiha Ling's profound trust in him. Yet, for Uchiha Ling, this organization is but a gilded embellishment. The essence lies in one's own strength. He has always been indifferent to external trappings that offer no assistance. Whether they exist or not holds little significance for him. As for his trust in Jodo, it is ultimately a reflection of his confidence in his own power. Amidst this psychological transformation, Jodo embarked on his spending spree. 7 figures descended upon a great tree not far from Uchiha Ling, their arrival instantly thickening the previously serene atmosphere with tension. Uchiha Ling slowly raised his gaze, confronted by the menacing presence of the 7 ninja swordsmen. A relaxed smile crept upon his lips as he waved a hand in greeting. We meet again. In stark contrast to his nonchalant demeanor, the expressions of the 7 ninja swordsmen varied significantly. Kurasame Sumaru wore a grave look, as if foreseeing the fierce battle that was to come, while the newly arrived members exuded arrogance, as if they had already deemed Uchiha Ling a mere trifling prey. Humph, do they truly believe they have me cornered? A quiet scoff echoed in Uchiha Ling's mind, yet his smile only deepened. Attack! With that command, Pipa Shizo charged towards Uchiha Ling, hefting the weighty, decapitating blade as if propelled by a tempest. His speed was astonishing. In an instant, he was upon Uchiha Ling, the great sword slicing through the air with a chilling whistle aimed directly at Uchiha Ling's neck. In the face of this lethal blow, Uchiha Ling maintained his smile. A cerulean chidori surged from beneath his blade, aimed at Pipa Shizo's abdomen, while he made no defensive motions whatsoever. Does he intend to perish alongside me? Believing escape is futile? Pipa Shizo pondered, his heart racing as he caught sight of Uchiha Ling's bizarre smile. An ominous premonition surged within him, prompting him to leap back, using the ground for leverage to evade Uchiha Ling's attack range. Uchiha Ling watched Pipa Shizo evade with a twinge of regret, silently lamenting the missed opportunity. Had that strike connected, it would have eliminated one adversary, significantly alleviating the pressure of battle. Rising, Pipa Shizo wore a mocking smile as he fixed his gaze on Uchiha Ling, coldly remarking, "I initially thought you were merely a skilled fighter. Yet it seems you are a reckless lunatic as well." Lunatic is such an unflattering term. Do call me a warrior willing to sacrifice, Uchiha Ling replied, spreading his arms in a gesture of feigned helplessness. Kurasame Samaru scrutinized Uchiha Ling intently, sensing an underlying dissonance, yet unable to articulate it. He furrowed his brow, attempting to discern a flaw in Uchiha Ling's demeanor or actions, but alas, aside from noting Uchiha Ling's newfound arrogance, he uncovered nothing. Simply the madness of one who sees no escape, Pipa Shizo mused, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes, swiftly replaced by a steely resolve. He shouted loudly, "Let us go together, don't give him a chance." Apart from the incapacitated Wooly Shinba, the other 5 swiftly lunged into action. The 6 elite Jonin launched a coordinated assault on Uchiha Ling, their movements swift and powerful, as if intent on crushing him beneath their feet. However, in the face of such overwhelming aggression, Uchiha Ling not only displayed no fear, but wore an expression of excitement and anticipation. His eyes sparkled as though he awaited a spectacular moment to unfold. Did he possess some hidden advantage? Or had he devised a countermeasure? Pipa Shirzong empathized with Uchiha Ling's perspective and realized he had no viable solution either. Thus, Pipa Shirzong confidently abandoned defense and swung his decapitating blade downwards. He believed in his own strength and speed. With 6 opponents, how could they possibly lose? In the final moment, he caught a glimpse of a white light seemingly emanating from beneath Uchiha Ling's clothing. What was that? I am actually a Middle Eastern suicide truck. The last image he saw was Uchiha Ling's smiling face. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, engulfing several of them. Uchiha Ling slowly emerged from the nearby woods, shaking his head in mock disappointment at the terrified Wooly Shinba, saying, "What a pity, you only killed one. How fortunate that your 5 teammates remain alive." His expression bore a hint of mockery and derision, as if even with Wooly Shinba's allies still alive, they were mere fish on the chopping block, ready for slaughter. Kill the missed Jonin Pipa Shirzong. Acquire the silent killing technique. The system notification echoed in Uchiha Ling's mind, completing the incomplete version of the silent killing technique he had previously obtained, further enhancing his prowess. The smile on Uchiha Ling's face appeared to Wooly Shinba more terrifying than that of a devil. He staggered back several steps, his gaze filled with disbelief and dread. Trembling, he asked, "Was that a shadow clone?" "Correct, but alas, no reward," Uchiha Ling said, clapping his hands with a clear, melodious laughter. He slowly approached Wooly Shinba, his smile broadening. "Guess what? Am I a shadow clone?" Uchiha Ling's voice, rich with magnetism, reached Wooly Shinba's ears. A fierce desire to survive surged within Wooly Shinba. He immediately attempted to use the body flicker technique to escape the perilous situation, but his movements had already lagged behind. Boom! A flash of white light surged, following in Pipa Shirzong's footsteps. Kill the missed Jonin Wooly Shinba. Acquire the explosive blade technique. Meanwhile, Uchiha Ling, lying on the ground, gritted his teeth, enduring the sensation akin to a million ants gnawing at his body. Beads of sweat formed on his brow, his complexion pale as paper, with blood lingering at the corner of his mouth from his own biting. "Ah, this truly hurts. Is this what it feels like to be shattered into pieces?" He gasped for breath, each inhalation eliciting a tearing sensation in his throat. The excruciating pain nearly brought his thoughts to a standstill, yet he persevered with unwavering determination, refusing to succumb. This was merely the second shadow clone. If all 7 were to detonate, would he truly be able to endure such torment? A bitter smile crept upon his face as he pondered this in silence. Upon sensing something amiss, Kurosaki Shiranui immediately activated his defenses. He intended to alert his companions. But before he could utter a word, Uchiha Ling before him erupted like a powder keg, exploding instantaneously. The shockwave of the explosion swept towards him like a tempest, causing Kurosaki Shiranui to squint against the onslaught. Before he could regain his composure, another deafening explosion reverberated through the air. What? Who was that? Alarmed, he quickly turned his gaze towards the position of Unlai Shimbachi. All that remained was a colossal mushroom cloud, with no trace of Unlai Shimbachi to be found. A foreboding sense of dread surged within him. Shimbachi, he cried out, yet the only response was the echo of the explosion still resonating in the atmosphere. Ding! A dust-covered beheading sword spun in the air a few times before embedding itself before him. The hilt bore the imprint of its previous owner's hand. Marred and caked in dirt, Black Ho Thunder Fong furrowed his brow, his rough fingers gently caressing the fractured wrist of Pipa Shirzong. His somber voice resonated in the stillness. Can we sense that, fellow? Our time is running short. Around him, the expressions of the other surviving companions mirrored his gravity. The adept tracker Suigetsu Pufferfish grew increasingly agitated, raking his fingers through his hair, which obscured his half-closed eyes, rendering him particularly disheveled. I cannot sense his presence at all. Unless he reveals himself. The name Uchiha Ling loomed ominously in everyone's mind. A glint of fierce resolve flickered in Black Ho Thunderfong's eyes. Yet he sighed in resignation. Without a trace, all speculation would be futile. At this moment, Tong Chao Yierin placed the explosive blade heavily before the group. The explosive tags were all contained within the blade. Now that the explosive blade was in our possession, he no longer had any tags to utilize. Upon hearing this, a cold smirk immediately graced Kurosaki Shiranui's gaunt face. What if he had extracted a sufficient number of explosive tags beforehand? Let us not forget, there were quite a few within. However, his shadow clones should be limited, Tong Chao Yierin remarked with a hint of uncertainty, but then resolutely continued. No matter how formidable the ninja, dividing their chakra into so many portions would undoubtedly leave them with little remaining. He had already dispatched 3 shadow clones, leaving him with only a quarter of his chakra from its peak capacity. Should we locate his true form, he would possess no means of retaliation. Alas, Uchiha Ling was no ordinary ninja. Tong Chao Yieren's analysis was indeed accurate. Konoha's multi-shadow clone technique had such a flaw. While the shadow clones possessed physical form, they required a division of the chakra within, which was undeniably fatal in the heat of battle. Yet, for Uchiha Ling, this weakness was but a mere illusion. With the chakra he possesses, comparable to that of the tailed beasts, even when divided into 7 parts, each fragment surpasses the power of an ordinary jonin. Ah, what are you all staring at? A mocking voice suddenly rang out as Uchiha Ling appeared not far from them, a relaxed and pleasant smile adorning his face. Black Scythe Thunderfong reacted the fastest. With a flick of his wrist, his decapitating blade transformed into a silver flash, whistling through the air as it aimed for Uchiha Ling's neck. Watch your corpse. Is that so? We shall see. Uchiha Ling smiled gently. He sidestepped, seemingly dancing with the air, effortlessly reaching out to meet the formidable decapitating blade, gripping the hilt with such composure as if the weapon had been tossed to him lightly by Thunderfong. Otherwise, I might just have to take a look at you. Uchiha Ling hoisted the decapitating blade onto his shoulder, speaking with audacious bravado. Are you ready? Gentlemen, your time to perform is running short. Is it a shadow clone? Suigetsu Hozuki slightly tilted his head, lowering his voice to inquire of his companion, Kurosame Shiranui. Kurosame shook his head. I cannot tell. It is unclear. His words were succinct and direct. He attempted to discern even a trace of shadow clone evidence from Uchiha Ling, but alas, everything appeared so authentic, flawless in execution. If only we had the Byakugan from Konoha, we could see through whether it is a shadow clone, Suigetsu lamented enviously. The 2 great ocular clans, Uchiha and Hyuga, reside in Konoha, a source of envy for other ninja villages. If given the chance, we must bring a Hyuga or Uchiha clan member to our village. Koyanagi Hiro stood with his twin swords, resembling a war deity, his fierce gaze piercing towards Uchiha Ling. Unfortunately, this is most likely a shadow clone, making confrontation unnecessary. Listening to their conversation, Kurosame felt a wave of exasperation. If it were that easy, the Uchiha and Hyuga clans would not remain unique to Konoha. Come over here if you have the ability. Black Scythe Thunderfang's voice boomed like thunder, refusing to back down as he boldly stood there, issuing a provocative shout toward Uchiha Ling. However, moments later, they heard his quiet command. Prepare to retreat. Black Scythe Thunderfang discreetly clasped his hands behind his back, rapidly forming seals in Uchiha Ling's blind spot. Lightning release, Thunderstrike. With a low growl, he thrust the lightning blade into the ground, and in an instant, the lightning in the atmosphere surged forth like an army responding to his command, violently striking toward Uchiha Ling's position. Subsequently, without glancing at the outcome, he swiftly withdrew his blade and fled toward an area devoid of sense presence. Uchiha Ling's reaction was equally swift. He narrowly evaded the lethal strike of lightning, his form flickering to evade the attack. He looked at the fleeing figures with a hint of disdainful amusement at the corners of his mouth. Why are you running? Have you abandoned the fearsome reputation of the 7 ninja swordsmen? He had originally intended to utilize this shadow clone to eliminate 1 or 2 enemies, thereby becoming the most valuable presence among them. Upon this realization, Uchiha Ling immediately brandished his beheading sword, pursuing the fleeing adversaries. That individual has met with failure. The voice of another shadow clone resonated in the air, devoid of any hint of remorse, instead imbued with a sense of schadenfreude, as if witnessing a splendid theatrical performance, where the failed shadow clone merely played the role of a jester. I had foreseen that the ruse of disguising the main body would prove futile, the second shadow clone mercilessly remarked. He swiftly pivoted and sped towards the fleeing quintet, his figure darting rapidly through the trees, approaching the enemy with unparalleled swiftness. Just watch. My strategy is undoubtedly the most effective, he proclaimed loudly. Without any pretense, he advanced towards the 7 ninja swordsmen, adorned with an array of explosive tags. When Uchiha Ling's silhouette emerged within their line of sight, Kurasame Shiranui's expression drastically shifted. It is all explosive tags. This too is a shadow clone, he exclaimed. He hastily hurled several shurikens, attempting to impede Uchiha Ling's advance. However, these attacks were effortlessly parried by the shadow clone. Damn it, how much chakra does he possess? Suigetsu Hozuki could not help but curse. Yet soon after, they realized that Uchiha Ling's speed seemed insufficient to catch up with them, the distance between them remaining virtually unchanged. This revelation offered a slight respite, igniting a flicker of hope for escape. Nevertheless, the unease within Kurasame Shiranui intensified. He recalled that this individual's body flicker technique was exceptionally formidable. Would a shadow clone truly lag so significantly?